Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei joined the Drak Kingdom of Fire Emblem movie. Before we start, please go support Phantom Eyes 90 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 1. The Seekvaira leaves the Alliance. Gremory Castle 9 p.m. It had been 2 years since the alliance of factions defeated the Kuoh's brigade, led by Lucifer, who had set out to destroy the human and supernatural world with the help of the beast of the apocalypse, the Sirzechs. The biblical factions, along with the Nordic, yokai and Hindu factions, declared the Hyoudou siblings heroes. Hyoudou, current wielder of the dragon Tiamat, and Niles Hyoudou, the current Seekvaira. The former was proud of her participation in the final battle, and the leaders had engaged her to Saji, who was entirely pleased to learn of her future partner. But Niles Hyoudou was something else. He has an upright spirit and justice. He knew who was the true hero of the factions, and that is, his little brother Issei Hyoudou. Niles knew of his little brother's abilities, a great fighter and with a great fighting spirit. But something that was ignored by the faction leaders, being excluded for simply being a human. His family preferred brothers with sacred gear and declared them their pride, but with Issei, they did not take him into account or even paid attention to his basic needs, such as food or the minimum love of his parents, but he was reprimanded, mistreated by those he called dad and mom, but Niles was his only emotional support, being the only family who still stayed for him. By those who proved to be his true friends who are the Citri clan, and those who saw as their teachers who are Great Red and Ophis who felt affection for the younger brown-haired. Niles and his sister Kuoh are the pawns of the heiress of the Gremory clan, Rias. The Redeed, along with her entourage, with the exception of Kuoh, had fallen in love with Niles for being only the Seekvaira. Something that the older brunette did not like because he knew of his little brother's feelings for his mistress. Niles secretly loved someone, but knew that if he made it known, both he and his family would have catastrophic consequences for not agreeing to be the boyfriend of Rias and her entourage. Also, the most beautiful women of the factions had become engaged to Niles, such as Serafol, Gabriel, Penemu, Yasaka, Kuroka and the current Hikoryuko, Valerie Lucifer. Kuoh, for her part, is madly in love with Saji, the bearer of Ritra, but he treated her with total indifference due to the treatment given to her by her little brother, whom she considered a great friend and example to follow. But enough of the narrative and let's move on to the story, as an emergency meeting is taking place with the factions who were escorted by Gremory's entourage, Citri's entourage with some absences, Valerie's team, Yulong, and accompanying them the Hyoudou family. "So, why did you call us?" said Azazel a little annoyed while he was escorted by Penemu. Sirzechs gets up and puts what looked like a note on the table and says. "Hyoudou Issei has escaped from Tartarus," said Sirzechs, to which all the leaders were in shock. "But how?" said Odd, "in that prison no one gets out of there." "Are you kidding us, Sirzechs?" Shemhazai said incredulously, to which Sirzechs in a serious manner began to read the note. January 6, 2019. Dear leaders. Well, if you see this note, I'll be far from here. You thought that by taking away my achievements and giving them to my brother, who knowing his noble attitude would reject you, locking me here in Tartarus you would get your way. I'll just say that how wrong you are. You are just ungrateful people who use people for your own good and discard them like batteries when they are no longer useful. Perhaps your pride hurt when you learned that a simple human was able to seal the beast of the apocalypse without your help and made a better seal than the one drawn by that pathetic spinster Valkyrie, who looked more like a drawing made by an ape with 2 neurons. You only imply that you have such a resentful and childish personality. Now where I am now, I am practically happy without your presence, along with a woman who never turned her back on me and loved me for who I am. It is worth mentioning that if you disturb my peace and that of the land where I now reside, you will abstain from the consequences. First, Issei Hyoudou. TDE, I hope their alliance holds up after so many lousy decisions they have made. And a fond salute to Ajuka Beelzebub." After reading the note, there were reactions of annoyance from the leaders, with the exception of the green-haired Mau, who was happy to hear from Issei. January 6, 2019 was the date we locked him in Tartarus, Michael said. "That boy," said Serafol, very angry. "Damn brat, he made fun of us again," Yasaka said, "quite a bit. After the foolishness they did of not giving credit to Hyoudou Issei and locking him up in Tartarus, some of our allies broke off relations with the alliance, such as Great Red and Ophis, as well as several gods from your pantheon, Zeus, as well as yours." Ajuka said calmly, something that the mentioned gods snorted in annoyance. "Organizaremos un grupo de biscuita de Sirzechs y humano no debe mostrar la verdadera versión de como vencimos al Sirzechs. Ani Maria said, "Let me participate in that search." I want to punish that bastard," Hyoudou said Akeno. "I must apply the Lord's punishment to Hyoudou Issei for this," Arena said. "I can finally get even with my stupid brother," said Hyoudou. But there was a certain group of people who did not agree with what they said, but then Niles' gauntlet appeared where Ddraig began to speak. "If I were you, I wouldn't go near the child," said Ddraig calmly. "Hyoudou Issei has a power that would practically destroy you all with ease." "That is impossible," said Riaz. "He doesn't have a sacred gear, he is a simple human." "You're so sure of that," Riaz said. "Sona, facing the Redeed, let me tell you that Hyoudou Issei is more than just a human." "What are you trying to say, Sotan?" Serafal said, upset because her younger sister knew something that she didn't know. "I will answer them," Heir of Sitri said, a voice to which 3 circles appeared revealing 3 gods, one from the Greek pantheon, another goddess of Asgard and the last one, a Japanese goddess that everyone recognized. "It's been a while, Ares Sama, Freya Sama and Amaterasu Sama," said Sona, shaking the hands of the 3 gods. "What are you doing here?" Zeus shouted at Ares, who only gave him a defiant smile. "Gosh, father, not even a hug for your son," said Ares, stretching his arms out to the sides. "Better not, because your hypocrisy and selfishness will infect me," said Ares mockingly, ridiculing the main god of the Greek pantheon. Freya said Odin with resentment when he saw his ex-wife, who looked at her with total indifference. "Wow, it seems that the divorce has made you more egotistical and stupid," said Odin's ex-wife coldly. Amaterasu Sama Yasaka said, very shocked. "Why did she abandon us?" "And you still ask it?" said the Japanese goddess of the sun sternly. "After how you rejected the brother of the Seekvaira, denying him the achievements with that wall of garbage of leaders that you are, with the exception of Ajuka Dono, and supporting the notion of locking him up, do you think that I will give Kyoto the blessings that I gave them while you enjoy an achievement that you did not make unclean kitsune?" said with evident disgust Amaterasu. "Well, Yasaka felt like a scolded girl before the goddess of the sun. At least the Seekvaira maintains its position of giving him what he deserves, right?" Niles-chan said with a maternal and flirtatious tone. At that, Niles Hyoudou, who had remained on the sidelines, joins the discussion. Not if before, the goddess Amaterasu gave him a kiss on the cheek of the Seekvaira, something that enraged Riaz, and the girl is interested in Niles. Niles Hyoudou. "That's right, Amaterasu Sama," Niles said, smiling at him. "Alliance leaders, Gremory's entourage and his patrimony stop being profiteers of my brother's achievements." "Niles, I order you to apologize to Sirzechs Sama," said his demanding mother. "I won't do it," said Niles, glaring at his mother. "She doesn't tolerate such behavior," and slaps him. "You behave like your miserable brother," Issei Mickey said loudly, but Niles couldn't stand what she was saying any longer and faced his mother. "Don't call my brother that," Niles shouted to his mother, who was very scared as her favorite son faced her. "He is not a miserable. He is never useless as the leaders name him. He is never a depraved pervert as these wretches say him," pointing to Gremory's entourage, "like the most beautiful women of the factions who are only women and interested. Let me tell you that Issei, he surpasses me by far in matter of power. If it wasn't for him, we would all be dead. Do you understand, dead?" Before Niles screamed, he had undone all his anger for the unfair treatment they gave to Issei and give him the recognition for such in front of his mother, who practically in a very pathetic scene was on her knees and crying with a panic attack, to which Asia and Gabriel went to calm Mickey, leaving the meeting very disappointed. With the exception of the Sitri and the 3 gods who had arrived, they showed a smile of satisfaction for the Seekvaira. "Niles-san, why did you yell at Okasama?" Asia said indignantly. "What he said is totally true. Issei is just a pervert," Asia said, "but..." Off. Niles had slapped her, leaving the ex-nun on the ground clutching her cheeks where he hit her, and she had begun to cry. "He is not useless, he will never be useless," said Niles, expelling a little of his aura that was beginning to crush everyone except the gods. "You, of all the people here, are the most useless. You only spend your time lamenting and crying like a stupid girl," said Niles, piercing Asia with his gaze, who was in an emotionally pitiful situation. "So I will say it once, the Seekvaira stop being at his service, hypocritical alliance." That left the faction alliance in shock. "Niles Hyoudou, you are my fiancé and you will not leave this alliance," said Riaz, activating a punishment circle to carry out said maneuver with her pawn, but saw that nothing happened. "Why is the punishment not activated?" "Oh, were you looking for this?" Niles said, throwing 4 pawns at Riaz's feet, who was in shock. "I got rid of them thanks to my brother, to the land where he now lives with his 2 current fiancés." "Issei has a fiancé," Zenobia said incredulously. "And are they as strong as us, your fiancés?" "That's right," said Niles without hesitation. "They are so strong that an attack could leave them in intensive care," said Niles. "And since you're on the subject of you being my fiancés, I have some news for you," said Niles, putting a hand in his pants pocket. "These proposing to us," said in their minds Riaz, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Valerie, Elmenhold, Kuroka, Serafal, Gabriel, Penemu and Yasaka. Yuko, seeing her brother's action, couldn't feel happier about it. She hoped so. But Niles took out a ring made of steel and with a diamond, he put it on his left ring finger, inhaled air and said, I'm already married." At that, the whole meeting became tense, but the girls interested in Niles fell to their knees and began to cry, knowing that the man of their dreams had married, but not them. "It's a lie," said Ria's crying. "It's a joke, it's a damn joke," said Akeno, denying it as reality. "It's not possible," said Kuroka, very distressed. But then Seraphil approaches Niles with a darkened look. "Why?" said Seraphil with her head down. Niles said, confused. "Why did you do that?" Seraphil shouted furiously as she expelled her aura that began to freeze the ground. "Why were you unfaithful to us? You know of your obligation as our fiancé. You swore eternal love to us." Seraphil said before the angry looks of the leaders upon knowing what the Seekvaira did. I swore eternal love to them." Niles said very furiously, sending his aura that little by little crushed Seraphil's. "That those shitty leaders have imposed me," said marriage, "is not synonymous with the fact that I truly love them. I already have someone in my heart, and that was thanks to my brother Issei." But Valerie, summoning the wings of Albion, decides to confront Niles. "You will not leave from here, my beloved dragon," said Valerie, launching herself to attack the Seekvaira, but Freya intervened. "Miserable selfish lizard knows your place and it's the ground," said Freya, invoking a bit of Nordic magic in her hand, stopping Valerie's blow in her tracks to be whipped on the floor, creating a crack. "You deserve that for despising and rejecting someone as noble as Issei-kun." Valerie felt quite upset when she mentioned the person she rejected for being weak. The supernatural girls began to cry under the indifferent gaze of Niles, Ares, Freya, Amaterasu and the Citri entourage. But they were also being comforted by the leaders who looked furiously at the Seekvaira. "Now with your permission I'm going to retire where I can't be disturbed," Niles said as he walked towards where Amaterasu was, and then, the goddess of the sun disappears in a flash along with Niles' Hyoudou, while Freya and Ares were about to retire until. "You two, we demand where Issei Hyoudou is," Sirzechs said angrily. "He must pay for hurting these ladies." "Ha! Ladies, ha 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 ha." Ares laughed at what Sirzechs said, infuriating those present with the exception of the Citri clan. "Well, but knowing it will only cause their deaths," Ares said very arrogantly. "But okay, they are their lives, not ours." Freya gave them an intimidating smile that practically made everyone's blood run cold. "If you want to know, it is in Alvretich," said Freya, which left the leaders with a face full of fear when they heard about the Norse goddess and mentioned said place. Meanwhile, in a rural setting, there was a house made of adobe and built in the medieval style. Inside, there was a chestnut tree sipping a hot drink while gazing at a bonfire in a brick fireplace. "Wow, it's a quiet night," said Issei, while a navy blue-haired girl wearing a long reddish one-piece skirt and a cream-colored apron sat next to him, putting some snacks on a small table in front of Issei. "You didn't take long to make dinner, Yura-chan." "That's right," Issei said, the former Sona Citri Tower, Yura Tsubasa, smiling at him with love and sweetness. "These 2 years with you have been the happiest and most by your side," said the blue-haired girl, giving a strong kiss on the brown-haired boy's lips. But in that, the bonfire that burns in the fireplace begins to go out, but from one moment to another it lights up again, something that Yura and Issei noticed. "Looks like tomorrow will be a busy day," said Issei, sipping the drink while eating serrano ham. "You said it," said Yura, sighing. "I just hope it's temporary and doesn't harm the peace that exists in Alvretich," said the blue-haired girl while she ate cheese on a wooden stick while she settled into the rustic and comfortable living room to spend a moment of love with Issei and Yura. But this was to be the beginning of a conflict where the blindness, ego and foolishness of the biblical factions would confront the true power and honor of an entire nation that would support the true hero who defeated the Trahiksa and the Cows Brigade. Chapter 2. Gremory Castle. When Niles Hyoudou's resignation as a pillar of the alliance arose, and also after having abandoned his fiancées and announced that he was married, the alliance leaders were very furious with him, but especially with Issei Hyoudou, who had done his thing again in an indirect way. The Gremory and other girls from the factions who were in love with Niles could not recover from such emotional shock. They refused to accept that Niles Hyoudou the Seekvaira was already married. The Hyoudou family was clearly disappointed in their favorite son, but they grew even more resentful of Issei, who had left them in a bad light with the factions. But now they had a new topic to discuss, and that was the kingdom Freya mentioned before leaving. "It can't be Alvretich," said Zeus, very scared and furious. "That damned kingdom," said Odin with a mixture of fear and anger. "Excuse me," Asaka said, very confused, "but what is so special about that kingdom?" At the question, all the leaders present were quite tense and furious, something that seemed to affect their pride. Some were confused like the DXD girls in the Hyoudou family, but others like the Gremory patriarchs and another veteran felt quite annoyed upon hearing the name of the kingdom where Issei Hyoudou lives and later, Niles Hyoudou. But one of the leaders, without caring at all, decides to answer the kitsune. "It's clear that you're the youngest of us," Yasaka Dono Ajuka said seriously, "but I will gladly personally tell you about Alvretich, the so-called Dark Kingdom." Sirzechs looked at Ajuka with a face of disbelief, but the green-haired man didn't care. A long time ago, the kingdom of Alvretich was located in the lands of Scotland very close to the Irish Sea. It was a prosperous kingdom where peace and abundance of resources was practically fruitful. It was a very pacifist kingdom, and it all ended when the factions of the supernatural stepped on those lands, said Ajuka, closing his eyes without caring. Angels, fallen, demons, Olympians. Ascadians and some other extra faction came to convince the kings of Alvretich to join by force and serve them under a promise of protection and fidelity, something that the ancient kings of Alvretich flatly rejected when mentioning that their people would not be servants of the supernatural, said the green-haired Mao. If only they had sworn loyalty, Zeus muttered, but immediately fell silent because Ajuka, despite being quite tolerant with leaders, could not stand disrespect towards his person, and being interrupted by the Olympian god was a serious offense to him, so he released a bit of his aura to shut the Olympian god's mouth. Well, before Zeus interrupted me, said Ajuka with a look full of hostility towards Zeus, before the refusal to serve them, they caused a terrible war in Alvretich, where the biblical factions, the Olympian and the Asgardian, the ancient mass, along with Michael, Azazel, Aten and Zeus, shed innocent blood, just for refusing to serve them. Children, women, pregnant women, the elderly fell under the weapons of the supernatural, many civilians and soldiers fell as slaves before the factions. Also in the disputes that they had for the slaves ended with these dead. At what the green-haired mouse said, the leader of Heaven and Gregory only made a face of disgust at what Ajuka said because they knew it was true, but he did not regret his actions. Note. Here God's system is too corrupt for Michael, Gabriel and 90% of the angels not to fall. But what triggered it was when Zeus, Aten and the Mao Lucifer, Rizalvum's father, were fighting over having the privilege of raping the former queen of Alvretich Ludwika Phantom, said Ajuka, but upon hearing the surname. Phantom? Rhea said because she related him to a certain friend of Issei, something that her entourage also had in mind, a black-haired man who defended Issei along with his brother Niles from the abuse he suffered at the hands of them and the factions. That's right, said Ajuka, and I'll ask you Rhea's Gremory not to interrupt me again, do you understand? Said Ajuka, very irritated that they interrupted him again, something that Rhea's obeyed reluctantly because they still had the surname Phantom in mind. Well, the dispute ended when the king of Alvretich Evan Phantom came out to defend his beloved wife who was protecting her two children, the princes of Alvretich. All the humans who still remained in the enslaved Alvretich saw how the brave king faced wearing whitish armor and a sword that once belonged to Aten, and that was wielded by the hero Sigurd the Sword Gram, faced the three beings that attacked the purity of his beloved queen, but the difference in powers was abysmal. The Sword Gram was destroyed and King Evan Phantom had died before Lucifer. Aten and Zeus, in a demonstration of courage and love for the woman he loved and also for the land he swore protect at the cost of his life. Evan Phantom. There was a slightly tense silence at Ajuka's story. Just like humans they fell at the feet of us supreme beings, said Valerie Lucifer, to which many smiles of superiority were drawn on everyone. This is not the end of my story, Valerie, because what follows will leave you speechless, said Ajuka. Queen Ludwika Phantom had given the funeral procession to her late husband when he was cremated in his tomb of black flowers, which was Evan Phantom's favorite plant. The armor with which he had died had taken on a blackish color like the night, but its hardness had increased. The whitish armor of the late king of Alvretich now had the color of the same night. But Queen Ludwika, having in her head a word that resonated very strongly. Revenge, decides to put on her husband's armor and decides to leave Alvretich to seek power and free her people from the yoke. Ludwika Phantom. She spent almost 2 years searching for soldiers and people who were willing to collaborate with her, but there were two beings whose power could rival Albion and Ddraig allied with Ludwika Phantom, the so-called star dragons. Felgrin the golden dragon, star of blessing, and Volgif the cobalt dragon, star of curse. Felgrind. Volgif. Both dragons decided to help Ludwika Phantom by giving her two weapons that would assist her in her battle. Felgrin decided to give her a spell book where the soul of the witch Circe was sealed, while Volgif gave Sigurd a sword made with orichalcum, bathed in his blood, and with the soul of the bearer of Gram sealed in it. The Queen of Alvretich, along with the army of soldiers, decided to return to Scotland to confront one more battle for the liberation of humanity. Ludwika, leading mercenaries, pirates, renegade soldiers of different races and also supernaturals who had deserted the ranks of the enemy, along with two allied dragons, wearing black armor similar to that of the queen. Returned to confront their enemies, but this time with the help of the two dragons managed to defeat the factions in a bloody 10-day contest where Ludwika Phantom killed her enemies with Sigurd while healing her allies with Circe. The Queen of Alvretich that night came out with her arm raised. She had personally defeated the leaders of the factions that invaded her land. She could boast before history and humanity that she was the one who cut off Azazel's arm. Left a wound difficult to heal. Michael humiliated Odin and destroyed Zeus with Sigurd, his lethal rays, was also defeated by the Queen, while the original mass left them on the edge of death, and before that the leaders of the supernatural decided to leave Alvretich, something that the humble humans celebrated the defeat of the factions, said Ajuka, to the disbelief of those present to know that a human queen in ancient times had defeated Azazel, Michael, the original mass. Odin and Zeus, but as in history, peace was never going to last long because she had heard that her enemies were coming back to destroy the kingdom, so Ludwika asked the two dragons to help her save her people, her children and the people who had helped her, because her forces were decimated by the last fight, so Volgif and Felgrind agreed to the request of the Dark Queen. Both dragons created in the light of the full moon a dimensional portal in the middle of the Irish Sea to save the survivors and give them a land to live. But due to that maneuver, Felgrind and Volgif's bodies could not withstand such tactics and were destroyed, but their souls were sealed in two sacred gears. Whose whereabouts are unknown, and so the kingdom of Alvretich in this world disappeared along with the Book of Circe, the Sword of Sigurd, and the two sealed dragons were left in the care of Ludwika Phantom. Since then nothing had been known about that kingdom that defeated the supernaturals until today. The gathering was silent at Ajuka's tale. When Michael finished, Odin, Azazel, and Zeus showed expressions of annoyance, as the memory of them being defeated by a human still haunted them. But the one who enjoyed this was the Citri clan because, since they had unfairly imprisoned Issei and given the credits to someone who did not deserve it, they had declared disobedience to the alliance. They no longer answered for any of the leaders, with the exception of Ajuka. They tried to persuade them, but Sona Citri remained firm in her decision, causing strong reprisals to her person and her entourage, taking away their support in anything. Something that Sona did not care in the least since they had an ally who helped them. Now the important thing is to find a way to go to that kingdom, Sirzechs said very seriously, and offer an alliance. Are you sure? Seraphil said, remember that they may show hostility towards us for what we did to the bastard Hyoudou. And not only that, said Falbium Asmodeus, we have no idea how advanced they are in terms of magic, weapons and technology. Please, said Valerie, there is something you have not taken into account, it is that you are simple humans. Said the Hikoryuko, making a contemptuous emphasis on the last point. What interests me is recovering my beloved dragon and destroying that kingdom. They still don't realize that alliance is simply a maneuver to take over that kingdom and finish what the original mass couldn't do, Sirzechs said maliciously. And by the way, sweep the floor with your miserable brother, said Kuroka very maliciously. So there is no other option, said Azazel. We must go to Scotland next week, and from what I heard from Ajuka, said portal opens in the light of the full moon. The meeting was still taking place, but they didn't realize that Sona Citri's entourage had left the meeting, and immediately, the youngest of the Citrus created a communication circle. They're planning to go to Scotland next week when the portal seal is visible, said Sona, and Niles and abandoned the alliance, and Amaterasu-sama took him to her chambers. As always they blame Issei-kun for that. Thank you for informing me, said the voice of a young man. I will inform my parents, Ona-san, and above all, Lauria will be more than happy to know that her husband is free of that alliance. We are in contact and send my greetings to my servants, Ashen, said the heiress of Citri. They appreciate you very much for everything you've done, Sona, so much so that you've risked your life for their well-being, said Ashen, especially Tomo, and that's why she wants you to be the bridesmaid at our wedding, along with Ria and Ravel, something I also approve of. For me it is a great honor, Prince Ashen, said Sona, while her servants listened to the conversation. They were happy to know that one of their former companions was going to get married, and especially with the kingdom that was soon to collide with the alliance of factions, while they left there for me and my servants. It is always an honor to work for the kingdom of Alvretich. Sona finished to cut communication and moved to the human world, leaving the leaders of the alliance in their meeting. The next day. Kingdom of Alvretich. Issei and Ura's house. In the temperate fields where the grass shone the bright green color and the fresh smell of grass reigned, our favorite couple was at the entrance of their humble house enjoying a little of the morning. It's a great day today, said the brunette while stretching his arms a little and taking such a deep breath that he felt his body rest. You're right, Anada, said Yura as she proceeded to hug the brunette from behind, who reciprocated his girlfriend's gesture when, in that moment, Yura Tsubasa sees some people approaching her home. They are soldiers of the kingdom. Indeed, several soldiers wearing black armor had arrived, and the leader of said squad approaches Issei and Yura carrying a scroll. Silas, Issei said when he saw the leader, seeing the general of such a young age, carrying an extremely serious expression. Issei, Hyoudou and Yura Tsubasa, the kings of Alvretich request your presence at the royal palace. Some matters need to be dealt with urgently, said the young general, his expression changing slightly. The reason for this summons is that some events in your world are about to occur, but it is better that they be dealt with privately with the royalty of Alvretich, in feared Gna. Issei and Yura looked at each other for a moment and nodded. Let's go, Issei said, to which Silas nodded and escorted. They marched to the capital of Alvretich, feared Gna. Time skip. Capital of the kingdom of Alvretich feared Gna. They hadn't spent more than 20 minutes walking when Issei and Yura, accompanied by Silas and his platoon, saw the beautiful capital of the kingdom of Alvretich being illuminated by the first rays of the morning sun. "It's still as beautiful as the first time we came," said Issei, moved by the beauty of the capital, something that Yura nodded, and Silas with a smile affirmed what the youngest of the Hyoudou said, so they headed towards the entrance of the capital. When they entered the capital, the medieval landscape combined with the joy of the residents welcomed Issei, Yura and Silas in an atmosphere of prosperity. "Look, it's Issei," said some old people who were happily drinking mead. Hyoudou-san said some mature-looking women, and he came with Tsubasa-chan. "General Silas, Issei-chan." Yura-chan said a group of children who went to greet the visitors. Several soldiers also spent time with the little ones. They gave them innocent gifts, from small flowers, candy, and even a girl had given a small teddy bear to Silas, a flower crown to Yura, while Issei an ornament made of a black rose that the three gladly accepted. It touched the hearts of the villagers to see their strong militia being gentle with the children and seeing them return to their parents smiling. After the small get-together, they walked uphill because the royal palace was located on top of a small hill that was inhabited and decorated with more houses. Everyone greeted Silas, Issei and Yura until they reached the entrance to their destination. The guards opened the ebony doors, Silas's soldiers retreated, and only Silas, accompanied by Yura and Issei, entered. They walked across a red carpet towards the throne room, and there the royal family of Alvretich was already waiting for them. "My lord Argyle Phantom and my lady Layla Phantom. I have brought Hyoudou, Issei and Tsubasa Yura as you ordered," said Silas, kneeling before the kings of Alvretich. "Thank you, Silas, you can get up but not leave because you have to be informed of this somehow," said King Argyle. "Well, Issei-kun. We have called you because our informants from your world, the Sona Sitri clan, have informed us about a possible invasion of the biblical factions," Layla said seriously, something that made Issei and Yura a little uncomfortable. "Therefore we have decided that you must return to the ancient world and prevent the factions from stepping on our beloved kingdom. For that we must get ahead of their plans, so you must return to Kuoh, Japan, to Gremory territory." "I know it's a little difficult for you," Issei said Argyle at the reaction of the two of them, "but you won't go alone," said Argyle, and then you hear the footsteps of someone approaching, and then they reveal 6 people who were watching Issei and Yura with a smile. "My children will accompany you. Ashen and Elise, my daughters-in-law from Ashen's side. Camilla and Tomo, your other fiancé, the ex-Valkyrie Piri, and your brother's wife, Valaria. Ashen Phantom. Elise Phantom. Tomo Meguri. Stretcher. Piri. Valaria. Do you think we'll leave all the fun to you and your girlfriend?" Ashen said, smiling at Issei. "You don't know how much I want to put those leaders in their place, especially the Siskin and the Crow." "Thanks for your help, friend," said Issei, shaking Ashen's hand. "I hope you help me take Ravel with me," said Issei, to which Ashen nodded, because she knew that the youngest of the Phoenix had feelings for Issei, and many times the Gremory and their allies tried to get her to join Niles' harem. "Finally we will meet Sona-sama again," said Tomo Meguri, to which Yura also became excited. "Oh, I won't let you have all the fun either, Issei-kun," Camilla said, smiling at the brown-haired boy, "especially when I can enjoy killing certain women who humiliated you so that you can be happy, just like my beloved Ashen," Camilla said in a sadistic style. "She returned to her role as a mother bear," said Elise, sighing at what Camilla said. "I hope to be of great help to you with Ashen Nai and Camilla Nasama." "You will be, my little Amado," said Yura, stroking her head, making Elise happy. Yea, the youngest of the phantoms shouted happily before the satisfied gaze of the kings of Alvretich. "Don't forget my Elise-sama," said the light blue-haired girl with pink locks. "I personally wish to kill Auden." "Gary, Auden is out of your league, although I agreed to go to the old world because I would like to put in their place a couple of kitsunes who tried to grape my husband," Valaria said, quite irritated. "Well, since everyone agrees, tomorrow morning you will leave for the old world," said King Argyle. "A girl from Razor Phoenix's entourage will come to pick you up in Edinburgh." I said with a solemn expression, the warriors chosen by the kings of Alvretich. "Our allies from the old world are also aware of your arrival, especially Aer and Alvarez," said Queen Layla. "Your infiltrators from the last kingdom will also be notifying the factions of their plans, at least they too still remain anonymous from the leaders of that alliance." "Very well," said Ashen, "it's time to rest because tomorrow we will have a long trip to make." Yura and Ashen left the palace, but then he raises his left hand and says, "After so much time you will return to that world, friend," said Issei as a cobalt-colored light began to shine. "I know, although difficult times are coming, we will give our best, my friend," said a male and imposing voice. "I know, I'm counting on you, Volgif," Issei said as he cut off communication with the Star Dragon. Chapter 3. Angrana, Alvretich. The day after the meeting with the kings, Issei and Yura had prepared their things to return to the old world. On the one hand they were happy to return, since they would see some people who had supported them in every way, but on the other hand, he did not want to return, since he still remembered how they despised him and made him less because of most of the faction leaders, but thanks to that, he secretly developed his true potential, something that very few knew. But now it was time to defend the land they now call home, and he would have to defend it as a good inhabitant of Alvretich and for the people who helped him. The kings of Alvretich who saw him as a son in their eyes, Elise Phantom who had grown very fond of Issei who also treated him like an older brother, his friend Ashen, along with his fiancée Camilla, whom he saw as an older sister, Tomo Meguri who was Issei's unconditional friend and who helped him escape from Tartarus. Gary the considered sadistic Valkyrie who helped Meguri in his escape, and Valeria, his now sister-in-law. The next day, Issei and Yura, along with Ashen, Tomo, Camilla, Piri, Elise and Valeria, were at the main gate of the kingdom, where all the inhabitants along with Kings Argyle and Layla were there to say goodbye to the princes of Alvretich, their companions and above all the true hero who locked up the Terhixa. "Good luck my children," said Layla hugging Ashen first, then Elise, then she continued with Issei, Yura, Camilla, Piri and Valeria, "Be very careful, we do not know what dirty maneuvers they can use against you, the leaders of the factions. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to call Air, King Bardock, and Tassander will never deny you help, since they are great friends of mine," said Argyle, "especially Kenichi, since you owe him a round of strength games. Alvarez is also willing to cooperate with you," said Layla, "although from the last thing I heard, they are sorting out some things in Seinen and Mustafu. We will take it into account," Okasama said. Ashen. "Take good care of your sister," Layla said, somewhat worried, seeing the youngest of her lineage. "Of course I will, Ashen Nii and Issei Nai are the best older brothers," she said very enthusiastically. Arriving in Edinburgh, you will be greeted by Hild, Ashlet, the ninja Saizo and Tira, along with the girl from Riser Phoenix's entourage, said Argyle. "Shoot," Ashen said, very shocked they called that crazy woman. "It was either her or Voldo's crazy contortionist," Layla said with a poker face. "I'll stay with the crazy one," said Ashen, defeated. If Piri and she know each other, thought the black-haired boy, and then he felt a shiver run down his spine, but the sadistic Valkyrie felt that she was going to discover something exciting. "No more to say," said Argyle, raising his hand. "Good luck," shouted the townspeople, clapping and waving goodbye. Everyone in Alvretich would be waiting for their heroes and the royal children. It was a nearly 20-minute walk where Alvrechich's group had to cross a forest and a vast desert to reach the shores of the sea. Then Elise got a little closer to the water. "It's time," said the youngest daughter of the phantoms. At that a magic circle appeared in front of her, revealing a magic book. "Circe revealed to us the way to the ancient world," ordered Elise while her eyes began to glow green. The book began to glow on part of its pages, and at that, "Brrrr." A small earthquake was being felt on the beaches of Alvretich, and suddenly, the structure began to emerge from the beach in the ocean. An ancient medieval-style bridge 50 meters long made of stone was emerging, and at the end of the bridge was an arch made of the same stone as the bridge. The group led by Issei and Ashen began to walk across the bridge, being careful when stepping since the wet stone is slippery. They reached the stone arch, and then Elise activated the portal with magic from her Circe book. "It's time to go back," Issei said somewhat sadly. "Don't worry, my friend," said Ashen, "you are not alone, remember that here we are, your true friends and the people who will never abandon you. If someone dares to humiliate or hurt you, I'll have so much fun gutting him, even if it's Odin's old green tail," Piri said, giving the brown-haired boy a kiss. "He has a great resentment towards Odin," said Yura Tsubasa in her mind when she saw her harem sister. "I hope to see Niles-chan again," said Valeria somewhat anxiously. Issei sighs and a smile appears on his face. "Well, it's time to defend Alvretich," said Ashen. "We will not let those beings tread and ruin this great kingdom," said Issei. "Hi," shouted the group as they crossed the portal and returned to the world where Issei, Yura, Tomo and Piri were from. Meanwhile in the underworld, the leaders along with Citri's entourage, the Gremory entourage who were very depressed and with their eyes all reddish from having cried the night before, had gathered again in the castle, but now of Falbium Asmodeus, and the reason was to create a strategy to locate the seal, study it and destroy it to access the kingdom that welcomed the criminal Issei Hyoudou as one of its own. "As I understand it, the seal becomes visible in the Irish Sea when the full moon is in all its splendor," said Azazel. "But to get there we must go like normal people to Scotland to do a field study and start collecting information about Alvretich." Sirzechs said with annoyance, "What Hyoudou Issei did to my sister by corrupting her fiancé must not go unpunished." "We have a month to try to break that seal," said Michael, also annoyed, as he had seen both his sister Gabriel and his ace, Irina, cry bitterly all night before upon learning the truth about her fiancé. "Even that, we must form a team to carry out this task," said Serafal, very dejected by yesterday's events. I propose Laisha Astaroth or Iriuka Glaciolabolas, from the demon's side suggested Sirzechs. I'll bring you down from your cloud, Sirzechs interrupted Ajuka. I remind you that my niece Laisha has disowned you as Lucifer for what you did to Issei-kun, and like Iriuka-chan, they are among the few heirs who recognize Issei as the true hero who sealed the Trihexa, and despite that, they still maintain a good relationship with Niles. Hyoudou finished Ajuka seriously, but inside, he was satisfied for not including his niece in an absurd mission. Sirzechs hearing that could not hide his anger because in some heirs of the underworld, they did not recognize him, only the majority of the patriarchs of the clans were on his side. I suggest we send the heroes faction, said Falbium Asmodeus, along with the girl Roswis, the Archangel Gabriel and Lefay Pendragon to study the seal. Lefay won't be able to, said Valerie, her face showing quite annoyed. She and Arthur went on a mission. They didn't explain to me where they were going, just like Biku retired with his master to train a little more ever since Kuroka, and I rejected that stupid Issei. The three of them have been curt with us too, they are no longer so competitive with us. They don't even speak to us or pay attention to us when we try to ask them for advice on how to win over Niles-chan. What did they see in that stupid Issei? And we're going with the same thing. Sona Citri said in her annoyed mind, something that her entourage imitated just by rolling their eyes. Well, just Roswis, Gabriel and Georg will be enough to study, said Seal, said Sirzechs. In that the aforementioned took a step forward. Tomorrow they will leave for Edinburgh on their mission, along with Kuoh and his team, said Azazel. At that Odin approaches Roswis and tells her discreetly. It's your chance to make up for your aberrant mistake in creating a pathetic seal against the Trihexa, so prove in this mission that you are the creator of the seal, not the imbecile brother of the Seekvaira. The silver-haired girl understood what the father of all was saying, and her fallen look changed to one full of determination, thus ending the meeting. Sona and her entourage decided to go to the capital of Lilith, but they didn't know that Seraphol was following her to try to live with her, since their relationship as sisters was very tense, since the youngest of the Citri never supported the idea of taking away the merits that Issei made in the war and giving them to her brother. Something that Seraphol was very in agreement with, since she wanted to be the wife of the great hero of the factions and not an insignificant human. Sona creates a communication circle and starts talking. Issei, tell Ishen they are going to send the hero faction to Edinburgh. They will be accompanied by Seraphim Gabriel and the spinster Valkyrie Roswis. Yes, the one who tried to take away your credit for your seal, said Sona, mocking the silver-haired girl, but Seraphol listens attentively to the conversation with the criminal. Well, so now you know where I am, said Issei with some boredom. You want me to return to Tartarus for not agreeing to your ridiculous requests, right? And not only that, they also want you to pay for corrupting your brother and leaving some innocent ladies in disgrace. If only you knew that last night, my sister couldn't stop crying. She hadn't cried like that since I accidentally broke one of her Mahu Shoujo figurines, Sona said sarcastically. Seraphol couldn't feel more upset with her little Amado for how she made fun of her and her harem sisters. But anyway, Issei lowers his voice a little so that only Citri's heiress could hear it. We are in Edinburgh now. We are Ishen, Piri, Camilla, Tomo, Yura, Elise and Valeria. We are also going to meet with our contacts who are waiting for us in the capital of Scotland. Oh, she's here too, perfect. Niles and would like that, Sona said, to which she made a gesture to which her entourage understood what she was hearing. Seraphol was practically in total confusion. Well, possibly we'll see each other, and send my regards to Ishen, Tomo and Yura. Tell them that it will always be an honor to serve the kingdom of Alvretich. In that the circle closes, she decides to leave there with her entourage when Sona Citri shouted a voice that they knew the entourage of this one, and they turned around when they saw Seraphol, who in her expression was marked by anger and disappointment because she had discovered that her little sister was related to that kingdom. Explain to me what this means. I have nothing to explain, Mau Leviathan, said Sona very coldly, damaging her sister's ego with the way she addressed her. And if you ask how I am related to Alvretich, it's simple, when you withdrew your financial support along with that shitty Siskin. Respect the Mau, Lucifer. Seraphol shouted, very angry, expelling a little of her power. Respect is earned, Mau Leviathan, shouted Sona, who also expelled her power in an explosive way, something that surprised the Mau Leviathan, because Sona's power had increased in an alarming way, equaling her, as I was saying, before they took away all support from us, and that crow took the sacred gears from my entourage, all for not supporting the idea of taking away the merits from those who deserved them. The kingdom of Alvretich offered us their help, and since then we have won more things than what this pathetic alliance gave us. Seraphol was silent at what her younger sister was saying because she had not noticed the increase in Sona's energy. Now she was just as powerful as her, but also, the entourage of the youngest of the Citri noticed that her magic had increased. Thanks to Alvretrich's help, he helped us in our training, and we have been able to eradicate 90% of the renegade demons without help from the Gremory entourage, who since they expelled Gasper Vladi, have only been bothering and indifferent Niles, and that has caused them to exhibit lamentable performances in battles, as in the raiding games where the one who has to carry the team on his shoulders is Niles-san, and now that Niles is not with them, their situation will be so pathetic. Seraphil had been even more shocked because what she said was true, since Niles' harem only spent their time devising moments of lust and love, shopping for erotic lingerie, recreating dishes to please the Seekvaira's stomach, while his little sister was dedicated to doing double her responsibilities in Kuoh. Sona Sitri, I demand you, where is that kingdom, said the Mao Leviathan trembling with rage. You can't demand anything from me, said Sona, increasing her power, since now that you discovered that I am no longer in that alliance, but we are part of the glorious kingdom of Alvretich, said Sona Sitri, showing a symbol in her hand shining with a dazzling purple color. Something that broke Seraphil's soul when she learned that her little sister had abandoned the great alliance of factions, and now we will withdraw from Kuoh. With it she addresses her entourage, we no longer have to do anything here guys, it's time to leave Japan and reach our new destination. Sona begins to invoke a magic circle while Seraphil, with tears falling from her eyes, seeing the person she loved very much was abandoning her. Sona, so don't abandon me too, Seraphil pleaded, first Niles and now. Are you still lying to yourself? And besides, do you feel that pain in your heart? Sona said, indifferent to the pain of her older sister. That pain was the same that Issei Hyoudou felt, the man who once truly loved you, when you cruelly rejected him in front of everyone, along with that pathetic dove Gabriel and the crow Penemu. I will only tell you not to look for him, because he has already made his life with a woman who is better than all of you, and most importantly is happy. Far from all of you as we will be from this moment on, so stop being blinded by a lie. Niles Hyoudou never loved you, you loved him simply because you saw him as the Seekvaira, and you saw him as a factory to give you strong descendants. You think like those looted mummies of the demonic council, which you criticized so much for seeing us as incubators to give pure offspring. You are pathetic, Sona said to disappear in the magic circle, leaving to a very sore Seraphil. She was only on her knees, but her gaze was shocked by the word Sona told her, but a phrase was running through her head and had been marked like a hot iron. Issei Hyoudou, the man who once truly loved you. The raven-haired Mao began to remember everything she had done to Niles' younger brother and how he spoke well to her, but just kept ignoring him. She tried to get Niles Hyoudou's attention for being the most powerful Seekvaira, but he just ignored her, and sometimes, the Seekvaira was forced to live with women who despised his little brother. They were happy to be with him, but in Niles, she noticed that she felt nauseous for them. She realized who truly loved her was Issei because he didn't see her as a piece of meat, but she blinded by pride and the thought of being one of the wives of the Seekvaira, of someone who just ignored her, felt something unknown in her chest. What am I feeling? Said the Mao Leviathan while thinking of several fanciful images of Issei Hyoudou with a woman who kisses him, pampers him, and several moments that she wanted to do with Niles but never worked out. Why do I cry over someone I reject? Perhaps, am I feeling jealous? Is this remorse? Why can't I stop crying when I think about Issei Hyoudou? Why? Seraphil screamed and burst into tears because her heart was screaming at her that she belonged to Issei Hyoudou, but she had told herself a cruel lie in saying that she loved Niles, but now she couldn't lie to herself anymore. She loved the little brown-haired boy, but because of her decisions, she had ruined everything. Issei is happy without her, and that hurt her more. Edinburgh, Scotland. It had been a day since Issei, Ashen, and their friends had arrived in the old world to settle in the capital of Scotland. It didn't take long for them to meet up with the contacts King Argyles and Queen Layla had mentioned to them. Issei-kun. Ashen-sama. Shouted a voice that they both knew, and then they saw a group of people that was being led by a girl from Razor Phoenix's entourage. Mihi-san, both men said when they saw Razor's bishop while she was wearing her usual yukata running towards them. It's good to see you again, said Mihi, smiling with a bow while four people approached them. It's good to see you guys, said a short-haired Reed. Hild, the feeling is mutual, Ashen said, shaking her hand. Ashen Phantom and Issei Hyoudou, said a young lady with a distorted voice and metallic echo. Ashlet, at least you're working efficiently, Issei said, smiling. Ajuka-san has done a great job repairing you. I am a golem, and I have not received proper maintenance since Ludwika Phantom created me, she said expressionlessly. Let's leave the talk for another time, said a character of cold and intimidating character. The thing is that this has become more serious than usual. They discovered Miss Sitri and her entourage as our infiltrators, my lord, and Issei-san. Seraphil Sitri discovered them while talking to you, my lord, and now the underworld is in an atmosphere full of distrust. It won't take long for them to find them, then Camilla said, knowing the Siskin with infected clot hairs, they will hunt them like animals in hunting season. And you're not wrong, said a blue-haired girl with her hair tied in pigtails. Gremory's entourage is hunting them all over Japan, and they declared them traitors to the alliance. Apparently that's not all they have to tell us, is it true, Tira? Valeria said. That's right, the Alliance has already sent its first warriors to investigate and destroy the seal to enter the kingdom, said the woman showing with a hologram the images of Kuoh, Jean, Georg, Siegfried, Roswus and Gabriel. Such is his obsession with finding our kingdom that he will end up with his forces decimated, said Sizo. We will gladly do you that favor, said Ashlet stoically. How has everything been there in the Phoenix clan? Issei said. Things have been very tense, said Mihi, very dismayed. Paranoia and distrust have reigned in the Phoenix clan. Razor almost realized that we are no longer in his entourage, but thanks to the runes that we absorbed from Freya, along with a camouflage spell from Ajuka-sama, we barely escaped. And does the Akatori know you're here? Issei said, a little worried about her and the girls in the blondes following. No, right now he must be in an alley in Lilith City, satisfying his lustful desires with a succubus that Ravel-sama hired, so I could go unnoticed, said Mihi, somewhat disgusted by her master. Well, if you allow me, my lord, I think we'll have the talk another time, said Sizo very seriously. The faction's lapdogs will soon arrive in Edinburgh. Sizo is right, said Ashen, they will most likely come with reinforcements to hinder our defense. They're going to have to go through here, Issei said, and this is where they'll die. That Valkyrie and that dove who wanted to seduce my Niles will come, Valeria said, with bloodlust. They will learn that with the husband of a werewolf they should not mess with. Then let's not waste any more time, said Elise. If we want to protect Alvretich, we must prevent the factions from going to the Irish Sea where the seal is located. I said those present to begin planning a strategy against the invaders. That the plane they were traveling in was beginning to land at the London airport where they would take another to go to Scotland. The first battle was just minutes away from breaking out. Chapter 4. The warriors of the faction alliance were traveling by plane toward the Scottish capital. Their expressions were more serious than usual, especially Seraph Gabriel and Valkyrie Roswus, who were more eager to fulfill their mission to find the Seekvaira and claim him as their own. So Sona Citri betrayed us, Roswus said very seriously. She knew that Ironing Board was hiding something from us by not supporting our decisions. She dared to insult her older sister, said Gabriel, very dismayed by her eternal rival since the day it was discovered that the heiress of Citri, her betrayal, has not been the same, although she gave the green light for her capture and trial. All I could hear in your castle were wailing, Roswus said, but I heard the name of Hyoudou's bastard. Are you regretting it? Said Gabriel, impressed. Gabriel-sama, there's no turning back now, Roswus said seriously. We have decided our future with the Seekvaira. He will give us what is rightfully ours. A strong descendant, fame and riches. I ask you, what would we have gotten from Issei Hyoudou? Only the mockery of the supernatural for being the wives of an insignificant human. You know, Ross-chan, sometimes I think we were very cruel to him in the way we treated him, said Gabriel, a little dismayed. Don't tell me that you're also starting to regret it like Seraph-sama. Roswus said very seriously, something that made the Seraph a little nervous. No, Gabriel said very uncomfortably, my heart is for Niles Hyoudou, but I still remember when he showed us his wedding ring and proudly boasted that he is married. That's why we accepted the mission to find the seal of the entrance to Alvretich, said Roswus. When we have the necessary knowledge to deactivate and destroy said seal, we personally, the wives by right of the best Seekvaira of all time, will go find that damned woman who took Niles from us and will pay with her life for taking the love of our lives. The Seraphim was very thoughtful about what the former Valkyrie was saying, because in her mind she was very clear about being one more wife of the best Seekvaira of all time and having a happy future by his side, even if that meant forcing the eldest of the Hyoudou to marry the girls of the supernatural. But in the heart of the blonde, an uncomfortable feeling was sprouting about Issei Hyoudou, a very noble and big-hearted person. But she looked out for the interests of her faction a lot and decided to surrender to the Seekvaira to give strength to heaven. Was that right? Marry someone for the interest of her own faction. Reject someone who truly loved her as Gabriel and not as the most beautiful seraphim in heaven. She had been asking herself all those questions over and over again since Issei was locked up in Tartarus. She was one of those who agreed to lock him up, but she did it for his own good since, according to her, an ordinary human could not interfere in the affairs of his superiors, and that is why even if he came to hate her, she did it for his own good, hoping that he would understand over time and forgive her. Your attention please, in 5 minutes we will be arriving in Edinburgh, Scotland. The weather forecasts light fog and most of the Scottish capital local landing time will be 11 p.m. We hope you enjoyed your flight. It's almost time, said one of Gabriel and Roswus's companions, the leader of the heroes faction Kuoh. Let's hope this trip is as peaceful as possible. Don't be too confident, Kuoh said, a child carrying the Longinus annihilation maker Leonardo. If the heiress of Citri informed the nobility of Alvretich about our arrival, they must be planning a possible defense. I agree a lot with Leonardo, said Georg, now a bit tired from the trip, the descendant of Faust. For some reason, the factions asked for our cooperation to escort Gabriel-sama and Roswisan, and also mine to support in the study of the Alvretich seal. Don't exaggerate, said the possessor of the soul of the Maiden of Orleans, Jean. Remember that you are humans with normal weapons, and we have sacred gears and magic weapons in our favor. We also have the heroine who sealed Trahixa Roswis, and the most beautiful seraphim in heaven. You won't be able to beat us, this will be a piece of cake. I just hope you're right, Jean, said Georg, somewhat uncomfortable as he watched from the window of his seat as the plane descended before a Scotland consumed by fog. Seeing the clear night, the moon shining with a yellowish hue, the sub-leader of the heroes faction had a not-so-pleasant feeling about his destiny. Time skip. Once the warriors of the biblical factions descended from the plane and completed the migration procedures, they proceeded to leave the airport to head towards the Irish Sea, without knowing that someone from the shadows was watching them, a singular one-eyed ninja who had spoken with the people of Alvretich. The warriors of the faction alliance have arrived, said Sizo through a walkie-talkie. Okay Sizo, keep an eye on them. To get to the seal they must go through Edinburgh's main square. We will stop them there, said a male voice through the walkie-talkie. Understood, Lord Ashen, said Sizo, putting away said gadget and began with great skill to climb and jump on the buildings of the capital, while the warriors of the factions walked through said city that combined the ancient style with modernity. While with Roswis, Gabriel and the faction of heroes continued walking in the lonely and gloomy streets. This is desolate, Ross said a little uncomfortably. The silence is a bit disturbing, said Jean. Not even the cry of an animal can be heard, said Leonardo, looking at the lonely city. Something's not right here, said Kuoh very seriously. Pay attention everyone. They continued walking through the desolate Scottish streets when they reached the cathedral of the capital, which still remained desolate, and each time, the feeling became more gloomy and more desperate. Why is there no one here, said Gabriel, noticing the absence of life and the silence that reigned in the city. What happened to this city? The emissaries of the alliance were now, with fear and adrenaline flowing through their veins, they knew that something was not right, everything was silent, and they could even hear the breathing from their nostrils, the cold beginning to numb their bones, flesh and skin. Clang clang clang. Suddenly metallic footsteps were heard, echoing in the silence. What are beings of the alliance doing in lands that are not their territories? Said a distorted voice with a metallic echo. Roswis and Georg located the origin of the voice, revealing the metallic golem Ashlet walking calmly. We came to study some things about a kingdom, said Gabriel, trying to show empathy towards the golem, something that the latter ignored. One question, why aren't there people in Edinburgh? Leonard said, at least there should be some teenage nightlife around here. Answering your questions, kid, there is no nightlife because when you left the airport, you entered a pocket dimension that I believe, said the golem stokely, since this place is perfect for killing you. The warriors of the factions understood what the golem said, so with magic, they got rid of their civilian clothes to wear their combat clothes. Who the hell are you? Said Kuoh, wielding the true Longinus, pointing said weapon at golem. My name is Ashlet, I am a golem, guardian of the seal of the kingdom of Alvretich, said the aforementioned. Now that they know my secret, we will not let them live, said golem, summoning her axe in the shape of the Iron Lady, pointing said. At that, some magic circles appear behind the golem, revealing certain people that the warriors of the factions recognized well. Issei Hyoudou, said Gabriel while wearing the black Alvretich armor, he looked indifferently at the seraphim. Amo Muguritsu Basa Yura, said Jean when she saw the former pieces of Sona Citri. With this, we confirm the betrayal of Sona Citri's entourage against the alliance. Ashen, Camilla, Elise and Valaria also came out. But Roswis, seeing a familiar face, Firan Fury, took over her mind when she saw a light blue-haired ex-Valkyrie with pink locks who in her eyes showed an incessant desire to kill her. Hello Roswis, were you shocked to see me? Piri said, smiling naturally, but in her eyes you could see a sick thirst for blood. It can't be Piri, the most bloodthirsty Valkyrie that could have existed, Roswis said nervously. Do you know her? Said Kuoh, looking at the Valkyrie who was still smiling the same way while her eyes pierced the tranquility of the Gremory tower. Also known as the Hellas Exterminate Blade, Piri is known for her bloodthirsty nature. When entering into battle, she enjoyed torturing and killing her opponents. She smiled and laughed in a sickly way when the blade of her sword or spear was bathed in the blood of her opponents. Her madness was such that she ended up raising her fist before Odin-sama. I helped capture her, and she was easily defeated and later chained and locked in the deepest part of Helheim, so that she could not go out again to exterminate innocent people, said Roswis, as she looked at the bloodthirsty Valkyrie, whose smile changed to a grimace of fury that at any moment wanted to tear her apart. Piri. In the name of Odin and the alliance of the factions, I demand that you tell me how you escaped from Helheim and also that you surrender yourself peacefully, ordered Roswis. But in that, the youngest of the Hyoudou stands between both ex-Valkyries and taking a serious gesture confronts the albino. "Hey fifth-rate spinster," said Issei, infuriating Roswis. "You're not in your territory to talk like that to my fiancé," said the brown-haired man, emphasizing the last thing, looking with love at the light blue-haired girl. She changed her look of fury to that of a girl in love when she saw her fiancé so low-class demon show respect to a noble of Alvretich. "Fiancé?" said Gabriel, somewhat upset and somewhat jealous. "Issei, we're talking about a criminal." "Shut up, you bucking seraph," Issei shouted, glaring at Gabriel. "Don't pretend to have a sense of justice when you approved of me being locked up in Tartarus unfairly." Gabriel, upon hearing what the brown-haired man said, couldn't feel bad and adopt a bitter expression because of it. "Miserable, don't talk to Gabriel like that," Roswis shouted. "You have no power here, Valkyrie," credit stealer Ashen said very calmly as Roswis continued to rear up. "Just like that pigeon and those fifth-rate soldiers, I have to warn you that you are practically in an area where my kingdom is protecting the humans who live here from beings like you, who only see you as cattle and guinea pigs, with a pathetic excuse of alliance and protection. Who are you to speak to us so insolently?" said Kuoh very angry. "My name is Ashen Phantom, prince and heir to the crown of the kingdom of Alvretich," said the black-haired man seriously with a tone that showed respect and authority, "and now I will make it clear to you that with your presence in Scotland, insulting and defaming people of my kingdom, we will take it as an act of invasion on your part." And at that moment the people of Alvretich fleetingly surround the warriors of the factions. "So that's what things will be like, huh?" said Kuoh looking at Issei. "It's a shame you don't have your brother's potential." "I'll take care of this stupid girl," Jean said as she looked at Camilla, who didn't even flinch at the insult from the bearer of the soul of the Maid of Orleans. Georg looked at Ashen carefully. Leonard looked at Ashlet with determination as a sign that he was going to face her personally. Gabriel looked at Valeria, something in the seraphim incited him to attack the werewolf, but Roswis kept looking at Piri. "Unatomo support Ashlet, you must take into account what that child's sacred gear does," said Ashen, to which both Exitrus nodded and went to stop next to the golem. "Elise, you know what to do." "Hi Naisama," said the youngest of the phantoms with a smile and immediately took out her faithful magic book, inheritance from her ancestor Circe. The youngest phantom had summoned a seal that extended into pocket dimension, one with a drawing of a dragon. The warriors of the factions were astonished at the little girl's display of magic, but the most surprising thing was the book she was carrying. "So that book is Sir," said Gabriel, "the book that helped that human defeat my brother." "Then any of them can have Sigurd," Roswis said as her gaze focused on Ashen. "Let's end this quickly, I want to have a vacation in Society Lands," said Kuoh arrogantly. "People of Alvretich, don't let these invaders reach the seal," shouted Ashen. Without further ado, both sides launched an attack. Confrontation 1. Piri vs Roswis. The now ex-Valkyries looked at each other with intense hatred, but especially Issei's fiancé, seeing one of the women who had hurt him and taken away all the merits of having sealed the Trihexa. "I repeat, Piri, surrender peacefully right now," Roswis said. "Ahehehe, do you still think I'll obey you easily?" said the light blue-haired girl, laughing at the albino as if she had told a joke. "The truth is I don't know why Issei-chan became interested in someone with little reasoning and in a lapdog of Odin." "I'm warning you," Piri, Roswis said as she prepared a maximum power spell. "One more insult." "Ahem," said the light-haired girl, clearing her throat. "False bitch steals credit." Roswis shouted furiously, casting a spell of abominable power in the direction of the light blue-haired girl, but she smiled and made a spear appear and immediately slash. Piri had cut Roswis's attack in two with the spear by making a downward slash. It began to give off a reddish aura. Roswis saw the weapon that a rival was carrying. Now she had gotten nervous because that weapon. "That spear," said Roswis. "Lodigvald," Piri shouted excitedly, "my beloved weapon personally made by the goddess Hela in Helheim." At the moment of waving said weapon, Roswis felt a threatening aura that surrounded both her and its wielder, since the murderous instinct that sprang up in Piri increased 3 times, causing the same albino to begin to feel terrified, but she was not going to allow it. "Let's see what is more effective, your magic or my spear," said Piri, who immediately launched into the attack. "Time to play," said Piri, very sing-song hemophily. The albino ex-Valkyrie protected herself from the slashes that Piri dealt, the latter demonstrating how skillful and fast she could handle said spear. Ross felt each blow on the magic shields that she summoned, and each time Piri hit them, the force increased considerably to the point that the albino resented the strength of the light blue-haired woman. "How the hell did you get strong?" Ross said while blocking a slash that was heading towards his face. "Believe me, when you're locked up and chained in Helheim unfairly, the only thing on your mind is tearing apart the people who ruined your life," Piri said in a deranged way, "and I also do it for the person who doesn't see me as Hela's exterminating blade, that person who shares my ideals of justice and equality, who also wants to castrate Odin's old green tail, my beloved fiancé." "I audio Issei," Piri said, making a maneuver with the lower part of her spear, causing Roswis to stumble, "and that's it, I got you." Piri shouted, trying to stick her spear in Ross's abdomen, but she narrowly dodged it, but caused a wound in her right abdominal area. The albino standing up and holding on to where she was hurt, but notices that Piri's spear that had a small trace of Ross's blood on it absorbs the reddish liquid. Phew. Piri's spear considerably increased the sky blue-haired girl's killing intent. Now feel the power of my spear, 5th age spinless. Piri shouted, and then Ross's activated her magic shield Haya. Crash. Ross's shield was destroyed as if it were glass. She saw how her best defense was destroyed. Slash. The albino screamed as she felt how Piri had cut her hand at the wrist, but that was not the entire attack of the light blue-haired girl, as she began to give more cuts towards the albino, who with difficulty dodged, since the pain of her severed hand was unbearable, receiving cuts all over her body, but she also saw how Piri's weapon absorbed Ross's fresh blood with each cut. Do you like my weapon's ability? Piri said with a sick sadism to a depressed Ross hematophilia, a very useful ability, makes my weapon more powerful every time it hurts and is bathed in the blood of my enemy, and multiplies my physical strength 3 times, not counting the seal that Elise-chan put on me, which increases my physical strength and those who have a draconic attribute. Wait a minute, you're not a dragon, Ross said, very distressed. No, but I have this, Piri said, showing the tattoo of a black western dragon on her upper back. My Issei has marked me as his dragon. Issei dragon. Ross was shouted as if the light blue-haired girl was making fun of her. Are you stupid or what? Issei Hyoudou is a simple human without sacred gear. He is not a dragon. Correction, he always had a sacred gear, only he never had the intention of showing them said sacred gear, said Piri, silencing Rosswas, who was slowly beginning to lose consciousness. Why do you think he made an excellent seal to seal the Trihexa without needing to ask for help? Easy. He carries one of the dragons that surpass the celestial dragons and can fight the dragon gods. He is the bearer of the stellar dragon Volgif. Rosswas was speechless at what her former colleague said. First, she had despised her younger brother for being a human when he was the bearer of that dragon. Second, her former colleague had already been marked by Issei, which frustrated her because she wanted to be marked by the Seekvaira, but she didn't even get to give him a kiss. No, it's not possible. So much for nothing, said Rosswas, shedding tears of courage in front of a Piri who smiled triumphantly. Issei, if only I had. The would have doesn't exist, said Piri, while raising her spear to the sky as a sign that she would brandish it. Now you feel remorse for how you treated Issei-chan. It's too late to ask for forgiveness for your crimes, old girl. Rosswas, Odin's former bodyguard and Ria's Gremory's tower, helplessly and inevitably saw her final fate at the hands of her former colleague, and who got what she always wanted, a man who will love her for who she is. Say goodbye to your intestines. Piri said, very sing-song. Slash. Piri slashed Rosswas's abdomen, causing alarming bleeding, causing the dying albino to kneel in pain, desperately trying to stop the bleeding with her bare arm. The Gremory tower's face reflected despair and regret, and her eyes were fixed on Issei Hyoudou, who was somehow pleading for mercy from the brunette, but he only returned an indifferent look to the woman he once fell in love with. Issei-kun, Ross said with his hand trying to reach him. Ahahaha, Piri laughed evilly and brandished Blodgetwald. Slash. He had made a cut in Rosswas's throat that caused a hemorrhage so abundant that death had imminently arrived to the albino. The blood had stained Piri's face and armor that she only limited herself to laughing, in a deranged but triumphant way. Piri. Rosswas slowly began to leave this world, becoming particles of light as she watched Piri laugh. I'm sorry, Odin-sam, I'm sorry for what I did to your parents, Piri, and I'm sorry for not reciprocating your feelings and being stupid. Issei-kun, she said her last words in her mind, I'm sorry for not loving you. Rosswas's body ended up turning into particles of light, leaving only the evil piece she was carrying on the ground, under the gaze of Gabriel, who was horrified to see his ally die in a cruel way. Chapter 5. Seinen City, 10 p.m. A certain orange-haired boy was in a penthouse looking at the night lights that the city where he spent almost his entire life offered, and he lived all kinds of experiences that a normal teenager would have. But the kind boy he once was now showed seriousness and helplessness on his face towards the city and certain events that he suffered in person. Here you are, Yukirito, said a voice while 3 people wearing black clothes approached the orange-haired man. How have things been in that house, Yami, Maya and Nemesis, said Rito as the murderous trio approached the orange-haired man's side. The same as always, said Maya, very bored. Lala and the others bragging about their boyfriend to the 4 winds. Even your mother Rinko Yuki exclaimed that she would have had a son similar to Shinji. Maiken and Momo tried to convince us to join Shinji's harem, but we flatly refused. But, said Yami somewhat seriously, they are thinking of getting rid of you in a few days, said Golden Darkness as she proceeded to hug the orange-haired boy and her gaze reflected concern for him. And they plan to destroy you in every way, said Nemesis very seriously. I can't accept that. Even Katagawa-sen agrees with that. "And that's just what we need," said a voice from which came a black-haired man with a smile that showed ambition and was accompanied by two girls, a white-haired girl with a fine and delicate appearance who is about 15 years old, while the girl of about 25 years old with curly hair and a stocky build wearing training clothes, a trigger to completely disassociate yourself from the city. "You're right, Ryoma Phantom Nai-sama," said Rito happily because somehow he will feel like a burden, but then the white-haired girl ran out to hug Rito. In an excited way, "Calm down a little, Nina," said Rito, while the white-haired girl didn't stop hugging him. "I can't stop being excited, Yuuki-kun," Nina said happily. "We will finally be together in Alvretich. I assure you that you will like my hometown, and we will finally be a family." That's right, Yuuki Rito, you're my target," Yami said very deadly, but on their faces there was a strong blush. Hey, wait. Rito said nervously as Maya and Yami went out to chase him under the laughter of Nemesis, Ryoma, Nina and the other pearl-haired girl. "Finally I can go back to Kenichi-san," said Nemesis stretching his arms. "By the way, Effie, how did the negotiations go?" Ryoma said as the pearl-haired girl approached. "I was able to convince Tearju Lunatique and Mikado Ryoko to resign from their teaching positions and join us," Effie said while taking a rehydration drink, "and Saki Tenjuan also agreed to finance our flight back to Scotland with her included." "Well, we'll just wait for the right moment to move," said Ryoma as he watched Yami grab Rito and throw him into the water in a pool that Ryoma had in his penthouse. But then several footsteps are heard heading towards Nina. "Who?" shouted a green-haired girl who jumped into Nina's arms, who grabbed her and took her into her arms with great affection. "Hello, Selin," said Nina while pampering Rito's adopted daughter and also her soon-to-be adopted daughter. "Look, Dad is being mistreated by your other two moms." That left Yami and Maya frozen and very blushing because of what Nina said. "Mama," Maya stammered while in her head it started to sound like a pressure cooker. Mommy, said Yami, also quite red while steam came out of her ears. Both killers imagined a future with Rito, with Selin as a daughter and possibly descendants of the orange-haired man. 1, 2, 3 are in Maya's case. 10. Rito was recovering from the beating from Maya and Yami as he left the pool. "What did they say?" the orange-haired man said, very stunned. But then, the female space assassin stared at the orange-haired man with crazed eyes, not ruling out the possibility that their hearts were beating 1,000 miles an hour and their blushes were altering their body temperature. They were in love with the orange-haired man, but they wouldn't tell him easily, so. "Shut up." Maya and Yami shouted, making their hair form a fist and both. Plong. They gave Rito a good punch in the head, leaving him unconscious and floating in the pool, causing laughter in the penthouse of Ryoma Phantom, the second son of the Alvretich nobility. Edinburgh, Scotland. At the same time that Piri was fighting Roswis. Camilla vs. Jean. The member of the hero faction using a rapier fought against a dangerous axe that Camilla carried. The blonde, despite the fact that her opponent used her weapon with speed and mastery, it was not synonymous with her being superior. She could easily foresee the blonde's attacks just by moving from one side to the other without the need to use her war axe as a shield. "What's happening?" Jean said mockingly, "Don't you know anything about dodging my attacks? Won't you use your weapon to attack me?" Jean said, continuing to mock Camilla, who maintained a stoic attitude towards her. "I don't see the need to wear out my axe on a weapon of poor quality," Camilla said, dodging an attack towards her face. "What did you say?" Jean shouted, launching an attack towards the little girl. She just moved her axe towards where Jean attacked. Crush. Jean's rapier shattered like glass as the tip of the rapier collided with the edge of Camilla's axe. "But it's impossible." Jean shouted as he saw his weapon in pieces. "Are you already feeling bad?" Camilla said with a sweet tone, obviously with the objective of making fun of Jean. "I told you, my axe is made and forged by alchemists of my kingdom, to which I easily destroyed your toy easy. It has an enchantment that can destroy weapons at the slightest shock, without counting that it was bathed with a little of the blood of my beloved Ashen. Being a bearer of a star dragon gives it a little extra power, so that weapons like the legendary Excalibur, Caliburn, Bolg, Nothing and Balmig can only manage to touch it." Jean, unable to believe it, uses his sacred gear blade blacksmith to create a falchion. "You're just saying pure nonsense." Jean shouted, launching herself into the attack again. "This sword has a destruction attribute your axe's history." Camilla just sighs, but now she's just protecting herself with the handle of her weapon. Crush. Jean's falchion was in pieces, something that Jean couldn't believe, but in that. Aghhhh. The blonde gasped as Camilla had her kneeling down and her hand was on the blonde's neck. "If your ancestor saw how you denigrate the noble legacy she left in the past, she would ask for you to be burned at the stake again," Camilla said, delivering a brutal punch to the blonde's face, sending her far away. "Being the vile missionary of the biblical factions, you are not worthy of being the descendant of the great maid of Orleans." Jean begins to get up and when she hears Camilla's words. "Ugh." Jean complained in her heart, something in her was making her weaken. I don't care what you tell me, I am the bearer of the soul of the great Joan of Arc, that servant of God who gave great triumphs to the French, and I dedicate it all to her master, our Lord. She shouted while summoning from the ground several swords that were the product of her sacred gear, but stake victim dragon balance breaker. Jean shouted as the thousands of swords she created with different attributes began to form until they took the shape of a dragon. Ruor roared fiercely. The dragon created with the swords created by Jean, while the blonde created a scimitar to also attack. Camilla showed disinterest in what the blonde did and also showed a combat position. Did you just create another toy? Said the little girl with great boredom in her words. A big dragon made of swords, how original. I hope you keep mocking when you receive this edge breath. Jean shouted, and then the dragon launches thousands of swords of all kinds towards Camilla from his mouth, but the little girl just smiles and then. Hi. Camilla shouted, and taking the handle of her axe, she began to repel Jean's dragon attack with slashes of the heavy axe she was carrying, and every time Camilla repelled, many of those swords that Jean had created were turned into scrap metal. It's not possible, said Jean as the dragon finished its attack on an unharmed Camilla. Are you still not accepting reality? Poor thing, Camilla said, mocking Jean, but now I'm going to show you something you won't like. At that, Camilla positions her axe in front of her, and at that the little girl's weapon begins to shine metallurgy. And then, the swords she had previously destroyed began to shine in the same way as Camilla's axe, and then they began to take on a liquid form. Then, as if it were a magnet, the liquid metal began to be absorbed by Camilla's axe, which began to release a powerful surge of magic. Jean was more than shocked at what Camilla had done. Now you see why your swords will have no effect on me? Said the Palalila calmly. My specialty is to destroy the weapons that my opponent has, and with them reinforce my precious Nisakov axe and of course, absorb all the magical properties that said weapon that destroys possessed. But there is a slight but crucial flaw in your strategy, said Jean, smiling confidently. A human like you will not be able to handle such an atrocious increase of magic in a weapon. If you do not know how to handle it, the power can go against you. It's true, a rule of a magical weapon or one forged by alchemists is that you must have equivalent strength and resistance to handle it, and it recognizes you as its owner. But you're forgetting something, Camilla said as she turned her back on him and proceeded to show him her back, showing him the tattoo of a golden dragon that covered her entire torso. First, my sister-in-law Lise had invoked several seals of protection and augmentation to all the people who had a draconic attribute or were a pure dragon, and two, the most important, Ashen has marked me as his dragon. He is the bearer of the noble star dragon of the blessing, Felgrand. So that's why the weapon recognizes me as its owner, Camilla said triumphantly before a shocked Jean. Very well, I think now I will attack, said the little girl, while she summoned a magic circle from the floor, and from it, a dark wyvern came out roaring. Immediately, Camilla proceeds to mount the wyvern and immediately takes off towards a target. You were so confident in your pathetic weapons that your dragon will be the food for my axe. At that, Camilla begins to destroy said dragon made of swords with her Nisakov axe. First she went to the legs, then the tail, then she continued through the back and torso. Leaving last the dragon's head being destroyed by Camilla's axe, while a smile of triumph and merciless was drawn on the face of the little girl, enjoying destroying the weapons of her opponents. Jean, for her part, was quite terrified. Thanks to her arrogance, her reliance on her sacred gear, and her underestimation of her opponent, she had handed her opponent a source of unimaginable power on a silver platter. Now she was terrified, and fear was beginning to invade her body, but she also felt like something was abandoning her. I have to get out of here, I have to get out of here. Jean shouted, running through the dimension of Edinburgh's main square, taking advantage of Camilla activating metallurgy to absorb the shattered swords. But then the lady in black saw the blonde running away, and a macabre smile appeared on Camilla. Time to finish this, said the lilac-haired girl as she began to disappear with her wyvern in the Fogalise. We will proceed with the extraction maneuver, Spectre Hunter. Hi, One-sama, said the Phantom's younger sister. Jean, for his part, ran like a soul that was taking him to the devil, from one side to the other, entering through alleys and stopped to rest a little, leaning against a wall. I lost her, now I have to think about how to get out of this pocket dimension, the blonde said, panting but smiling at the thought of having lost her opponent. I wouldn't be so sure, dear, said a voice to which Jean was terrified and immediately swam. Hhhh. The heroine screamed in pain as she felt a cut on her back, creating a rather critical wound, and that's when the blonde saw the origin of the attack. It's not possible. Jean screamed as she saw Camilla coming out of the wall where she was, but the little girl was coming out of a black portal. Run, little gazelle, run. Camilla shouted, enjoying the pleasure of having the descendant of the Maid of Orleans as her prey, who immediately fled from her victimizer. The fiancé of the Prince of Alvretich is truly considered a sadist, and this was one of the ways she enjoyed making her enemies suffer. Fear, terror, anguish and above all desperation was what was taking hold of Jean as she ran through the streets while enduring the pain and the abundant bleeding that had caused her, and when she stopped to rest, Camilla came out to attack her. It was a perfect hunting game. Camilla would take advantage of the physical exhaustion, how injured she was to attack her, or at least torment her. Jean could no longer play that game, so it was time to confront her possible executioner. "Get out," Jean shouted, creating a claymore with quite a few attributes. "Get out and face me, I'm ready to die forever." The blonde shouted madly while tiredness and desperation took over her hands. "Oh, so you're willing to give it your all in one last attack," Camilla's voice said as she appeared in the mist while descending from her wyvern, ready to fulfill the blonde's last wish. Jean watched with visceral hatred as the little girl smiled with overwhelming confidence. That smile was the same one worn by the Seekvaira's brother, Hyoudou Issei. He hated that damn smile. "I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Jean screamed, completely crazy, giving a downward slash, but Camilla easily dodged it by stepping aside and slash. The diagonal downward slash caused a wound in the blonde's chest as blood splattered on the ground. The blonde was falling to her knees, losing strength. The claymore she was holding in her hands was falling to the side of her. She was panting. She was suffering the worst death she could feel, is a slow and painful agony. That was what Camilla had in mind from the beginning. And where is that proud warrior, that lapdog of those carrion doves who are looking for my brother-in-law, just for having taken away their success and the satisfaction of having sealed the Trihexa? Camilla said with great fascination. "As long as their disgusting secret remains safe, they'll lock him up again, right?" Camilla said, her face going from ecstatic to one full of anger and resentment towards Jean. "You know nothing. Hyoudou Issei must be imprisoned for daring to defy his superiors," Jean said with difficulty. Camilla could not stand a blind and weak-minded warrior. "Elise," Camilla said, and then the youngest daughter of the phantoms appears in a magic circle. "Do your thing." At that the little chestnut begins to recite. "The apocalypse of the mystics of God, the apocalypse of the Ashiro Oplosas Brasta sta anta putan axes in ti danami putaus dosate." Translation. Book that holds the forbidden secrets of God, reveal your powerful weapon to beings who do not deserve the power granted to them. At that, Elise's book, Circe, begins to shine briefly, and then it floats in front of the chestnut, but Jean sees how two small magic circles formed in her hands and then stone. Elise took advantage of the wound that Camilla caused through Jean's chest. The blonde began to feel pain because she felt that the brunette was tearing something out of her. "Ah, enough." "Ah." Jean screamed while Elise continued to extract something from her, and that was when the brunette's hands whipped. "Ah." Jean screamed in a painful and creepy way, prolonging her agony even more. "Two spheres," Elise said while her hands were stained with blood, contemplating what she removed. In her hand was an orange sphere, but in the other it was a white sphere. She contemplated the orange sphere in her left hand. "The sacred gear blade blacksmith is now the property of Alvretich." "Thank you," said a voice, to which Elise and Camilla saw where the voice came from. The sphere spoke. Camilla said incredulously. "Thank you for getting me out of it," said the sphere while it shone intensely, and in that the specter of an armed blonde woman appears. Her face showed gratitude but also annoyed. "You are the true maid of Orleans," Camilla said when she saw the ghost of Jean d'Arc. "That's right, I thank you for freeing me from my descendant who only stains my legacy," said Jean d'Arc as she sees her offspring dying. She sees with disbelief and horror the specter of her ancestor. "You blindly follow such repugnant beings. When I was burned at the stake, did they come to rescue me? I was faithful to the church. I gave everything to the church when I was condemned and burned by the people to whom I dedicated my life as to God and the angels. I asked to save my soul and they did," screamed the specter of the Maid of Orleans, to which Jean was in shock seeing my vestige being equally manipulated. "I feel disgusted." "No, ancestor," said Jean agonizingly, raising his hand in a sign of mercy, while Jean d'Arc turned her back on him. "I hope my soul is useful to your cause, people of Alvretich," said Jean, turning back into a luminous sphere, while Elise kept both spheres in Circe. "Kill that dishonor that carries my blood." At that Camilla stands before a dying Jean and activating the magical property of the destruction of the sword she destroyed. The edge of the axe begins to shine a black and reddish color. "Goodbye, Jean Michael's lapdog," Camilla said as she swung the axe downwards. "Die like the woman without dignity that you are." "No!" Jean screamed when the edge of the axe hit his head. From 037. Flat. Jean bursts like a balloon, spraying blood everywhere. The last descendant of the Maid of Orleans had been humiliated and stripped of her honor, abandoned by the spirit of her ancestor, as if murdered by the next queen of Alvretich. Chapter 6. World is. In a high-end restaurant, several important female pilots from the Is Academy were dressed in beautiful gowns and accompanied by their partners. At that moment, a brunette woman who appeared to be the most experienced of the pilots stood up and touched her glass. It was Chifayu Orimura, accompanied by her parents, her sister Madoka, her boyfriend, and especially the pilots Haoki Shinono, Cecilia Alcott, Charlotte Anwa, Laura Baduig, Kanzashi Sarashiki, Maya Yamada, and Tantanashi Sarashiki, with their respective partners. I ask for a toast for our achievements in having destroyed the terrorist organization Phantom Task, for the years of peace that have reigned in our city, and especially for having found the true love that both I and my appreciated team have at our side, and today I celebrate with Mulchaya, 5 years of beautiful courtship. At what Chifayu said, everyone applauded for what the teacher had said, well almost everyone, because Madoka looked at her sister with fury, because Phantom Task was destroyed by someone who was not there at that moment. It is a great honor to marry the bestest pilot in the world, Mulchaya said arrogantly, and above all, to have chosen me as the next pilot for the Izbayaki Shiki. You deserve it, Melchia-san, said Cecilia Alcott while interlacing her hands with her current partner. You are the one to carry that is, said Haoki Shinono while her partner. Compared to his previous pilot, Tantanashi said, showing disdain at the last thing said, causing everyone to show a gesture full of contempt. Hapen Sabatabain Sama and Derla Bayaki Shikia Ichika Disha Laura Baduig Khan Burla. When there are better prospects to be better as pilots like my boyfriend, said Charlotte as she affectionately hugged said person who smiled proudly. Yeah, I don't know why we're paying attention to a reverend imbecile like Ichika, said Kanzashi. And the worst of all, I wasted time teaching him things at the academy, he only got a good grade out of pure consideration, said Maya, while everyone made fun of the absentee from that meeting. But then the sound of glass crashing was heard as Madoka Orimura broke her glass full of water at what the girls had said. She was not going to stand for them insulting her brother, her family, the person who had guarded her innocence, and her platonic love any longer. Well, that former pilot, that imbecile, that disgrace, that boy was the one who performed the feat of destroying Phantom Task, said Madoka with a voice that reflected the fury she had in her heart. I will ask you to please not insult my brother. Madoka Orimura, why are you defending that useless and failure, Chifayu said very arrogantly. Shut up, witch. Madoka shouted, looking with a murderous thirst at her older sister, who became enraged at what Ichika's twin said. I will not tolerate that you say that to my brother, damn interested parties, and you referring to his parents, instead of defending your own son, your own blood. Only limit yourself to mock and make hell to Ichika Nai, since these jerks referring to Chifayu's boyfriends and the others only made things worse for Ichika, and you do not know how much it hurt me to see him all beaten. If I had Bayaki Shiki, I swear that Ichika Nai eliminate those miserable hungry for fame and power. At that, Chifayu, Madoka and Ichika's mother, Yumiri Orimura, I don't know her real name, so I'll give it this one, gets up and slaps Madoka, who doesn't even flinch at what her mother did. I won't tolerate you talking like that to your sister's boyfriends as well as those of her team, said the mother. Ichika simply proved to be a disgrace and deserves what we did to her. Plaff. Madoka had landed a punch on her mother, knocking her down on the floor of the restaurant, leaving a small wound on her nose. She watched in disbelief at what her daughter had done. Mrs. Orimura, mom. These pilots shouted, their boyfriends helping them up. The Orimura patriarch, Marshal Orimura, gets up from the table and confronts Madoka. Look, stupid girl, said the eldest of the Orimura, while Madoka looked with great hatred at her father. I will not allow you to ruin the great night of your sister and her team by mentioning that mistake that should never have been born, said Marshal Orimura, something that angered Madoka even more. That is why we took Bayaki Shiki away from you and gave him to the one who should have been my son a long time ago, so you will kneel before Melchia-san and apologize to my satisfaction. Madoka would no longer tolerate her brother's humiliation in front of her. How about you kneel down? Madoka said, and suddenly. 5. He had connected a blow to Marshal Orimura's abdomen, knocking the air out of him and a little blood from his mouth. Out of reflex and pain, he begins to kneel, but not satisfied, Madoka puts her foot on her father's head and exerts pressure on it before everyone's eyes, causing the Orimura patriarch to practically be on the ground with a grimace of pain and disgust. I won't kill you just because I made a promise to Ichika Nai, said Madoka, looking angrily at her father, while with her foot, she crushed her father's head on the ground. But my patience with you has run out, preferring someone who is not your son. You are truly pathetic, said Madoka, while kicking her father, sending him to the ground with a trickle of blood falling on his right temple. Defai would not tolerate her little sister's attitude any longer, so she takes her sword and directs its edge against Ichika's twin. I will not allow you to ruin our family dinner, Madoka Orimura said, Chifayu looking with great contempt at Madoka. She looked indifferently at her older sister. If you respect that disgrace of our family so much, if you choose that trash instead of your family, go ahead, go with him. Said Chifayu, showing the exit of the restaurant with her sword. Only if you cross that door you will no longer be part of our great family or his team because you chose mediocrity, dishonor instead of true power. You will have no protection from anything, and if you activate your you will be considered a terrorist again. Go ahead, go. Madoka looked at her sister with resentment at what came out of her mouth, then she saw how Ichika's exes only saw her with great disappointment and hatred. Her mother, who shed tears, also felt resentment for her daughter. By preferring Ichika to her family and the patriarch, she spat out some blood while she wanted to beat Madoka. Ichika's twin silently headed to her seat, but to grab her coat and handbag, she headed to the exit of the restaurant, not without passing by Chifayu, but not without leaving her a warning. I never needed protection from your phantom task. I was always under the care of a kingdom that trained me in combat. I'll just tell you that the Ichika you knew was simply a mask. He just wanted you to know what he wanted you to know about him. When you see him again, said Madoka, while her gaze sharpened like the pupils of a reptile, something that made her sister a little nervous. It will be too late. There won't be an ounce of mercy against all of you on the battlefield. He will undoubtedly kill you in the name of his true family in the kingdom of Alvretich, she said with a triumphant smile to hit him with her shoulder in a sign of hostility, while on his back was reflected a black western dragon tattoo retreating from the restaurant. Chifayu was really upset by what Madoka said, sitting down with a rather irritated expression, because what Madoka said completely ruined her night, something that Ichika's other exes shared sentimentally. What a way to ruin our night, said Cecilia as she quickly drank a glass full of wine. Ichika, this Ichika that, said Laura, kicking the chair. That name irritates me quite a bit when I hear it. The other diners sat down to enjoy the dinner they had on their tables. Chifayu's cell phone rang and she grabbed it violently and answered in a bad manner. What do you want to interrupt me, damn it? Said the older Orimura sister, very angry. Commander, they have entered the academy headquarters. They are trying to steal the Izbayaki Shiki. They have defeated the pilots guarding the entrance to our secret headquarters. What? Chifayu said incredulously, something that worried her companions. It is not possible. They are pilots trained by my own hand. They are elite. They are only under my team. Who is the cause of all this? There was a rather awkward silence in the restaurant and everything became tense when a female voice speaking to Chifayu answered. Orimura Ichika, said the voice, leaving the Orimuras, Ichika's exes and his current partners in total shock, and he is accompanied by several girls who. What? Answer. Chifayu shouted exasperatedly. Stay away, no no no. The voice shouted, and an electric sound was heard along with the sound of a knife cutting something. Everything was eerie silence in the meeting, and the silence was so deep that Chifayu's breathing could be heard, and she was very nervous about what she heard. A drop of sweat fell from her forehead until Chifayu heard someone pick up the cell phone. Who are you? Chifayu said seriously, but inside she was very nervous. I'm coming for what's mine, which said a male voice that she widely recognized, and a gesture of broad hatred and terror took hold of Chifayu. Don't get close to something that is not yours, nor do you deserve it, Ichika Orimura. Shouted Chifayu, very angry. Ichika's exes were shocked to hear who was on the other end of the cell phone. I swear that if you lie a finger on Byakushi you will regret it. Ichika didn't respond for a few seconds until. Well, I already touched it, and it's on my forearm where it should be, Ichika said cynically, making her older sister even angrier as she bared her teeth in fury. By the way, in 3 days I'll be leaving Japan. If you want a family farewell, I'll wait for you. You probably put a tracking device on Byakushiki, so I won't take it off, otherwise it would take away the excitement of this pleasant reunion. So 3 days to leave Japan. Don't disappoint me. Well, what can I expect from the witch and that bunch of carrion vultures, Ichika said, cutting the call. Chifayu was with a grimace full of disgust, hearing a voice of someone she really hated, detested, and now had made a pretty low play towards her, because Ichika Orimura, the one she considered her brother in the past and at this moment was someone she really hated for his naivety, how clueless he was, and for not reciprocating her feelings. Not only hers but those of her ex-harem when she had taken Byakushiki from her when she started a relationship with her current boyfriend, because they had seen Ichika with another woman who was kissing in a park, causing annoyance in her and in the girls who were previously interested in Madoka Orimura's twin brother. What's going on? Said Yumiri Orimura. Ichika has stolen Byakushiki, said Chifayu while she smashed the wooden table with her fist, and she plans to leave Japan in 3 days, and I won't let him. That boy continues to dishonor us, said Marshal Orimura. Daughter, I ask you to kill your own brother so that our surname stands out as one of the most honorable in all of Japan. His crime against the academy and this society must not go unpunished. We will support you, Commander Orimura, said Haoki, to which Cecilia, Laura, Charlotte, Maya and the Sarashiki sisters along with their boyfriends nodded in support. There won't even be a memory of that bastard left, said Chifayu looking at her parents with deathly eyes. Ira, Tomo Y. Ashlet vs. Leonard. Leonard, the wielder of the sacred gear Annihilation Maker, had created a large army of armed skeletons and bloodthirsty beasts, ready for battles against the 2 girls and the golem. Ladies, be careful, withdraw from this fight and tell us how to destroy that seal, said the boy while activating his sacred gear, summoning 2 powerful Yudis that guarded his safety. We'd better make you a better offer, Yura said as he raised his aura surrender, and you can leave Scotland alive and hold on, and we'll send you to the underworld as a corpse. Yura Tsubasa and Tomo Meguri said Leonard looking at the now ex-Citri classified as traitors of the Great Alliance, along with Sona Citri's entourage, will be easy prey for my monsters, since you do not have Azazel Sama's artificial sacred gears. Don't repeat something we already know, said Tomo annoyed, but if you think we are easy prey, I invite you to touch a hair on my head, said the red-haired girl, while expelling a little of her power. You wanted it, monsters attack. Leonard shouted as his entire army went out to attack the girls. Girls, let me have the army arm, Firain said Ashlet, then with her axe she hit the ground, causing it to shake a little. Several stone monoliths were forming and immediately took the form of medieval-style soldiers. Attack. At that point the soldiers went out to confront the monsters created by Leonardo. The boy belonging to the heroes faction saw that his monsters were attacking Ashlet soldiers, but saw that none of them managed to hurt or tear them apart. What are those soldiers made of? Leonardo said as he saw how a number of armed skeletons were defeated by the golem soldiers. These soldiers are made of earth reinforced by the minerals that compose it, Ashlet said. My magic is based on the manipulation of minerals and metals that lie in the earth and rocks. With it, I can recreate goals that are at my mercy. Metals and minerals, said Leonardo as he watched his large army being easily annihilated by Ashlet soldiers, so those soldiers are made of aluminum and iron. That's right, said the golem without flinching. Iron and aluminum are the most abundant metals in the earth's crust, just as there is a bit of magnesium in the earth's mantle. They have an almost impenetrable armor when it comes to physical attacks. With what metals, huh? Leonard said, while using his sacred gear, he created several skeletons that carried a kind of capsule with a nucleus made of incandescent matter. I present to you my metallic digestive. I made it in order to absorb everything that contains some metal from the table of chemical elements of the earth. Now eat. At that moment, the new monster created by Leonardo began to devour anything that had metal. Ashlet's golems were absorbed, while the incandescent core melted the metal that fell on it, but also some of Leonardo's monsters fell before the child's creation. Ashlet, seeing that most of her army was annihilated by the child, saw that her life was in danger because she is a golem made of 100% metal. Enjoy your main course, my metallic digestive. Leonardo shouted as he watched the golem being dragged away by Leonardo's monster, but… Hi! Yura shouted, hitting Leonardo's monster, knocking it down, and interrupting the absorption and death of Ashlet. Damn. Leonardo said when he saw Yura destroying his monster. Don't forget that you are facing 3 warriors of Alvretich, boy. Shouted Yura Tsubasa while making her weapon appear, a shield with spikes and a knife included in said shield. Get out of my way, traitor. Shouted Leonardo, launching one of the Yeti into the attack, throwing a punch, but Yura put up her shield to protect herself. The clash of the Yeti's fist with Yura's shield was heard. Sailed Miltich, destructive possession. Said Yura, and in that the arm of the Yeti that had collided with the shield began to twist. The crunching of the Yeti's bones could be heard in a macabre technique. Said beast roared in pain as it felt how the arm with which it attacked began to break into pieces. Dian Olker, the malignant offense, is the name of the shield that I carry. Anyone who comes to touch my shield, the spirits that reside in the shield will take possession and begin to destroy it from within. Then test the strength of my worm's acid. Take this. Leonardo shouted at what he created, another monster similar to a giant worm of grotesque appearance, while corrosive acid was released from its jaws. At that, the worm created by Leonardo launches a burst of acid towards Yura where she is. Splash. The acid falls like rain on the blue-haired girl, bathing her completely. The sound of the corrosive substance began to sound, but Leonardo was somewhat puzzled, since the acid is supposed to be unbearable in contact with human skin and must begin to consume said tissue. He saw that Yura wasn't screaming in pain, but the blue-haired girl murmured. Anocted pain, reflected pain, said Yura, to which shhhhhhhh. The sound of the corroding acid was taking effect, but… My worm. Leonardo shouted as he saw that said monster was beginning to fall apart while it roared in pain as the worm's thick skin began to disappear and be consumed. It's one of the abilities of my shield, said Yura, showing said weapon. It surrounds me with an effective defense against my opponent's attacks. The only requirement is that I must be weak against my opponent for it to work. Damn it. Leonardo shouted, creating a bigger Yeti and launching it into an attack, unleashing a blow towards Yura's head. It had hit, but… Splash. The Yeti's own head had been blown to bits. Leonard couldn't process what he was seeing. He sent large monsters to kill Issei's fiancée, but they ended up dead or with parts of their bodies exterminated. The boy, a member of the hero faction, was mentally tired of creating monsters. This was noticed by Meguri, who was fighting alongside Ashlet against the army of monsters created by the dark-skinned boy, who were beginning to weaken. It seems that he has reached his limit in his sacred gear, said Meguri, destroying a skeleton. Issei-kun was right. The strength of the annihilation maker is at the same time its weakness, tiring the owner mentally, will not be able to create things quickly, and of course the strength of his creations will also be diminished. Seeing himself in a desperate situation against Urasama, not knowing a weakness of hers, he begins to get stressed and also does not have the speed to think of an effective monster against her. The annihilation maker is not effective against Urasama. Issei-sama thought very well about that strategy, said Ashlet, splitting an orc in two. I think it's time to end this, said Meguri, while her aura begins to rise a little. Ashlet, stay behind me, said Meguri, while the golem obeyed because she knew what the former knight of Sona Citri was going to do, because she began to recite. Iparacho oplo puo megalos iroas persias apocaphalas a tin kori tu forces kai tu sidomazi mi tinaspida pufere dikafali tis orgisminus kai vevelaminus kuritsiu apo tun tyranno theo tis thalasas, pu chrysamopoi anoi theoi emphanisi Torah. Translation. Great weapon that the great hero Perseus used to decapitate the daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, along with the shield that bears her head of the maiden outraged and desecrated by the tyrant god of the sea, used by the gods appear now. At what Meguri recited, two weapons appeared chained to a stone slab that had the word A acute superscript re I grav 1/2 plus or minus. The first, a sword made of steel with many engravings on both its blade and its handle, especially because there is a coin-shaped circumference on which the face of Medusa was engraved. The other weapon is a shield made of bronze also with engravings, but the head of Medusa with closed eyes was engraved on most of the shield. Meguri took both weapons, causing the destruction of the chains that had imprisoned them, and thus, the Pelicarmine proceeded to arm herself with the legendary Greek weapons recently summoned. Yura, get out of there, Tomo shouted, and the blue-haired girl understood and jumped behind the crimson-haired girl who was facing Leonard's army alone. Who gave you those weapons? Leonardo shouted. Those weapons belong to Perseus, to our comrade. I demand that you give them back to me. Well, I think that these weapons do not recognize the descendant of Perseus as their legitimate owner, and you will see it now, said Meguri, while passing the blade in front of the shield and reciting. Apolitiki Katara, petrifying curse. The Gorgon engraved on the shield only opened her eyes, and they turned reddish, while a horrible scream was released, along with reddish waves that attacked the army of monsters that little by little began to turn to stone. Leonard tried to escape, but the curse of Tomo's shield reached him, petrifying his feet. Damn it, shouted the dark-haired boy, quite tired, while he tried to run with his petrified feet, also noticing that his monsters had turned completely into stone. Satyras tis Andromedas, savior of Andromeda, shouted Tomo Meguri as she ran, and as she did so both her sword and shield shone, causing the statues of the petrified monsters to fly away and were instantly destroyed as they fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Yura and Ashlet were not far behind and also began to destroy said statues. The three warriors of Alvretich mercilessly tore apart Leonardo's creations, who looked with terror at the great strength of the golem and the two humans, but above all at Meguri, as she rendered useless in less than 5 seconds all the monsters she had created with her imagination and her sacred gear, until there were no more monsters left, only her person remained with her feet, and part of her ankles turned to stone by the curse of the Pelicarmine's shield. Well, you don't have the energy to create more things, child, said Ashlet. Tell me, what do they want from the alliance that you represent, in lands that they have no right to step on? Fuck you, damn golem. Leonardo said, very angry. I won't tell you anything. Bad choice of words, kid, said Ashlet, raising her axe and slashing. Crack. He had cut off the petrified feet and ankles, but in such a way that he did not reach the still usable tissue. Ah. Leonardo screamed in terror when he saw that his lower limbs were cut from the petrified areas, terrified it was something very small according to what he saw and experienced. We'll repeat it to you, child, said Meguri, threatening to use her sword on him. What the hell do you and those carrion leaders who claim other people's achievements want in Alvretich tell us? Shouted Meguri angrily while with the tip of her sword she brought it close to Leonardo's throat, who was very terrified. Okay, said the boy, completely cowed by the murderous look the red-haired girl was giving him. They are looking for a way to invade his kingdom, said Leonardo, as tears began to fall from his eyes. Under a false concept of alliance they will look for a way to subdue them, and also they want to capture Hyoudou Issei for having escaped from Tartarus. Please don't hurt me anymore, cried Leonardo tearfully. Ashlet, Yura and Meguri, upon hearing the boy's testimony, saw that he wasn't lying, but they weren't going to let such an action go unnoticed for having the nerve to invade their beloved kingdom, so the hero's penance would begin now. Elise-chan. Yura exclaimed as Ashen's younger sister soon appeared in a magic circle. It's time to take away her sacred gear. Hi Yura Onasama, said the youngest of the phantoms while Leonardo was almost in shock knowing what they would do to him. No, Leonardo shouted, trying to escape by crawling, but he won't leave. shouted Ashlet, hitting the ground with her axe, making some chains made of aluminum appear, imprisoning him and immobilizing him completely. I will continue, Elise said coldly to a crying Leonardo, who applied the same spell to Jean before dying at the hands of Camilla. Vivlio pu krata top hagarevmina mystica tu theou, apocalypse tu ashiro oplo saz brosta sta anta pu den axes in ti dinami pu taus dosate. Verduchian. Translation. Book that holds the forbidden secrets of God, reveal your powerful weapon to beings who do not deserve the power granted to them. And immediately, Elise, with a magic circle in her right hand, pierces Leonardo's chest, ignoring his pleas of pain and to stop, until with a whip, she removes the sacred gear. The annihilation maker now belongs to Alvretich, said Elise, indifferent to the pain of her enemy, saving said sacred gear in her book, while summoning some water to wash her bloody hands. I can't believe that a simple brat has murderous thoughts, said Yura, dismayed to see a dying Leonardo. Kuoh, and the leaders are worse than trash, taking away the innocence of the less experienced to end up being the vulture's dinner. Be mercy please, Leonardo said as agony began to take over his body, an indescribable pain, a terrifying sensation took over the dark-haired man, he wanted his suffering to end. For your penance, death will only be doing you a favor, Ashlet said seriously, so for committing a crime against the honorable kingdom of Alvretich, your sentence will be that your agony reigns forever. Ashlet sentenced while she made an iron lady appear who began to pick up a chained and immobilized Leonardo. You will not have the right to die, you will remain in that iron lady for all eternity, your despair will be so great that you will wish for death like a man lost in a desert looking for a drop of water, said Ashlet. No please no. Leonardo shouted as the iron lady began to close with the child inside her and began to disappear in a magic circle, along with Leonardo's cries of pleading and mercy. What a way to destroy a childhood, said Meguri very indignantly. The very cruel but true saying. War can show many faces when confronted, and this was one of the most unjust and cruel, the children who are forced to fight something that the warriors of Alvretich unfortunately experienced. Chapter 7. The battles you read below will happen at the same time. Issei vs Kuoh. The fight between the leader of the hero faction and the brown-haired boy was taking place. The blue-haired boy tried to hurt the brown-haired boy with his Longinus, while Issei just limited himself to dodging the attacks. What's wrong, Hyoudou, am I too much for you? Said Kuoh very arrogantly. Believe me, you won't beat me if you keep avoiding my attacks, but hey, what can you expect from a simple human without sacred gear? Issei stepped back a little, looking simply at the leader. I recommend that you don't underestimate me, Kuoh said Issei. I still remind you that because of your overconfidence and arrogance, you suffered such a painful defeat at the hands of my brother. Maybe it's true, but at least your brother Niles has the strength and skill to beat me, compared to you who are just a simple human with nothing special who messed with people far superior to you, said Kuoh sarcastically. Issei looked at the blue-haired man for a moment, but… Issei started to laugh in such an outrageous way that it seemed like Kuoh had told him the best joke. Obviously the blue-haired boy took the gesture badly. What's so funny, Hyoudou, Issei? Kuoh shouted, rearing up. Issei only limited himself to inhaling deeply to look with sharp and cold eyes at the leader of the hero faction. Maybe at that time my brother was superior to me, but guess who was the one who studied your way of fighting, and guess, above all, who gave my brother the strategy to defeat you in Hyoudou, as in your poor invasion of the underworld. I'm simply going to enjoy seeing you in total despair, said Issei, as he began to emanate a quite terrifying aura that was slowly going to be felt. Kuoh, seeing that Issei Hyoudou released magic from his being and the atrocious force with which he did it, was very surprised, and in that he noticed the elements that the brown-haired thunder and darkness said. Kuoh, what the hell are you, Hyoudou, Issei? The others, especially the nobles of Alvretich, upon seeing the brown-haired man and feeling Issei's aura, could only deduce one thing. She's going to release her sacred gear, Camilla said calmly as she cleaned her axe of Jean's blood. It's time for these warriors to know something of Issei-sama's strength, said Elise. But above all, of the dragon that resides inside him, said You're proud of her, man. One of the two dragons that surpass the celestial dragons and can battle the dragon gods, said Tomo Meguri. Gabriel was really scared by the aura that Issei gave off. What is this power? Said the seraph, quite scared. That darkness resembles the aura that Maya can't be. Gabriel hadn't felt that sensation since the time of creation when his ex-brother Lucifer had raised his fist at his father, and consequently, Gabriel hadn't felt such fury in Elohim. It was something that had truly terrified the angels, archangels and seraphim. Now he was perceiving that same sensation in Issei when he released the aura. Returning to the fight. Kuoh sweated cold before Issei as he saw how the darkness covered his legs and arms, revealing parts of a lustrous black armor with reddish spike-like protuberances, and on the elbows and knees, there were embedded sapphires. Before the new weapons, a voice resounded and said sapphires, while more black rays were released. Darkwrath Dragon Balance Breaker. Kuoh was shocked to learn that Issei Hyoudou possessed a sacred gear unknown to everyone. What the hell is that sacred gear Hyoudou Issei? Kuoh demanded of the brown-haired boy. Now you'll see, said Issei as the revealed sacred gear began to emanate the same dark rays, and in that many. Issei was practically in front of Kuoh, who had not reacted to the brown-haired boy's movement. The blue-haired boy wanted to attack when 5. Issei had connected a right hook to the blue-haired boy, knocking him to the ground, but the brown-haired boy grabbed Kuoh's clothes and proceeded to knee him in the abdomen, now subduing him with one hand on the neck and the other on the hand where Kuoh was holding the spear. Issei proceeds to run, holding to stamp his enemy on one of the walls of an old building, while sending him to the walls. Many dark rays punished Kuoh, and he received the impact on the head and part of the spine. But Issei, without letting Kuoh breathe, proceeds to hit the blue-haired man, who could not defend himself against a merciless attack that little by little increased the speed and power with which it hit. The blue-haired boy felt his ribs being cruelly broken, his arms also ending up in very bad condition, his legs ending up wobbly. Every muscle, every bone, every nerve in his body felt the scorching pain that Issei was inflicting on him. It was almost 5 minutes of continuous punishment that the blue-haired man was in a state that the word badly injured was very short. What the hell, Kuoh said with great difficulty as he suddenly fell to his knees before Issei while holding onto his spear. Now you see, Kuoh, Issei said calmly, while a serious look reigned in his eyes, the difference in skill and power between you and me. What nonsense are you saying, shouted Kuoh, trying to stand up but with difficulty denying reality. I can't accept that a human, someone without a jokes, is superior to me, the one who carries the spear that pierced the heart of Jesus Christ, the original Longinus. That's the big difference between you and me, Kuoh, Issei said without flinching. You only trust in the power of your spear without exploiting other abilities, only trusting in something material without trusting in your own abilities. The blue-haired boy was getting furious at what his enemy was saying. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shouted Kuoh, wielding his spear and launching himself to attack Issei, to which slash. Kuoh sees that his spear had been caught by Issei's hand, noticing that despite having his black gauntlets, blood was beginning to spill onto the blade of the original Longinus, but Issei's blood began to soak into Kuoh's spear, a sign that Issei knew, as it was the prologue to one of his abilities. It's time to start undermining your pride, Kuoh, said Issei, to which the gauntlet where he held the blade of the original Longinus screamed. Corrupt. At that moment, Kuoh's spear began to lose its splendid color, the blade, the body of the spear itself began to discolor, as if the weapon itself suffered from an illness, but suddenly in Issei's gauntlet, the same darkness that had covered the chestnut's limbs, now consumed Kuoh's spear, but also soon it spread through the blue-haired man's arm like a plague, until it reached his heart where he began to feel an unbearable pain. Ah! Was the cry of pain that Kuoh expelled as he felt something being ripped from his very heart, a horrible pain. He felt as if he were having a heart attack because his other free hand was on his chest by instinct. In that, Kuoh saw how some bonds of vitality began to come out of his body and were connected to the original Longinus. Now you know one of my abilities, the Darkwrath gear, has the ability to corrupt magical weapons and is most effective on sacred gears in such a way that they will not recognize their original owners as worthy of their power, said Issei. Well, Kuoh was horrified to see how that useless boy, in the eyes of the alliance that he was proudly a member of, was taking away something that represented his greatest honor as a hero. As sacred gear, as long as there is no strong union between the weapon and the owner, the easier it will be for me to corrupt it. So, how would you feel knowing that you will no longer have your Longinus? Kuoh now looked at Issei in pure terror as he quickly rendered him useless and took away his lethal weapon, recounting the pain he felt. Issei had only played with him. No, no, no. He screamed as the last lines of vitality were released from Kuoh, while the darkness of the true Longinus began to return to Issei's gauntlet, and suddenly, the brown-haired man simply brandished the weapon that once belonged to Kuoh. The true Longinus now sees me as its new wielder, said Issei, as he pointed the blade at the blue-haired man's face. He helplessly fell to his knees as his honor as a warrior had been trampled by Issei when he snatched the original Longinus from him. No, you'll get away with it, said the angry blue-haired man. The leaders will know about my death, they will find you and kill you. You shouldn't have raised your fist at them, human. I have no intention of killing you, Issei said serenely, because I have the perfect punishment for you. At that, the brown-haired boy invokes a magic circle behind the wounded blue-haired boy and shouts the sapphires again. Dark exile. At that, a small dark dimensional opening opened behind the wounded blue-haired man that began to suck in what was around him. Kuoh felt how said darkness began to drag him towards it. Kuoh, you will fall into the same darkness as if into a bottomless pit. You will fall before an uncertain destiny, and counting on where you will be will make you doubt if you are alive or dead, that you will desperately wish you would forget your existence, Issei shouted. Well, Kuoh was terrified. You had the bad luck to face me, the bearer of Volgif, the star dragon of violence and also known as the Wrath of God. Kuoh had heard of the said dragon from the tale of Vijuka, a dragon so powerful in the hands of the runaway chestnut. Disappear forever Kuoh. Issei shouted at that. 5. In the pure style of Leonidas from 300 Issei kicks the leader of the hero faction for the last time, sending him to said dark dimension, inevitably falling to his final destiny. Ah. Kuoh shouted while Issei saw how the blue-haired man fell before said portal, how his body turned violently due to the force that said dimension of punishment gave off while closing said portal that was all Kuoh would suffer eternally in the darkness. Stop the soundtrack. Issei vs George. The descendant of Faust faced the heir to the crown of Alvretich in a duel where magic reigned in the confrontation. George could be seen casting many spells of various types against the black-haired man who dodged. You don't know how to do anything other than dodge, Prince. I don't deny that you possess great skill in magic, and let me tell you that you are a prodigy above all, Issei said calmly while dodging a fireball, but that great skill you will soon discover will be your Achilles heel. My Achilles is heel nonsense. Georg said as he prepared the magic circles again. My magic is perfect. Georg proceeded to launch more magical attacks in the form of a bombardment that Issei proceeded to dodge at maximum speed because the way he unleashed said attacks seemed like shrapnel. Georg was confident because through his spells, he did not allow Issei to approach him, also taking into account that he did not possess any skill in terms of physical and hand-to-hand attacks. Issei realized that George's attacks were sending him to a different area of the city. So that's your strategy, huh? Issei said, very thoughtful and calm. Fine, we'll play at your pace. At that Issei found himself in one of the main squares, a fairly large space where a sorcerer could have a great advantage over the heir to the crown of Alvretich. You rolled into my trap. Georg shouted very confident and triumphant as he raised his hands and began to expel the mist from his sacred gear. The black-haired man saw around him that everything was being consumed by the same mist, the buildings and part of the city signs were lost in the mist of the lost dimension. Maybe that golem created a perfect pocket dimension, but before you have one of the carriers of the fourth most powerful sacred gear ever created. Dimensional lost. While you are in this mist, you are at my mercy, no attack can hurt me. Heh. You act like a real coward, descendant of Georg, said Issei smiling calmly. Now I see that your attitude is just as Issei and Niles Hyoudou had described. You hide like a miserable rat and attack in a treacherous way. Don't you dare insult me, shouted Georg's voice. At that, several magic circles of different colors appeared in front of Issei. Elven magic. Dark hex. Demonic magic. Nordic magic. It was a wall on which he was going to unleash a lethal magical attack. We'll see how you manage with this, shouted Georg's voice. It will be a great pleasure to kill the prince of the kingdom of Alvretich. When my superiors find out, I will be rewarded. The magic circles began to shine alarmingly, ready to release the spells on Issei. He only remained still in silence under a darkened gaze. So. The magic circles fired the spells towards the black-haired man at an alarming speed and promised an atrocious power of destruction. I, Prince of Alvretich, shouted Georg's voice. Issei, for his part, watched his enemy's attack approach little by little. It seemed that was it for the black-haired man. Sacred gear golden dragon cloak, shouted Issei while a cloak with the appearance of reptilian membranes appeared behind the black-haired man, but suddenly Issei's body shone golden justice dragon armor balance breaker, shouted a voice at which the golden glow disappeared, showing the new appearance of the Prince of Alvretich. Georg, for his part, saw the new appearance hidden behind his haze. Too late to show your best weapon, George shouted as the spells were about to hit the night. Gale dragon gale, Issei shouted in Gaelic while blowing out a huge blast once he waved his cloak. Hyoudou. A rather strong air current began to whip. It was so strong that Georg's attacks were being dissipated like dust as they were blown away. It can't be. My magic. Georg shouted as he saw how his attacks were repelled, and each attack fell in such a way that they fell like comets, causing destruction all around. But Georg sees that wasn't all Issei was doing to the mist. And indeed, the mist from the lost dimension was being expelled into the air, dissipating due to the force of the air current that Issei had created, beginning to clear the plaza of the dark mist and of course, revealing Georg, who was trembling with fear. Impossible, said Georg, very impressed and incredulous. Nothing can remove the fog from my sacred gear. I told you, Georg, you depend so much on your magic that it was enough for me to use a little of my power to repel it like water on a glass, said Issei, while he began to emanate a little of his aura that was golden in color. The sub-leader of the faction of the heroes realized the type of magic and power that the Prince of Alvretich gave off. Draconian magic. What is that sacred gear? Said Georg. In the name of the honorable alliance of factions, I demand you to know what that weapon is. Issei didn't respond, but a voice echoed in the helmet worn by the black-haired man. If you want to know, sorcerer, so much, this sacred gear allows you to repel and negate spells of any kind, said that same imposing voice. That's right, Georg, descendant of Faust, you are before the bearer of the star dragon of victory Felgrand. Shouted Issei, expelling his aura, also known as the golden justice of God. Georg only feels that imposing, golden and scorching aura that his enemy expels. He clearly saw the silhouette of a golden dragon roaring in a furious and powerful manner. You damn you, shouted Georg, I demand that you give me that sacred gear, you don't deserve such power. You are demanding from someone who is out of your level, common to poor, stupid and cowardly people, said Felgrand. Well, you wanted it, damn it, said Georg, preparing a magic attack, but. If I were you I wouldn't do that, said Issei calmly without stopping, staring at the big-haired boy pointing at the floor. At that the sorcerer of the features looked at the ground. The magic circle. Georg shouted, alarmed because he never realized when he did it, and he saw how light began to illuminate the ground where both contenders were. You wonder when I did it? I'll explain. Unlike against you, I use a factor that you, the Magi of the factions, have forgotten, so much that you boast of your powers in an arrogant way that you have forgotten that small detail, and that is, the surprise factor, Issei said seriously. Georg realized his mistake, a very basic mistake in magical combat. Showing his spells before the eyes of his enemy would only cause those with magical knowledge to know how to counter such attacks, something that he clearly omitted against Issei, and in that way, he was able to avoid all of his magical attacks. And you wonder what this magic circle does, said the bearer of Felgrand in a manner, I'll just tell you, if you use magic or your sacred gear right now, it'll be the last thing you do. Don't make me laugh, shouted George angrily. At that moment, he began to create another very large magic circle in the sky, with the emblem of a dragon's head being pierced by a sword. Your magic circle is nothing before me, an eminence of magic, I will destroy you, damn prince. Issei, seeing how the magic circle created by Georg began to expel his attack, just sighed and said. Idiot. The black-haired man just pulled out his sword and stuck it hard into the ground. Null. Felgrand's voice was heard. And at that, Georg's spell ends up losing power and. Crash. The sound of breaking glass was heard as the magic circle ended up being destroyed, to the horror of the sorcerer. What the hell did you do to my spell? Shouted the sub-leader, already very enraged. This is just the beginning, Issei said calmly, but with such an icy tone of voice that George just stood there motionless before the prince, and that. Hyoudou. The magic circle shone a golden color. It was a light so powerful that it shone so intensely that it blinded George when some golden chains had trapped the sorcerer, immobilizing him completely. What are those chains? George shouted, trying in vain to escape. I told you, Issei said without any emotion, that you shouldn't do anything stupid while you were on top of this magic circle, when this is a magic seal. Georg was more than terrified. He had fallen into a trap. Issei had provoked him, and he fell like a fly in a spider's web, and he knew the type of seal that the black-haired man had made. No, please, I'll do anything, I'll be your slave, I'll be your most faithful lackey, but don't take my power away from me, please, the sub-leader of the factions pleaded with tears in his eyes. I can't trust the word of someone who follows the orders of those who unfairly took away the credit from the true hero who sealed the Trihexa, said Issei, looking at the sorcerer with fierce eyes. Both you and your faction will be the first to fall for daring to try to invade my beloved kingdom. At that, Issei's helmet starts screaming. Rain. At that, the chains begin to shine a golden color. No. Ah, it's burning. Georg screamed as the chains shone brightly, but Georg began to feel like his magic was being stolen, but he felt like inside he was being burned with fire. Ah. Not only will you lose all your magical reserves, you will lose the ability to create it, learn it, and above all, your precious knowledge will be incinerated with my magic. Nothing will remain of Georg, the descendant of Faust. You will be an empty shell forever. Shouted Issei. The screams of pain and horror from the little pig could be heard in the dark night as the golden glow of the seal did its work until it stopped shining. Georg screams too. The seal had done its job. The chains that imprisoned Georg had disappeared, leaving him with a blank stare. His eyes had shed tears that had dried. An expression of defeat took over what was left of Georg. Seeing how her last allies were defeated, Seraph Gabriel was practically horrified. She had never seen such punishment, such cold-bloodedness in acting, and not a shred of remorse in killing, sealing and incapacitating her allies in such a cruel way. Surprised, Dove. Said a female voice, and the Seraph turned around to find herself facing the werewolf. Valeria, that is what awaits those who dare to invade our kingdom. Please, I don't want to hurt you, said Gabriel very fearfully, preparing a spear of light. Just give us Issei Hyoudou, and I assure you that your kingdom will not suffer any invasion. So they're going to continue with their cruel eye about the supernatural, huh? Valeria said very seriously, it's not for nothing that my Niles abandoned the pathetic alliance you form. You know about Niles? Said Gabriel, upset, in front of the werewolf, who remained firm. Where is our Niles? Tell it, and your punishment will be light. You do not intimidate me, Seraph Gabriel said, Valaria looking coldly at the Seraph and responding to your requests. If you want to have Issei Hyoudou, my dear brother-in-law, back in your power and those wretches, you will have to go over the whole kingdom, especially my corpse and the nobility of Alvretich. Brother-in-law, no, it's not possible, said Gabriel in shock. That's Seraph and Gabriel, said Valaria while uncovering her abdomen, showing him a characteristic mark of the Seekvaira. I am Valaria of Hyoudou, noble Yokai of Alvretich and wife of the current Seekvaira Niles Hyoudou. At such a presentation, Gabriel was in shock, but a dark feeling ran through his head and heart. He had to destroy that werewolf, that damned woman who had taken away his great love, the one who supported Issei Hyoudou. He had to kill her. While Valaria would not let the Seraph do her thing, she would defend Issei at all costs. She would not let the acts of the noble Seraph and those who called themselves leaders of the alliance against the true hero and his brother go unpunished. But what Gabriel didn't know was that by provoking a wolf and messing with what you love most today, only a desperate outcome could await him, and most importantly that the night would completely favor the werewolf because the moon is totally in her favor. Chapter 8. The last confrontation in Scottish lands arose in the cold night. The Seraph Gabriel, who had witnessed the crushing defeat of her allies, the faction of the heroes counting on the death of Jean and Roswis at the hands of the nobility of Alvretich, would face the woman who had stolen and corrupted the heart of her great love, the Seekvaira. There were many feelings in the Seraph's head, but mostly negative, ranging from fury, anger, sadness, but above all revenge for her fallen allies, and the most outstanding, the desire to kill the werewolf for interfering in her romance with the Seekvaira and punish Issei Hyoudou for having mocked the alliance. But it was not going to be easy, because the nobility demonstrated great skill and terrible power that crushed the emissaries of the allied factions. Both women looked at each other with a desire to tear each other apart. You damn stole my dear Niles. Gabriel shouted angrily. Steal? Didn't your father teach you to never lie? Valaria said while she put a hand in her pants pocket looking for something in it. Why do you tell the same lie about my husband? It seems that spending so much time with the demons and the fallen made you absorb the bad things from them. Of course, Niles loves me, you and that bastard Hyoudou took away my beloved fiancé and the great happy future that I deserved. Gabriel shouted while shedding tears. Happy ending? What a complete stupidity, said Valaria while taking out a precious stone. They claim something that has been at my side for a long time. They only show their true colors as what they are, some wretches who do whatever they want in order to achieve their goals. That includes the misfortune of many lives, and I swear that today you will be the first to fall under my claws, unhappy dove. You will be the one who falls today. Gabriel screamed, crying from helplessness, but without noticing, his wings began to flicker. I don't care about anything anymore, you damn one. You will feel my power and I will show that I am indicated to be the wife of the Seekvaira. Should I be worried about that? Valaria said sarcastically with a smile as she put the same precious stone on her in the form of a necklace, and it began to shine intensely, and in the same way the werewolf's eyes began to shine in a threatening way, a bright reddish color that both her pupils became sharp. When the one who should be worried should be you, Gabriel. At that moment, the light of the full moon began to illuminate Valaria, who immediately began a metamorphosis in which Valaria began to develop muscles and fur all over her body. Her face began to take on the dimensions and shape of a wolf, her fangs began to form, the clothes she wore began to completely destroy themselves, bursting through the muscle mass and fur. Gabriel, seeing how Valaria transformed, was practically in shock at seeing the creature that the woman who had stolen his dragon had become. To the Seraph's surprise, the werewolf howled in a sign of war, arching her back and looking at the moon. Valaria's howl. Valaria roared in a sign of obvious hostility, showing its sharp and dangerous fangs at Gabriel, who seemed quite terrified. Disgusting beast, said Gabriel with terror and disgust. You are not worthy of being Niles Chan's wife, you are not worthy, damn beast. How ironic coming from you, said the werewolf mocking Gabriel. Save yourself your tantrums, my dinner time has arrived. Shouted Valaria, launching herself with a claw in the direction of Gabriel, who barely dodged it. Guys, don't get into my fight, this is personal. Shouted the werewolf to her allies. The seraphim, creating a spear of light, began attacking Valaria while she limited herself to slashing and biting. Neither contender showed any sign of backing down. The seraphim tried to impale the werewolf while Valaria tried to tear the seraphim apart and bite her. The nobles of Alvretich were limited to watching the fight that would define everything. Valaria had expected this a long time ago, said Issei, seeing his sister-in-law give a vertical blow that the seraph defended herself with a magic shield. It was to be expected, Issei Camilla said, smiling. He has a great opportunity to get revenge on one of the women who wanted to take Niles away from her. And there's nothing better than against one of the most powerful women of those factions, said Tomo Meguri. But why didn't Valaria-chan want us to help her? Ali said, somewhat confused. Simple as Shen said very calmly, pride, but above all she is willing to show that Seraphim that she is worthy of being Niles' wife. Valeria-san fights with her heart and courage, while Gabriel is fighting with fear and fury, Piri said smiling because she was seeing that the seraph showed a gesture that mixed both states of mind that the ex-Valkyrie had said. Returning to the battle. Valeria and Gabriel struggled in a duel where the werewolf held the seraphim's spear with both hands. Filthy beast, said Gabriel looking at Valeria with fear and hatred. Clear your conscience before telling me that, damn seraph. Said Valeria, and with that. Ham. The werewolf swiftly landed a kick to Gabriel's face, sending her flying into an abandoned building. But it wasn't long before the blonde shot into the sky, revealing her 10 wings and a look of hatred on her face. She created a magic circle so large that intense light began to emerge. How dare you hurt my face, disgusting beast. Shouted Gabriel, who without realizing it, his 10 wings began to blink again. I'm going to stick my spears into you so much that you look like a disgusting voodoo doll. Die. Shouted Gabriel, from which the magic circle began to launch a barrage of spears of light. Valeria only limited herself to covering herself with her feet. Valeria's companions were serious, but the youngest of the phantom siblings couldn't help but scream. Valeria-chan. Elise shouted, but Ashen put his hand on her, preventing her from going to the rescue of the werewolf. Without Gabriel realizing it, Valeria began to emanate a reddish aura that covered her body, especially her skin. Clash bam. Clash. Crush. The shrapnel from the light spears could be heard in a thunderous manner in the pocket dimension. Only lights could be seen where the werewolf was located, without giving a sign that she was okay. The light explosion slowly began to subside as the location of the werewolf was revealed, covering her body, while several spears of light were inserted throughout her body. Elise, seeing her older sister in that state, couldn't help but feel desperate because she thought she needed immediate medical attention. This is heaven's punishment for the cursed beast that took my Niles away from me, said Gabriel, satisfied upon seeing Valeria. Now it's time to capture Issei Hyoudou. The seraph turned her gaze towards the nobles of Alvretich, ready to start another confrontation, but upon seeing the seraph's hostile gaze, they prepared their weapons for anything. Was that your best attack, said a distorted female voice, because this was very similar to my acupuncture sessions. Gabriel saw the origin of the voice and was terrified. Impossible, my attack should kill whoever. Well, start believing it, damn it, because to me you're starting to smell like a corpse. Said Valeria's voice, who immediately began to move despite the fact that the spears of light were buried in her body, who immediately began to violently tear them out of her body. But the strangest thing that despite tearing out said weapons of light she didn't bleed, not even a howl of pain or complaint showed. On the contrary, she agitatedly removed the seraphim spears, but noticing the reddish aura that hovered her. Maybe your attack can kill an ordinary supernatural without a doubt, but you ignore that I'm not just an ordinary werewolf, I'm of the subspecies wolfskin. That type of werewolf has been extinct for more than 20 years, said Gabriel incredulously. With friends from Valeria. Wolfskin? Piri said, confused. That subspecies has the quality that its skin can resist all kinds of projectiles, said Ashen. Arrows, spears, they can even withstand projectiles from firearms, but they are very vulnerable to magic. But the dove attacked Valeria, it was the target of a magical attack, Piri said. That must have affected it too much. You're forgetting something important, Camilla said calmly when all this mess started. Our dear Elise unleashed a seal that improves our strongest attributes to those who have at least one draconic attribute in their body, and Valeria carries a draconic one in her abdomen, the result of a night with Niles-san, and because of that, her defense had a powerful increase, showing that she's not just an average wolfskin, you know what I mean, said the little girl. Stealthily showing the dragon mark on her back. Hearing that, Elise blushed quite a bit, but the others nodded to what the future queen of Alvretich said. Returning to the battle. Gabriel, seeing Valeria quite angry, proceeds to create another spear of light, but a very large one. The werewolf expelled more of her red aura mixed with bloodlust, and an infinite hunger for violence reigned in her head. I will kill you with this spear so big that your rotten skin will not be able to withstand the impact. Shouted the seraph, very determined about that. Phew. A spear the size of a small building shot out towards Valeria. Everyone waited for the impact until. Boom. Slash. A shock wave accompanied by the sound of flesh being cut by a sharp weapon was heard, but they saw that the werewolf had shockingly caught Gabriel's spear of light with her bare hands and had also taken it from the blade of said armor. Is this the strength of the great seraphim Gabriel? Said Valeria with her head down, but in that. Phew. Valeria was imbuing energy into the spear she had in her hands, but everyone noticed that it was of the same intensity as the aura she was giving off behind the beastly body. Valeria's energy took the form of a dragon roaring with her. The energy of Niles' mark protects me from any of your attacks, monster dressed as a seraph, said the werewolf, and just as it protects me it can also destroy anyone who dares touch me, and even more those obsessed with power like you. Gabriel couldn't utter a word when he saw that one of his most powerful attacks was stopped with bare hands by the person who is not worthy of his dragon. I'm giving you back your toy. Valeria shouted, starting to run and the audio started playing. Boom. As a javelin thrower, Valeria hurls Gabriel's spear of light with greater force and power than the one Michael's sister had created. Seeing how her attack was returned at a tremendous speed, Valeria. It will be of no use to you. Gabriel shouted as he activated his defensive shield, stopping the spear for a moment, but maybe you have a little of the Seekvaira's power, but that will be of no use to you, disgusting werewolf. But in that prick. Gabriel noticed that his summoned shield was being cracked, the seraph was incredulous at what she saw but pre-eek. Gabriel's shield was breaking from the force of the spear thrown by Valeria. He saw that the thrown weapon was changing from yellow to a red color, a crimson red as intense as blood itself. No, it is not possible, Gabriel shouted when crash. The spear destroyed Gabriel's shield as it continued on its course, the seraph tried to flee, but slash. Ah! Screamed the blonde as she felt that the same spear she had created had pierced 3 of her beautiful white wings. In that, those who were in the dimension saw how the seraph was in free fall like a trail of light. The blonde tried in vain to glide to avoid at least the impact of the fall from hurting, because she was going directly to the rocky scaffolds of Edinburgh, but the panting of a beast running is heard, and in that, Gabriel sees that Valeria was climbing buildings and running on all 4s across the rooftops of Edinburgh at an incredible speed, but the seraph saw the eyes of her opponent, those eyes truly reflected a thirst for blood and an infinite contained violence that was about to be unleashed on Michael's sister. Get away from my filthy beast. Gabriel shouted, trying in vain to confront the werewolf, but just a few meters away from reaching the seraphim. Brewer. The werewolf, with a roar that would terrify even the bravest, leaped towards the seraphim, with the sharp claws on her hands and feet ready to dig into the blonde, grabbed onto the seraphim's other wings. Broyer. Stone. Ah. Gabriel screamed again as tears began to fall from his face, which reflected indescribable pain, because the sound of bones and flesh being ripped off was heard in the pocket dimension. The nobles of Alvretich just closed their eyes to such a cruel and bloody maneuver by Valeria. But the werewolf did not finish torturing Gabriel because 5. Gabriel had fallen face first onto the cold, dirty, solid stone floor, but that wasn't all. Stone. Valeria, taking advantage of the impact of the seraphim and how vulnerable she was now, had torn off her other 2 wings. Gabriel screamed again in pain as she felt her beautiful wings, of which she was so proud, being mercilessly torn away. Not anymore, please don't be cruel, said Gabriel with his nose bleeding, his beautiful face dirty with dirt and bruises, his eyes shedding tears of pain. Those words don't suit you, said Valeria, while with her right hind leg, she subdued Gabriel by stepping on his back, while her left leg was on one of his wounded wings, threatening to tear it off. Does what you're telling me not seem familiar to you? What month are you saying? Said Gabriel, very hurt. Weren't those words that Issei Hyoudou said when you unjustly imprisoned him in Tartarus? Valeria said in her ear something that made the seraph feel a chill. No, it's not true, said Gabriel, feigning dementia. Issei Hyoudou is someone dangerous who must be locked up in Tartarus until the end of time, said Gabriel, trying to reason with the werewolf, but stone. The werewolf ripped out one of the wounds and tore it off, causing the seraph to scream in pain, causing the blonde's back to start bleeding profusely. Issei Hyoudou, he is the hero to whom we owe our lives, said Valeria, furiously grabbing the blonde's scalp with her claws. If it were not for his valuable contributions to the Trihiksa sealing, the whole world would be destroyed. Not only what you know, but also our beloved kingdoms, our entire existence would have been erased. It's not true, the true hero is Niles Hyoudou, the great Seekvaira, Gabriel shouted as his wings began to flicker. Issei Hyoudou was nothing more than a hindrance. He's just a damn human who deserves to be crushed like all of you before you as supreme beings. When I kill you, Niles will love me along with my harem sisters, we will have our happy ending. Valeria only looked with pity and disgust at the seraph who was still lying. But suddenly she saw that a huge circle, before Gabriel's look of pain and defeat, the nobles of Alvretich looked at the seraph with disgust. Seraph and Gabriel, said Ashen, are you still lying to yourself, declaring a love that goes beyond the non-existent? What are you trying to tell me, insolent human? Said Gabriel very furiously, and her wings began to flicker alarmingly. I'm trying to tell you that you still believe that you love Niles Hyoudou when your heart is screaming something else at you, Ashen said without flinching. That is not true. I love Niles. I will give my body and soul to the true hero, Gabriel shouted without thinking what he said. With eyes that reflected psychotic desperation, he tried to excuse himself before the heir to the crown. I'm not convinced by your words, Seraphim. Gabriel said. Ashen, you are not in love with Niles Hyoudou, the current Seekvaira and noble of Alvretich. You and those supernatural women who harassed him only see him as a sperm factory with which you want to have powerful descendants to strengthen your miserable faction. Gabriel felt quite offended by what Ashen said. And tell me, first of all, have you ever felt true love for yourself? Said Ashen. Of course I know how to love myself, Gabriel shouted angrily. All of heaven loves me, your overlord, my brother loves me, the supernatural loves me, Niles Hyoudou loves me, even you should love me. They love you like the strongest and most beautiful woman in heaven, Camilla said. Now, but the question is, have they loved you like simply Gabriel? The seraph widened her eyes at what the little girl said. To love me as simply Gabriel, said the seraphim, processing what they said. Everyone saw me simply with the title of the most beautiful and strongest woman in heaven, said Gabriel, lost in her thoughts. When someone had loved her as a person and not with the titles that knew her, there were many people she had known, but they only looked at her with lust, obsession. Nobody came to her mind until only one person saw her as Gabriel only. The Brown, who was called a pervert by her best friend and sister of this, Kuoh Hyoudou, the bearer of Tiamat, as by the Hikoryuko Valerie Lucifer, when calling him a simple human. Gabriel felt so comfortable in the past when Issei spoke so animatedly with her. There were few conversations she had with the youngest of the Hyoudou, but she really felt so comfortable with Issei. She thought about taking him to heaven so her brother could meet him. She thought of a future together, having a family with that human who saw her as such, but her thoughts were completely forgotten when the two bearers of the Karma Dragon and the Celestial Dragon Albion, along with Ria's Gremory, Seraphul Citri and the Cadre Penemu, put ideas in her head that Issei would only stain the heaven faction by being the girlfriend and wife of a simple human who should give rise to a descendant of none other than the powerful Seekvaira Niles Hyoudou. She had also received the wise advice from Michael and the other seraphim that she should be promised to Niles Hyoudou, although he did not like the idea, in order to process great warriors for his faction, which was agreed with the other leaders of the alliance, and several women were interested in being wives of the Seekvaira. Even Issei's mother, Kuoh and Niles, Miki Hyoudou, highly recommended her son Niles and despised Issei a lot. Just for not having a sacred gear, implored Gabriel to marry the pride of Hyoudou, not the shame of the family. Gabriel, heeding the alliance, began to distance himself from Issei, on the verge of ignoring him or responding rudely. He saw how Issei no longer gave him those friendly looks, but rather one of disappointment. He sometimes felt his heart wrench when those eyes pierced his own. He decided not to give it importance and continued trying to conquer a disinterested Niles Hyoudou who, every time the seraphim tried to conquer him, he rejected her in a rude way because he knew of his little brother's feelings for the seraphim. Gabriel would not give up because she wanted to be the heavenly bride of the great Seekvaira. She wanted Niles' love, but inside she felt empty when she saw the cold and indifferent eyes of the greatest Hyoudou. But after the sealing of the Trihexa, everything in her heart withered when the leaders, in an attempt to keep the credit that Issei had earned by sealing the Beast of the Apocalypse, agreed to lock Issei up for having defiled and made fun of the leaders before the Beast of the Apocalypse. Gabriel was one of those who agreed to lock him up, and when they captured him, she saw a chained Issei with indifferent eyes and even had the luxury of slapping him. But in her heart she felt like a fool to do that to the person who never saw her by her titles, that human who had treated her as an equal and not as someone to whom they should pay any tribute. Gabriel couldn't lie to herself anymore. Before her eyes was the true owner of her heart, who looked at her with true disgust, as if she had stepped in shit on his shiny armor. It hurt her to see Issei looking at her like that. Issei-chan, said the Seraph, stretching out her hand in a sign of mercy towards the brown-haired boy. Help your guardian angel, please. The brunette didn't even flinch at Gabriel. In the past, he would have helped her, but now it's a different story. But at that, Gabriel felt like someone had taken his hand. He thought it was his beloved brunette, but when he saw who it was. So now you're sorry, fourth-rate little angel, said a voice that reflected the former Valkyrie Piri. It's a shame that Issei-chan doesn't feel anything for you anymore. Gabriel, seeing the sadistic ex-Valkyrie, began to feel intimidated. But that's not true, said Gabriel when he saw one of the women with whom Issei was engaged. Well, something began to invade his body, a feeling that made his wings begin to blink more frequently. Issei, I know he still loves me. Now one lie after another, said Tsubasa, now approaching her harem sister. If your father saw you, he would be really disappointed in his own daughter. Gabriel had the woman who stole his Issei right under his nose, unaware that it was them, along with an ability of Alvretich, who freed Issei before he was locked up in Tartarus. You let a good man go for following the orders or advice of your superiors, said Valeria. You just show that despite everything you are naive and easy to manipulate, Camilla said. Issei-nichan, you saved yourself the trouble of having a stupid woman by your side, said Elise with a look that reflected disgust. Gabriel was now quite emotionally unwell. The psychological pressure against her was beginning to affect her. That's not true, that's not true, that's not true, said Gabriel like a psychotic. Issei loves me, Issei loves me, Issei loves me. Everyone saw how Gabriel's wings continued to flicker more frequently. They knew what would happen, and then the fiancés of the bearer of the Star Dragon of Violence would take the final step. But you know what could not have happened with him? Yura said with a malicious smile while her mouth was at the level of Gabriel's ear. When he marked us as his dragons, Piri said in the same way as Sona's former tower, and that will be one of the pleasures that you will never be able to enjoy ever. Never. 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 Eerie's scream echoed in the seraphim's head, taking the life from the blonde's eyes. She could no longer cry from the pain. Something inside her was sprouting, something that was urging her to attack those women who stole Issei. They won't take it away from me, they won't take it away from me, they won't take it away, they won't take it away. She screamed in her mind, immersed in anger, fury, helplessness. At that, Gabriel's aura begins to transform little by little. They felt a thirst for violence in the blonde who suddenly Gabriel shouted as his eyes began to glow a reddish color, and the explosion of his aura was imminent. His remaining wings began to turn black as night before the nobles of Alvretich. It was official, Gabriel had fallen to the wrath. I'll kill them, I'll kill them, I'll kill them. Gabriel screamed, trying to get out of Valaria's grip. He didn't care about anything anymore. He wanted the head of the ex-Valkyrie and Tsubasa. He wanted those who stole his chestnut dead. The now fallen seraphim was screaming and roaring like an angry beast, wanting to tear the nobles of Alvretich to pieces. No one will take my Issei away from me. Issei, Issei. The seraphim's mentality was practically destroyed. Ashen sees Valaria nodding at him as a sign to do it. Shut your damn mouth, Gabriel. The werewolf screamed, opening her jaws. Stone. Ah. Gabriel screamed as the werewolf began to tear apart the wings of the fallen one, with her claws and bites. One by one of the wings that still remained were being torn apart. Gabriel couldn't take it anymore, being defeated in front of Issei, in front of his fiancées, and especially in front of the kingdom that saved him from captivity and his wrong decisions. It was enough for her. The pain, the anger and the humiliation was enough for her. With her back completely bleeding and only having one wing intact and her pride trampled, all she can do is lament. Ex-Seraphim, Gabriel said, a voice, and the blonde with her dull eyes sees Issei Hyoudou approaching. Issei-chan, said the new foal. She felt that warmth again when the younger brunette spoke to her before making that wrong decision to play along with Rias and the other leaders. At that, the youngest of the Hyoudou began to emanate his dark aura in one of his hands until he created a golden orb and showed it to the fallen one that still remained on the ground. Do you know what this is? Issei said, to which Gabriel sincerely denied. This reflects everything I felt for you. Love, friendship, all those feelings I had for you are reflected in this golden sphere, Gabriel. The foal looked at that sphere with a smile. It was the most beautiful thing Issei had ever shown her. She felt flattered by that. But it's time for you to disappear, said Issei with a dark tone. Gabriel didn't understand what he was saying, but suddenly destroying the sphere. I hope you are happy with your decisions and follow the advice of your stupid brother, who only saw you as a producer of hybrid angels when he didn't know how to value your true happiness. What I once had for you, I will never feel them again. At that, Issei, emanating dark rays with his gauntlet, began to surround the golden sphere. Gabriel watched in horror as the sphere was breaking. No, no, no. Gabriel begged him not to destroy them. Until. Crash. Ooh. Gabriel shouted upon seeing that the golden sphere had been destroyed by Issei himself. He had personally destroyed all ties with Gabriel. Officially, the brown-haired man no longer felt anything for the blonde, neither hate nor love, only a cold indifference towards her. Gabriel couldn't stand it any longer, fainting from shock and knowing that her decisions, having ignored her heart for so long, had caused the worst mistake of her long life. She lost a man who saw her as a woman and not as the most beautiful seraphim in heaven. This is unfortunate, said Tomo Meguri, sighing in boredom. Saizo already went to the hotel with that rag doll of Georg, Camilla said, walking through the pocket dimension. It's not even worth killing them, Piri said, carrying Gabriel like a sack of potatoes, but I think it would be a good idea to send those fifth-rate leaders their garbage. Send them as a warning message. Valaria said in her human form while Elise magically created new clothes for her. I like the idea. Anyway, sooner or later they'll find out what we did to their favorite groups, said Issei. I'd like to see Michael's face because of what we did to his dear sister. Likewise the expression of Gremory and Auden when they found out that Roswas was dead, Piri said, laughing. It's time to return to the hotel where we were staying. The first defense of the kingdom has been completed, Ashen said, also walking, to which the nobles of Alvretich walked under a light violet dawn in the sky, indicating that it would soon dawn in Scotland. Chapter 9. Underworld, Castle of Falbium Asmodeus. The leaders were gathered, along with Ria's entourage and the teams that comprised them. They were awaiting the first report from their emissaries in order to locate the kingdom that had dared to help Issei escape from Tartarus. They should have arrived in Scotland by now, Sirzechs said. Do you think they could have suffered an attack? Yusaka said somewhat worriedly. I say this because the traitor from Citri informed them of our move in that kingdom. Maybe, said Valerie Lucifer, but our warriors are superior to those humans. They shouldn't get so upset. It's true, Naya, and more than the strongest seraphim along with the Valkyrie who sealed Trihexa were with a faction of the heroes most likely, Gaby-chan, and the others will have defeated them, Naya said Kuroka with her typical carelessness. And Seraphil won't come to the meeting. said Penemu, seeing that one of the mass was missing, and it was the eldest daughter of the Citri who was absent. Since Sona Citri betrayed us, she hasn't wanted to leave her room, said Elmenhold Karlstein. We tried to stop by to talk to her, but she demands to be alone. I guess what happened with Niles and Sona was hard for her. But one of the topics we are going to discuss is about those who are against us, said Michael quite seriously. We have discovered that some of our people are starting to disobey our orders, Falbium said, all since we decided to take away the credit from the Hyoudou bastard. Don't you understand the repercussions our people will have if it becomes known that a human was able to seal Trihexa? Ria said, very frustrated. It's practically a low blow to our race, and they'll brand us as a laughingstock. And they still haven't found Niles-san. Asia said sadly and worriedly. At the blonde's question, the leaders showed a look of bitterness. In the case of Penemu and Yasaka, they couldn't help but shed tears. Unfortunately not, Yasaka said angrily, wiping her eyes with a silk handkerchief. I tried to enter Amaterasu-sama's territory, but Kagutsuchi-sama and Tsukuyomi-sama blocked my way. I tried to feel their aura, but I only felt divine presences, but Niles wasn't there, not even my best searchers could find him in Kyoto or Kuoh. Sirzechs sighs at the sight of the Seikryuute. It seems that his plans are no longer to reside in Japan, said Sirzechs. It is clearer that he is now considered a renegade demon and a traitor. Lady Hyoudou began to cry upon learning that her favorite son had abandoned the alliance and was considered an enemy. The girls in Niles' harem also began to weep inconsolably. Ani-sama, let me find Niles and convince him to come back with us, Ria said, very distressed. Don't do this to us, Michael-sama, Irina said tearfully at the decision the leaders made regarding the love of her life. Kaneko, Kuroka and Zenobia hugged each other while crying at Sirzechs' decision. The leaders could not see the females of the Seikryuute in such a pitiful state. We can't do anything about this, said the leader of the Angels, resigned to seeing his ace cry for the Seikryuute, but Niles has decided to cooperate with the enemy and the rebel gods. First Ophis and Great Red abandon us, then Freya, Amaterasu and Ares declare themselves enemies before us, then Sona and her entourage, now this the pillar of the alliance, is officially declared a traitor, said Valerie Lucifer, very angry while crying at what she was witnessing. What else can happen? And that Odin receives a magic circle of communication. What's going on, Heimdall? What? Odin shouted, very upset. They left. No, it's not possible. Okay, Odin said, while closing the communication. Damn it. Odin shouted, kicking a garbage can in frustration. What's going on? Said Zeus, looking at his Nordic counterpart. Heimdall has just confirmed to me that the 12 Valkyries that he was willing to offer to Niles Hyoudou to return to the alliance have just joined Freya. They abandoned Vingolf, and now Baldur has also just declared them enemies of Asgard, said Odin, very angry. Vingolf. The abode of the Valkyries, meaning Pleasant Hall, located on one side of Valhalla. 12 Valkyries, weren't those 13 sisters, legendary Valkyries in those poems of Norse mythology, the Grimnismal? Venelana said, confused. That's right, there were 13 of them, but unfortunately one of them died when her daughter went mad and was locked up in Helheim. It was a very bloody chapter in Asgard when the daughter of that Valkyrie was able to kill an army by herself, but me, Thor, Baldur and Roswus, along with an army of warriors, managed to defeat her, but her anger and madness were so great that we couldn't kill her, but lock her up. What is the name of that Valkyrie and the name of that daughter she had? Penemu said interestedly. His name was Jerahu, Battle Spear, and the name of his daughter, that prospective Valkyrie who went mad, is called Piri, said Odin very seriously. A somewhat dull silence had taken over the meeting, then the Redeed came up with an idea to make the search for Alvretrich's kingdom a little easier and possibly gain an ally. Odin, what do you think if we go to Helheim to convince your granddaughter Hela to free that bloodthirsty Valkyrie? Sirzechs said, smiling. Odin looked at him furiously. Have you become stupid? Said Odin, upset. That Valkyrie has been deranged since her parents died, and she will not hesitate to kill anyone who stands in her way, anything that is from Asgard or that is related to me. It will cause a shocking genocide, said Odin. The only one who can keep her under control is Hela while she is chained in that kingdom. But if we offer him something he likes, he won't hesitate to join forces with us, said Azazel. Everyone nodded at what the fallen angel had said, but Odin swallowed nervously. Give that kind of people something to entertain themselves with at the end of their days, and I assure you that they will accept. They won't do it, and no one from the alliance will enter Helheim. That is my last word, said Odin, emanating his aura threateningly. What I'm trying to do is to make sure that no one here dies upon coming into contact with Piri, and out of desperation, you're going to send someone to the jaws of the wolf. A simple Valkyrie shouldn't be as dangerous as me, said Valerie Lucifer arrogantly. Oh no. That simple Valkyrie was able to pull 3 fangs from Fenrir's jaws and leave Vidal, Loki and Thor in a sanatorium for months, said Odin very nervous and furious because he still remembered those episodes. But we have an even bigger problem regarding the 12 Valkyrie sisters who left with my ex-wife, and to make matters worse, Roswis's grandmother is one of those 12 Valkyries. Now I don't know how to tell her that her grandmother is now also a traitor. Nikki Hilton's next dream house would be in Palm Beach, Florida. And what is the great threat you speak of, Odin Dono, said Zeus. Those Valkyries will start looking for heroes who can be their Einherjar or their carriers. If a hero manages to possess a Valkyrie, he could have the power necessary to kill a god, said Odin, very tensely surprising the meeting. And now that Freya is allied with Alvretich, that means that, said Zeodicus Gremory. Exactly, 12 of their greatest warriors can kill us without difficulty, and that includes the bastard Hyoudou Issei, said Odin very nervously. I cannot doubt that one of the 12 Valkyries will offer to have him as her Einherjar. Everyone started to think a lot about what the father of all said when HHH. The scream sounded in the meeting room, and everyone looked at the source of it. Miranda and Griselda were with a gesture that reflected pain, and their hands were practically on their chest area. Both brave saints were panting, they felt a great pain in their chest, but above all, my power is diminishing. This hurts, this hurts. Everyone watched with concern what was happening to the brave saints when they saw that something was starting to come out of the two of them. I heard Miranda and Griselda shouted when they saw a device that Michael recognized coming out of their bodies. They are Gabriel's cards, said Michael amazed as he saw the Ace of Hearts and the Queen of Hearts that were coming out of their now ex-bearers respectively, leaving them very stunned. That means Gabriel no, said Michael terrified. But then, Gabriel's cards begin to be consumed by a dark fire turning them to ashes. The overlord of the sky was truly terrified. What does this mean, Michael-sama? Irina said as she saw Gabriel's cards being consumed by darkness. Michael was going to answer his ace, but he stopped when a magic circle appeared in front of everyone, appearing 2 silhouettes that they recognized, a female silhouette bathed in dried blood with traces of her own torn clothes, and also what was left surrounded by her wings only one black color, while the other silhouette appeared a man wearing glasses and a look that reflected uncertainty, reluctance and above all pain. Gabriel-sama. George. The alliance of factions went to help the newcomers. The blonde remained unconscious, while the only survivor of the heroes faction had a look that reflected he was in a trance. Michael was the first to reach his sister. He couldn't feel horrified at seeing his sister in such a terrible state. He couldn't digest the brutal wound she had suffered, but his concern and pain went to a higher level when he saw that the only one of her wings in good condition was black. No sister, said Michael as tears streamed down his face as he saw the unconscious Gabriel's single black wing. Irina covered her mouth in horror. Metatron, Raphael and Uriel could only mourn the fall of their now ex-sister. The others present lowered their heads in frustration and pain as they saw Gabriel now as a fallen angel. Who did this to you, sister? Said Michael, hugging her while she cried for Gabriel. At that, Sirzechs approaches a lost George who was looking with completely lost eyes. George, tell me who did this to him? Said the Redeed, approaching the hopeless sorcerer, but he doesn't answer. George, answer me. The descendant of Faust and sole survivor of the attack in Edinburgh saw with eyes that Sirzechs deduced in his mind that something was not right with the sorcerer. George, said the aforementioned very quietly. George, who is George? Said the big-haired man with glasses with a face imploring the Mau to resolve that question. Sirzechs was incredulous at what he saw. The descendant of Faust had severe amnesia, but suddenly in the sorcerer's coat, he saw a scroll rolled up with a black ribbon along with it. The red-haired Satan took it, broke the ribbon and unwrapped the scroll and began to read. Next bunch of puppets you send to our domains, we'll send them back to you as meat to feed the vultures. What happened to these mangy fleas is just a warning, and so you better think about telling the truth before your factions before we do it. Forever, Alvretich. Sirzechs also saw that his mind was clouded by fear and anger, seeing how they left both allies in such a pitiful situation. He deduced that the others were dead and affirmed it with the following. What's going on? Rhea said as she saw a crimson flash in front of her, but suddenly she saw that said crimson flash was beginning to take shape, a shape that made the Redeed's tears begin to flow, as well as her entourage, the youngest of the Gremory family, extend her hands as she took the tower of her nobility and knew what it meant. No Ross Nuo. Rhea screamed, hugging the chess piece, knowing that her beloved Rook, her harem sister, had been murdered in Edinburgh. Asia and Akeno hugged their leader and king and his entourage while crying at what they saw. Valerie Lucifer saw this in disbelief and gritted her teeth, knowing that a great element had died at the hands of the humans she despises so much. Odin mourned for Roswis, the entire harem of Niles cried for Roswis's death and possibly for the dark fate of those who did not return. Quickly take Gabriel and George to Citri Hospital. Sirzechs shouted angrily, damn you, humans of Alvretich, damn you. Hyoudou Issei, shouted the red-haired Mau, whipping the letter, while several soldiers and guards took the aforementioned people away on stretchers. The leaders could not believe that those humans had dealt such a low blow, especially to the Heaven faction, by bringing down one of their beloved allies and having almost destroyed the Hero faction. It was more than obvious that Alvretich would pay for that. 3 days later. Tokyo, 2300 hours PM. In the capital of Japan, torrential rain was hitting the city, so much so that only electric lights could illuminate it. Thunder rumbled loudly, and lightning like cobwebs lit up the sky, a rain that could only predict something very bad. In one of the skyscrapers of the Japanese city, at the top of the tallest, you could see a blue-haired boy with a look that reflected seriousness and coldness. Well, the rain only wet his clothes, but it seemed that he didn't care at all about the weather, because by his countenance, he was waiting for something. But then 2 hooded figures approached the boy. "Seriously, are you going to wait for your ex-family, and in the process, are you going to cause a scandal in the city?" said a female voice with a childish tone. "You know I must do this," the boy said, looking at the hooded figure. "Make it clear that there is no longer any relationship with that family, and also those ladies who showed me they were power-hungry pigs." The same figure only sighs at everything. "Sometimes I think that this initiation in Alvretich should change," said the first hooded figure. "If what we want is to go unnoticed in the world, it won't attract attention, and more so your sister is capable of causing an annoying fuss throughout Japan and the whole world in order to find you, now that you have that machine back." "Don't worry," said the other hooded figure with a slightly calmer voice. "Whatever he does, we must support him, but above all take care of him, since these are orders from Ishen-sama and his parents." "Just," said the boy with a smile. "Sometimes I thank fate for meeting you 2 girls who were able to heal my heart after my supposed harem discarded me. I also thank Ishen-sensei who gave me a family that I longed for, but above all a place to call home, something that both Madoka and I wanted a long time ago. Sometimes with that way of thinking, I don't know what we saw in you to fall at your feet and bring us with our hearts beating so fast," Ichika said, the first hooded figure approaching the now ex-Oromura, who reciprocated the gesture of the first figure by hugging her in the torrential storm. "Simple," he said as he also approached Ichika, and with one hand he also ran it over his marked abdomen. Despite being very naive, he shows so much humility in his heart. He never wanted so much recognition for his achievements, something that many lack, but above all his great desire to protect us even without his weapons and at the cost of his life, made us fall in love with him. Ichika, upon hearing that from his companions, couldn't feel lucky because those 2 girls accompanying him clearly reflected that they loved him just the way he is, with or without Byakushiki, warrior or not, with or without achievements. For them he was the most important thing in his life. But those thoughts stopped dead in their tracks as his gaze suddenly hardened. The hooded figures also separated from the blue-haired man in a sign of alert as they began to hear a very peculiar sound, something that Ichika knew it was, and that was approaching. "They've arrived," said Ichika. And in less than 10 seconds many infinite stratos were surrounding the skyscraper where Ichika and her 2 companions were. Easily an army of 800 women piloting the exoskeletons had surrounded the colossal building of Tokyo. Ichika saw that those pilots looked at him with an air of disgust and absolute contempt. He could see Haoki, Charlotte, Cecilia, Laura, the Tantanashi sisters and his former teacher, Maya Yamada, being accompanied by male pilots, that the blue-haired deduced that they are the new boyfriends of his former harem, piloting their respective some that had a firearm pointed at the former Oromura and his companions. Ichika Rimiura Haoki Shinono said very loudly, "You are surrounded by the elite of the Is Academy, hand over Byakushiki and surrender." There was a somewhat tense silence in the pouring rain, but at Haoki's warning, Ichika made a bored face, something that infuriated her former childhood friend. Let's see," said Ichika looking indifferently at the army. "It seems the most important part of this army is missing." "You miserable girl, you're making fun of us," Cecilia said with clear indignation. Ichika just ignored the British blonde's annoyance, making her even angrier. "Oh, did you say something, dyed hair?" Ichika said sarcastically, something that Cecilia took as an insult. Where is she, Ichika said, until she feels the presence of the person she was looking for and wanted to settle scores with, something that made a macabre smile appear on her face, and her gaze turned behind him, something that the hooded women followed the former Oromura and Ahir, the cherry on the cake, the one who organized this and soon. The one who will stain the honor of such a prestigious academy for following selfish and absurd ideals, Oromura Chifayu. And indeed, the eldest daughter of the Oromura came wearing her combat suit, carrying her katana, being accompanied by a man wearing a common she watched with eagerness to see Ichika's head roll on the cold and wet ground. "Ichika, give me Byakushiki back right now and give yourself up," said Chifayu, pointing her katana at her indifferent ex-brother. "You know that Byakushiki doesn't belong to you anymore, scum." "I think so," said Ichika, showing the bracelet that reflected the Miserable, said Chifayu's boyfriend, that must belong to someone who truly deserves it. "Hey Ichika, did you really have to put up with these people?" said the shorter-headed figure. "They're complaining to you like immature children fighting over a toy." "Ah, what can I say," said Ichika, "you should have seen the jealousy scenes of those scavengers who were my friends," said Ichika, taking the bridge of her nose with her fingers, so false and pathetic. "Ah, it makes me nauseous to remember that." Ichika's ex-harem was upset by what the blue-haired man said. "Wretched, how dare you say that?" said Rin, wielding her as weapon. "Ah, better close that irritating mouth every time you open it, my head starts to hurt when I hear your annoying tone of voice," Ichika said with disgust towards the Chinese native, who treacherously let a tear come out of her eyes. "Fine, since we tried to get you to return by Akishiki to us peacefully, it will be by force," said Chifayu, snapping her fingers, "and then at my signal they will all fire." These pilots carrying rifles, Cecilia, Charlotte, Kanzashi and Maya Yamada, aimed at Ichika and his two companions, but they did not show any kind of reaction. "You know what to do, girls," Ichika said as the three of them began to glow. The small silhouette's hands began to glow purple. The other silhouette's hands began to glow gold, while Ichika's hands were silver. Chifayu noticed this and didn't hesitate to give her orders. "Fire!" shouted Chifayu. The cloud of fire, smoke, and the rumble of shrapnel could be heard, seen, and felt on the stormy night. The barrage of 500 state-of-the-art rifles had been fired at three people, hoping they would fall dead. "Stop fire!" shouted Chifayu as she saw the gigantic cloud of dust that had formed, and she couldn't see what had happened. All the noise was slowly fading away, but they couldn't see anything about Orimura and his two unknown companions. "I don't think they could survive the fire of more than 500 soldiers," said Laura, smiling with satisfaction. "He must be more than dead," said the German pilot's boyfriend. Silence began to reign. Fum. The cloud of smoke dissipated and they saw something they would never have thought was real. Ichika Orimura and her two companions had recreated a defensive field, not with technology, it was magic, said Haoki, seeing the energy that Ichika and her companions gave off. "Phew, how good to have knowledge of something that you are completely unaware of," said Ichika, making fun of the pilots. Tifayu was practically in shock to see that her ex-brother had survived an attack that had less than 1% chance of surviving. "Ichika, I demand that you tell me what you did," said Chifayu, very annoyed. "There's nothing to explain to you, decrepit witch," said one of the silhouettes. "Ichika, I'm getting tired of seeing these bores, it's time to end this so we can go home." "I agree, don't you think it's time for you to show who you really are, Ichika?" said the other silhouette. "Okay," said Ichika, who immediately activated the Byakishiki sword to wield it. "For me they can finish off that entire army. I have pending accounts with the greatest honor of the Orimura family," said Ichika, smiling sarcastically at Chifayu, who was beginning to get angry because she knew that he used that tone with her to make her feel bad. The silhouettes nodded and proceeded to remove their hoods, revealing Ichika's companions. "Well, it's time to show these little girls that they are nothing compared to the witches of Alvretich, Ophelia," said a black-haired girl wearing a black veil that covered her mouth. "Nix." "Aye, Nick," said a smiling blonde. Ichika's former harem recognized Ophelia as the girl they saw kissing that naive and foolish boy who had stolen their hearts in the past. A strong desire to kill her ran through their veins, and despite being engaged to other men, they were still consumed by pride that she had stolen the younger brother of their beloved commander. "Ophelia." "Orders, Sergeant Tabane," said these pilots. Under such a great desire to kill the blonde, he took out the Infinite Stratos lightsaber and gave his order. "Kill them." Haoki Shinono shouted as she pointed her sword at Ophelia. The pilots attacked both sorceresses at a fast speed to obey the order, but both Ophelia and Nyx, with magic, made some books appear that they immediately took and safeguarded. "Ah, I think it's time to put insecticide and kill some annoying flies," said Nyx, while a magic circle appeared in front of her. "So young, so silly," said Nyx, irritated, while the little sorceress began to float while making Tokyo tremble. These pilots stopped in their tracks because when they saw the sorceress float, apart from the sky thundering and lightning, they sensed something very bad: critical thunder. Shazam! Several lightning bolts struck the pilots. "Ah!" The girls who were piloting those exoskeletons that had suddenly received that brutal magical attack from Nyx screamed in pain, but it was the beginning. "No, I'm falling. Aid. I'm going to die." The pilots who had received that attack from Nyx had their eyes damaged in such a way that now they could not stay in the air, and they fell into the void of the dark city, where small expositions could be seen in the background. The survivors of Nyx's attack were terrified. No, something much worse than that, because they had only read about that attack in science fiction books, because before their eyes, they saw how easily a part of their army had died. "No, it's not possible," said Charlotte, very terrified. "Damn demon," said the French pilot's boyfriend, paralyzed by fear. "That's what happens to them for not taking us seriously," said Ophelia, while a magic circle now appeared below her. "Without their machines they are nothing." Aoki, seeing that Ophelia was preparing her attack, did not hesitate to order. "Quickly stop her from attacking." Haoki shouted, her gaze reflecting a mixture of fear and hatred for the blonde. The pilots hesitated to obey the order, but rushed to stop the blonde from launching her magical attack, but by hesitating, that would be their worst mistake, because that time was just enough for the Ophelia to attack. Ophelia shouted, and immediately the energy that emanated from her hands changed color to purple, and in front of her appeared something that these pilots never believed they would see. "Is it the moon?" said one of the pilots, seeing a replica of the same natural satellite of the Earth in front of Ophelia, but everyone saw that little by little, that replica of the moon began to crumble with plaster and suddenly gave way to a black hole that began to absorb everything that was in front of the blonde. "Quickly escape!" Cecilia screamed, terrified at what she saw. The survivors of the first magical attack wanted to escape the black hole at all costs, but… help! Some female pilots screamed as they were sucked into the black hole, others screamed in horror as they were devoured. "Damn you, free them!" Tantanashi shouted furiously as she saw several colleagues being absorbed by Ophelia's technique. "You okay?" said Ophelia, smiling with some malice. "Tantanashi didn't have a feeling anything good with your wishes, you only caused a more catastrophic end." And at that moment Ophelia slapped her palms and immediately… boom! The black hole turned out to be a magic bomb, and immediately the pilots who had been absorbed now fell dead into the void, with their eyes turned into scrap, leaving as survivors Ichika's ex-harem and her current boyfriends, who were quite horrified that they had murdered an entire army without difficulty and in cold blood. All of Ichika's ex-girlfriends were practically paralyzed with fear, and not just them, Chifayu could not believe that her army had been liquidated so quickly. Monsters. Kanzashi screamed terrified, but the light blue-haired girl's fear went to a much higher level when she saw how both sorceresses looked coldly at the youngest of the Sirzechs sisters. "Wow, they didn't take long," said Ichika, smiling sarcastically. "We just eliminate the obstacle," said Nyx, "because now I can settle outstanding scores with these greedy bitches." Ophelia only limited herself to smiling and winking at him in a sign of support, something that began to infuriate Haoki and her friends when they saw the blonde sorceress very flirtatious with him. Ichika, for his part, remained calm about what had happened to those women, but with Chifayu and the other girls who had once reigned in Ichika's heart. "So who's next?" Ichika said, smiling with determination while pointing Byakishiki's sword at Chifayu, infuriating her even more. They thought he was going to have a simple mission of recovery and extermination, but seeing what the companions were capable of, they no longer knew what to expect, considering that he now carried the weight of several pilots who had died in battle, all due to a burst of immaturity, and having underestimated his enemies, only a dark uncertainty reigned in their heads now, because they did not know that soon they would know the true and terrible power of Ichika by provoking him. Chapter 10. Fear, cold and above all helplessness, was what reigned in Chifayu Orimura's head when he saw how an entire squadron of his pilots had died before his eyes and the instruments with which they had committed such a crime. It had not been a bomb, they had not been state-of-the-art weapons, it was something that society was skeptical about until a few seconds ago when his eyes saw such power with splendor. Magic. And in the face of such a deadly attack, the current as pilot assassins appeared calm, and their gazes showed no remorse, and to a certain extent, they had a slight gesture of satisfaction at having carried out such a maneuver, this so that Ichika's former girls could witness their enormous power. "Now they understand that they will have no trace of victory against us," Nyx said coldly. "It was so much your selfishness, your greed, but above all seeking to harm Ichika, that many lives that could have spent a night with their families today will not return home because of you." Chifayu Orimura said Ophelia, looking with contempt at Ichika's ex-sister, who looked with hatred at the blonde. "But from the look on your face it's obvious that you won't accept that it's your fault and you'll do anything to fulfill this scoundrel's whim," Ichika said, pointing at Chifayu's boyfriend, who was offended by how she referred to him, "and you'll do anything, even lose your dignity, to fulfill his whims." "Damn you, don't refer to Mulchaya that way," said Maya Yamada, pointing her rifle at Ichika, who was looking bored at the green-haired girl. "I'll call her whatever I want," failed teacher said Ichika, to which Maya began to get angry. "And tell me, what will you do if I tell her like that?" "Shoot," said Ichika mockingly. Maya, upon hearing her former student mock her, didn't say another word. Bang. A bullet came out of Maya's rifle heading towards Ichika. All of Ichika's ex-harem along with their boyfriends were impressed to see how the peaceful and smiling Maya Yamada had shot irrationally. Ichika, seeing how quickly the bullet was approaching, simply closed his eyes. A yellow energy began to sprout in his body that little by little covered by Akishiki's sword, making it take on a blue glow to the aforementioned color, and immediately he opens his eyes and sees the incandescent ammunition reaching him, but in slow motion. "Ha!" Ichika shouted as she brandished her sword in a perfect downward slash to split Maya's attack in two, causing the split bullet to also be repelled and fall on two sides, and causing two minimum range explosions. Maya was now furious, but she was also afraid for Ichika for how she repelled her attack. "It's not possible." Laura Baduing shouted as she saw how with a slash of her sword she had stopped, destroyed and repelled a bullet. "This has to be a joke," said Kanzashi, very shocked. "Wow, who would have thought that combining technology with magic could produce quite a promising result," said Ichika, very happy to see Byakishiki's new glow. Ichika Chifuyu shouted, "I'll only tell you one last time, give us Byakishiki and together those two, surrender right now and maybe we can reach an agreement with our family." Nyx and Ophelia could only see wide disgust at Chifuyu, because how dare she tell her current partner that the Oromura family was still her family when she was discredited and humiliated by her and her parents, with Madoka being her only emotional support when she took her out of Phantom Task. "Family, yes, I have it, but it's not you," Ichika said coldly. "What are you saying?" Chifuyu said haughtily at what Ichika said. "You are an Oromura, you should feel proud of that." "I will never be." Ichika shouted, gripping her sword tighter, "and I will never be again, since that which I called mother and that old rotten egator I once called father kicked me out of the house for not meeting their expectations and being a disappointment in their eyes. If it wasn't for them, my two current supports, my sister Madoka and above all the group that I now represent in a proud way, I would have died in the cold. In hunger and above all without having really known the warm feeling of having a true family. That is something that your stupid head blinded by your damn ego and hunger for power. I will never experience it and I will not let you take away everything I have achieved," said Ichika very furiously, but the last thing with a rather dead tone and pointing his sword at his ex-sister that made Chifuyu feel something for her brother. It was not hate. It was not sadness, something that she had not felt for a long time, fear. "Do you dare challenge Oromura-sensei?" Cecilia shouted. "We won't let you do it." Haki shouted along with the other ex-harem girls, but the two sorceresses got in the way of these pilots. "Get out of our way. If they want to touch our Ichika they'll have to go through us," said Ophelia, opening her magic book again. "But unlike your colleagues who died, we will not hold back with you," said Nyx, while expelling a little of her dark aura along with Ophelia's and began to intimidate the pilots who gulped at the assassins of the Is pilot army. Well, with Ichika and Chifuyu. The eldest daughter of the Oromura couple, upon receiving such a threat from someone, was petrified, but someone did not want to remain silent. "You, how dare you threaten my fiancé?" Mulchaya said furiously, activating a laser sword, but Ichika gives him a rather bored look. "Shut your mouth, a pilot of such lamentable prestige," Ichika said in a dead tone. "I don't know what my supposed parents saw when before my eyes I only see carrion vultures seeking fame and fortune from a naive family that accepts any garbage in its ranks. At least Madoka no longer has anything to do with them." "We'll kill you, you bastard," said Haki's boyfriend. "We will shut your mouth with lead," said Cecilia's boyfriend carrying a rifle. "And at the same time, clean up the honor of the great Oromura family," said Charlotte's boyfriend, also pointing a rifle at the former Oromura. Ichika, keeping his gaze, just says, "I feel so sorry for them that I will defeat them using only my Isa's sword," said Ichika, brandishing and taking a fighting stance. "Ichika, don't be late," said Ophelia. "Our flight leaves in 2 hours." "Okay," Ichika said without stopping looking at her ex-sister's boyfriend. He looked at the raven-haired man with murderous desire, and at the act the other boyfriends with his equipped on their bodies joined him, using the 8 boyfriends of Ichika's ex-harem, half carrying a sword and the other carrying a rifle. They pointed at the owner of Byakishiki, ready to go into action, and suddenly the first to take action was Rin's boyfriend, slowly brandishing his sword. Ichika only limits himself to blocking effortlessly, while Laura's boyfriend was dedicated to shooting erratically. That a star trooper trying to hit Ichika, but demonstrating his dexterity and skill, could easily dodge the attacks of both suitors, until in an errant downward slash from Rin's boyfriend, Ichika took advantage to stick his sword in the abdomen and give an ascending slash, splitting Rin's boyfriend in two. Immediately at a dizzying speed he stood in front of Laura's boyfriend. He could not react in time. He tried to activate his rifle, but slash. Ichika proceeds to cut off his hands. The German pilot's boyfriend screamed loudly and horrified by his severed hands, but Ichika only limits himself to decapitating him. "This bastard squeals worse than a pig," said Ichika, kicking Laura's boyfriend's head like a ball. The other grooms went on the attack together, thinking that together they would defeat him, but as we all think, it's okay to dream. Tadnashi's boyfriend brandished his lightsaber with the intention of cutting off Ichika's head, who only limited himself to ducking his head, and immediately the ex-Oromura plunged his sword into the heart of his adversary. Maya and Cecilia's boyfriend opened fire on Oromura from behind, but Ichika skillfully uses Tadnashi's dying boyfriend as a human shield, and while he received the attack of the rifles accelerating his death more, Ichika for his part ran to the boyfriends of the green-haired and the light blue-haired woman until he reached the aforementioned, getting rid of his hand shield. Proceeds to give both of them a horizontal slash in their throats, causing them to bleed in an outrageous manner, bathing Ichika's face a little with the hemostatic liquid. "Bastard." Haki's boyfriend shouted, launching himself into an attack, blinded by rage at seeing his dead friends, proceeding to give a horizontal slash that Ichika only had to step aside and take it like a samurai. Slash. The sound of the meat being sliced along with the sound of the bones being cut was heard horribly in the rainy night. The two swordsmen had remained silent until the body of Haoki's boyfriend split in two, falling to the ground face first the thorax with the arms and head, followed by the hips and legs on the opposite side. Kanzashi's boyfriend, seeing how his friends were easily killed, tried to escape, but when he turned his back on his enemy. "Where are you going?" said Ichika, who surprisingly found him in front of him. The boyfriend of the shyest of the Sarashiki sisters could not articulate his mouth or make a sound because he was looking into Ichika's eyes inside them. All that could be seen was a disturbing darkness that unnerved anyone who saw it. Flat. Kanzashi's boyfriend felt that something had pierced his forehead until he realized that Ichika had pierced his skull in the aforementioned area. He only rolled his eyes back as a sign that death had come to him. Just as cowardly as his girlfriend, Ichika said with disgust while cleaning his lightsaber with one movement, staining the wet floor. While with Nyx and Ophelia vs Ichika's ex-harem. The girls who were once the harem of the younger brother of the Oromura had seen how Ichika had murdered their boyfriends without compassion or remorse. Ooh. Cecilia, Maya and Kanzashi screamed when they saw the final destination of their current partners. Aoki and Laura shed tears of shock and the memory of their boyfriends' deaths reigned in their minds. Others, like Charlotte and Tantanashi, fell to their knees in shock as they watched their partners fall dead before Ichika, who showed no remorse. "It seems that our Ichika gave them such a low blow without even covering his hands," Nick said mockingly. Aoki, hearing that comment, couldn't stand it any longer and activated her laser katana. "Ah!" Tabane's younger sister screamed as she launched herself to tear the sorceresses to pieces. Both Ophelia and Nyx dodged them without difficulty because an attack controlled by anger was so slow and so clumsy that an inexperienced warrior could dodge it. "Damn you, you will pay for my boyfriend's death, you will pay." Haoki screamed madly as she launched a downward slash towards Ophelia, but she thought of something that could hurt the pride of Ichika's crazed ex. Clang. Ophelia had stopped Haoki's attack with a magic shield, something that left the latter even more shocked. "You depend too much on that junk," said Ophelia, while accumulating magical energy in her other hand. "It's time to melt it down." "You can't beat me, a pathetic woman can't destroy my Is." Haoki screamed furiously trying to get out of the grip, but she couldn't let go of me. "I'm already tired of your irritating voice, Abraxas." Ophelia shouted while grabbing Haoki by the face, and immediately a pillar of light and fire appeared under a sound that immediately Haoki's screams of pain began to rain on the battlefield. "Ah, I'm burned, ah." Haoki screamed while Ophelia's magical power was practically incinerating her. Haoki's companions were horrified to see another of their own, especially a great friend like Tabane's sister. "Enough," Cecilia shouted, unable to bear the suffering of her friend and rival. Ophelia looked at the British pilot with disgust, but a smile formed on the sorceress's face and she ended the punishment with boom. Another explosion occurred and they could only watch as Haoki's body was thrown into the air like a rag doll, with the remains of her is smashed and destroyed, falling heavily to the ground. Her body reflected second and third degree burns with several wounds on her arms and legs. "Sometimes I think that's what Ichika saw in you," said Ophelia with a look that reflected disgust at Haoki, "but before my eyes, I see a spoiled girl who doesn't know how to control her impulses and her tantrums, an immature brat who doesn't know what she wants and is dishonest with herself, and because of that, you'll never know that you lost a great man," said Ophelia, elegantly turning her back on an unconscious Haoki. The other pilots, seeing Haoki defeated, could no longer contain their anger. "Damn you, Maya," Kanzashi and Cecilia shouted, shooting at point-blank range, both their rifles and the sniper at Ophelia, but Nyx immediately intervened and with another magic circle, stopped Cecilia and Maya's attack, but the British pilot launched her 4 drones ready to shoot, but unfortunately for her, Ophelia saw her. "It won't work for you," said the blonde magician, accumulating her magic again. Sajidi, shouted Ophelia, and immediately several trails of magic shot out of her hand, hitting Cecilia's drones, making them explode. "How did you know this?" Cecilia said angrily as she saw her surprise attack destroyed. "We have a clear advantage," Girl Nick said very coldly, "and that is that Ichika mentioned to us the type of combat that you handle, and just as he predicted you have not changed at all. Don't underestimate us." Tantanashi shouted. Rin and Laura launched into hand-to-hand combat, but Nyx closed her eyes, fed up with so much immaturity. "They shouldn't have done that," said the black-haired sorceress, but now she was accumulating magical energy. "Cutting gale," shouted Nyx while taking advantage of the strong winds of the storm. She launched a current of air that took the shape of a disc and was launched towards the 3 pilots who were approaching the impact. Crush. "Aye aye," the 3 as pilots shouted as their exoskeletons shattered, throwing them to the ground as the cutting wind disc impacted the fighters. Earl, Cecilia, Kanzashi and Charlotte shouted when they saw their classmates who had received the attack in very bad condition. "This is already pathetic," Nick said while accumulating dark energy. "I think it's time for you to sleep," said Ophelia, also accumulating dark energy. The girls who were still conscious saw how the accumulated magic of both sorceresses was causing the skyscraper to shake a little, but the weather also played a role in which as the magic of Ophelia and Nyx increased, more lightning lit up the sky, more winds whipped the buildings in a more violent way, and the rain increased. "Be careful," Maya shouted, trying to show courage, but seeing Nyx and Ophelia's dead looks only caused her to start begging for her life in her mind. "I won't allow it," Cecilia shouted, taking out her sniper, and immediately. Bang. The shot barely left the British blonde's gun when. "Now Ophelia," Nyx shouted, "if you are truly afraid of magic, you will wish you had never been born when you feel the power of dark magic." Barracks. Both sorceresses shouted and launched the attack. These girls watched as a ball of dark magic formed above them, and immediately. The dark energy ball was electrifying the pilots. They all suffered equally. The eye of the 6 pilots shouted while the dark ball not only punished them, but also destroyed theirs, and above all, it had managed to destroy the bullet fired by Cecilia. Enough, Charlotte screamed while suffering the attack of both sorceresses, and tears of pain ran down her smooth cheeks. The sorceresses only wielded their hand when. Boom. The magic sphere had slammed them on the floor, leaving them unconscious, and with the last mentioned crack, the defeated pilots only showed a grimace that reflected the pain and humiliation of their lives. "We must improve that magic technique," Ophelia said, Nyx smiling mockingly at seeing Ichika's X's on the floor. "They are not even worth showing the true potential of this technique," said Ophelia as they turned their backs on the unconscious pilots. Back with Ichika and Chifayu and the extra. Defiu Oromura, witnessing how her elite squadron along with her younger brother's former suitors were brutally annihilated by 2 strangers, but what hit her the hardest in her pride, and something she had never done in her life, was seeing that Ichika, the brother she considered a disgrace to the family, had practically killed the suitors of his former harem. The eldest of the Oromura thought that they would subdue him with great ease, but she never thought that Ichika would have such a perfect sword technique that with just a few movements she could wipe out the male as pilots, but that look he gave them reminded her a lot of her violent past. "Did you think that by sending me to this group of vultures armed with those scrap metals you had assured victory, Chifayu Oromura?" said Ichika with a smile that reflected mockery towards her ex-sister. "Apparently your hunger for power and ego makes you underestimate your enemies, and look at the result, dead and those in such a pitiful state," said Ichika, looking defiantly at Chifayu, who felt offended as she looked at her. "Before my eyes. That great legendary pilot that I once respected is no longer there. Now I see an irresponsible woman who abuses the little power she has in her hands by sending people to do her dirty work. You are someone pathetic, Chifayu Oromura." Chifayu shows a grimace full of indignation at how Ichika called her. "Hey. Chifayu's boyfriend, Mulchaya, shouted, "Have more respect for my fiancé. You unhappy trash." "Wow, the dog came out to defend you," Ichika said, laughing. "You better calm down and give a bone of his size to your dog Chihuahua before he dies while wielding my sword." "Shut up," Ichika said Chifayu furiously. "I'm going to warn you once more. Hand Bayakishiki over to me right now. If you want it, come for it," Ichika said, challenging her. But first. Chifayu sees that a magic circle formed at her feet when chains imprisoned her, preventing her from moving. "What are those chains? Let me go," Chifayu demanded, very annoyed. The eldest daughter of the Oromura saw that she had done this, and it was the black-haired sorceress, Nyx, who had summoned said chains. "I'm already getting annoyed by your demands as a woman with a neurological deficit. Why don't you shut up?" Nyx said, activating her magic again, magically closing Chifayu's mouth. The Oromura was making rather muffled noises. Nyx had glued her lips together in such a way that she couldn't open her mouth. "Ah, much better." Mulchaya, seeing how his fiancé was humiliated, his mind clouded with fury, looked at Ichika with great contempt. He had in his mind to kill him however he could, but he had to kill him, take Bayakishiki away from him, dismember him, stab him. 1,000 ways to kill him occurred to him, but he had to do it, so he decided to act immediately by putting a hand in his pants pocket and taking out what looked like a black gem. "I was thinking of using this for a battle against the rebel gods," Mulchaya said, but when she mentioned that Ichika, Nyx and Ophelia were somewhat surprised to hear something from her lips, Chifayu was confused by what her boyfriend was saying. "How do you know about the unhappy supernatural?" Ichika said seriously. "I have no obligation to tell you," said Mulchaya, "but what I will tell you is that thanks to this prism, I will kill you without a doubt, so I won't need this," said Mulchaya, taking off his, and in that, Ichika, Nyx and Ophelia saw that said precious stone began to emanate energy very familiar to them. "It's draconic energy," Ophelia said, surprised. "It's not just any draconic energy, it comes from one of the most powerful evil dragons that could exist taken by force. It's the serpent that lives in Niflheim, the evil serpent that destroys the roots of the Yggdrasil tree, Nidhogg." Mulchaya shouted triumphantly while extending said black prism that emanated a much more scandalous evil aura. "Who gave you that?" Nyx said very seriously. Let's just say the father of all gave me this for so much loyalty, said Milchaya with a sick smile. So Auden is involved in this, Ichika said very coldly. I must talk about this with Sensei and Issei. Now you will see how Nidhegg's energy will turn you into an invincible being. Milchaya shouted, and immediately, the prism begins to shine and the energy begins to cover Milchaya's body. Idiot, don't do it. Ichika and the two sorceresses shouted, but it was too late. The energy completely covered Chifayu's boyfriend as he began to laugh in a psychotic, macabre manner. Yes, yes, yes. I feel the power of Nidhegg, said Milchaya in a psychotic way while his eyes transformed into those of a reptile. I will be invincible. Said Milchaya very arrogantly. What is happening? Said Chifayu's boyfriend when he didn't feel that the prism stopped giving him energy. When? Ugh. Milchaya complained, throwing the prism to the ground while putting his hands on his neck. What is wrong with me? That idiot completely ignored a very basic but important precept of dragon magic, said Ichika. The energy or magic of dragons is quite pure, no matter how evil or benign the dragon is, but it is so pure that whoever uses it clandestinely, or if it is removed by force and not granted by the dragon's will, the user will suffer a curse in which his body and soul will be consumed by the energy. And the only way to remove that curse is by killing the user of the energy, Nick said very coldly. Defy, seeing how Milchaya suffered and what her enemies said, the fact of killing her fiancé to calm the curse upset her, and she wanted to prevent Ichika from killing her next husband, but she couldn't because she was chained. Aig. Ichika and the sorceresses were spectators of Milchaya's suffering for using stolen dragon energy. The screams of pain were very thunderous as his body began to have a metamorphosis. They saw how Milchaya's muscles began to swell. His legs began to take another shape. Milchaya was becoming a monster as a result of that punishment and curse for using Nidhegg's energy. It was 3 minutes of a painful metamorphosis until everything stopped and Milchaya revealed his new appearance to everyone. Bro, I screamed the beast that had become. Ichika, Nyx and Apelia were covering themselves from the noise made by that beast. Chifayu was about to collapse seeing a creature that she would never think was real. Her fiancé had become a real monster. Now fear really invaded her. Ichika, be careful, this monster has the level of an ultimate class demon, said Ophelia taking a battle stance. Nidhegg's energy increased his power a lot. Said Nyx doing the same as the blonde-haired sorceress. It's too much for us, Ichika said in his mind, wielding his sword, but like his two girlfriends, the former Orimura would take charge of facing an enemy that is out of his league. He proceeded to summon Byakushiki to dress him again after a long time, when the sound of a horse had been heard along with a constant flapping of wings. At that moment, Ichika looked up to the sky to locate the source of the sound and saw It's a Pegasus. Said Ichika as she saw said Pegasus floating above, but suddenly. Ichika Orimura. A voice shouted, I have come to help you. And before that Ichika saw who had shouted at them, and it was the Pegasus rider who looked seriously and fixedly at the former Orimura, but something in Ichika told him to trust that rider. Chapter 11. Faced with a devastating and surreal night for Chifayu Orimura where death, blood and pain were breathed under a torrent that fell like a punishment on the city, seeing before her eyes beings that were only mentioned in fantasy books, poems and fables, seeing magic, a monster, a Pegasus and its rider, everything seemed like a nightmare to her. She wanted someone to wake her up from this nightmare, where her brother, and nobody, was clearly superior to her along with the companions who had liquidated an entire elite army of his pilots, saying that they left those women who were once in love with Ichika in serious condition. Faced with a scene that blended the majestic and the terrifying, the rider looked determinedly at the former Orimura. She immediately leaped from the Pegasus, extending her right arm. Come on Ichika Orimura, extend your hand, shouted the rider, and began to emanate her aura. Nyx recognized the energy given off by the Pegasus rider, who had just taken a leap into the void in order to reach the former Orimura. Ichika is a Valkyrie, she has chosen you as her Eyehinger. Nyx shouted. That's right. My name is Regenleaf, daughter of the gods. I will help you defeat that monster, said the Valkyrie, while Ichika understood what her girlfriend and the recently revealed exile of Asgard was saying. Let us become one now that our hearts are in tune. The Valkyrie now began to shine green, and it began to cover Ichika's is beginning a metamorphosis in said exoskeleton. Everyone saw how Byakushiki began to have a metamorphosis and was also covering Ichika's body. Little by little Regenleaf disappeared, but Ichika only felt that his is was acquiring a new power. Pollender, shouted Ichika and Regenleaf. And immediately the brightness ended, revealing Byakushiki's new appearance. It was something that Chifayu never expected. Despite not having magical perception due to her skepticism, she could feel the enormous pressure generated by Ichika's new armor. It feels good, said Ichika, seeing his new appearance. The is not as cumbersome anymore, it is lighter than it was before. It's perfect. Shouted Ichika while the silhouette of Regenleaf formed next to the ex-Orimura Byakuhametsu. White Rune. The monster roared with such fury at its opponent, its jaws began to spill violet substance that immediately upon falling to the stone floor of the skyscraper began to disintegrate. The black gem with which it had turned Chifayu Orimura's fiancé into the horrifying being he is now had embedded itself in his chest. Acid and poison, the common elements of Nidhogg, gradually set in Ichika's mind. Be careful, Ichika, the power and poison of Nidhogg is one of the deadliest in all of existence, rivaling the poison of Apophis and only below the blood of Samuel. Nixophilia. Ichika shouted as both sorceresses paid attention to their beloved. Make a barrier in such a way that it covers the skyscraper and keep it. I will personally destroy this miserable Odin scavenger. Both sorceresses nodded and began to levitate, extending their hands to immediately create a barrier strong and large enough to surround the building. They knew that having a monster loose in a city that wasn't ready for an impact of such magnitude. Chifayu didn't recognize the noble and cheerful brother she had once been, but rather a thirsty warrior who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Ichika couldn't stop staring at the serpentine-looking creature, taking out her laser katana in samurai form. No one said anything until. "Come for my disgusting beast," Ichika shouted while holding. "Bro!" roared the monster, launching itself at the pilot, ready to sink its jaws into the blue-haired man's flesh, but he only had to move to one side, and with an upward slash, he gave a severe cut to the jaw of the beast that had managed to wound him, knocking it onto its back, but he saw that the wound healed quickly. "It has a very fast regeneration," said Ichika. At that, the beast launched several acid bombs from its mouth towards Ichika. "Careful," Nyx shouted. Ichika began to nimbly dodge the monstrous being's attack, but a few drops fell on Ichika's clothes. "Hell, this is burning." Ichika screamed as the acid began to corrode part of the skin on her arm, but she got distracted for a moment. "Ichika!" Ophelia shouted as the monstrous being was already a few centimeters away from her beloved and with one of its claws. Slash. Ichika complained as the attack had injured his chest and it was starting to bleed profusely, but suddenly both that wound and the acid wound began to heal, leaving the skin as if there hadn't been any corrosion, burns or scratches. What happened? "It's my ability," Ichika Regenly said in his mind. "As long as we are united as one being, I will personally be able to heal your battle wounds, but don't be overconfident because wounds of fatal magnitude that can leave you incapacitated or the detachment of a body, since I will not be able to heal them." Ichika understood that the Valkyrie's ability has its limits, she should not risk too much with a blow that could be devastating. Immediately the monster went out again to attack the former Orimura, but this time it threw a ball loaded with poison into the air, impacting the barrier of the sorceresses, that immediately that ball of poison fragmented into small ones beginning to fall like meteors. "Shit." Ichika shouted upon seeing the poisonous attack going at such a fleeting speed that she would have no chance to dodge, but outside the barrier, the sorceresses could only witness the battle. "This is wrong," said Ophelia, worried about Ichika. "Don't worry, Ophelia," said Nyx, looking at her beloved. "Do you know what happens when Ichika is in serious trouble?" And a smile appears on his face. Sponsored by Mansion Global. The blonde sorceress looks at the former Orimura and as the black-haired sorceress said. "That fool will start a disaster again," said Ophelia, sighing heavily but with a smile of resignation, "but when he does it, he always comes out victorious." "Well, only once did he fail," Nyx said seriously, but a slight smile also appeared on her face. "When he tried to defeat a Shen-sama in that state, he ended up with a cast on his entire body by Camilla-sama, being denied the Phoenix Tears and without pain medication for a week." The blonde sorceress remembered that episode because a scratch on the heir to the crown of Alvretich caused by Ichika was enough for Camilla, a Shen's main woman, to break all the bones of the former Orimura, regardless of the fact that it was training. That day, the fury of the future queen of the Dark Kingdom was made known by damaging what was most precious to her heart. Ichika began to accumulate magical energy to channel it first into her and then put it all into her laser katana. This took a color from blue to whitish golden. Nyx, along with Ophelia and unfortunately Chifayu, saw how Ichika began to shine due to such a maneuver by her former younger brother. "This is a dream, it must be a damn dream," he said in his mind, refusing to believe everything he saw. Ichika had finished accumulating said energy in his laser katana. "Imperial Light. Sword driver," said Ichika while adopting the samurai position with her reinforced katana shining, but the monster didn't decide wait any longer and now. "Bro-ew." Like a hunter throwing himself like a hunter towards his prey, ready to open his jaws wider to sink his poisonous mandibles in, but Ichika had already predicted his move. He just raised his sword upwards and shouted. "Purigilich, Moon Slash," Ichika shouted as she released the attack that seemed like the laser on Ichika's katana had grown alarmingly in such a way that it grazed the force field of her loved ones and in a downward slash, hit the serpentine monster. It barely covered itself with its arms, and it was obvious that the attack easily destroyed part of its arms and snake tail, but they hurt. "Prick. Bro-ew." The monster roared in pain as he lashed out on the floor after receiving the attack in one area. In the previous attack, he showed no signs of pain, but now, it seemed like the pain was killing him. Little by little his arms and tail began to regenerate quickly, and they saw that Chifayu's fiancé put his hands on a specific area, his chest, but what they noticed was the gem with the powers of Nidhogg, Ichika, Ophelia and Nick said in their minds. So his very source of power is also his Achilles heel, said Reginleaf. Ichika, you know what to do. Ichika nodded and saw that the monster had stopped writhing in pain. He sat up and was more furious than ever. His sharp reptilian eyes were sharper, his fangs dripped poison, and his saliva was pure acid, making the sound of a snake stalking its victim. He wanted to kill the bearer of Byakuya Shiki and the Valkyrie Reginleaf. And to think that this blasphemy was going to call him brother-in-law, Ichika said, smiling in the style of Dante from DMC. I didn't think that my pathetic older sister had such disgusting tastes, and that's saying it with a very friendly word, Ichika said, looking sideways at Chifayu, who was really offended by how her ex-brother addressed her, and looked with hatred at her fiancé's opponent. But before me, I have a pitiful guy thirsty for power and fame, who takes advantage of a miserable, angry and bitter spinster who, with a few nice words and achievements of dubious confirmation, falls in love with her. And not only that, his flock of carrion vultures fall in love with some damsels who deserve the best men capable of piloting and is for being considered the elite when all they did was feed the ego of some arrogant women. Every word Ichika said made her feel like her heart was beginning to crumble, and she unconsciously cried for what she had said. Her ego was so strong that she despised the only man who truly loved her, as she was all to feed that damn ego. Many female pilots had died that night. The day she knew that her fiancé had become something that is difficult to identify, and now, even if she wanted to deny it more, but it was more than obvious Ichika would kill him. She had demonstrated her abilities, and the difference with both her and her ex-harem was practically abysmal. Very well, Mulchaya, this is decided now, shouted Ichika while making Byakuhametsu's laser sword shine more, but the magical energy that it emanated began to make the skyscraper tremble. Monster and swordsman stared at each other, neither blinked, waiting for one to move a muscle to react. Duum. Ichika and Mulchaya launched themselves. In a matter of moments, both Nyx and Ophelia watched a collision between both contenders. They watched as Ichika narrowly escaped a bite from Mulchaya, but several drops of acid fell on her left shoulder. But cut. Cling. The attack of both had finished the monster and the carrier of Byakuhametsu. They turned their backs, but Guhhh. Ichika complained about her shoulder because the dose of acid that had fallen on her right shoulder was stronger than the previous one. Reginleaf began to heal the wounds caused by the corrosive substance slowly, but with Mulchaya. Crack. The sound of something breaking was heard, and suddenly the black gem fell to the ground, split in two. The monster was motionless until they were. Bryo. A more heart-rending scream from the monster, holding its head with its sharp claws. The scream was so imposing it was hurting the ears of Ichika, as well as Ophelia and Nyx, not to mention Chifayu, who seemed like a drill was piercing her skull when she heard it. The power of Nidhogg is abandoning him, said Nyx as she watched the creature's metamorphosis, which as it lost that transformation, writhed, hit its head, but felt pain from not having the black gem in its body, until the fearsome creature returned to the human it was. Mulchaya. Ah, it hurts, said Chifayu's fiancé, very tired and dazed, still moving on the cold and wet floor of the skyscraper. Nyx and Ophelia looked at each other, and with a nod they began to undo the barrier. Ichika, deactivating Byakuhametsu, begins to walk to his ex-sister's fiancé, something that Nyx, Ophelia and Reginleaf imitate the blue-haired man. He undid the will. The four looked at Mulchaya, who was having trouble breathing, not to mention that his body was in quite critical condition. Nidhogg's power consumed a lot of his vitality, Ophelia said coldly. He can barely breathe. How pitiful, Nyx said in the same way. All that's left is a rather painful agony. Reginleaf, Mira, Ichika. Don't prolong her agony any longer, said the Valkyrie. Ichika understands what the demigoddess says, and at that, she activates her as sword again. Defia, seeing what her ex-brother would do, wanted to interfere, but she couldn't because of the chains that still kept her captive. She made sounds from her mouth, seeming like what she wanted to say was not to kill him, while some tears fell from her face. Ichika looked at Chifayu for a moment. She thought that she wouldn't kill her fiancé, but this my initiation ends, Ichika said with empty eyes to her sister, and suddenly. Slash. The lightsaber had pierced Mulchaya's heart, who grimaced in surprise as he felt something had pierced his chest. The last thing he saw was the look of disgust and coldness of his executioner and his companions, while the thunder resounded louder and the rain began to subside. Defia, seeing how her fiancé was killed, her strength left her feet, her eyes began to shed tears in a more scandalous way, but what hurt her the most to see was a version of Ichika that she never wanted to see in her life. In that moment the chains that bound her began to disappear, and immediately, the eldest child of the Orimura family fell to her knees, and with her gaze lowered, because she had a sea of emotions in her head, until she felt something approaching her. But this it is clearer that from now on, the Oromura family are enemies of the glorious kingdom to which Madoka and I belong, said Ichiko looking indifferently at Chifayu, who now felt miserable and unprotected before an imposing Ichika. What is all that you did, Chifayu said with a desperate look. How did you become strong? What the hell did I saw? I demand answers. Enough. Ichika said, hitting Chifayu in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of her and leaving her unconscious. Girls, we're leaving here. Alvretich is waiting for us. The sorceresses and the Valkyrie nodded and then prepared a magic circle to withdraw from there, unaware that a drone had recorded the entire confrontation and the one who had seen everything was a rabbit with a very heavy attitude. The ho-ho you made by Akishiki evolve, I-chan said, none other than Tabane Shinono with her usual smile, but I still want to know more about your secrets, those of your girlfriend and above all, that girl who fused with you, but most importantly, that place Alvretich. The rabbit inventor asked herself many questions, but suddenly the drone seized the unconscious pilots and her best friend Chifayu lying on the ground while in her mind she said. Your actions and your consequences, Kai-chan, and the worst thing for you, now you won't have my help, he said, while activating from his supercomputer a program that would change the destiny of these pilots. Seinen City. At the Ukiya residence, everything is joy and laughter because Lala and her friends were talking with her new fiancé, Shinji, but there were also Gid Deviluk and of course Effie Deviluk, but she kept a serious mood because her daughter's new boyfriend was not 100% to her liking. And I told him. Stop seeing my beloved girlfriend or you'll face my two great friends, the left-handed one and the right-handed one, said the boastful boyfriend posing both arms like a bodybuilder and boom. I left his face swollen like a grenade. Oh, my Shinji, said Lala hugging her fiancé, you are so strong. You are so brave, so strong, said Momo sighing like a schoolgirl in love. Unlike that perverted beast, Nana said with disgust, who only fell by accident and only left us in shame. Besides being a pretty pathetic man, said Yui Katagawa, everyone affirmed. I wish I had an Ani-san like you from the beginning, Maiken said like a dreamer. She will soon be part of our family, said Yuko to what her mother said. Maiken smiled, the papers for legal adoption will soon be done. All that's left is for that disgrace of my family to arrive, and we'll notify him that we no longer want him here, Saiba said, taking a sip of the beer he had in his hand. But then they hear the door of the house open, revealing Rito Yuki accompanied by Maya and Yami. These three looked at the meeting with indifference. When they saw the person pointed out, Lala and the others' faces turned into grimaces of disgust and repugnance. Why do you look at us so much, jerk? Said Haruna Sarenji with imminent disgust. But Rito looked at her without importance and silently proceeded to go up to his room. Obviously, they saw that badly about the orange-haired man and everyone went out to confront him. Hey idiot, don't ignore my girlfriend. Shinji shouted as he went to the stairs to confront Rito, but stopped dead when he saw how Yami and Maya transformed their hair into sharp knives and pointed them at Shinji's neck. You better think twice about confronting him, Yami said with a dead voice. Besides, he's my prey. If you value your life and your neck, stay away from these stairs, said Maya smiling, but with a gesture that did not bode well if he obeyed her. Damn, Shinji growled as a drop of sweat ran down his temples, you should be with me and your friends. Ddraig, did they really change Rito-senpai for this pig? Said Maya with a wide gesture of disgust, looking especially at Nana. I will not tolerate you saying that to my successor, said Gid, obviously annoyed by how he addressed his daughter's fiancé. If he is the successor of the planet Deviluk, I predict a miserable future for your empire, said Yami without being intimidated. I'm not going to support any more you insulting my son, said Ringo Yuuki angrily. If you have come for this, I demand that you leave my house and never come back. Don't worry, Mrs. Yuuki, said a voice that reflected Yuuki Rito, who was carrying a backpack and 2 suitcases. In fact, I came for my things to go to the place we can call home and be away from miserable people like you, said Rito in a cold manner without getting upset. Well, finally the annoyance is gone, said Shinji with a nasty smile, which his allies imitated well. Tomorrow I'll go get my things to settle in. All of Shinji's girls shouted with joy upon learning that Rito was leaving. Gid and Rito's now ex-parent celebrated this, but Sephi looked with total disapproval at the fact that they celebrated a person's misfortune, but she saw that Rito didn't care and his companions proceeded to leave. They went out to the courtyard where Ryoma Phantom was already waiting for them, along with his partner Effie, who were dressed in civilian clothes. It's time to go, Rito said, completely ignoring the party. The second son of the Alvretich royalty nodded and was about to call the transport that would take them to the airport when Rito-kun, said a voice to which the red-haired man saw that King Gid's wife, Sephi, was calling him. What do you want from me, Sephi-san? Rito said without losing his indifference, staring at the pink-haired girl. She became nervous because the orange-haired girl's eyes only showed a disturbing coldness, and at that, she decided to continue. I just want to tell you that said Sephi as she noticed that Rito, Ryoma and Sephi's companions were emanating a rather hostile aura towards her. I'm really sorry for everything that my stupid daughter and my shy husband have done. I'm really sorry. Shouted Sephi, kneeling down in a sign of self-humiliation before an indifferent Rito. The truth, if only I had known what they did. The orange-haired man looked on with some shock as the empress of one of the most powerful empires in the galaxy bowed in repentance to a mere human. Rito approached to get her to stand up when. Mother-in-law, what the hell are you doing? Shinji shouted from the doorway. Mom, why do you bow down to the perverted beast? Said Nana, seeing something quite degrading before her eyes. Id, seeing his wife's gesture, did not hesitate to act. Sephi, get back to the house right now. Gid shouted authoritatively, but she saw her husband's eyes reflecting clear disappointment in his family. You don't even think about calling me mother-in-law again, you damn miserable worm, Sephi said, clearly enraged at Shinji. Sephi, I won't tolerate it anymore. Gid shouted fleetingly. The sovereign of Deviluk stood in front of his wife. 5. Id hit his wife, who fell to the floor in disbelief at seeing that her husband had hit her. In all their marriage he had never raised his hand to her, but now she couldn't be more disappointed in Gid. From now on, you will address our son-in-law with the respect he deserves, Gid said, looking at his wife with disgust. Gid and his harem, along with his adoptive parents, watched with satisfaction as the king put things in order. But with Alvretrich's nobility and both Maya and Yami, their blood began to boil. Damn coward. Said Effie, very furious. You bastard, said Ryoma, about to unsheath his sword, which was beginning to exert quite a bit of pressure, but. Ryoma Nasama Effie Nichan, I'll take care of this, said Rito with a darkened look. I think the Goblin King needs a corrective like a rude child. Everyone got angry when they heard how Rito Yuuki referred to Gid, but Ryoma and his allies stifled their laughter because of the height of the ruler of the extraterrestrial planet. Right, said Gid, emanating his aura in a threatening manner. Consider yourself one more corpse on this planet. Rito was going to extend his hand, but a magic circle appeared. Rito Yuuki, I have come to help you. Said a voice which revealed a girl wearing a low-cut dress with short sleeves while her short skirt had ruffle patterns. She looked with wide contempt at the king of Deviluk. For a king, he is someone pathetic and miserable in my sight. Rito was somewhat confused by the current girl who arrived at his side, but Ryoma observed the guest and did not hesitate to smile. You're lucky, Rito, there's no doubt that luck and strength are on your side, said Ryoma without stopping looking at Rito's great ally. With her he could not only battle Gid, but also his entire empire if he wants to. Chapter 12. At the Yuuki residence. At the appearance of the blonde through a magic circle, everyone was stunned to see that a young lady would be the support of the orange-haired man who had been expelled from his family. At the sight of the newcomer, he looked with wide-eyed disgust at the former family of his now bear, as the air reeked of lust and greed like an unclogged drain in the street. But as always, there's an idiot who wants to be clever, who sees the lowly Valkyrie as his next toy to take from Rito. Hey beautiful, said Shinji, approaching slowly while predatory eyes to the blonde who was looking coldly at the usurper of the Yuuki family. Why don't you leave this good-for-nothing and come with us? I assure you that we are going to have a great time, you and I, tonight. I will make you one of my queens when I take the throne of Deviluk. In fact, I have the perfect lingerie for your well-developed lowly body. Come join my glorious harem, leave this loser and join the success and power, said Shinji, reaching out to hold the blonde's hand. The entire ex-harem anxiously waited for the blonde to abandon the orange-haired man with a smile that revealed and longed for the suffering of the eldest son of the Yuuki, but. Pass. The blonde lowly rejected the gesture with a slap, looking with total disgust. What? You're out of your mind. You? A sovereign? The blonde reproached with hatred in a contemptuous manner. You are just a stupid kid with shit in his head that stinks from here, and I see that idiocity is transmitted like a virus in the air, said the Valkyrie, looking at the Yuuki family and Rito's ex-harem with eyes that reflected the complete contempt she had for them. When they saw that the lowly insulted them indirectly, they got upset. I won't give myself up to a dirty scum who only sees women as instruments and sperm-receiving sacs, and join your pathetic harem of women who see the first pretty face and open their legs. I would rather 1,000 times that Fenrir crushes me and devours me than join you. At what Ryoma said, Effie, Maya, Yami and Rito laughed elegantly but showing mockery at their opponents who showed total indignation. Lala and her friends were very angry at how the Valkyrie referred to them in such a derogatory manner. The Yuuki family showed great disgust at how she referred to their son and their daughters-in-law, but the one who was getting angry was Gid, because now he had in mind to please the wishes of his son-in-law, as well as those of his 3 daughters. Also, I have already chosen my bear, my spiritual companion, and that is Yuuki Rito, said the blonde, hugging the orange-haired man's arm. He remained stoic, but a light blush appeared on his cheeks. By orders of my superiors, and by mandate of my heart, I look, as one of the legendary Valkyries who collect the lost heroes in this world, will support my Einhinger until death. Both Ryoma and Effie smiled at their protege and Luke's words. Yami and Meiya also seemed happy, but jealousy gnawed at them as they watched the Valkyrie embrace her prey. Shinji, for his part, couldn't stand it any longer and decided to apply the classic macho man approach when he saw that a woman refused to go with her. "Look bitch, will you be mine by fair means or foul means?" said Shinji, ready to hit the Valkyrie. She saw how the fist went directly to her face until a shadow got in the way and the attack. Boom. The sound of impact with that of broken bones was heard. "Jaya!" The black-haired man shouted while holding his hand because the black-haired man had broken his hand when hitting. "Is that your strongest blow?" said Effie's voice while the pearly-haired woman looked stoically at Gid's son-in-law. The Alvretich wife only passes the tips of her fingers on his forehead in a delicate manner while smiling at how weak Shinji is. "My grandmother can knock me down with one blow, and that's despite the fact that she suffers from decalcification in her bones. What a pathetic future awaits the alien empire." "Damn muscular bitch," Gid's son-in-law said angrily. Effie wasn't going to put up with another insult from a weak man. "And for this insignificant weakling they traded Yurito-kun," said Effie very incredulously while walking towards Shinji with a temperament that reflected an enormous power and physical strength. The black-haired man was paralyzed by the tremendous corpulence that Effie showed. "I will show you the power of my two fists," attempted a macho. "No, don't come near me or my father-in-law will respond," said Shinji, trying to intimidate her, but Effie ignored him because when she pulled back her arms she threw said blows towards a specific point. "Say goodbye to that encephalic mass you call a brain," said Effie angrily. Boom. Everyone felt the power of the pearly-haired woman and again the creaking of bones was heard, plus a "Aya!" Shinji screamed in horror and pain as his head received both fists at the same time to the head. The black-haired man felt like his skull had been crushed with both blows, not to mention that his eyes started to bleed a small amount of blood through their tear glands, causing the usurper to fall face down, with his eyes rolling back in their sockets. "Shinji!" The ex-harem of the crazy foals shouted when they saw their fiancé fall like a sack of potatoes. "Shinji reacts," Lala shouted. "Ani-chan!" Mikan cried, gently hitting him on the cheeks to make him react. "Wake up, son." Ringo screamed with tears threatening to spill out because she was so scared that the black-haired boy didn't react when he saw her arms moving like a rag doll. Yui Katagawa checked her pulse, but to her horror, it was non-existent. "No, no, no." Yui screamed, crying and hugging Shinji's now corpse. The others understood what was happening and also began to shed tears for Shinji. Lala, Momo and Nana hugged Shinji possessively while crying. Ringo Yuuki fell to her knees while maintaining an expression of total disbelief and sadness began to take over her face, the same as Saiba, only that he hit the floor in frustration. "Ani-chan. Ani-chan." Mikan cried as she screamed at the top of her lungs for her brother's life. It was a scene of rather painful drama before the eyes of Yuki Irito, who indifferently watched the death of the usurper at the hands of Effie, who calmly returned to Ryoma's side, who remained quite annoyed by the melodrama that had been unleashed. The only one who remained steadfast was Sephi because the empress was not in the least interested in the life of her son-in-law, because internally, she was grateful that the lout was now dead before her eyes. "What a pitiful scene," Locke said, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. But Run, with tears in her eyes, looked at the members of the Alvretich kingdom. "They are murderers," shouted the haired girl, looking with hatred at Rito, who didn't care in the least. "And that has to affect us, miserable alien," Rito said coldly, making the idol hurt by the way he referred to her. "The unfortunate leech deserves it. At least Effie-chan did the Deviluk Empire a favor. She won't have a successor so stupid, weak and arrogant, just like a certain dwarf I have in my eyes," Rito said, changing his gaze that reflected the murderous instinct on Gid Deviluk, who had been in shock by how the next emperor of Deviluk had died in such a pathetic way. Id, upon hearing the orange-haired man's insult, began to release his power in a threatening manner, looking at the orange-haired man. "Today the worms will eat your corpse, Yuki Irito," shouted Gid, launching a torrent of reddish and black energy into the sky that predicted total destruction around him. Everyone looked at Gid with fear, but Rito, Ryoma, Effie, Yami and Meiya remained calm in the face of Gid's attempt to intimidate them. "You will pay for what that monstrous woman did to my son-in-law. Lower the foam on your chocolate, dwarf. If you keep releasing more power, you will destroy not only this place, but also Japan and part of the Asian continent, and it will be so fast that your beautiful daughters will have no escape from your power," said Rito, pointing to the pink-haired girls who looked at their father in fear. "What's more, I'll tell you one thing, since we both agree, it's time to settle accounts with you, but it won't be here," said Rito, who immediately, along with the blonde with pigtails, began to create a magic circle. "I have the perfect setting for our meeting, Great Emperor," said Rito with great sarcasm as he disappeared with the irate Gid from the Yuki family residence, to everyone's surprise at what the orange-haired girl did. What did that bastard do?" Mikan said angrily and surprised at what the orange-haired boy did, but she felt the edge of a sharp object on her throat. Mikan saw that Yami, with his hair and a look that didn't look at all happy with the brunette, was already my. "Don't talk to me with confidence, insolent brat," said Yami with a coldness that made Mikan feel a chill, since that expression was only dedicated to Rito, and to think that you were a good example for Yuki or Rito. "Come on Yami-chan, don't waste your breath or your temper on a girl who trades even her own dignity to have something supposedly better in her hands and end up like the dog of the two cakes," said Ryoma putting a hand on the blonde's shoulder, calming her a little, stopping threatening her, and at that gesture, Mikan just kneeled scared, starting to sweat and mentally thanking that Yami didn't kill her and answering your question. "Rito-kun made a magic circle," said Ryoma looking at the brunette with eyes quite sharp as a back that Mikan felt more intimidated, "and it would be better if we saw Rito-kun's battle." Ryoma proceeds to create an energy sphere in which he reflected Gid against Rito and look, where everyone was surprised by which scenario the orange-haired man chose, and it was Seinen Academy. In the cold night, where the wind blew hard making the leaves of the trees whisper sinister sounds, on the soccer fields, you could see both contenders looking into each other's eyes. The alien looked at the orange-haired man with a thirst to tear him to pieces. The night he had insulted him in different ways, and he was not going to tolerate one more offense to his magnanimous person, while Rito, without showing any fear or respect, continued to look at the Devolukian emperor indifferently, because in his eyes there was only an arrogant emperor who would do anything to fulfill the whims of his daughters. That includes denigrating his own family like Selfie his wife. "Yuki Rito, you know you're nothing compared to my destructive power," said Gid smiling maliciously, "so we'll do this the easy way. Bow down to me, give me the girl you have at your side, and admit before my eyes that you are a miserable insect. Your strength is so limited it can only be compared to a mouse facing a tiger. Come on human, have little dignity, and maybe I'll spare your life." "Ha." Rito snorted and smiled mockingly as if Gid had told a joke, "And what if I told you this, that you take your meager token of mercy and shove it up your ass like a suppository, you disgusting dwarf." At the Yuki residence, they heard a new offense from Rito. His former family was surprised by such a refined vocabulary that their ex-son possessed, and seeing that he is so reckless, they wondered if he is brave or an idiot to face and challenge the emperor of half the universe. The citizens of Alvretich along with Yami and Maya now burst out laughing at such a creative insult from their little Amato, and in the case of the assassins, his love interest. Id, faced with this new offense, was now enraged, once again unleashing his destructive power before an immutable but now smiling Rito, who had achieved what he wanted, to motivate Gid to his own destruction. Locke, watching his Ihinger provoke his enemy with words while he remained calm, knew the terrible consequences of a mind contaminated by uncontrollable anger. So it was time to put that tiny guy in his place, so Locke began to glow greenish. "Yuki Rito, it's time to unite our hearts," said Locke as his voice began to resonate, "and so you and I, we will be one," said the lowly Valkyrie as she closed her eyes, extending her arm towards the orange-haired boy. The Valkyrie began to shine more. Everyone in Seinen City saw the two radiances fighting each other, the reddish and black radiance becoming more aggressive, while the greenish radiance was calm and defiant before its opponent. At the Yuki residence, everyone saw how the Valkyrie began to shine and synchronize with Rito Yuki, that boy who for his former harem and his former family, they didn't give a penny for him, but for Ryoma, Effie and their allies, a boy who never stopped surprising them. Seffi was also impressed by Rito, seeing him so brave and selfless in defending her and standing up for him, that a slight blush appeared on her cheeks in the Devolukian Empress. Back to the academy. Id was more than surprised to see that the Valkyrie was beginning to join Rito. He immediately began to feel the increase in strength in the orange-haired man, something he took as a bad omen. "In this moment, our hearts are one." Look and Rito said simultaneously, "Divine Treasure Forge." "Bollinger!" Locke shouted, performing a ballet movement as he lost his corporeal form and began to join Rito Yuki, while Luke in his spiritual form began to cover Rito's outstretched hands, while the orange-haired man's feet also began to shine until he revealed the weapons that Luke had given him on his hands. There were military tactical gloves that covered him up to his wrists, while on his feet he had dressed them in ninja tabi footwear. Seeing these clothes, Gid only thought the following. PFFF, ha 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 ha. Gid started to laugh offensively. Seriously, that girl turned into boots and gloves. If you wanted new clothes, it would be better if you asked Santa Claus to do it. You look so pathetic and so needy, ha 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 ha. At the Yuki residence, the former family and the former harem shared the same feeling as Gid as they began to make fun of the orange-haired boy. They only gave him clothes. Lala said very arrogantly. So much circus for such a small fare, said Momo very loudly while wiping away the tears of laughter. Even with that girl who joined Rito is still a disappointment, said Ringo Yuki bursting out laughing. How I curse the day I had him in my womb. Don't worry, dear Gid-sama, he will eliminate him, Saiba said very arrogantly. It's a shame that your efforts in raising a trash like him go to hell. Ryoma, Effie, Yami and Maya just dedicated themselves to completely ignoring Saiba because their eyes were on something more important than attending to them, something that the Yuki patriarch did not take well. "Don't ignore me," shouted the mangaka but. Boom. Ah. Saiba complained, staying on his knees while holding his stomach. "Do-chan." Anadamikan and Ringo shouted when they saw their father and husband on his knees since Maya turned her hair into a fist and had connected a forceful blow to Rito-sen's ex-father. "Shut up and let us watch the fight," said Maya without any emotion, leaving the traitors in complete silence because Rito's allies would not tolerate another offense. Back to the seinen academy. While Gid continued to mock him, Rito for his part ignored him while he contemplated and adjusted the gloves and footwear that Locke had become. "Very comfortable, I like it," said Rito while he tightened his gloves and shoes. "And you, Gid, have you finished laughing like the mentally handicapped person you are? Why didn't I come to a comedy show? I came for your head, Emperor Gid." The alien stopped laughing at another insult Rito had said and took on an angry expression again. "Rito, it's time I tell you about my ability, listen carefully," Locke said in the orange-haired man's mind. The Valkyrie was telling him things in her head until Rito only opened his eyes in surprise but smiled maliciously. Luke had told him quite useful information that he would take advantage of against a Gid who was unaware of the true potential of the clothes that the Valkyrie became. "Hey, dwarf, how about a bet?" Rito said, still smiling. Gid was losing even more patience with the insults. "The loser will do anything for the winner. What do you think, Oompa Loompa?" Gid took those words as a perfect opportunity to destroy that guy who bothered him like a mosquito in his face. "Very well, ask for whatever you want, since I doubt that a being that does not exceed the limits of the inferior can defeat me," the king of Deviluk said, Gid very confidently, "because I will ask when I defeat you your total extermination from this reality. I will shut that mouth." "Wow, I thought you were the one. The one with a mouth as big as a toad's," Rito said. "Well, when I kick your ass, I'm going to demand your exile and that of your daughters, and also that I'm going to demand something from you." "But this it's too late to ask for mercy, idiot," said Gid, preparing for the fight. "Whoever asked for mercy," said Rito, but immediately at a speed imperceptible to the alien's eyes. "Shoo him." The orange-haired man was millimeters away from the tiny emperor. "It will be someone else," shouted Rito, taking a field hockey stick from his back and brandishing it diagonally towards Gid, but the latter tried to defend himself with his left hand, thinking that a simple sports instrument was harmless to him. Square. Crack. The horrible sound of bones breaking was heard as Gid watched his hand split in two within his own skin, and pain began to seize every nerve in his limb. "Ah!" Gid screamed as he felt the horrible sensation of his hand having been destroyed, while he stepped back to see in disbelief, his left hand quickly rendered useless. "What's up, dwarf?" said Rito. "It's barely the first blow, and you already have one hand useless. What a disappointment you have been to me." What is that weapon?" Gid said with difficulty. "That stick isn't normal." "Oh, of course not, it's the most normal thing to play field hockey. It's a simple stick made of graphite," said Rito, walking threateningly in front of Gid, who didn't believe that a simple stick had broken his palm. "And now what you have to worry about is other things because you won't get out of here in one piece." Rito ran towards Gid, trying again to use the same hockey stick in a downward slash, but Gid narrowly dodged it. Boom. The place where the hockey stick had hit had made a small crater in the soccer field. Gid was astonished at what his ex-son-in-law had done, but the orange-haired boy, seeing several stones fly out of the ground from the attack, decided to use his other weapon on his feet. "Think fast," shouted Rito while in the style of taekwondo, he kicked 3 stones towards the alien who immediately, seeing the small projectiles going towards him at a fast speed, decided to protect himself with his arms. Boom boom boom. Plotch. The 3 stones impacted, 2 in both arms and 1 in the hip, but the alien saw that the stones were incarnated in his skin and flesh. He felt as if 3 titanium bullets were fired from a rifle. He was bleeding from the impact zones, which made him feel quite a lot in the areas where he received Rito's attack. What's wrong with this?" said Gid, taking out one of the stones that hurt him from his arm. "No, I don't feel a trace of magic or energy in it, but why, they hurt me badly," said Gid with his only good hand destroying said stones. What was happening? The staff, the stones, everything he touched hurt him badly. "Wait a minute, everything he touches and kicks, everything you touch and kick hurts me seriously. Your gloves and your Tabi ninja." "So you found out, bastard," Rito said, smiling evilly at Gid's surprise. Back to the Yuki residence. Both the traders and Alvretrich's envoys witnessed the battle. Lala, Momo, and Nana were horrified to see how Rito had broken their father's left hand, but they were also quite impressed by the fighting strength. With only 5 attacks, 4 of them had hit, they had left the king of Deviluk in a difficult position. "But how did that perverted beast become strong?" Nana said. "He has seriously injured Gid-sama," said Mikan, terrified. And he doesn't show any shame, he's even eager to connect another blow, said Yui Katagawa, quite scared by how Rito smiled, but it wasn't a kind, gentle and even stupid smile, as she only remembers it, but it was a cold smile, eager to fight, a smile of a fighter who will continue in battle until he finishes with his opponents. But he only used a stick made of graphite to hurt Gid-sama, and with only 2 stones he hurt him more. Rinkauju said, now since that girl fused with him, everything he touches becomes something to hurt or kill. So you found out, said Ryoma Phantom now, appearing quite calm even, he was enjoying the fight his protege was giving, he knew Rito's desire to get even with all the people who pushed him aside, since the Valkyrie joined Rito, the game went in his favor. What do you mean? Momo said, quite upset because she didn't like seeing her father in that pitiful state. It's simple, I'll give you a clue, continued Ryoma calmly. The name of that legendary Valkyrie look has many meanings, but the one that suits her best is change of weapons, but since the situation is with her pathetic king, being hurt by such fragile things, the name also has another meaning that suits her, and that is. Rito's ex-harem was on edge and quite a bit at what Ryoma had said until he opened his mouth and said. Unstable. Rito with look transformed into the gloves and ninja tabi that she carries now, makes the nature of the things she touches unstable by weapons that are capable of killing, a simple wooden pencil, will be able to end the life of even a god, Ryoma finished while crossing his arms in front of some horrified Devolukians and Yuki family who had heard everything. Now from what they saw, Rito was more than determined to kill Gid, and now the entire school was a deadly weapon against the Devolukian emperor. Selphie for her part was quite impressed by the orange-haired ally. Quickly, we have to stop them. Lala Devoluk shouted, running to the entrance of the residence's courtyard, but Effie, Maya, Yami and Ryoma interfered. Move aside. They will not intervene in Rito's fight, said Effie firmly. They will have to push us aside if they want to get to the academy, said Yami, threatening Haruna, Rin and Yui with his hair in the shape of blades that reached the neck of Rito's ex-family. Of course, if they can't, said Maya while she turned her braid in the same way as her blonde sister, threatening run. Please, Maya. Nana begged before an indifferent Maya who looked at her ex-best friend with eyes that showed contempt for the daughters of Emperor Devoluk. After what you did to Rito, do you think I'll support you? And above all, you've lost the right to call me by my name, you disgusting Patenko. Maya said with a lot of hatred in her voice, emotionally hurting Nana, who was starting to cry because of how her ex-best friend referred to her. No, they are not going to stop me. Lala shouted, who together with Momo spread their wings and took flight to overcome the human barrier. I'm on one Isama, let's save Oda-sama. Momo shouted, rising about 5 meters above Ryoma, who looked at the Devoluk sisters with great boredom. Lala and Momo smiled in relief at having defeated their enemies, thinking they were going to save their father from Rito. Shoo. Shoo. 2 arrows shot out of the dark bushes, hitting Lala and Momo's wings. Ahhh, the Devoluk's older sister screamed in pain and surprise. Ah, I'm falling. Momo screamed, trying to stay in flight, but both young ladies fell heavily to the ground and at the feet of their attacker, who was wearing striped leggings, along with an outfit consisting of a blue and white skirt and a reddish cape. You could see that she was carrying a bow and a baby sling in the chest area in which she was carrying. Aoo. Selin shouted while Nina stroked Rito's daughter on the head. It was like hunting ducks in season, wasn't it, Selin? Nina said, smiling at the plant as she approached Lala and Momo, who kept complaining of pain. Who are you? Lala said, very hurt. My name has no relevance to the daughters of the alien who will suffer today at the hands of my fiancé, Nina said with great disappointment. Upon hearing those words, they were surprised to see that the girl carrying Selin said who her fiancé is. You're Rito's fiancé, Momo said, shocked. That's right, said the white-haired girl, while showing an engagement ring on her left hand. My name is Nina, in the future I will be Nina Phantom, fiancé and leader of the harem of the nobleman of Alvretich, Rito Phantom, adopted son of Ryoma Phantom and Effie Phantom. At what Nina said proudly, Lala and Momo felt a strong pain in their chest, knowing that their ex-boyfriend had gotten a woman and above all they had gotten engaged. But why did it hurt them if they broke up with the orange-haired man and even gave themselves the luxury of humiliating him, taking away his real family, ridiculing him and replacing him with Shinji? But why does it hurt them to know that information? Why does it hurt? Why? Lala said, quite distressed. No, Rito-san, said Momo tearfully. It reeks of hypocrisy. In fact, they made Selin get into the fueler because of the embarrassing drama scene, Nina said, while taking out a rope that hung from her hips and tied them. I would leave them on the floor like the trash they are, but I have orders to bring them back to that damned residence. Why are they doing this to us? Dad is in danger, Rito is going to kill him, Lala said, very terrified. At that point, Nina, with enormous strength, carries Lala and Momo like a sack of potatoes, each one on the white-haired girl's shoulder. Simple stupid Rito has been looking for this moment for a long time, said the white-haired woman with resentment in her voice. He doesn't have the courage to hurt a woman, in this case you, but he does know how to hurt you, because if he can't hurt you physically, he'll do it another way, and that is hurting his pathetic father, and you nor anyone will intervene in the great victory that my Rito will dedicate to me. Lala and Momo now could not do anything, with their wings injured and tied, they only hoped for a miracle that Gid, the most powerful emperor in the galaxy in their eyes, would come out alive from the confrontation against Rito, pray for his life and maybe, that they would return again with Rito, as if nothing had happened, something that will never happen, since now the orange-haired boy, and his loyalty was now with the Dark Empire, with his adoptive parents, and with his current fiancés. Chapter 13. The atmosphere became quite serious and cold since Gid was facing his ex-son-in-law, the one he considered a weakling and good-for-nothing who had managed to seriously injure him. The fact that this girl had joined the orange-haired man and had given him those boots along with the gloves he now wore had given him a great advantage because now everything he touched or kicked became a weapon that could kill him. Am I being humiliated by this human? Gid said in his mind while gritting his teeth before a stoic Rito. No, I can't afford that luxury. Being one of the most powerful entities in this universe, he should be at my feet, he should feel this anguish, not me. What's up, Alf? Rito said, still indulging in insults to his ex-father-in-law. Have you run out of energy to fight or have you already discovered that you can't beat me? Gid gritted his teeth even more because a human did not give him the respect he deserved as emperor. All this could kill me if I could just get rid of it all. Wait a minute, Gid said in his mind, but upon noticing that simple observation, a smile appeared on his face because he had come up with a way to neutralize the Valkyrie's ability. If it has nothing to touch or kick, that Valkyrie is useless, he said to himself triumphantly. At that, Gid began to gather energy in his right hand while the ground around him began to shake and crack. Rito was alert to any dirty maneuvers by the alien emperor. Here begins your full Yuki, Rito said, Gid smiling maliciously. Well, he had created a very small sphere of power, the emperor showed it to him maliciously. Rito without saying anything was preparing for anything and then. Phew. Gid threw the sphere towards Rito, something that the orange-haired man dodged and logically decided to face Gid, but he was still smiling evilly. Rito deduced that grimace from the alien. The school. Rito shouted as he turned his head and only saw how the energy ball hit the walls, creating a strong explosion. Rito covered himself from the shock wave that had been made and saw that where the classrooms were, nothing remained of the school, only a huge crater, but Gid was not going to stop. I'm going to destroy this entire school grounds. Gid shouted, jumping, expanding his wings and releasing energy in the form of bombardment. He began to destroy the soccer fields. Rito only limited himself to dodging Gid's attack until he only found a barren place. There was nothing to touch, there was nothing to kick. Rito found himself in a serious predicament. I'm in trouble, the orange-haired man said in his mind, frustrated. What do you suggest, Locke? Cover yourself from that evil's hits, here he comes. The Valkyrie shouted in her mind, and at that moment the alien shot towards the orange-haired boy, and in that a series of blows from the dwarf began to punish Rito. The former Yuki tried to cover himself with his arms and legs from the storm of blows that Gid was giving him, some of them hit him, but he endured. Where is that big mouth that you said you were going to give me the worst beating of my life, huh? Gid shouted, maddened and smiling with victory. Before me, you are only something less than an insect, something I can destroy with my hands. You are nothing, Rito Yuki. The orange-haired man was already feeling Gid's blows, but then, the emperor managed to penetrate the orange-haired man's defense and then. 5. Ah. Rito complained as Gid had landed a strong kick in the abdomen causing internal bleeding, but sent him rolling 5 meters in the desolate place. The orange-haired man could only resent his pain with anger, while blood began to flow from his mouth, and intense pain was running through his abdominal area. Miserable shitty alien, said Rito, while holding his abdomen in the contact area, complaining of the unbearable pain. That image of Yuki Rito, so vulnerable, complaining of pain, was what Emperor Gid most longed to see that night. At the Yuki residence. The Yuki family was celebrating that Emperor Gid had given Rito a severe beating, but above all, they were celebrating that the orange-haired man's maneuver had failed. The inhabitants of Alvretich began to worry about the orange-haired man. Well done, Otu-sama, shouted Nana with an evil smile. Please come to Shinji-kun, Gid-sama. Shouted Yui Katagawa with a hope that the emperor would win. I avenged my son, your grace, said Ringo Yuki, jumping with excitement. Get rid of that son of a son. Saiba shouted. Aveng Ani-sama, Mikan shouted while before her eyes, seeing Rito was a great satisfaction in her rotten heart. Lala and Momo, still tied like sacks, smiled satisfactorily at their father's display. But the members of Alvretich were truly worried, especially Ryoma and Effie, as Rito considered him part of their family. They had rescued him from the streets when his so-called family had made him a home. They had provided him with everything from hot food, shelter, and, above all, the warm atmosphere of a family. So much so that they saw him as their adopted son and had promised him that once they left for Scotland, they would open the process to change his last name and become part of the Alvretich nobility. "Let's go, Rito," Nina shouted, shedding a few tears of worry. Selin also began to cry for her father's health condition. "Senpai Yukameya," also shouted, shedding tears. "Rito Yuuki, show me that you are the man I set out to hunt you as my best prey," Yami said stoically, but the tone of his voice showed concern. "Come on, get up." "Rito, no son." Effie shouted now, to the surprise of Ringo and Saiba, at how the murderer referred to her favorite son. "Show me that I didn't train you in vain, you have a future ahead of you in our home, come on." Seffi closed her eyes with her hands as she couldn't stand it any longer as she saw an innocent man being beaten by Gid before her eyes. Someone who paid for the whim of her spoiled daughter was being trampled on. Ryoma, for his part, could no longer bear the fact of seeing the son he adopted being trampled on by the one who created a capricious and spoiled girl, along with her sisters. "Rito." Ryoma Phantom shouted, "Now do you think you're going to let this invader fool one? Did you not dream of being someone important in our home? Do you think you're going to give these damn vermins the pleasure of seeing you trampled and humiliated as they've always wanted to see you? Show me that you're as strong as you've shown me since we took you in, Rito Phantom." Ryoma shouted, very angry and desperate. At what the second noble son of Alvretich said, everyone had different reactions. Effie smiled at her fiancé, and with a slight blush, she was moved by the orange-haired man's concern. Nina, Yami and Maya began to shout in support of the orange-haired man, but with the ungrateful. "Damn you, what did you call me and my family?" Saiba shouted, ready to hit Ryoma, but he drew his sword and it began to emanate darkness from the blade. It is worth mentioning that the pressure exerted by the sword stopped Saiba in his tracks. "Sigurd." Ryoma shouted, "This will serve as a warning to you, pathetic mangaka," Ryoma said, pointing the edge of his sword at Saiba who, upon seeing the dark blade emanating energy of the same color, felt that darkness itself was afraid just by looking at it. Ryoma now pointed at Shinji's corpse that was beginning to lose its skin color and then shouted, "Martifrum pallidus." Deadly dark swamp. And immediately, a black swamp appeared under Shinji's corpse, but from it, hands made of the same swamp emerged and, grabbing the corpse, they began to dismember it. A rather strong scene for the Yuuki and Rito's former harem as they saw how Shinji's corpse was torn apart and absorbed, ending with his severed head, expressing that gesture of pain while he sank into the deadly mud. Some like Mikan, Momo, Yui and Risa Momioka began to vomit from the strong scene they witnessed, but other traders were terrified by what Rito's now father did. "One more step and the next brave one will be torn to pieces like that scum," said Ryoma, while his eyes began to shine purple. The Yuuki, the Deviluk and the other girls were now terrified of Rito's new family because they were not just any humans and they would not hesitate to kill them for the sake of the orange-haired boy. Back to battle. Rito began to sit up but was still holding the painful area. "It's lucky I can withstand Effie Nichan's blows, but I'm bleeding a lot. This stinks, I must recover," said Rito, stunned, taking out of one of his bags a reddish potion. "It's lucky the Phoenix family has good ties with our kingdom that provides us with a bottle of Phoenix tears a day," said Rito was going to break the bottle, but then he sees that the gloves were soaked in blood, or maybe that dwarf gave me the trump card, said Rito, also seeing a part of his bloody tabby boots. "What are you murmuring so much, boy?" shouted Gid, smiling arrogantly. "Are you thinking of dying with honor?" said the alien with a mocking grimace. Before right that remained with a darkened look. "Lok-chan, excuse me for doing this to you, but I will compensate you well," Rito said low and immediately touched his abdomen. "Back!" shouted Rito because he had pressed harder on the bleeding area to expel more blood, but that blood soaked the boots completely too. "What do you want to commit suicide? You couldn't endure my power that you want to take your own life?" Gid said mockingly while Rito panted from the effort. The orange-haired man, ignoring him, began to pass all his blood through his boots and gloves until they became a bright scarlet red. Rito saved Phoenix's tear, getting up wounded, and decided to take a battle stance. "What's up, Toy Story alien?" "I haven't heard the bell yet," Rito said, smiling at him defiantly. Gid wouldn't stand another insult from someone inferior to him. "Die!" shouted Gid, launching himself to deliver the final punch with his only usable hand, but then Rito. "Aya!" He counterattacks with another punch, and both collide, causing a strong shock wave, but… crack. It had landed the blow, but… Aya. The alien emperor screamed in pain because he felt that his arm had been destroyed, but when he saw it, since that arm had been totally destroyed, it was horribly bent and the pain was more than unbearable. Now his 2 hands and 1 arm were totally destroyed. "Now what your stupid things did to me, you will pay for it with pain," said Rito, and then the orange-haired boy went out to hit the dwarf. Rito was hitting so hard that he was breaking all of King Gid's defenses, breaking his arms, ribs. The poor emperor only felt like his body was being horribly massacred. In Gid Lucian Deviluk's mind everything was absolute chaos as he received beatings. The king of the universe. The absolute conqueror of solar systems. The one who planted terror on every planet he always took and conquered thanks to his immeasurable and unmatched power, was now wounded, not only his body, but also his mind. Holding great battles against those who opposed him and his planetary conquests, all ended with the same result. Submission, humiliation and annihilation. They were ironclad words from his kingdom, and what he said was practically his law, in Deviluk and in every corner where his power was absolutely dominant. Enjoying it as any conqueror would, it wasn't just his word, his power was the basis of everything, and with it the terror that comes with being what he was. To this day at that moment, he was experiencing firsthand everything his enemies had experienced during the invasions and conquests. The first, the most overwhelming and humiliating defeat against someone who compared him to a simple mitochondria. His former son-in-law. That puny, pathetic earthling who only made his clumsiness his own pathetic selves, something unworthy of his daughters. He traded it with his daughter's approval, thus making it easier to take control of the fate of that insignificant planet called Earth, subjugating it under his yoke of terror like his other conquests. But nevertheless, that was the cornerstone of his beginning of the end of everything. Ryuki's voice. That clumsy earthling of lamentable and disastrous appearance had not only changed, but now had a monstrous force and power that turned the tables of the situation, and now like his enemies, he was now on the ground under the feet of that loser boy who would be his son-in-law and successor, who had given him something he had never imagined in his life. A gigantic, unexpected and traumatic humiliation. At the Yuki residence. The traders and Rito's ex-family watched the massacre of the alien emperor with great terror. They saw how her ex-fiancé broke him, dislocated him even with a punch he burst his left eye, causing a scream of excruciating pain. Enough ritual. Lala shouted, unable to bear her father being beaten like that. Miserable beast, leave my father alone. Nana demanded, crying angrily. Enough. The other girls in Rito's former harem screamed in fear. Mikan, for her part, hid her face in her father's chest while crying in horror. The former parents could only grimace in anguish at what they saw. But with Rito's new family, they could only smile, as the orange-haired boy had managed to recover with an unorthodox strategy. You still surprise me, my son, said Effie happily as she grabbed Ryama's hand, shaking it romantically, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Nina with Selin in her scarf, Maya and Yami, encouraged Rito to continue beating his enemy. Back to the combat zone. Rito looked closely at the body of his now ex-father-in-law, the cold gaze pierced deep into the interspatial sovereign, the same one he previously gave to his enemies. Now the roles had been radically reversed. Gid now experienced that feeling of helplessness at being defeated. Evil born. Said Gid, quite furious, but barely. How can you have so much strength and power, how is it possible, Buick? Shouted Gid, but began to vomit blood due to the multiple internal hemorrhages. Someone like you has left me like this. Claimed Gid, who could barely stand up and was in a lot of pain, but was on his knees because he couldn't support himself with his shattered arms, while the orange-haired man looked at him with total indifference. Answer me, brat. The FFF you demanding me? Haven't you realized the situation you're in? You demand when you weren't even able to listen to my version or even listen to your wife's version, who wanted to give her opinion on the pathetic prospect you had as a son-in-law. Rito said, mocking the alien. The only ones who can demand and have that right are the winners, and you are not in this case, tantrum-throwing dwarf. You wretched earthling. Shouted Gid, unable to bear another insult. I am Gid Lucian Deviluk, and I am the king of the universe, and you should be kneeling before me in absolute power. But then Rito heard such a pitiful attempt to intimidate him. Rito started laughing maniacally. Are you serious? Damn fifth goblin. He suddenly finishes laughing. Do you know why I didn't break your legs, bonsai lumberjack? Because I want to see you going to your ship with fresh legs, said Rito, approaching the emperor. But you just said something very interesting, emo hobbit, said Rito mockingly, and decides to imitate the alien. You must be kneeling before me and my absolute power. And I will ask you, where is your supposed absolute power, said the orange-haired man. Well, Gid remained silent. Look at you, you have no power whatsoever, you look pathetic, but above all look at you, shouted Rito, putting him on his knees while pulling his hair. Who is on their knees now, sentenced Rito before the shocked gaze of Gid, who looked at his pitiful situation, in that he began to stammer something that pierced his pride as much as the great character that is Issei. What are you saying, Pikmin rejected by a limer? The dad. Say it. Rito demanded louder. Oh, I forgot you're a dwarf. The pie dad, Gid continued babbling while he cried, humiliated like a child who didn't get what he wanted. At that word that Gid said from his lips, Rito thought of something else to increase the grave humiliation towards the dwarf. You'll repeat what you're saying, but not here, Rito said as he prepared a teleportation circle. Gid saw that he was teleporting him towards the Uki residence. Otu-sama. The daughters of Emperor Deviluk cried tearfully upon seeing their father in a rather pitiful situation. For Gid, being seen by his daughters in that way was the last straw and made his pride and self-esteem shatter into 1,000 pieces. "Well, repeat what you were telling me a few moments ago," said Rito, pulling her hair while he was still kneeling. "Mercy please," said Gid with a blank look. "Where did I hear that word? Tell me. Have you heard it in your life even once?" said Rito while now grabbing him by the neck starting to crush him. "Have you ever heard it in your damn life?" "I hear it many times," Gid screamed. "And you gave them to them?" said Rito, looking with great hatred at the Emperor. "To those people, to those men you murdered, who left widows, families abandoned, children orphaned, lives you ruined because of your hunger for power and conquest. No, you had no mercy, you had no mercy for any of them," shouted Rito, already enraged. "Forgive me, Rito Yuuki, forgive me, I beg you," Gid shouted at his attacker. "You know there's a very popular saying on Earth that says faces we see, hearts we don't know. Well, it applies to your damn daughters. Neither the scum who once shared such a disgusting last name, or those who said they loved me, were able to know my heart, and I admit that I didn't either, but you know I learned my lesson well, and now that I have a true family that supports me. Friends who are with me through thick and thin, people who love me for who I am with my flaws and virtues that have given meaning to my life, something that here was never going to have," said Rito, throwing Gid to the ground, smashing his head in. "Dad, Gid Sama," shouted the traitors. "Please Rito, enough," Lala shouted. "Son, I order you to stop," Ringo Yuuki demanded, but immediately closed her mouth because of the way he looked at her. "Son. As far as I remember, my name is not Shinji," said Rito, looking with murderous desire at his mother, who paled before those eyes that only reflected pure anger against her and her family. "Why don't you check yourself into a psychiatric hospital? You are too delirious with a frustrated motherhood." "Don't disrespect your mother," Saiba demanded now, but 5. He landed a blow to his jaw, dislocating it, to the horror of the traitors, who never thought that Rito would hit his own father. "Don't come near me, shitty mangaka," said Rito with disgust in his voice, while Saiba was in shock from the pain of not closing his jaw. "Onichan, please." Mikan begged now, running up to the orange-haired man, but slam. She received a slap from Yami's hair, who looked with great disgust at her now ex-best friend. "How cheeky you say that, Mikan Yuuki," Yami said in a dead voice. "A few moments ago you wished for the death of my prey, and now you beg for forgiveness and mercy for something that was lost for a long time ago." Mikan, feeling the blonde's aggression, could do nothing but cry in silence, regret marking her heart like a hot iron. "Stop it already, you filthy, disgusting, piggy degenerate," Nana demanded with tears in her eyes, but she also silenced her mouth when she saw Maya, who stood in front of her, with a look that reflected death. Nana never knew when she moved so fast. "One more word and there will be one less princess in Deviluk," said Maya with a dead voice, while her braid threatened to pierce her neck. Nana was now very terrified. Rito, seeing the assassins put the most irritating of the traitors in their place, decided to continue. "You ask me for mercy? Oh no, there will be no mercy for you," shouted the orange-haired man, kicking him in the knee, destroying it. "Ugh. Don't cry. How many lives did you ruin and you didn't care? Tell me," Rito shouted. "Please Rito, end this please," Gid begged, because at this moment he longed for death as his only salvation. "I agree, killing you would be so beautiful and poetic, worthy of a story to cheer up, how a simple 16-year-old boy with the help of a beautiful Valkyrie humiliated a powerful king of a space empire, all for having underestimated him and his planet. But in my eyes," said Rito, again lifting a Gid who no longer felt the hard but the thick, "you are a damn dwarf with an ego too high and ignorant, and as they say in the books, their destiny is to fall in the worst way until being forgotten in the worst way." In that, the orange-haired boy hits him again and turns him around in the air to fall face down and then stand behind him. "And you're one more, you're just a page in a history book." "Kill me," Gid screamed in pain. His daughters were horrified to see their father demand death, not to mention the others, who were terrified by the orange-haired man's brutal display. "You know I thought it over carefully, and killing you would be to make up for all the sins you carry. It's like throwing pearls into a wild herd of pigs. Your life is worthless and a better punishment," said Rito, grabbing the tail of Emperor Gid, who felt that shiver and saw Rito, who had made it into the shape of a knife with his right hand, and a ruthless smile appeared on his face. "It's that you live thinking that you're dead. Don't do it," Lala screamed when she knew what he would do to her father. "Yuki-kun, please don't do it," Haruna shouted. Sephi, for her part, remained calm. It now had no escape. Rito would attack one of his lowest points. "No, I beg you, not that, please kill me, but not that," Gid shouted desperately, but Rito just raised his hand in the shape of a knife and slash. "Ayaya," Gid screamed in pain while the cut area bled profusely. "My royal tail, ah." At that scene, the Deviluk girls fainted from shock. Some vomited in horror, while others screamed that this was a nightmare, a cruel nightmare. The alien emperor felt so much pain, both physically and mentally, that he also ended up fainting from shock. "Rito, that's enough," said Ryoma, approaching the orange-haired boy. Return the trash to its owners, son, said Effie, while Rito, obeying the pearly-haired girl, throws a hopeless gid towards the Yuki family who watched terrified as the alien emperor ended up at the hands of his son, the one they despised for being a failure in their eyes. At that moment Ryoma receives a call on his mobile phone. Well, Mikado, Tearju, Ashizu and Saki Tenjoin are already at the airport, it's time to go, Scotland is waiting for us, said Ryoma, with a nod of his people. Son. Ringo shouted again, please don't abandon us. Rito looked with disgust at those people he once loved and just said to them. Tell those wretches they have 24 hours to get out of here. Rito said seriously. Okay, Sephi said calmly, I assure you that they will be out of here, off this planet in that time frame. Sephi-san, said Rito, impressed. Don't worry, said the pink-haired girl smiling, I have nothing against you, in fact I appreciate that you have taught my family a lesson above all, not knowing how to appreciate people and not underestimate them. It's a shame that my daughters did not really know you, Rito-kun, although I must say that Nina-san, Yami-san, Meiya-san and of course Locke-san have a strong man by their side, said Sephi, while the aforementioned were blushing and in her mind. Locke also felt her heartbeat fast, and you finally have a family that watches over your safety and progress as a person, said Sephi, now looking at Ryoma and Effie. They smiled in gratitude while with the Yuki. It was just another dagger to her heart. I wish you the best, Rito-kun, and I would like to make an alliance with your empire in the future, Ryoma-san. It will be a pleasure, Empress Effie, said Ryoma, smiling as the people of Alvretich began to disappear in a magic circle invoked by him. Dyak, I want to take a shower, said Locke in Rito's mind. As soon as we get to Tenjoin Senpai's plane, you'll shower and enjoy a nice bubble bath, the orange-haired man said mentally, smiling at the Valkyrie. I hope so, Baka Locke said with a blushing pout and a tiny smile appearing on her face. Change of scene. Kuoh Airport. In said building you could see a brown-haired man reading a magazine while hiding his face in a hood. Ah, after so much time I will be able to see Valaria again, said Niles Hyoudou, the current Seekvaira. Well, there is nothing that ties me to the city. I'm very happy for you, my friend Ddraig said mentally, I'm proud to have you as my fair and noble bearer, although I feel very sorry for Albion and Tiamat for having such dishonest and shameless bearers. I know, Ddraig said Niles while drinking a hot coffee next to him, but since Issei sealed the Seekvaira and the Alliance claimed victory that did not belong to them, I have not heard the voices of both dragons again. They are quite hurt in terms of pride, said Ddraig. We dragons are very proud beings, but we like to boast of our own achievements. We like to tell of our feats that we really did when the girl Lucifer and your nefarious sister stole your brother's glory. Albion and Tiamat must have felt quite ashamed and humiliated for having carriers of that ilk, and most likely, the link between their sacred gears is slowly weakening, something that is contrary to us and your brother. But Volgith having strong ties. So little by little they will begin to lose control of their sacred gear and their power, said Niles, deducing what the red dragon was saying. Ddraig was going to answer, but then both he and Niles realized that they had entered a pocket dimension. I feel demonic presences, said Ddraig. The brown-haired man located the origin, and then he saw the Gremory emblem appear, and before his eyes, he could only see that woman that he finds so repugnant to see. Niles. Rhea said, crying with joy. Niles, it's good to find you. Terrible things have happened. Now, you look handsome, Niles said Akeno seductively. I can't wait to bring you back home and start making babies, Zenobia said excitedly. Senpai must return to his favorite kitty, said Kaneko excitedly. Anata. Valerie Lucier was saying now. Please come back. You don't know the trouble you're in for leaving the Alliance. Come back with us, and we'll think of a way to solve this. But all of Niles' supposed harem fell silent when they saw the older Hyoudou brother summon his boosted gear and threaten to attack. If I knew they were coming here, I would have paid for economy class on my flight, Niles said. What the hell do you want? Niles-san, why are you talking to us like that? Said Asia, very scared. Oh, I remember how you used to talk to my brother, Niles said, very irritated after so many things he did for you. You pay him back with ingratitude and by making fun of him. Niles, you don't know how big a threat that bastard of your family has become, said Rhea, starting to shed tears. He killed Roswis and left Gabriel seriously injured. Oh, why don't I get surprised, said Niles, not caring a bit about the fate of the ex-Valkyrie. That braggart credit stealer was the least she deserved. If it had been for her pathetic seal, the Seekvaira would still be free. Niles, how can you say that about who was going to be your next wife? Rhea shouted, walking towards him. We must capture and kill your brother for the sake of our beloved alien. Uostex 10. Finish that sentence, Gremory, and I don't care if Sirzechs is my enemy, I'll kill you, said Niles Hyoudou, very enraged. Sometimes I don't know what my brother saw in you, when all I see are just some easy ones who see me as a sperm factory, said Niles with great disgust, starting the drama in the supernatural girls because of how he referred to him. Darling, why do you tell us like that? Issei Hyoudou must be in Tartarus, don't you know the repercussions our people would have, knowing that a human defeated and sealed the beast of the apocalypse? Said Irina, pleading and trying to reason with the love of life. Niles views Irina with broad hatred. And if I told you that my brother is not a normal human being, Niles said sarcastically. What do you mean? Rhea said incredulously. Easy, my brother always had a dragon-type sacred gear, a Longinus considered lost in the medieval era, said Niles, and I can assure you that his sacred gear is much more powerful than my boosted gear. You lie. Valerie Lucifer shouted. Issei Hyoudou is an ordinary human, he doesn't have any sacred gear. What good does it do me to lie to you, Valerie Lucifer? Niles said with great disgust at seeing one of those responsible for capturing his brother and being judged unfairly. I can even tell you that he is more powerful than you, in every aspect. Do you prefer your brother instead of your fiancé's your fiancé? Lucifer said, crying angrily while pointing at himself with his hand. That's right, said Niles firmly, my family always comes first before everything else, said the Seekvaira, remembering his brother and his werewolf wife. I am your family, we are your family, the Alliance is your family. Valerie shouted, expelling a little of her aura. You deserve a powerful family by your side. And I have it, and guess what, you're not in it and those damn things. Said Niles, also expelling his power that was overwhelming before his harem. At that, Rhea's with a darkened look says. So we'll do it the hard way, said the Gremory, while her entourage along with Irina and Valerie positioned themselves ready to attack Niles. You'll return to us by force. Niles sees that he is cornered by the girls of the DXD team, how he would like to have someone practically lend him a hand in this situation, but in that. Fuam. The magic circle appeared next to Niles, and he saw that it had Nordic symbols, thinking that it would be an ally or possibly an enemy until he heard. My Einhinger, I have come to help you, said a voice which began to reflect a silver-haired girl visiting as a military and with a sharp gaze looking at the Gremory with great seriousness. Niles knew who he was. Gondel-san. Said Niles upon learning that Roswis's grandmother had called him her Einhinger. Chapter 14. Kuoh Airport. Another battle was about to break out between the supernatural and Alvretich. Rhea's Gremory's entourage, along with Valerie Lucifer and Michael's ace, Irina Hyoudou, had encountered Niles Hyoudou, the current Seekvaira, at Kuoh Airport. The chestnut-haired boy was now ready to embark to his next home in Scotland to join his brother with that kingdom that gave them what he really needed. It was a family and the real support of the kingdom of Alvretich, and above all in that kingdom, he met that woman who truly loved him as he is and did not treat him as a trophy in her eyes like certain ladies of the supernatural. Everything was going smoothly until he was captured in a pocket dimension by the girls who had made his brother's life miserable. The ladies of the supernatural were about to attack Niles in order to bring him back to the underworld and have his long-awaited happy ending, not to mention the arrival of the murdered Roswis's grandmother, Gondel, to support her Einhinger, which caught everyone off guard, including Niles. The veteran Valkyrie looked with fierce eyes at Rhea's and company. Gondel-san, what are you doing? Said the Redeed, very upset seeing how her Niles was very close to the grandmother of her murdered ex-tower. As I said, I came to support my Einhinger, said Gondel, without taking his eyes off Rhea's, who felt little by little intimidated. You have nothing to do or demand with a noble from Alvretich. Gondel-san, understand that you are supporting the kingdom that murdered your granddaughter. Asia cried tearfully. You must demand justice and join us again, please. Said Akeno, that kingdom must pay for Ross's death. Ross, my granddaughter. Gondel said very quietly but audible to everyone, but then the Valkyrie began to emanate her aura in a calm manner, but everyone felt the increase in power. That stupid girl, I stopped seeing her as my granddaughter a long time ago. The girls of the Gremory entourage could not believe what Gondel had said. But what is she saying? Said Valerie Lucifer in response to what the Valkyrie said. She must feel proud of the contributions Roswis made, and above all, she was going to be the great wife of the best Seekvaira of all time. Silence, poison snake, shouted Gondel, silencing Valerie, who felt a chill run down her spine. What are you, those pathetic leaders you have, and especially that unfortunate Odin? You think I would feel proud of all the tricks you did supposedly in favor of good, when all you did was imprison the true hero, appropriate an achievement that you never achieved, and above all, they gave the achievement of sealing the Trahexa to Roswis, who didn't deserve it, even for the pathetic seal she made. Wait a minute, how did you know about the seal? Said Rhea's to Gondel. It is supposed that the creation of the seal was done privately. Oh, who do you think taught him that kind of sealing? Gondel said very sarcastically. His greed and lack of commitment to doing things in Roswis were so great, but he had found someone who could make a better seal than my granddaughter, so I taught him how to create a perfect seal, and thanks to him, today the Trahexa is locked away forever. All the girls of the supernatural were stunned by what Gondel had said. Did you teach that bastard Hyoudou? Akeno said with murderous eyes to Gondel. Did you steal the glory from your own granddaughter? It's more than obvious, Peep-Brain. Gondel said without flinching. Do you think I would feel safe with that seal that Roswis created? But Gondel-san, Zenobia shouted, understand that. I will not understand the reasons of some ungrateful liars, shouted Gondel, silencing Zenobia, who still insisted that she join his web of lies. Odin and Asgard have fallen so low, not only by despising a true hero and warrior, by replacing those values with hypocrisy and shamelessness. Not only was that the trigger for our rebellion, but also with an event that unleashed great annoyance between my sisters, and of course Freya-sama. All the girls in the alliance were expectant at what Gondel said. Wait a minute, are you referring to Hela's exterminating blade? Said Kaneko, deducing what Gondel was saying. The daughter of my deceased sister, Jeruhu, said Gondel, quite sadly remembering the Valkyrie who had died and the suffering Piri had gone through at that time. But she is a threat, said Irina, trying to reason with Gondel. A threat created by the cursed Odin and his sons. Shouted Gondel, I suppose that old green tail told you a heroic anecdote of how all Asgard united to subdue and imprison Piri, having a happy ending. Well, that damn god is lying. Those wretches, on the whim of that damned Loki, destroyed the family that our sister Jeruhu had created with her former Ihinger. Loki was in love with Jeruhu, but never reciprocated his love. But everything went to hell when he found out about Piri's birth. He convinced Odin to attack Jeruhu's Ihinger. My sister and her husband lived in a nearby town in Wales. When the inevitable happened, hundreds of prospective Valkyries, Asgardian warriors, Thor himself, Vidar, Loki and Odin, came out to cowardly attack. But Jeruhu and her husband went out to confront them, killing more than 2,000 soldiers and Valkyrie prospects, but it all ended with a trick by Loki, who ended my sister's life along with her husband's, with a blow from Thor's Mjolnir. Gondel said, shedding tears as she remembered that attack where her sister died. Niles hugs her, feeling a little bad for the Valkyrie. When mentioning such a tragic event, my sisters and I raised your daughter secretly from Odin. But when she grew up and Piri knew the truth, that's when she really went crazy, causing one of the bloodiest chapters in Asgard. From then on the 13 Valkyries stopped obeying Odin and his children. Freya-sama had to put up with it as she gave him to understand, and now that the 13 Valkyries have chosen their Ihingers, we will not rest until we see Odin's head next to his children, the head of the leader of the angels, Gregory. Demons and that damn yokai bitch at our feet. We will not leave unpunished every crime they have committed against their own and against humanity. The supernatural girls were shocked by such a revelation from Gondel. You have lived a sweet and sticky lie, full of undeserved recognition, but now that you know the bitter truth that you still refuse to understand, I can only say that you are not even a trace of women without any drop of self-love, said Gondel, and then he points at them with an accusatory finger. You live thinking that love is something you deserve and that you have it for sure, but it is a placebo that is leading you not only to madness, but also to your imminent end. At what the albino Valkyrie said, the supernatural girls had grimaces of disgust and indignation, because they, being the great heroines who faced the Trahexa, should deserve all the honor and glory, especially a powerful man at their side. In short, Gondel's crude expression was an insult to his person. Sometimes I think that the alliance didn't deserve my brother's help and noble heart. Sometimes I thought I should let them die in battles or events, said Issei's older brother, starting to release his draconic aura. At what Niles said, the supernatural women's hearts broke upon knowing what their beloved dragon was saying. Tears of sadness on the part of Asia, Kaneko and Irina shed upon knowing that, while tears of fury on the part of Valerie and Zenobia fell from their faces upon hearing Issei's name again. Why do you say that, Anata? Said Akeno, crying. The one to blame for everything is Issei, and that kingdom, said Valerie, crying. They have corrupted the mind of my predestined dragon. I will not be your damn predestined dragon, Lucifer's bastard. And now, at this very moment, I will make it clear that I will not be his trophy, Niles said, and then Issei's older brother accesses Balance Breaker, summoning his armor. If I am going to be happy, I will be happy next to the people who really care about me and in the society that doesn't see me as a weapon, but as Niles Hyoudou, and that's an Alvretich. Riaz, seeing that Niles had accessed her armor, understood that she would fight to get out of there even if it cost her life. Fine, we'll play rough, Niles, said Riaz, while Luceno entered her fallen angel mode. Kiba for his part was ready with his holy demonic sword. Asia had Fafnir's gadget ready to enter Balance Breaker as soon as required. Kaneko revealed her Nekomata ears and tail. Zenobia took out X-Durandal, while Irina unfolded her angel wings and revealed Hautaclear, and finally, Valerie Lucifer accessed her Balance Breaker. Everyone listen to me, stop our Niles, show him no mercy. If we work together, he will have no chance to defeat us. We must return him to the underworld where he truly belongs. Hi. The DXD girl shouted, ready to attack Niles. The eldest Hyoudou brother was serious. He knew the abilities of each of Ria's entourage members, thanks to his brother, since being ignored by the supreme beings had its advantages, as he had studied their attack methods. It's time to work, Ddraig, Niles said mentally, to which the Red Emperor Dragon nodded in his mind. But then he feels someone take his hand and sees that Gondel was holding it tightly. The Seekvaira saw how Roswis's grandmother looked at him with eyes that reflected security with a slight blush and accompanied by a smile that Niles understood by nodding while returning the gesture to the veteran Valkyrie. At this somewhat romantic scene, the Gremorys exploded in jealousy and rage at seeing their fiancé flirt with someone other than her. "Damn old woman, leave our dragon alone," shouted Valerie Lucifer, but to her annoyance she was ignored by Niles and Gondal. "Niles, I won't let you fight alone," said Gondal as he began to glow greenish. "If my granddaughter Roswis had followed the path I had taught her, she would have enjoyed this privilege with the person she truly loves," said Gondal, extending his hand intertwined with Niles. Seekvaira and Valkyrie felt their souls begin to merge. The Gremory girls were feeling how Niles and Gondal's auras were beginning to increase in a terrifying way. What are you doing?" Akeno said, very intimidated, seeing such a spectacle of magical power combined. She had never seen so much magical power released from two people. "I don't know what they're doing, but I won't let that old woman take our man away from us," said Kaneko, ready to act. Gondal and Niles looked into each other's eyes, trust, but above all a feeling between them was being born in both. Something in the depths of their hearts sprang forth like a fountain when they looked into each other's eyes and had the same mutual feeling the preparations were ready. "I must talk this over with Valeria," he said mentally, because his heart asked him to claim the eternally young Gondal. "Niles Hyoudou, it is time to unite our hearts," said Gondal, while his voice resonated as if he were in a cave. "And so you and I will be one," said Gondal while closing his eyes. The Valkyrie began to shine more. The two auras exploded in a surprising manner at the end of Roswis's grandmother's words. "Iwaya." The Gremorys shouted in shock upon feeling the increase in power. "At this very moment, our hearts are one divine treasure forge." Volunteer. Still holding Niles' hand, Gondal begins to lose his corporeal form as he began to join not only Niles, but also the balance breaker armor of his sacred gear, but suddenly. Doom. The torrent of fire covered Niles completely, and before that, the Seekvaira's armor began to have a metamorphosis. Until said torrent that had covered Niles gave way while revealing the new Seekvaira armor completely reddish as if it had come out of the forge, giving it a more ferocious, intimidating appearance, reflecting the true nature of Ddraig Gutch in said armor. "I feel my power increasing. This is similar to a dragon." "No, even a dragon king is not similar to," said Niles. "To a celestial dragon before being sealed," said Ddraig. "The Valkyrie Gondal has increased your energy reserves to the level of Albion and mine in our golden age." Niles, when trying to take out his dragon wings, was surprised to see them because his dragon wings now had a kind of incandescent feathers. Thanks to Gondal, the Seekvaira had evolved. "Hi-ya!" Niles shouted, expelling more of his magical power combined with the fire that was expelling from his armor. The Gremorys were terrified by the atrocious power that Niles gave off, which was beginning to be felt in all areas of the supernatural. In the underworld. The leaders were discussing the future of Niles Hyoudou as they had sent Gremory's entourage to bring him back to the underworld when they felt said increase in power. "What is this power?" Sirzechs said nervously. "Who has this terrible power?" said Penemu very nervously. "It's very hostile," Yasaka said very uncomfortably. "We already lived this once," said Michael, remembering a very bloody event from the past. "And that was when we fought against the celestial dragons to seal them," said Azazel with a gesture that deduced who had that power. "That power belongs to Niles." "But he didn't have this power," said Yoko Hyoudou nervously, "unless he received extra support." "Oh no, Niles Hyoudou is an Ihanger," said Auden, terrified. "There is a Valkyrie that can greatly increase the magic reserves of her wearer at the moment of joining, and the only one I know who specializes in such a matter is Gondal, the one who carries the staff." "Roswis's grandmother?" said Yoko Hyoudou. "Oh no, Riaz is in danger." Sirzechs shouted. "Everyone gather, we will support Riaz Tan." He shouted while preparing a magic circle to support his sister. At the airport. Niles senses that a magic circle is about to appear. Riaz recognizes the symbol of said magic circle. "Ani-sama," Riaz said excitedly, knowing that her brother would support her in bringing Niles back. But the chestnut had other plans. "Don't interfere, you bucking siskin," Niles said, and then he puts his hands on the ground to release a seal with the Seekvaira emblem, at which point Sirzech's magic circle is destroyed. "Now no one will interfere." Riaz, seeing how he prevented her brother's appearance on the battlefield, her blood began to freeze. How powerful had Niles become to prevent the use of teleportation through magic circles? In the underworld. All the leaders and important people of the biblical, Yokai and Nordic factions, without a Juka among them, were ready to support the Gremory entourage when they sensed that the circle has stopped dead. "What the hell," said Sirzechs when he saw that his means of transportation failed. He tried again to make said transportation circle, but it had the same effect. It ended up being destroyed right at the start. "No, I can't teleport." "Is this a joke?" said Azazel impatiently. "Let me try," said the cadre. Well, now he made said transportation circle. It seemed that everything was going well, but crash. Like glass being shattered, Azazel's teleportation circle was imminently destroyed. "Something is preventing us from reaching Gremory's entourage," said Michael, impressed and very nervous because his beloved Ace was with them at that moment. All the leaders tried to teleport away, but without any success because their magic circles had the same effect. "We can't get to where Ria's Sama is," Hyoudou said nervously. "What can we do?" "We just have to see if Niles Hyoudou shows some mercy against my sister's entourage," said Sirzechs very sadly, while he recreates a sphere to see the encounter between his sister and her entourage against an outrider. Back to Kuoh Airport. Rias now saw her beloved dragon, thanks to Gondal's union with her, now wearing a very powerful armor, but giving off a very hostile and destructive energy. "Rias, I will show you that you and that bastard Sirzechs along with those puppet leaders never had any victory on your own," said Niles, "since without the brain who made the strategies for your raiding games and against the Chaos Brigade that was authored by my brother, now part of his greatest force is now against you, I will show that your entourage has the power equivalent to a low-class demon." "That is not true. All our victory was thanks to the great strategic thinking of our leaders," Rias shouted, beginning to expel her aura of destruction. Issei Hyoudou was just a hindrance. "Stop fooling yourself, my dragon," shouted Valerie. "Lucifer, don't vagarize that damn scum who stains the last name of your honorable family." Niles was getting fed up with his beloved brother being insulted, not to mention Gondal. His anger was slowly consuming him because Issei considered him the grandson he never had. He had replaced Roswis. "If there's one reason I haven't gotten rid of my last name, it's because of my honorable grandfather," Sebastian Niles said very seriously. "Precisely because of him, Issei and I will clean up the last name that my unfortunate bootlicking parents and my spoiled pedant sister have stained by being the vile servants of those evil-born leaders. The only one who's had my respect has been Ajuka because he's recognized Issei." In the underworld, upon hearing what Niles had said, the leaders were truly enraged at being insulted in such a way. Yoko, for her part, began to cry furiously at how Niles referred to her and her parents, while Ajuka smiled gratefully at the recognition the Seekvaira was giving him. Back on the battlefield. "I will not tolerate another insult to my true family, and less from you," said Niles, lighting a little fire in his hand. "Now is time to pay me back for everything you did to my brother, although I will not deny him the pleasure of finishing you off. But first," said Niles, while a magic circle appeared in his hand that had caught fire. The Gremory were attentive to a dragon shoot, but noticed a circle that formed quickly below. "Asia, careful," Rias shouted when she saw that the magic circle had been completed and was beginning to glow a reddish-orange color. "Half and our balance," Asia stuttered as she tried to summon her robes, but it was too late. Aye. Asia screamed as she was surrounded by a column of fire, while the abrasive element began to lacerate her skin, her nun clothes, but it wasn't just the Aya. Fafnir shouted. Incredibly, the perverted Dragon King was also feeling the same attack as Niles. "Breath of Muspelheim," Niles said in a low voice. The torrent of fire ceased, revealing a former nun with critical lacerations, and the sacred gear where Fafnir resided was covered in charcoal and ointment. The nun fell face down, unconscious, to the horror of the Gremory sisters as they saw how easily the former nun and the Dragon King were taken down. "With her gone, this will be easy," said Niles, getting into a fighting stance. Zenobia, with tears in her eyes seeing how her harem sister was cruelly defeated, summoned Durandal. "How could you do that to Asia, Niles?" Zenobia shouted, launching herself with a downward slash and being a few centimeters away. "Fuck." Niles disappeared, engulfed in fire, distracting Zenobia a bit as she searched everywhere. The Gremories, Irina and Valerie also desperately searched for Niles' presence. "Hineko, can you feel Niles' presence?" Ria said, searching everywhere. The white Nekomata tried to sense the presence or smell of the Seekvaira. "No, I can't feel it," she said desperately, while several drops of sweat fell from her temples nervously, but in that another flare was heard along with a "Ah." A female scream was heard, and everyone saw that Niles had appeared in front of Irina and had Ascalon stuck in his thorax. "Dar, darling. The only one who can tell me that is my wife Valeria," said Niles, taking out the sword from Irina's wounded body, and with that /X2. Niles made 2 quick cuts in the chestnut's thorax in the shape of an X, but then 2 circles appeared surrounding the 2 wounds and began to glow orange. Fiery edge," said Niles. The reincarnated angel was thrown towards the wall of the pocket dimension with quite serious wounds on her chest, falling with a face that reflected the pain while her eyes began to dim, indicating that she was losing consciousness. "Damn you, Niles." Kiba shouted, crying furiously, launching himself directly to attack the Seekvaira with his demonic swords, but the older chestnut-haired boy was already waiting for him at the moment of making a slash with both swords. Fling. Crash. Niles' armor had destroyed Kiba's swords with just one impact. The blonde was surprised, but that was not all. Niles' Kun. Kiba tried to scream, but Niles didn't allow it because he had him grabbed by the neck. And here we have the one who swore to use my brother as a practice dummy for your toy swords, but now the roles will be reversed, Toy Knight, said Niles, and in that. 5. Cough. Was the moan Kiba gave when he received a strong blow to the abdomen, drawing saliva and blood. 5. Niles finished with a hook to Kiba's jaw, sending him flying to the ceiling of the pocket dimension, landing heavily on the ground. 3 hits. What a disappointment, Niles said with boredom, seeing the blonde Gremory Knight bleeding on the ground unconscious, but Niles senses an electric attack and just limits himself to moving his head to one side, as predictable as always. Akeno Himejima. Let me tell you, Niles-kun, with such overwhelming power you make me ecstatic, said Akeno, licking her hand. I assure you that when we have our children, said Akeno, but she shut up instantly when she saw that Niles with a sonic speed that left the queen of Gremory frozen. I wouldn't be crazy to have you as a wife, you hybrid bastard. Niles said with ample disgust. Akeno felt pained by how the love of her life referred to her. That kingdom has been brainwashed, said Akeno, sending out lightning bolts. I will defeat you and kill the main cause of our discord. I will kill Issei Hyoudou when I find him before my eyes, shouted Akeno, grabbing Niles' helmet trying to electrocute him, but the hybrid saw that it didn't cause anything to Niles, and in that, the older brown-haired boy grabbed her right hand abruptly. Is that the power of the daughter of that one called the Thunder of God? Said Niles, both you and that gang only tarnish that title with your power and idiotic mentality. Akeno was terrified to see that her electric attacks did not cause any damage. But what, said the raven-haired girl, but fell when? Crack. Hiya. Akeno screamed in horror and pain upon seeing that Niles had broken her right forearm in two with a karate blow, but not satisfied with that, he elbowed her, sending her flying into a wall, but the Seekvaira, not satisfied, kicked the fallen hybrid in the chest, embedding her into the wall with a gesture that showed pain and shock, falling in KO with her eyes open. Niles lands softly on the ground, but behind him, Zenobia comes out to attack again, and now accompanied by Kaneko, the first one launching a downward slash, while the Nekomata ready to shoot Will-O-the-Wisp from her hands. Niles-senpai, please react, Kaneko implored, throwing Will-O-the-Wisp. Understand that these decisions are for our future, Zenobia screamed, crying, while throwing said slash towards the older chestnut tree. Niles sees that the attacks in his eyes were in slow motion, so he calmly dodges Kaneko's attack, while with his bare hands, he catches the edge of Durandal. Impossible. Zenobia shouted when she saw that her weapon had no destructive effect. Niles disarms Zenobia with one movement, attacking with the handle of the sacred sword, knocking the blue-haired girl to the ground. With Durandal in his hands, he proceeds to attack Kaneko with the blunt part of said sword. The Nekomata, unable to react, sees Niles' attack against her. 5. Kaneko complained as she was thrown by Niles' force. Kaneko felt her left arm, where she received the impact, dislocated and hit the ground, quickly becoming unconscious. Stop, my beloved, shouted Valerie Lucifer, launching himself to hit Niles, but he buries Durandal in the ground and proceeds to confront Valerie. Albion, please put aside your stupid pride and help me, please. 5. The blow he had received on his helmet had no effect. Without Albion's support you're like a flea in my eyes, said Niles, and then. Crack. Valerie screamed as she received a blow to the armpit, dislocating her shoulder and part of her clavicle. The white-haired girl cried in pain while holding her disabled arm. I won't take away my brother's pleasure in killing you, so consider this our breakup, Niles said sarcastically, and immediately unleashed a combo of blows that Valerie couldn't defend herself against, ending with a knee that shattered the helmet of Lucifer's descendant, who fell with multiple injuries. Rhea, seeing her allies fall, prepared a ball of energy of destruction, throwing it at Niles. He, seeing Rhea's attack did not move a few millimeters from impact, Niles makes his hand a knife. Slash. The Seekvaira had split Rhea's destructive energy in two, who was shocked to see that her best attack was literally split like butter. What did you do? Rhea said incredulously at what she saw in his eyes. This was the special ability of my Gondal, fused to my armor, said Niles. Magical attacks, weapons reinforced with magic or any magical object that comes near me have no effect, and in the best of cases, I can manipulate my opponent's magic as I please the moment my balance breaker hits. Rhea's now had no escape, she was not a very good combatant in hand-to-hand combat and has always relied on her magic. Dragon shot. Niles shouted, launching said attack towards the Redeed. She proceeds to defend herself, but her magic shield cannot withstand Niles' atrocious power. It's not possible, said Rhea as well her shield was destroyed and she received the full attack. Hiya. Shouted Rhea as well the attack destroyed part of her clothes, sending her to the ground very stunned. The Seekvaira, after finishing with Rhea's, decides to do an act that will make it clear that he no longer has any relationship with the pathetic alliance that he represents, so it is time to advance the point of no return of his actions, so he proceeds to finish off Zenobia, who was getting up in pain. No, don't do it, Niles, Zenovia begged fearfully while he, wielding Duradel, approached with intimidating steps. Do not hurt the mother of your future children. You are nobody in my life, stupid fanatic. Niles shouted, launching himself into the attack against Zenovia, who did nothing but receive Duradel in her abdomen. Slash. The blue-haired girl was crying in pain as she saw her weapon buried in her abdominal area. She fell to her knees as blood spilled from her mouth, her hand spilling said reddish liquid. Niles, please don't kill me, I love you, Zenovia said, crying when she saw the Seekvaira at her feet. Riaz was more than horrified. She couldn't act out of fear and shock. Her beloved Niles had completely annihilated her entourage. Now she couldn't digest in her mind that another of her pieces was going to be killed by the person she loved so much. Don't beg me for mercy, you damn senseless woman, said Niles. I should never have listened to Issei's advice about staying in Kuoh. What are you talking about? Zenovia said, crying. What does that bastard have in that? Easy quarter. Remember when that crazy cadre was about to kill Gremory and Sona, said Niles. Well, Riaz felt bad for how Niles named her, unlike her ex-best friend Sona. And remember when it was revealed that the biblical god in the ancient mass survived, you had no other aspiration in your life, and you were about to return to the Vatican with the ungrateful angel there. For me, you would have returned to the Vatican and be persecuted by those exorcists, knowing such a low secret in the biblical factions. Zenovia couldn't stop crying at what she heard in her ears. The man who was destined to be the father of her children, saying such cruel things to her. But my noble brother suggested that you be reincarnated as a devil on her behalf, said Niles, while pointing with a dismissive gesture at Riaz, who was also beginning to cry. Practically the one who saved your life from being persecuted by those Vatican fanatics and some other reincarnated angels was my brother, by making that suggestion of being reincarnated as the Gremory Knight. You lie, you lie, you lie. Zenovia screamed in pain, refusing to accept the truth that the man she hated so much for being weak was the one who gave her a second chance to live. Oh, of course I'm not lying, said Niles, pulling Duradel out with a movement, causing Zenovia's abdomen to bleed critically. The blue-haired woman tried in vain to stop the hemorrhage with her hands while still vomiting blood. Issei knew that you would turn a deaf ear if his suggestion came from his mouth, so I kindly offered to give you that idea, which you accepted and thought. Niles, Hyoudou is my hero. He is my new goal to follow. You are wrong, said Niles, pointing Durandal at Zenovia. Who is your true hero, as the one you despised all this time, the one you owe your life to, is my brother Issei. The blue-haired girl could no longer lie to herself as she looked at the ceiling of the pocket dimension. She still remembers how Issei Hyoudou would kindly approach her to give her a compliment, give her some lunch or some suggestion on her fighting style, but she would always ignore him or answer him in a cold and rude manner, spilling the food she made for him, making fun of him for being a simple human without sacred gear. Niles never told her the previous details. She wanted that what her little brother did, she wanted him to do it to her, but the older brown-haired boy always avoided her and spoke to her with disgust, something that Zenovia thought was playing hard to get. That like her harem sisters, they still insisted on being partners of the Seekvaira who paid them no attention compared to Issei. Zenovia, she could no longer remain blind to her heart. The emotional pain was making her react right now. Her heart no longer saw the lie that had been imposed on her by both the leaders, and the common sense that she possessed. It was no longer Niles who she had to chase, it was her younger brother Issei. Issei, why didn't I see it clearly, said the blue-haired woman, crying softly while her life was now in danger. Zenovia cursed herself internally. Was the power and ego that rose up in her so much that she demanded to have someone powerful by her side. It was the best for her according to her master and her leaders, but that someone would treat her like a normal person and not like the proud knight of Riaz Gremory. No, it was wrong, it was wrong. What have I done? I despised the person who loved me so much for who I am and did not see me as an incubator for making babies. What did I do? Bleak, Zenovia cried tearfully while she vomited more blood, remaining on all fours while she felt that her consciousness was abandoning her. It's too late to regret, Zenovia Quarta, said Niles Hyoudou, while raising Durandal in an ascending manner. My brother, thanks to your rejection, is now happy with a woman who will give him the family he had longed for, and I assure you that the kingdom that welcomed him will protect him from filthy beings like you, said Niles, while Durandal's edge shone dangerously. Riaz, seeing the scene between her former pawn and her knight, was sweating from nervousness, but seeing Niles' action against Zenovia. Don't do it, Niles. Riaz shouted, running to stop the Seekvaira. But at Riaz's scream, Niles Hyoudou, the current Seekvaira, brought down the blade of Durandal in a downward slash towards Zenovia, who was still crying, despite the fact that her stay in that world was about to end. Forgive me, Issei, said Zenovia, closing her eyes. Slash. The sound of metal cutting through flesh silenced the room. Only moments later, the sound of something rolling on the ground revealed a rather gruesome surprise to Riaz as she saw Zenovia's severed head had rolled to her feet. Zenovia. Riaz screamed while she looked in horror at the blue-haired girl's head. No. Iridide knelt down, grabbing her hair, denying everything, screaming in pain, fury and crying as she saw her piece die before her eyes. Zenovia's corpse began to shine and disappear in wisps of light next to her severed head, which shed one last tear at a wish in her heart that she herself shattered in her eagerness to follow a lie in her heart and a lie before society for making her own decisions. Now the man she truly loves is happy without necessarily having her by his side. Riaz cried on her knees, covering her face as she watched one of her pieces die without being able to do anything. Well, the Seekvaira remained static until he made his armor disappear and suddenly Gondal appeared at his side. "Get out of here, Gremory," said Niles to a downcast Riaz, "and take this as a warning. Next time, I won't be as merciful as I was today. Even next time Issei will be fighting by our side, and just as you say, Niles, we won't take away the pleasure of him taking your life, you dirty demon," said Gondal as he activated a magic circle making her and her Ihinger disappear, leaving Riaz and her allies alone, who ended up humiliated before Niles' power. The Iridide falls defeated by everything she had suffered in these minutes, fainting on the ground, waiting to wake up from this bad experience. In the underworld. They were in a rather sepulchral silence, everyone saw how Zenovia was killed by the Seekvaira. They were pale, they were furious, they had so many mixed emotions right now seeing such a massacre and murder. Yoko was starting to cry for the death of her friend, she screamed and denied that her brother, the honorable Seekvaira, had killed Zenovia. Everyone there wanted this to be a joke in bad taste, an illusion, a nightmare, but now their eyes were facing the unthinkable that their hero is now considered a fugitive, a traitor, the worst in the eyes of demonic society, along with his brother. Damn it. Sirzechs shouted angrily, throwing a sphere of destruction, destroying half the castle. "They will pay for having hurt my sister, Alvretich." Sirzechs shouted as he disappeared in a magic circle to quickly rescue her. "If that kingdom is war, they will have it," Yusaka said, very angry and tearful, as she witnessed the imminent betrayal of her beloved dragon. "All because of Issei Hyoudou." My Niles sniffed this exploded this very upset Penemu while crying. "That kingdom took the next promised son of my daughters Aphrodite and Athena," said Zeus, very angry. "The time has come to finish what had started centuries ago, and this is a good opportunity." But at that Seraphim Michael decided to withdraw. "Michael, where are you going?" said Azazel, looking seriously at his ex-brother. "I'm going to the Vatican," said Michael, very angry without realizing that his wings were blinking. "This has gone very personal," said Michael while teleporting to said sacred precinct. Michael was really furious about what the humans of Alvretich did to Ace, not to mention Griselda's protege. The only one to blame for all this was Issei Hyoudou, in his opinion, since if he hadn't escaped, neither his sister would have fallen nor Zenovia would have been killed. The kingdom of Alvretich had dealt the alliance of factions a painful blow. They would not stand idly by, as not only was their credibility at stake, but also their pride, which outweighed their abilities, had been decimated. Like little children they would take revenge for such an offense. Vatican 8 a.m. In the main cathedral, a meeting was being held between exorcists, along with the current Pope and Seraphim Michael. The atmosphere was supposed to be peaceful in the house of God, but tension and nerves permeated the church, as they hadn't seen the archangel in his temper. "Exorcists of the Holy See," Michael said very seriously, "I have summoned you to this meeting to notify you that a group of humans have dared to ridicule our sacred faction of angels, and therefore have ridiculed our Almighty Father." The exorcists were murmuring in disbelief, because who dared to interfere with the sacred mission of Michael and the reincarnated angels? "But above all there is a human who dared to hurt my beloved sister Seraphim Gabriel while carrying out her sacred mission. He hurt her to such an extent that now of her 12 wings, she only has one left in a lamentable state," said Michael, very enraged while hitting the church table with his fist. All the exorcists were beginning to share their leader's sentiment, all except one young lady who showed serenity before Michael. "Now you think you can manipulate humans to fulfill your selfish ends, brainless Seraphim," said the nun-exorcist in her mind. Suddenly Michael, through a hologram, makes the portrait of Issei Hyoudou appear. "This human is the one who hurt my sister, not to count that thanks to his influence, he corrupted the mentality of our hero the Seekvaira, and because of that he killed the legal daughter of Griselda Quarta Zenovia, the wiper of Durandal." "Miserable," shouted an exorcist. "Wretch," said another very angry exorcist. "May God have mercy on his soul," said a very young exorcist. All the exorcists were referring to Issei as a being full of evil, someone who should not set foot on this earth, and more insults could be heard in the church. The nun, who had remained calm, put on a face of indignation at how Michael lied about Issei and Niles. "That human is now in Edinburgh, Scotland, and whoever captures him to receive the judgment of our Lord and beloved Father, I will make him a reincarnated angel," said Michael, sentencing the great reward for the capture of Issei Hyoudou. The exorcist saw a golden opportunity to ascend to heaven, the goal of the young religious who gave their lives in service to the church. Without hesitation, all the exorcists left the church in a hurry to travel back to Scotland, all under the smile and evil gaze of Michael, who made it seem as if everything was easy, manipulating the naive exorcists, not to mention that a nun and exorcist had gone in a different direction, walking through the marble and tile corridors. Said nun appeared in front of an ebony door, which she knocked 3 times. "It's me," said the nun, to which indiscreetly a magic circle appeared on the lock, indicating that it was closed with magic, and immediately said nun entered the room. "It's incredible and stupid what that archangel, his eminence Strata, will do," said the nun, very furious. "He's going to send innocent people to capture Issei Kun. The youth of the church are easy to manipulate," said Vasco Strata, while finishing reading a passage from the Bible. "Their blind faith will make them search for a very valuable treasure in the middle of a hostile place, not to mention that to reach it, death itself will be lurking in those places." But then, a woman in white clothes, with dark blue hair and sapphire eyes, appeared from the darkness of the room. "It still seems incredible to me that Odin, the leader I once respected, continues to vilely play with the destiny of mortals for his own satisfaction. And how long will we continue to hide in this enemy headquarters, Vasco? Calm down, then you'll have your long-awaited revenge for the loss of your sister." Brynhild. The Valkyrie nodded at what one of the most powerful humans humanity could have had said. That priest known as the limits of humanity rose from his seat and saw a magic circle with the emblem of the Seekvaira had appeared, and then Durandal came out. Vasco, without flinching, took it, and the bluish blade began to shine as a sign that he had accepted Vasco as his wielder again. "So it's true what Griselda's disciple said, so much talent wasted on a lost goal," Vasco said, lamenting. "Do not be fooled by God, he does not mock anyone. Whatever each one has sown, that will he reap." Galatians 6:7, said the nun very sadly. Brynhild understood what he was saying. Inside she was cursing Odin again, that a life was taken unjustly because of Odin and his supernatural allies. "The next mission is important," Vasco Strata said seriously to the nun, who remained serious and attentive before her superior. "Go get that screaming dwarf, along with his 2 companions and his Valkyrie, who should have already completed their training. It is necessary that you go to Scotland to meet with Ashen San and the others. If that Seraphim wants to see blood so much, he will have it. Also go to Aer and Alvarez to ask for reinforcements if the Angel faction starts sending its troops. The other factions will not take long to act in this new field of war." "Aye," said the nun. "Right now the Citri clan, along with Niles Hyoudou, must be traveling to Scotland. I must stay a little longer at the Holy See as a double spy, and I will act when required," Vasco said very seriously. "I hope to count on you, Brynhilder." "Anything for my Ihinger," said the Valkyrie with a smile, placing her hand on the priest's shoulder as a sign of support. "It's time for you to withdraw and beat those exorcists without any desire, Sister Lily," said Vasco, handing her several magic circles, to which the exorcist nodded, taking them, and left Vasco's chambers to look for that dwarf, muscular and screaming, that boy who despite the great age difference loved him with all his heart and was willing to renounce his vows to be with him. Chapter 15. Sane in ruins of the academy. Under a morning sun that promised tranquility in the city, an event revealed the opposite. On the land that was once the school and witnessed the brutal beating that Rito Yuuki had given to King Gid, an unusual event was taking place, as there was a huge intergalactic ship from which many Deviluk soldiers were escorting the entrance to said ship. All the people who were witnessing this saw how soldiers carried King Gid, intubated and in a coma, on a special stretcher to keep him alive. He had all kinds of bandages, restraints, and was connected to an artificial respirator. The soldiers and some of the humans were horrified by the condition of the small alien. At this, Empress Effie, who was witnessing her husband being taken away, asked if she still considers it so after what he did yesterday and how the orange-haired man defended her. "Deviluk's troops, I will give you 2 announcements. The first," Seffi shouted firmly, "that Emperor Gid Lucian Deviluk is permanently banished from this planet under a bet he lost against an earthling who was responsible for leaving him in that state, and I as a witness, giving honor to my position as Empress and as a person, will make such banishment effective from this moment onwards." All the Devilukians were shocked by the declaration of their empress when announcing the defeat of their magnanimous emperor. They all expected a reaction of pain and despair from the pink-haired girl, but the only thing they received was a cold declaration, but an indifferent gesture on her face. The Empress of Deviluk now fixed her gaze on her 3 descendants, who looked at their mother begging for mercy for what she was going to do. But they were not the only ones suffering from their current situation, since Rito's former harem, along with the Yuki family, were shedding tears because Gid's defeat caused a consequence that affected them permanently, and Seffi, out of respect for Rito and the family that took him in, would not give up. "And the second, that I will make known is," said Seffi, looking with an air full of authority that was rarely seen in the benevolent Seffi. Her daughters knew that, when she adopted that attitude, it was not good at all. That the princesses of Deviluk, Lala Sadalin Deviluk, Nana Star Deviluk and Momo Belia Deviluk, are officially banned permanently from this planet. They will not step on the soil of this planet unless it is with authorization. They will not look for Rito Yuuki, who is under the protection of the Phantom family, in case that if they disobey this order, the penalty will be exile from the royal family and consequently will be death. Everyone couldn't believe that Empress Effie would speak such powerful words in front of everyone present. Her daughters, whom she had raised with love and firmness, couldn't digest what their mother had said. Her gaze reflected how upset and disappointed she was with her daughters and her husband. She was truly serious about banishing them and the merciless punishment they would receive if they didn't obey this order. Her earthling friends were horrified to see a very cruel and serious side of their mother. "Okasama. Don't do this to us." Nana complained, very angry and sad. "Have mercy, Sefi-sama." Haruna screamed in pain while her eyes shed tears, seeing the fate of her alien friends. "Please don't do this to us." Lala begged on her knees after an order from her mother. "Please give us another chance, please." Momo cried tearfully, "Let him fix things with Rito-san. I want to see Ani-chan again." Mikan shouted very sadly. "Please, Sefi-sama." The other girls shouted, and even the Yuki. Sefi family could not tolerate any longer the screams of those young ladies who once loved the orange-haired boy and his family who abandoned him for another prospective son. "Did you have mercy for what you did to Yuki-kun?" said Sefi, quite angry. "Do you deserve some kind of pardon when you were celebrating Yuki-kun's sadness, when you were like vile flies worshipping Shinji like the dead meat that he is?" said Sefi, quite annoyed, "which shut the ex-harem up, and Momo, you say that you will fix things with Rito-kun. Things are beyond irreparable, and how do you think I feel that my own daughters, my own blood, are ungrateful to the boy who didn't see them as princesses and treated them with the love they always deserved, huh?" Sefi shouted, looking with great disgust at her daughter who was trying to defend herself, but no syllables came out of her mouth, and her eyes reflected terror when she saw her mother with a face that very few knew. "I'll just tell you that your Rito-kun harem project will soon become a reality, and all of you won't be in it. It's a great shame," Sefi said, smiling proudly. At what Momo said, she fainted, since that statement was a checkmate to the pride of the third daughter of the Deviluk family. "Momo!" shouted her sisters to help her sister. "Okasama, why did you tell him that?" Nana claimed very furiously. But Sefi ignored her completely. "Guards, take the princesses to the ship and lock them in the ship's prison, and don't release them until you reach Deviluk now," Sefi shouted firmly. Without hesitation, said soldiers began to drag Lala and Nana away, while Momo was taken away like a sack of potatoes. "Let me go. Let me go." Nana screamed as she was carried between two people. She moved fiercely to get out of their grip, something she wouldn't achieve until they brought her up to the ship, and she disappeared. "Have mercy, Okasama." Lala shouted at an indifferent Sefi who looked coldly at her eldest daughter. "Don't do this to me, Okasama, Okasama." Lala shouted as the ship began to close its doors, thus dishonorably ending its day on Earth, in order to turn on the turbines and begin to take flight to leave the atmosphere of planet Earth, to disappear from sight before the eyes of those present. "This hurts me more than you, daughters," Sefi said, closing her eyes and shedding a treacherous tear as she began to walk towards an uncertain destiny for those present and known to your readers. The Devilukiana's friends cried at the exile of their friends. They knew they had some guilt for what they did to Rito, and consequently, they were participants in the misfortune of the Deviluk princesses. Not to mention the Yuki family, by giving in to the whims of Lala, Nana and Momo, now they not only lost their son, since he had found happiness with a family that truly cared for him, with women who truly love him, just as he is, it was a heavy burden on their hearts. The day was the day that Lala, Momo, and Nana would leave the earth forever and never be seen again, because of their selfishness and evil in their hearts, but above all, because they underestimated the true potential of Rito and the family that welcomed him as one of their own. Underworld, Castle of Seraphol Leviathan. Just 12 hours after Michael gave the green light to the exorcists, he was called for an emergency meeting, as it had to do with Gabriel, who was still hospitalized in the Citri hospital. The Archangel was accompanied by his joker Dulio Hyoudou and the now exorcist Griselda Quarta. The latter cried a lot and destroyed everything in her room in heaven upon learning that her legal protege, Zenobia, was beheaded by the one who in her eyes was the only one worthy of having her as his wife. At that meeting were the Gremory girls who were depressed and sad, along with Valerie, Kuroka, Elmenhold and Penemu. Sensu Niles now supported the cause of her damned brother, but above all, knowing that the love of her life killed her beloved harem sister without any remorse. The Hyoudou were also present since the parents received the news that Niles is now considered a traitor by the alliance of factions. They could not show their indignation, especially his mother, who cried like Magdalene in disgrace because her favorite son caused a serious offense to the leaders and the honor of his family name. "What can I do for you, Sirzechs?" Michael said very seriously. "Or what news do you have about my sister?" Sirzechs exhaled deeply as he had very important news to tell, and it was not going to be to everyone's liking. First of all, Ajuka has resigned from his position as Mau, said Sirzechs, quite irritated, taking an envelope from his robes and placing it on the table where the fine calligraphy of the now ex-green-haired Mau could be seen. At this all the leaders froze like stone. I went to ask Ajuka something, but to my unpleasant surprise, when I arrived at his castle it was totally empty. I only found a table where his resignation was in this envelope. What is the reason for his resignation? Yusaka said incredulously upon learning that one of the leaders of the demons had suddenly resigned. Isn't it more than obvious? Zu said, very angry. Ajuka is the only leader of this alliance who supported the bastard Hyoudou, and seeing the treatment that human truly deserves, by making us look ridiculous and appropriating an achievement that is rightfully ours, it is obvious that he got upset and decided to push us aside. It was another blow to the alliance that Issei had provided indirectly, because with the resignation of the super demon of the Astaroth clan from the alliance, their forces were further decimated. All to support the absolute truth, said the bold Mau Falbium Asmodeus with sarcasm in his voice. Don't you know the repercussions we would have if everyone knew the truth, said Falbium, now that our hero, whom we have imposed on society, has betrayed us, and without the support of Ajuka, this is becoming a disaster situation every day. None of the leaders could say anything about this, as they were intent on concocting their nefarious plan. Everyone thought they would get away with it, but they were slowly losing support. They were in a serious predicament when they sensed a rather strong power that alerted those present. So the lazy worm with alopecia now cares about his own skin when you were not interested in the underworld for more than 500 years since you took your position as Mau. They can't be more nefarious, said a voice, to which the leaders stopped to identify the origin of that voice. Who are you? Identify yourself. Sirzechs said with authority upon hearing the voice inside. He was nervous. Why did that voice make him nervous? Oh, little Sirzechs, have you forgotten about me? Said the same mocking voice. Don't you remember that being who put you in that position that you are now staining with your terrible decisions by favoring your spoiled sister, her weak entourage, and those dishonors that the noble Albion and the powerful Tiamat bear, but above all by not giving credit to the true hero? Sirzechs had recognized that voice. He was really trembling with fear, because the owner of that voice was a person who really had great respect and terror for him, because thanks to him, he had that great power that he possesses as the berserker of hell, and was able to win the civil war against the army that supported the ancient mass. Everyone saw that the Redeed had that scared expression. They knew it wasn't a good omen, but that's what they saw. 5. The door to the main office of the castle of the eldest daughter of the Citri was suddenly opened along with a torrent of violent air. Shortly after, a black-haired boy, dark red eyes, wearing a black shirt and a white jacket carrying a cross, appeared at the meeting. The black-haired boy enjoyed seeing the Redeed, who smiled with superiority. Nervous? No, it's not possible. Seraphil said, terrified when she saw the black-haired boy. It's been so long, little Sirzechs, he said sarcastically. Sirzechs felt stunned before that boy because he could feel all the atrocious power that he kept inside him, clearly showing his superiority against the Mau Lucifer. Anos Voldigid Samus, Sirzechs said with fear upon seeing the mythical demon king of tyranny, but he wasn't the only one nervous, since Seraphil and Falbium were too. Voldigid? Said Michael, impressed. No, it's possible, said Azazel, very terrified. All the leaders of the supernatural factions were truly terrified by the presence of Anos Voldigid. The black-haired man only enjoyed seeing fear reign in their minds. It's been 500 years since I left you in charge of the underworld, Sirzechs, and look at the disaster you caused due to your immaturity, your excessive ego, and for wanting to see your family as supreme beings, but especially by giving glory to your brainless sister and her entourage that doesn't even have the power to damage my leather jacket. The Gremory girls were offended by how Anos referred to their master, but Riaz and her arrogant attitude began to give off power without thinking about the consequences. How dare you call me, the great Riaz Gremory, that way? Said Riaz, releasing her aura and creating a sphere of destruction. Don't laugh, stop. Sirzechs shouted, very terrified, but it was too late. Riaz launched a very large sphere of destruction so that Anos couldn't dodge it, but he didn't move from there. He even smiled mockingly when. Phew. The sphere of destruction dissipated like a dandelion being blown, leaving Riaz and her followers in clear shock. I disintegrate Riaz Buchu's power, said Kaneko, very terrified. Without doing anything, Akeno said, sweating. But then Anos starts to applaud mockingly at Riaz's display. Besides being spoiled, your sister Sirzechs is very weak, he said without flinching at the tone Anos used. Her great power is very regrettable in my eyes, that it clearly stains the legacy of your ancestor Sirzechs. Moreover, I won't even bother dirtying my hands by attacking you. You don't deserve even the slightest bit of my attention. Riaz was offended by what Anos Voldigid had said. Sirzechs for his part was somewhat embarrassed by what his sister did. And what have you come for, Anos-sama? Sirzechs said very fearfully before the black-haired man. Simple, to give them something they should know, said Anos Voldigal, taking out a sphere. I had heard that the Seraph Gabriel had been wounded in battle, so I went to where she rests and took the trouble to take out this sphere that has her last seen memories. Everyone present looked at the black-haired man with doubt. Do you think we should see what the plucked crow experienced before falling like Princess Aurora? Anos said mockingly, because of Gabriel's critical condition, something that bothered everyone, especially Michael. In that Anos turns the sphere a little bigger to give way to Gabriel's memories, and in that they see the events in Edinburgh. Everyone seeing how Oswis lost a hand and was beheaded by Piri, many were horrified. Asia fell unconscious because she had never seen so much blood in her life, and especially, someone who began to laugh like crazy when killing her friend and harem sister. Rhea showed herself wanting to kill Roswis's killer, completely ignoring who she is, but a god was truly shocked to see the daughter of the deceased former Valkyrie Jericho free. No, it is not possible, it is Piri, the blade of hell exterminates you. Said Odin, very furious to see that woman that they had locked up in Heilheim is free in the human world. The others were impressed to know that she was responsible for one of the most bloodthirsty chapters of Asgard, and that the father of all moves away from the leaders, beginning to create a magic circle of teleportation. Where are you going, Odin? Azazel said, surprised because Odin did not show that expression full of fury and fear in his being. I'm going to Helheim, my granddaughter Hela owes me an explanation, said Odin, very furiously disappearing from there. They continued to see Gabriel's memories as they watched his squadron being massacred by Alvretrich's nobles. Jean's death at the hands of Camilla made many begin to vomit in horror, as seeing the descendant of the Maid of Orleans burst like a balloon disgusted many. That woman is beautiful and lethal, said Zeus, looking at Camilla with lust and desire. She will be perfect for my harem. Also Leonardo's condemnation at the hands of Ashlet when he was locked in an Iron Maiden, seeing the cruelty the golem exercised on him. They also saw how George, Faust's descendant, was easily defeated by a Shen Phantom. Everyone was shocked to see the great power the Prince of Alvretich possessed, what he was capable of. So he was the one who left George in that state, said Azazel. The poor guy is learning the alphabet and numbers again, not to mention that his magic circuits and magic reserves are destroyed and he won't be able to use magic anymore. But the time came when Issei Hyoudou faced Kuoh. Everyone expected that the descendant of the hero and last prime minister of the Han era of ancient China had humiliated Issei, but seeing what Gabriel lived before their eyes left them frozen because they saw that the younger chestnut had no trouble dodging the thrusts launched by the leader of the faction of heroes. As expected of a true hero, Ano said calmly as he saw how Issei began to attack Kuoh, leaving him badly injured. Everyone seeing the sacred gear he possessed, the techniques, but above all, taking the true Longinus and throwing it into the eternal void where it would remain for the rest of its life, had left them with their mouths open. This is a lie, it's a vile lie, said Valerie Lucifer as she refused to accept Issei's power. But the last thing they saw was the confrontation that the now fallen Seraphim had against Valeria, but seeing Niles' wife massacre Gabriel and subsequently her fall, Michael began to feel furious to know who left his now ex-sister in that state, but someone got nervous seeing Valeria. It's not possible. Yusaka shouted, terrified at the sight of the wolfskin. It's impossible that there is a wolfskin, that breed has been extinct for more than 15 years. How do you know that, Mom? Kuoh said, interested. It was me who extinguished that race for a good reason, Yusaka said, very angry. Those repulsive beings came from Germany to settle in my territories, but they were threatening to take my position and establish a tyranny in Kyoto, but I avoided it in time. It was the main reason why your father abandoned me pregnant, taking with him your older sister who was 1 year old, and several kitsunes went with him, since he was a good friend of the leader of the Wolfskins, and decided to betray us. They were impressed by Yusaka's story, but Kuoh was the most shocked by such a revelation. Do I have an older sister? Kuoh said, impressed, processing what her mother had said, knowing the reason why her father abandoned them. Everyone looked at Yusaka in amazement as he participated in an event in Kyoto that was quite heroic in its perspective, everyone except Anos. By liar, Anos said in his mind with indignation, looking with disgust at the older kitsune. You can have them all, but I know the reason why the wolfskins are extinct, murderous kitsune. As Gabriel's memories finished being transmitted, everyone was filled with a mixture of feelings and astonishment at the power of the executioners of the hero faction and the former Valkyrie Roswis. Given the sad situation that you and these fifth-rate leaders have caused, I will give you the best solution to recover your prestige, and I will put it in simple enough terms for you to understand. Supernatural scum, Ano said with superiority. Before what the king of tyranny told them, they could not show indignation, but they could not confront him because Anos is far superior to them. The solution is the following, said Ano, smiling maliciously, something that the leaders did not like. You are going to deny before the supernatural society that you leaders and the DXD team were not the ones who locked up the Trihexa, and you will reveal to everyone who the true hero is. No, we won't. Penemu shouted, very exasperated. "You're kidding me for years," said Azazel very indignantly. "How do you ask that of us, the supreme beings?" Yusaka said very angrily. "He's crazy to ask us that," shouted Hyoudou. "We deserve that glory by right," said Zeus very annoyed. The black-haired man just sighed, as that was the reaction that would be expected from them. At that, Sirzechs raised his hand in a sign of silence. "No Sama," said the red-haired Mayu very respectfully, "with all due respect, but we will not be able to carry out that request." "And why would that be?" Ano said, still being sarcastic. "Oh yes. You want your clan to belong to the highest part of the underworld, considering that your parents now wallow like pigs in recognition and glories that do not belong to them, and the most pitiful thing is your sister who desires a dragon who is married to that werewolf girl who in my eyes, Niles Hyoudou, is truly happy by her side with these shameless ones," said Ano's very enraged, seeing the Gremory, Irina, Yusaka, Enemu and Valerie. The latter was containing her desire to fight, "And if that were not enough, you had the nerve to compromise your son Milikas with this disgusting woman," said Anos, pointing at Hyoudou with contempt. "And how do you think it all ended? Grayfia left you without telling you that now she is no longer your queen of your entourage," said Anos, as he took a chess piece out of his pockets and threw it to the ground that Sirzechs recognized. Deed was on his knees at what he saw. "But understand that this commitment was important," said Mickey very fearfully. "My daughter, it is the best for Milikas Sama. It was the great union of our families. Finally we were going to be a family," said Goru, very fearfully. "Finally we were going to be respected in the human world." Anos couldn't stand the Hyoudou's voice any longer. "You guys shut your mouths," said Anos very furious. "I can't believe that for a handful of power, greed, the influence of the patriarchs of Gremory, and this pair of imbeciles," pointing at Sirzechs and Rias, "you completely ruin the life of an innocent. I don't want to know the burden that the nobles of Niles, Issei and especially your parents Goru Hyoudou had to bear knowing that they had a stupid, weak and greedy brat." The patriarch of the Hyoudou family felt offended because those were the words his parents always used to say to him. "And now, before I stray from my true reason for coming here, if you do not comply with my request," said Anos, and then revealed a sphere. "I will make this public, obtain thanks to the noble Ajuka, first in the underworld, then in Lilith, then in heaven, on Olympus and in Asgard, since certain gods and supernatural beings who support the noble Issei Hyoudou have a copy of these memories," said Anos, while the sphere revealed another recording, where a meeting of the leaders could be seen. In said meeting, where the leaders were together with the Gremory entourage, Citri, Phoenix and the Hyoudou family, you could hear the tantrums of Rias and the girls of the supernatural upon learning that Issei had saved them, and then the nefarious plan to lock Issei Hyoudou in Tartarus if he did not give in to giving them credit for locking up Trihexa and killing Rezelvum. Seeing this, the leaders began to get more nervous because if these recordings were made public, their heads would be at great risk before society. "Oh, and that's not all," said Anos amused, while the video changed to another scene where you could see Issei tied to a chair, unable to defend himself while being beaten by Sirzechs, Barakiel, Kiba, Azazel, Dulio, Kiba and Razor in front of the supernatural girls who watched with pride and arrogance as they tortured Issei, but he just smiled. "Come on, give in, you bastard," said Razor, hitting Issei in the face. "It will be better for you, Hyoudou bastard," said Kiba, preparing a sacred demonic sword. "Give us the glory that belongs to us, you bastard," said Rias very coldly. Issei, all badly injured and without the ability to defend himself, just smiles at Rias and says, "And if I continue to refuse, supernatural scum?" Issei said, spitting blood on the Reteed's shoes, feeling horror at what the brunette did. "Don't disrespect my sister, you wretch human," Sirzechs shouted, hitting Issei in the torso. He resented it but couldn't take the mocking smile off his face. "I can stay here all day, Siskin," Issei said, breathing heavily, "and whatever you do, you won't get anything out of my lips. Because the only thing you'll get are insults that your miserable mother, your idiot father and of course that scavenger of a sister deserve." And the whole video was simply torture and beatings on Issei, who at that time had to hide his sacred gear while he fueled his violent power with the hatred he had accumulated all this time. The leaders were now very terrified of what Anos Bullied had achieved through Ajuka. If they really released those videos, there would be no way to reverse the situation, as they would lose a lot due to that foolish grab for power. You have one month to reverse and think things through, or else both Misha and Sasha will have back our positions that we deserve by right, scum of the supernatural, said Anos, disappearing in a magic circle. "And, if you choose the worst decision, ask Satan, that is say Hyoudou and Alvretich, annihilate them. Because if not, I will make a purge of clans in the underworld." The meeting at the castle was now in a very tense situation, as an ally of Issei and Niles, without making the slightest effort, had placed them in a rather difficult position to choose. Because whatever choice they made, they would lose everything they had arbitrarily collected. "What will we do?" the leaders and the girls said in their minds. Karma was hitting the leaders harder, they knew that difficult days would be following them, but above all, the option of giving in to one of the beings they despise with all their soul had become an option to save their skin. In a place in feared Alvretich. In a small house made of oak, giving the building a Japanese atmosphere, a red-haired boy could be seen wearing leather armor and carrying a practice sword, while determination, emotion, and perseverance resided on his face and in his mind. "Let's see, practice sword ready, leather shield ready," said the boy as he felt said instrument of defense on his back. "Lunch also ready," he said as he looked in a small cloth bag with several snacks stored in wooden containers. "Ready, Milika's Lucifuge is ready for another day of training." "Exactly, before you was Milika's, the son of Grayfia and Sirzechs, who now reside in Alvretich. Due to Grayfia's refusal to forcibly compromise her son with a woman who is not worthy of having the little one, they abandoned the supernatural. Days passed where they were wandering around Japan and part of Russia to look for a place to stay safe, until Issei found them in Bulgaria on a reconnaissance mission, and from there Grayfia told him everything that Sirzechs had done in these days, where supposedly the brown-haired boy was locked up in Tartarus. The albino and the little redeed were the only ones in the Gremory family who did not hate Issei. There was always kind treatment with him, since the treatment he gave was very kind and humble, something that Hyoudou lacked, where she also showed an atrocious and indecent taste for little Milikas. Issei took Grayfia to his new home in the kingdom that had welcomed him, and they immediately settled in. Milika, seeing the medieval atmosphere combined with the technology where the men and women who belonged to the Alvretich militia strove to become stronger, made the decision to exercise his body and his skills in hand-to-hand combat, since despite having inherited the power of destruction, also having the power of ice domination of the Lucifuge. He did not want to always depend on his magic and enlisted in the militia. He likes to earn things, unlike his nefarious aunt who wants everything on a silver platter. He really wanted to be strong like his two heroes to follow. Niles and Issei. In those 2 years, the albino had adapted to her surroundings. Despite being a free demon, she offered her services as a maid and administrator to the kings of Alvretich, who gladly accepted her into the castle. She maintained a serious and cold demeanor in front of the maids under her charge, since she liked things done well. But in her love life she had remained very closed at first. Since the failed marriage she had with Sirzechs, she had to heal her heart and mind by focusing on her work, but that did not last long, since on a visit to the outskirts of Alvretich with the kings, she met a good, kind and playful guy. Along with his daughter, who at first drove the albino demon crazy and made Milikas laugh when they met them, but little by little, he was conquering the last Lucifuge until they began their courtship and later their marriage. Grayfia's heart beat with happiness for her new marriage, but it was something different from what she experienced in the underworld. She felt free next to the man she now truly loves. All thanks to Issei, who had found her, and to Ashen, who gave her a new opportunity to live in Alvretich. But returning with Milikas, in the house where he now lives with his mother and his new father, the little redeed was about to leave his house when a voice. "Hyoudou. Are you ready?" "I'm ready, Selkie Onasama," said Milikas, and in that, the aforementioned wearing a short red kimono, her fox ears and tail appearing and a playful look, appears behind Milikas and hugs him surprisingly. "I've got you," Selkie said playfully as she tickled the redeed and playfully bit his ear. "Ahahaja. Enough, Selkie Nichan. Ha 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 ha." Milikas laughed at her older sister's tickling. A few seconds passed until 2 people appeared. "Selkie, stop playing with your little brother, he has to go to his morning practice," said a smiling man with light amber hair, wearing ancient Japanese clothes of blue with black trim, plus a scarf and a belt that held his clothes, cream and brown, while showing his kitsune features. "But oh, 2 cents," said Selkie with a pout. "No buts, young lady, or do you want him to be punished in the militia for being late?" said Grayfia, who was wearing a long skirt while revealing a 7-month pregnancy. Selkie, upon hearing that, turned purple and comically lifted Milikas up and gave her her armor. Despite being stepbrothers, Selkie acts like a wife to him," said Caden very nervously. "You can see the attraction he has towards Milikas," Grayfia said calmly, while caressing her belly. "By the way, Layla and Argyle-sama call you." "May I know the reason?" said Caden, somewhat confused. "I don't know, but Grayfia said very seriously Vasco-sama's companion is with him right now. If she's here it means that things in the old world are going to get very ugly," said Caden very seriously, "and from what I see Alvretich will be involved in this," said the kitsune, while adjusting his scarf. "Milikas, I'll accompany you," see you, said Caden, while giving Grayfia a kiss on the lips. "Here," Selkie said to Milikas, giving her a kiss on the cheek for good luck, the little kitsune said flirtatiously. Milikas, all red, leaves the house with her stepfather, but when they go out to the patio of her house, there was a person who apparently was waiting for someone there. That person has the appearance of a 15-year-old girl with a nervous expression. "Excuse me, who is Milika's Lucifuge?" said the young lady with a nervous tone, as if she had gotten lost on the way. It's me, who are you?" Milika said, very confused. Caden, for his part, was looking at this seriously until the light purple-haired girl wearing a green jacket over a white shirt approached Aritid, who was still confused in an animated manner. "My name is Goal, a pleasure to meet you," said the aforementioned with a bow. Milikas would not know that his dream of being a hero and being of help to Niles, Issei, Alvretich and the world would be fully fulfilled thanks to the girl who was before his eyes. Chapter 16. Ddraig, Royal Castle of Alvretich. Caden, the ex-husband of the current leader of the Yokai of Kyoto and current partner of Grayfia Lucifer, was heading to the meeting previously mentioned by his wife. The fact that Vasco Strata's sister and companion, Lily Aquarius, was here was synonymous with the factions between the kingdom that gave many people a new opportunity to live in peace again, and the factions would soon get out of control, and he had something to do with it in some way, since his ex-wife was getting into areas that she most likely wouldn't know how to control. The kitsune was heading to the throne room where the kings of the kingdom were already waiting along with an advisor and the aforementioned messenger of one of the most powerful humans that have ever existed. "I'm sorry for the delay, my lord, my lady, Lily Dono and Hubert Sama," said Caden with a bow. "I went to drop off my stepson and his new companion with the militia." "Don't worry, Caden-san, the important thing is that you arrived," said Layla Phantom, smiling calmly. "My lady, my lord, I think we should leave the greetings aside," said a man with a sinister appearance and a look that frightened the bravest, since with the information and the presence of Lily-san, it is more than obvious that our kingdom will begin to have tensions with the scum of the supernatural. "Hubert is right," Argyle said quite seriously. "The supernatural factions have already been making their moves to capture Issei-kun, but the first ones to make their move have been the Angel faction by sending all the elements they have in the Vatican. Then Vasco Strata, will they force him to participate?" said Caden somewhat nervously because the kitsune knew of the father's monstrous power. "Don't worry, Caden," said Layla very calmly. "Remember that His Eminence has decided to serve his lord, taking care of humanity, and if they force him to participate, Brehildra is with him and they will think twice about messing with him. Besides, he's just waiting for a simple declaration to put the faction of hens with halos in check," Hubert said with a malevolent smile, "but what that hen with a halo doesn't know that with his immature and poorly planned act, he will only provoke a carnage of naive soldiers who serve a deceased." Hubert said sarcastically, "This massacre will not come close, even when Michael himself faced Belial and stained the sky with angelic blood before exiling him from heaven." "I really don't know how Raphaeline Sama can stand her stupid brother," said Lily indignantly. "So many millennia putting up with him and his sister the powerful Gabriel. PFFF. Said Hubert, imagining the delirium of the Archangel Seraph putting up with her brothers and faction leader. "If it had been her, I would have exiled myself to hell itself." "Well, Hubert-san," said Caden, a little uncomfortable with the sarcastic comments of the Alvretich advisor, "what is the reason for me to meet with you?" "It's simple, Caden," said Hubert, looking closely at the kitsune. "Given the stupid maneuver of the hen with a halo of wanting to hunt a noble of our kingdom, it is synonymous with an imminent declaration of war by the Angel faction against us. It is only a matter of a Shen Sama or Issei-kun declaring it, but since we have a secret alliance not only with Raphaeline, but with 3 more Seraphim, you will have to use diplomacy, but it will not be enough to make Michael and the other allies who are in the factions reconsider." "What's on your mind, Hubert?" Layla said, interested. "What I'm trying to say is that our partner Caden will have to convince our allies and those leaders who recognize Issei Hyoudou as the hero who saved Seekvaira to abandon their posts in the factions," Hubert said, "so the only option I see viable in these cases is that you manage to convince Raphaeline, Jophiel, Raziel, Sahariel and their brave saints to abandon heaven and any other sacred precinct, because at the rate this is going, it is likely that Eden and the Vatican will be stained with the blood of the scum of the supernatural and their cronies, thanks to the terrible decisions of Michael and those who follow them. Knowing my son, my daughter-in-law, Valaria and Piri, they won't hesitate to do it," Layla said seriously. "Michael and his angels, if they can still be called that, along with the scum of the supernatural, are only looking for someone or something, looking for an excuse to make him pay for the broken dishes that they themselves broke. All they want is to relive the war they had with my ancestor more than a millennium ago," said Argyle, sharing the same expression as his wife. The kitsune knew what he had to do. "Very well, I will leave now, with your permission, my lady, my lord," said the kitsune with a bow, "but now that I remember, the full moon period just ended 12 hours ago." "That's what we were going to get to, Caden. We were going to touch on 2 points before you leave, and for your safety allow my disciple and his girlfriend to keep you company on your trip," said Hubert, while footsteps were being heard on the cold marble, and in that they see a silhouette of a pale person with blonde hair and finely pointed ears, wearing a suit with a black frock coat, and is accompanied by a pink-haired woman wearing somewhat loose clothes, but what was noticeable was the big radiant smile on her face with that "We do not know what traps those carrion rats have set for us," and both he and his partner Caden looked at who was going to be his escort. It will be a pleasure to be your companion and protector on this mission, Kaden-sama said the aforementioned with a finely masculine voice, while his reddish eyes shone in the dark hall like freshly polished rubies. I would love to know the world outside of Alvretich. I hope there are things as cute as this one, my dear, said the pink-haired girl hugging the aforementioned. The kitsune smiled upon knowing who they were. It's my pleasure to be a team with you again, Soleil and Asper governs. The now former bishop of Ria's Gremory, the only one of the Retide's entourage who, despite being a hikikomori and having a taste for dressing feminine, remained firm in his friendship with Issei Hyoudou. Because of that, he was not only expelled from the Gremory family, but also from the vampire faction by order of Ilmenhald and the Alliance, but just as quickly his exile from the Alliance was, he was quickly found by Issei and his allies, in a situation of extreme misery in Macedonia. Hayden, Gasper and Soleil know the delicate situation that is approaching because of the factions, so now their new job is to begin the evacuation of our allies infiltrated in said factions starting with the sky, said King Argyle, and as soon as the mission is over, they will have the other mission of reinforcing my son and Issei's team during the month that they are outside the kingdom until the next full moon, when the seal is activated again. Yes my lord said the three kneeling before their kings. Another thing guys, if my lord allows me said Lily Aquarius approaching the three new emissaries, I have something that his eminence Strata-sama wanted to deliver to Ishen-sama, but since things are now in Rome, he entrusted it to me said Lily, while a magic circle appeared that separated him from the sword Durandal, since clearly for some reason, Durandal did not respond to its former wielder, when fused with it, said Lily, this will serve Ishen-sama more than his eminence, so Kaden-sama. Everyone saw what appeared from the magic circle, and then a golden glow illuminated the entire hall. It briefly blinded those present, but suddenly, a sacred, warm, and omniscient energy filled the entire castle. Everyone was surprised to learn what that weapon was. Excalibur said Argyle when he saw that the legendary weapon had chosen his eldest son as its bearer. Edinburgh, Scotland. On a mild afternoon in the capital of Scotland, three people could be seen enjoying themselves in one of the avenues at an outdoor restaurant in one of the busiest areas of Edinburgh, the Royal Mile, an avenue full of museums, restaurants, shops and many tourist attractions, with its usual old-fashioned touch, giving it that tourist attraction that Scotland offered to its visitors. It's good to get out of the kingdom for a while said Issei, drinking a mochaccino accompanied by an apple pie. Breaking away from the monotony is really good for the body and mental health said Yura, eating a hot biscuit and drinking some Irish coffee. My sandwich is how delicious Piri said happily while taking bites of her snack that was 10 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, since said dish was only filled with meats, cheeses and sausages, and I enjoy it even more if I have such valuable people in your life for company. It seems she's happy to unleash so much anger accumulated when she was chained in Helheim, said Yura taking a sip of her coffee, although I understand her in a way. But she will be truly happy when she has Odin's and Loki's heads impaled on her spear, said Issei smiling without flinching. That girl really is the synonym of violence Volga said in his mind. It's been almost a week since we defeated the supernatural scum Yura said very thoughtfully. Most likely the factions are plotting something said Issei taking some seriousness. Most likely that Siskin Seraphim will retaliate against us for how Valaria Kai left Gabriel's crow, Piri said finishing her sandwich while wiping her mouth with a paper napkin, but I have no problem with him sending any of his soldiers, my spear will be more than grateful if I bathe it in sacred blood when I cut off a limb or a wing. That shocked those around the love triangle when they heard what the girl with light blue pigtails shouted. Some ran away in terror when they saw how easily she said those things. Issei and Yura were nervous because they didn't want to get into trouble, so they quickly came up with something. Piri that dialogue was good for the William Wallace play said Yura somewhat nervously trying to convince passers-by that what she said was part of a play, trying not to reveal her lack of sanity to Scottish society. Hi. Piri said smiling innocently, realizing what she said while calming the passers-by. Although Michael managed to manipulate the heaven system created by Father, he did not achieve his goal of not falling said Volgif. Exactly, it was thanks to Raziel Sama that he told us the secret of making an angel fall even with the modified system, Issei said calmly the soul or the existence of a person is stained by a feeling that marks them with a hot iron, and said mark will be so deep that not even the modified system could help. But then Issei felt sacred energy that began to surround the commercial alley. The brown-haired boy saw people wearing capes and hoods that completely covered their bodies. Those figures saw our three warriors, and their gazes did not show any gram of kindness or peace. Are they exorcists? Said Issei. It seems that Michael has already moved his pieces said Volgif in his mind. He decided to deliver his weakest and easiest to manipulate soldiers to the gates of Hades. The smell of holy water reaches here said Yura, looking at the hooded people who also carried crosses hanging around their necks. At that Issei finishing his food decides to get up from his table. Yura. Piri, Thonamdian again errant sly, we must lose the enemies, said Issei the last thing in Scottish Gaelic. His two fiancées understood what he said, and they also finished their drinks, and the three decided to leave the commercial route, and of course, the hooded figures began to move. In order not to make a spectacle of themselves in front of people who were unaware of the supernatural, the three boys decided to head down less traveled alleys so as not to attract attention. However, they noticed that the hooded figures, who had been staring at them like weirdos to ordinary people, were beginning to follow them both in the alleys and on the rooftops. We must be as far away as possible, said Yura as they started to run, being chased by the exorcists. Damn, we don't have many options to unleash a battle without attracting attention, Issei said somewhat frustrated. Little by little, they began to move into more neglected and abandoned alleys, where the filth and deterioration of the buildings was more evident. They had a good advantage over the exorcists, but fighting in these areas would be very risky until Issei-sama, said a voice, and in an alley they saw the origin of said voice, a girl with wavy orange hair wearing elegant clothes with a cape this way. Issei, Yura and Piri couldn't help but smile when they saw the lady. Well, with the exorcists. The hooded figures continued to run through the Scottish alleys. We lost them, said one of the exorcists. We must not give up, said an exorcist. You know the great reward that Michael-sama will give us for bringing the heretic before his greatness. That the same seraphim who expelled Lucifer from heaven gives you the opportunity to be an angel is an offer that only a fool can refuse, said an exorcist with a grimace that reflected his total greed. Come on, we must capture that heretic for hurting Gabriel-sama and killing his accomplices, said another exorcist while taking out a cross. Those women, we must kill them like the witches they are and let the fire of hell purge their sins. Yes. The exorcists shouted enthusiastically, while some of them took out different types of weapons for Michael-sama and Gabriel-sama. Amen. Hey. Shouted another exorcist running. I found the trace of magic that the heretic and his accomplices used. Really? Please take us. Another exorcist pleaded, while evil smiles appeared on his companions. The exorcist nodded and led them through other alleys until they came to a completely abandoned bridge, and underneath it was a very large sewage pipeline. Is this it? Said an incredulous exorcist upon seeing the tunnel where dirt and the smell of garbage reigned in said tunnel. This is a joke, right? Said another exorcist looking at the place with disgust. You doubt me if I saw how they entered? Said the exorcist pointing at the dark conduit. If you do not wish to be Michael-sama's angels, go ahead, but I will take advantage of this golden opportunity that the leader of the angels is offering. This provoked an aggressive reaction from the exorcists. That's not it, said the first exorcist pushing the last one away, throwing her to the ground. We will be the new angels of Michael-sama, he shouted, while proudly carrying a cross in his hand. Everyone follow me, shouted the exorcist, and all the Vatican emissaries ran away, leaving the exorcist who had been pushed alone, who immediately got up and waited for them to enter the sewer. She invoked a communication circle. The pigs have entered the slaughterhouse, he said with such a quiet voice, and immediately began to remove his hood. They are at your mercy, Issei-sama. Thanks. Mimosa Piri needs to vent some of her anger for interrupting her lunch, Issei said through the magic circle, to which the orange-haired girl nodded while looking at the sewer with total tranquility, since in her mind, she knew that the exorcists would not be a problem for Issei, his girlfriends, and especially his companions, who had joined to support the force of the current bearer of the Star Dragon of Violence. While in the sewer, the exorcists ran through the narrow corridor, avoiding at all costs falling into the sewage of the Scottish capital. Ugh, it stinks, said an exorcist with a grimace of disgust upon seeing a lot of organic waste floating in the water. It was to be expected of a heretic to hide like a rat in such a disgusting environment, but even here he could not withstand the power of God's messengers, said the exorcists. But then the footsteps of high heels were heard. The echo that sounded from those footsteps began to get louder, while the exorcists began to look everywhere. And as expected from misers who desperately seek to renounce their humanity for a power so pusillanimous that they will only make me start to laugh when the only thing they find, said a rather cold and strong voice. At that the sewage began to shine suspiciously, while the exorcists were on alert. It would be death, shouted the voice, to which the sewage that was greenish had changed to a bright blue, and from the conduit a torrent of water comes out that takes the form of a dragon. The exorcists were terrified at how such a creature had appeared. Water magic, shouted the female voice, while a light blue glow appeared in the darkness, revealing a silver-haired woman who looked with intense hatred at the exorcists, pointing at some of the exorcists. Roar of the sea dragon. The dragon made of water shot out like a projectile toward some of the exorcists. Boom. The dragon took many exorcists in its jaws, stamping them on the walls of the Scottish drain. Many screamed in pain and in search of help, but the last thing they saw was the same dragon throwing the now corpses of the exorcists into the water that circulated in the conduit. Damn witch, shouted an exorcist, launching himself with a sword to cut her. But in that, Noel, A male voice shouted as a shadow appeared in front of the silver-haired girl. Fling. The tall shadow came to Noel Silva's defense, brandishing an old rusty-looking sword. "You're a little late, Bacasta," Noel said, complaining. "Heh. But that's what's important," said Asta, smiling at Noel. She blushed a little. "I can't let some dirty exorcists touch my Noel, Mimosa or Sister Lily." "B.A. Baka," Noel shouted, blushing a lot. "Don't ignore me," shouted the exorcist, brandishing his sword. "Heretics like you only deserve hell." "Shut your mouth," Noel and Asta shouted as they launched themselves at the exorcist, the former launching a powerful jet of water and Asta brandishing Shukuma at the exorcist, throwing him towards a wall. "Mon monsters," screamed a terrified exorcist as she saw how her companions were killed quickly. Only your words honor us, servants of a dead man," said a female voice with a twisted tone while revealing Piri, who was smiling with a sadism more notorious than Akeno's own, while she had her deadly spear in her hand. "It is a great shame that none of you will return to the Vatican, or if you will, but chopped up," said the former Valkyrie with pigtails taking a battle position. The exorcists were angry to see that they had fallen into a trap, so there was only one thing left to do. "Die witch," some exorcists shouted towards Piri. "Amien," the female exorcist shouted. Piri, seeing how they attacked her, took a fighting position and sang happily. "Time to play," shouted the ex-Valkyrie with a smile that reflected the desire to kill. Outside the sewer. Mimosa had remained as a guard at the entrance of the sewer when screams of pain began to be heard, the sound of flesh being torn apart, Asta's screams when he made some effort, but above all Piri's psychotic laughter, which was synonymous with the fact that he had brandished his spear. And synonymous with the fact that the exorcists had fallen in battle, but suddenly he saw how the sewage channel's greenish-brown liquid was slowly changing to a reddish color, and some crosses covered in blood that the exorcists were hanging were floating in the waters. "Fates like these could have been avoided, but they chose the path to their destruction," said Mimosa, very dismayed, blinded by a false light and by a mistaken faith. "I just hope Asta and Piri don't go too far," said Mimosa, looking at the sewer, while little by little, the screams ceased. But then a young lady appeared next to Mimosa, and she is surprised who it is. "I think it's time to go in," he said in a calm voice. They quickly stopped the Siskin Seraphim's tantrum, and besides, I have a feeling that Noel will mistreat our Asta. "Hi," said Mimosa, smiling at the woman who had arrived, and both decided to enter the sewer. Time skip 15 minutes. The brick culvert was stained with traces of blood worthy of a massacre. Many exorcists could be seen dying slowly and painfully, some clutching places where a leg or arm had once been. Some female exorcists tried in vain to bleed themselves dry by applying pressure to areas with critical perforations, such as the ribsage and abdomen, which had very deep and difficult to heal cuts. But in the stagnant waters were bodies of exorcists who had not survived the ferocious attacks of Piri, Asta and Noel, all floating face down as the sewage began to stain with blood. "Good job, guys," said Issei, coming out of the darkness. "Issei, it's been a while since I saw you," Asta said with his usual explosive and animated tone, greeting the brown-haired boy. "Issei-sama, couldn't he have chosen another scenario to fight in?" Noel said, somewhat disgusted. "In fact, the one who chose this was Asta," said Issei, smiling in a cat-like manner. "Although I didn't think your boyfriend would be so daring to do things in the dark," said Piri, also sharing the same smile as her boyfriend. Asta was embarrassed, but Noel, due to the words of her superiors, began to imagine unholy things with her current partner, who she shares with Mimosa and Lily, becoming worse than a boiled lobster. Dareful. "What, I don't care what that dwarf," they shouted, muscular and hexy, "does to me," Noel said very nervously, looking at Asta, and applied the classic degenerate Bacasta. Noel shouted, throwing water under pressure from her wand at the screaming dwarf. "But why?" Asta shouted, flying towards one of the walls, completely wet, leaving him KO. Issei and Piri's laughter was heard in the drain, while a red-faced Noel tried to behave herself, although it wouldn't be a bad idea to make it up to Asta one of these days. "Well, it's time to hand over your trash to the Vatican," said Issei. "We can't leave these corpses in the Edinburgh drain, sooner or later they'll realize about the murder." "I can suggest something to you," Issei-sama said, a female voice which now revealed a beautiful young lady with long brown hair, adorned with a metal hairpin and wearing a long skirt dress, and next to her came Mimosa. "You are," Issei said, looking at Mimosa's companion. At that, Asta reacts and spitting a stream of water from his mouth, he sees the newcomers and smiles at them. "Wow, you came back from Rome quickly and I'm glad you're safe and sound," said Asta, looking at Rangeris. The Valkyrie nodded in gratitude that her Ihinger was showing concern for her. Meanwhile, Mimosa was healing Asta from the blow he received from Noel. Issei Sama said Randras without leaving his tranquility, I suggest the following to get rid of the corpses and deliver them to the Vatican, and at the same time Vasco Sama and Brihilda 1E Sama take the next step in the plan. Time skip. Vatican City 11 p.m. Silence reigned in the Holy See, the Pope and several of his followers walked through the corridors of the main church when Your Eminence, shouted a voice which was a bishop shouting with a voice full of terror. What's going on? Said the Pope, very shocked by how scandalized the bishop was arriving. The weapons that were entrusted to us by Michael Sama have disappeared. Shouted the bishop, they are no longer in the safe. The Pope and his followers were really shocked by what they were saying. That is impossible. Said the Pope walking towards the bishop who had arrived. You know that to get to those weapons you must overcome certain mechanisms and traps. I know, but I saw that all those mechanisms have been destroyed, said the bishop. This must be a joke, you're kidding me. The Pope grumbled in a bad mood as he headed towards the main square of the Vatican, but when he got there he found the person he least expected to confront as his face twisted with fury. Vasco Strada. Said the Pope, seeing one of the most powerful humans in all existence, but he saw that the limits of humanity possessed several things, but in particular, he was accompanied by someone. Father Vasco, who is she, and what is she doing with the weapons that the great and benevolent Michael Sama entrusted us with? Her total safeguarding. Vasco completely ignored the Pope's shout, and then, 3 weapons that were in front of Vasco began to shine. Father Vasco, look at me as your superior, I am speaking to you and I demand that you return your weapons or we will accuse you of heresy and treason against the forces of heaven. But then Vasco started to talk. Brongominiad. Toropolos. Estes, said Vasco while a magic circle shone under the weapons. Be free and claim your new bearers. And then the weapons began to shine as a sign that they would obey the order of the Father who had released them from their protection, and before that. Shuum. The 3 weapons, Brongominiad covered in a golden light, Toropolos in a blackish light and Estes in a reddish light, were shot into the sky like sparks towards Western Europe. What did you just do, Father Strada? Said the Pope, horrified by what he saw before his eyes. Do you not know the consequences that we will have when we release those weapons? I really don't care about the consequences of that leader who lost my respect, Vasco said without flinching. If it is to save humanity, we will assume it without hesitation, Vasco said, while Brihilda stood by his side. The Valkyrie's light blue eyes did not stop looking penetratingly at the bishops. How dare you blaspheme the title of our beloved leader? Said a bishop. Also, what is that woman doing with you? Shouted another bishop pointing at Brihilda. Don't you forget that you took vows of chastity and… But the bishop immediately fell silent, for a very large magic circle had appeared over the main square. The bishops, the Pope, Vasco, and Brihilda looked to the sky, but what appeared terrified the representatives of heaven. The bodies of hundreds of exorcists were falling in the main square, along with their clothes covered in blood and dirt. Severed arms and legs were also falling, along with one decapitated head after another, with the characteristic odor of a decomposing corpse. It was like a rain of death, a rain filled with agony and dreams shattered by the greed of the leader of the angels, seeking to avenge Gabriel's fall. The bishop screamed in terror at seeing such barbarity before their eyes. The exorcists who had left for Scotland had returned as corpses, their faces reflecting only horror and pain. At this cost, this lie continues, said Vasco, looking indifferently at several young exorcists who died in Scotland. Michael, he is only tarnishing his father's great work with these aberrant decisions. Blasphemer. Shouted the Pope pointing at Vasco. But in front of this scene so horrendous, said Brihilda with stoicism, while the last one with some mockery seeing said, I think it's time to leave here, Vasco-san. They won't leave here. Shouted the Pope, very angry, while snapping his fingers, and immediately more exorcists appeared surrounding Vasco and Brihilda, who didn't flinch in the least. Tell me where the 3 weapons went right now. But at that Vasco and Brihilda began to release their aura, but the 2 auras began to suffocate those present. Many exorcists had fallen to the ground, the Pope barely managed. I have no obligation to respond to humans who blindly sell their loyalty to the children who betrayed the precepts of Elohim, said Vasco, as he increased his aura a little more, making everyone fall to the ground, and that Duratal appeared in a magic circle, and immediately grasped it. I no longer consider myself a soldier of heaven, and what will I do? Let Michael consider it my resignation from the false church that manipulates humanity. The believers of the church saw how Brihilda was joining the limits of humanity. They watched helplessly as one of the most powerful humans resigned. They only heard one thing. Volunteer. The Holy See had been sacrificed in an explosion of light and fire. The force of such a magical explosion could be felt throughout almost all of Italy. Many humans saw a light shining in the night, as if the sun itself had invaded the night to illuminate it, but a strong earthquake was also felt throughout the Italian peninsula, Sicily, part of Greece, the islands of Corsica and Sardinia. Cyprus and Turkey felt the terrible earthquake caused by Vasco Strada when it destroyed the Vatican. But 5 minutes later several magic circles appeared in the impact zone and from them came the leaders of the biblical factions, along with Zeus, Almenhold and Yasaka. But what happened here? Sirzechs said, very impressed and terrified to see that nothing remained of the Vatican. I feel energy residues. Sacred Yasaka said incredulously. But who has this kind of power? Said Michael, very horrified to see that the Holy See, one of his pillars in the human world, had been destroyed. No one in our faction has such atrocious power, said Uriel, very impressed. Neither our jokers nor even the kings in our decks have such catastrophic power. This has a level of destruction similar to that of a dragon if provoked, said Almenhold very nervously. She still remembers when the Trahexa was loose and unleashed destruction in its path. But suddenly a circle appeared in Michael's ear, but upon hearing it, the seraphim showed a gesture that very few showed, a gesture of total displeasure, but what they saw was that his wings began to flicker. Damn you, Alvretich! Michael shouted, creating spears of light and throwing them at the desolate place, creating smaller explosions. What's up, Michael? Azazel said, very impressed because in his memory his ex-brother didn't act so aggressively. The one who called me and who caused this was Vasco Strada, said Michael very furiously, but I claim this attack in the name of Alvretich. The leaders were shocked to learn that the limits of humanity had allied themselves with a kingdom that they held so much resentment for everything they had done, but above all, they had destroyed the Holy See, where they could operate or manipulate humanity to their convenience. It was clear that the Dark Kingdom would not tolerate the whims of supernatural beings to manipulate innocents to their will. I must talk to my brothers about this. If Alvretich wants war, they have achieved it with the Los Angeles faction. Michael said furiously, retreating to heaven. The other remaining leaders might agree with Michael to settle once and for all the Alvretich issue and the Issei issue of locking him up again in Tartarus, but what Michael would do would be clear imprudence, given the situation they are in. Several infiltrators in the factions had the Annos Voldigold videos in their possession and knew that if Michael started a war against the kingdom that hosted the true hero, his plan to be the true heroes who sealed Trahexa and defeated Rezelvum, would all go down the drain. Chapter 17. In heaven. An emergency meeting was being held by Michael to discuss the attack on the Vatican. The Angel faction had received a very painful blow from the Dark Kingdom of Alvretich, learning that one of their most important sites, where future exorcists and potential reincarnated angel candidates were trained, had been completely destroyed, leaving no trace of existence. But what was most incredible to him was that his best exorcist, that man who despite his advanced age is someone for whom some supernatural beings still had great respect and fear, had been the cause of the entire Holocaust in the Holy See. In one of the circles of the sky were the most important seraphim. Michael, Raphaeline, Metatron, Uriel, Sandalphon, Raziel, along with reincarnated angels belonging to their respective decks of cards to reincarnate. And as you know, at that meeting were Irina Hyoudou and Dulio Hyoudou, members of Michael's brave saints. This is the last, said Michael very angry, hitting the table. I can't believe what that bastard Hyoudou has done, not only that damned kingdom that has dared to mock our faction not once, but many times. The seraphim present had a gesture that reflected indignation at the events that happened a few days ago, since they were the ones who were most affected. They were not only the ones who caused the fall of our now ex-sister Gabriel, Metatron said, but also the destruction of the Holy See and the massacre of the exorcists in Edinburgh. It is more than obvious that they need to be punished, said Uriel, looking at his brothers and the reincarnated angels. A handful of humans should not be superior to us, those who carry the word and the will of the Father. The seraphim and angels nodded at Uriel's words, except for 2 seraphim who remained stoic, but inside wanted to tear their brothers apart for such words, especially Uriel's. You are a damn blasphemous, Uriel, justifying your own baseness and that of our brothers by naming our father, said in her mind, the now most beautiful seraphim in heaven, Raphaeline. It's lucky that I managed to alter God's system a little, because this way the alarms of impure thoughts won't be activated, Raziel said mentally, controlling himself from tearing his brother and leader of the faction to pieces. Smile. Well, you can, little brother, enjoy your arrogance a lot, because at the slightest carelessness I'll fix the system and it will be too late for you. Not for nothing Father entrusted me with his secrets, and among them the functioning of the system, said the seraphim. But we have another problem, Sandalphon said. Now after the attack on the Holy See, expert reports were made. It was a waste of time, Sandalphon Sama interrupted Dulio carelessly. You know that instead of doing an unnecessary search, we could locate the heretic Vasco Strada. If you let me finish, Dulio-san, the following will leave you frozen, said Sandalphon, silencing Michael's joke. Or what I was saying, the 3 weapons that the Vatican was guarding disappeared, and I doubt very much that the strength of the now heretic Strada could destroy them. That left the seraphim in shock. Things can't be worse, said Michael, very sad and nervous. Excuse me, what weapons are you talking about? Irina said, and what's so special about them? The seraphim looked seriously at the reincarnated angel and at that Michael's size. Well, there's nothing to hide here, said Michael. The weapons that disappeared are the bow called Toropolos that belonged to the chaste huntress, the great champion of Apollo and Artemis. Atalanta, that bow in her possession. Atalanta shot an arrow to the sky and could annihilate an entire army, said Michael without losing his seriousness. Many of our soldiers fell under the arrows of the chaste huntress. When Atalanta died, many searched for her beloved bow, some sacrificed blood and effort to have it in their hands, but none responded as it did to its now only bearer, that she had said Uriel. The gods Apollo and Artemis searched for said weapon, but fortunately we found it. We decided to investigate about that weapon, but at the moment that we tried to analyze it, something in the bow repelled our investigation magic. It was as if it refused to be analyzed, said Metatron. We made many attempts to analyze said bow, but we had no success, so we decided to protect said weapon in the Vatican, as a secret that only the Pope, his most faithful servants and the Seraphim, to avoid that in the future that bow would be used against us again, despite the fact that the bow did not respond to the call of the one who carried it. The same thing happened with Estes Estes, the weapon of the Roman Empress Nero Claudius, said Uriel. The tyrant empress of Rome? Irina said, scared the one who carned the followers of Christianity in an inhuman way. Herself, said Michael, and because of that we knew the danger she represented for us and the word of the Father, so we manipulated her mother Agrippina to poison her and kill her little by little, but unfortunately Nero discovered everything and killed her, and because of that, he made Rome kill the few followers of Father and Jesus that still remained due to her luxuries and eccentricity. She created a weapon so fearsome and dangerous that reflected her passion and the heat of the fire with which she represented her delusions and her great chronic hysteria that caused the fire of Rome. Estes Estes, heat and passion. But she never wielded said weapon because Nero committed suicide and was buried next to the reddish saber that he never used. Obviously the Christians looted his tomb and obtained said weapon, but like Terpolos, he did not respond to the call that he wielded it, and we ran the same fate when trying to analyze the weapon of the tyranny of Rome. But the spear of Rongominiad is the weapon that is not given the most mysteries, but from the few records we have of that spear, it is the most destructive of the three, said Uriel, known as the spear that shines to the end of the world. It was used by Queen Arthur of Pendragon. That spear has the capacity to have a power equivalent to the original Longinus. Irina and Dulio were now speechless, knowing of the existence of such weapons with an atrocious power that clearly left their weapons like children's toys. But that weapon has such destructive power that Arturia herself restricted said power by putting 13 restrictions so that the spear could be used in a noble and just way, said Metatron. If used under one of those restrictions, it would only release a small fragment of its power. No one knew the potential of said weapon except Arturia and Merlin himself. So if the Pendragon family is related to that spear, I think it's obvious what we have to do, said Dulio. We must pay a visit to England and ask about the whereabouts of the spear, or at least get some information. I'm afraid it won't be possible, Dulio said. Raphaeline, the Pendragons moved from England since the faction claimed Issei Hyoudou's achievements. It was a way to renounce the alliance, not to mention that Arthur and Lefay gave a good beating to the strongest Koryuko of all. Now we don't know of her whereabouts like that of two other weapons that were lost after the murder of Zenobia Corda at the hands of the Seekvaira, said the Seraph, although in the case of the whereabouts of the Pendragons, she was really lying to give protection to her friends. Everyone stared at Raphaeline, but Michael deduced what his sister said. Excalibur and Duratal, said the terrified overlord. It is more than obvious that Duratal is in the hands of Vasco Strada, Raziel said now in a calm manner, but Excalibur was fused with Durandal, and in this case, Excalibur has fallen into the hands of the enemy, but we must also not ignore that the sacred gears of the heroes faction have not returned to the system to find a new bearer, said the Seraphim, feigning fear and uncertainty because he knew where said sacred gears were. The outlook was now uncertain for Michael. What was going to be a meeting to convince his brothers to declare war on Alvretich now left the overlord of the sky thinking deeply, knowing that they had lost not only the sacred gears of the faction of heroes that fell in Edinburgh, but two powerful swords. One is now in the hands of Alvretich due to the death of Zenobia, and the other three, their whereabouts were uncertain. But then Michael receives a call through a communication circle. Michael, please tell me you haven't sent your men on an indiscriminate attack on Scotland again, said a voice with a tone that seemed to implore him not to do something stupid. No, Sirzechs, I haven't done it yet, said Michael, somewhat offended by the way his demon counterpart said things to him. Michael, we need you to come to the abandoned castle of Ajuka right now, said Sirzechs' voice. It's time to plan the negotiation. It seems we will have to negotiate with the enemy so that the truth does not come to light between the factions. Understood. I'm leaving for the underworld right now, said Michael, closing Sirzechs' communication arena. Dulio, come with me, the meeting is over, you can return to your posts, said Michael, as he moved with the name to the place he had mentioned. All the Seraphim were also about to leave when a communication circle also appeared in Raphaeline's ear. "Oh, it's you, it's strange that you're leaving there. Okay, fine, I'll see you tomorrow," said Raphaeline, cutting the communication and directing her gaze to her brother Raziel. "I need you to accompany me on an errand tomorrow," said the Seraphim, but with a gesture that Raziel understood what she said. "I'm retiring to my chambers," said Raphaeline, retiring in a circle of magic, which left the Seraphim and incarnated angels in doubt. Only Raziel knew what his sister was referring to. Since that meeting that would take place tomorrow would have an encounter with a certain Kitsune who had just left Alvretich. Time skip. Abandoned castle of Ajuka, 5 p.m. Another meeting of the Alliance leaders was taking place along with the entourage of Gremory, Kuroka, Valerie, Penemu and the Hyoudou family. In which, as Sirzechs mentioned, the topics of negotiation with the kingdom of Alvretich would be discussed so that Annos Vondergold would not reveal the truth. While they waited for Michael, everyone present was watching the video of the massacre again towards their emissaries in Edinburgh, but now under an investigative vision. "Those sacred gears look interesting," said Azazel, looking at the weapons used by Issei and Ashen. "If I could have them for my research. But I doubt those brats will want you to touch those sacred gears," said Auden seriously, "especially if they have those crazy people in their ranks," said the father of all with annoyance when mentioning Piri in such a derogatory way. "It seems that your conversation with your granddaughter didn't go well at all," said Zeus, looking at an oddly grumpy Auden. "Do you think so? Well, the damned woman revealed to me that she had a negotiation with Freya and Brihilder and allowed Piri's release behind my back," said Auden, very angry, without counting that the miserable woman before my eyes tortured Roswis's soul with a whip of thorns, and in the place where Piri was previously chained, she now had Ross tied up and suffering the eternal punishment of Helheim. "The area of the honorless dead?" Yusaka said, very scared. "Exactly," said Auden. "I demanded Roswis's soul so that by my command she could enter Valhalla, but the only thing Hela did was order the dead of Helheim like a hungry horde. There were so many that I had to flee from there without any response. I could only hear Ross's screams of pain and help when Hela punished her without any mercy." The Alliance, upon hearing Auden's words, could only bow their heads in resignation for the murdered former Valkyrie. "I don't want to know about Zenovia's or Jean's fate," said Azazel. "My daughter Persephone has told me something, and it is clearly not encouraging," said Zeus. "She paid Charon the ferryman to carry her soul through, but it was not as a favor but to be judged by Minos and thrown into Tartarus, Greek." "But," Zeus Sama said, "Rhea's crying for the fate of her former pieces. Couldn't you do anything for Zenovia's soul?" "No," said Zeus, closing his eyes. "Once the verdict is given, I do not have the power to appeal. Persephone told me that she heard on her way to Tartarus, the bastard Hyoudou cursed all the time. Now she must climb a mountain of incandescent naked for all eternity." The Gremories, upon hearing these punishments, could not contain their tears. Asia hugged herself as tears fell from her eyes, while she could only call her friend's name pitifully, and Griselda cried, head bowed, for the fate of her legal ward. But a magic circle appeared before them, revealing the overlord of the sky, who was accompanied by his strongest warriors. "Sorry for being late," Michael said kindly, but they saw several people crying. "Did something happen?" "No, nothing at all," Michael Sama said, Riaz, wiping away those tears to try to regain a serious appearance. "Well, we must discuss certain matters regarding Alvretich," Sirzechs said with regret. "First we will have to negotiate." "It's not more than clear," said a voice, to which a magic circle appeared, revealing a raven-haired girl with pigtails who had been absent for a long time, shocking everyone. "What we must do is reward the true hero of the factions and bring him to the underworld where he belongs," she said with a serious expression. "Seraphol Sama," everyone said when they saw the ex-Maya recovered from her depression. "But Seraphol, reward that bastard who has stained our glorious family name," said Mickey Hyoudou, very irritated when reminding her son of so much contempt for raising his fist at the leaders. "There is no other option, Mrs. Hyoudou," said Sirzechs with great regret as he shared her discomfort with that of the human woman. "We have no alternative if we want to keep our heads still in power, and that is equivalent to giving them the luxuries that they have enjoyed so much in the human world." Mickey Hyoudou could only groan in helplessness, since rewarding Issei would only damage his ego, not to mention his sister Yoko, who had in her mind the desire to kill her brother because she would obtain what would be given to her by right. "What else can we give him?" said Azazel. "Money. Land in the underworld. Women," said the cadre, looking at the Gremory along with Irina, Griselda, who immediately became defensive, "and in the case of the bearer of that golden sacred gear, offer Yoko Hyoudou in political marriage." "What? Not a girl?" Rhea shouted, very offended. "Offer myself to that bastard," Akeno said, disgusted. "Sorry Azazel, but that was the lowest thing you could do to me," said Penemu with great hatred. "I can't lower myself before a despicable human," Yusaka said with great disgust. "I can't offer myself to a weakling. I, the great and strongest Tokoryuko, must have someone who surpasses my strength," Valerie said arrogantly. Sirzechs watched the immature reactions of his sister and her friends. "Don't you understand?" Sirzechs said angrily, emanating his aura, silencing the complaints of his sister and company due to the situation we find ourselves in. We have no other alternative if it were not for Ijuka who recorded our entire conspiracy against the bastard Hyoudou, his escape from Tartarus prison of the factions, with the help of Sona's enter, and that damned kingdom we would not be here at this moment. So we will have no other choice but to give in if we want to save the prestige of our family and those involved. Riaz and her allies could only contain the helplessness and horror of knowing that they would marry someone who does not deserve them except for. If they don't want to, I'll do it without complaint, said Seraphol without flinching. Seraphol-sama, did you perhaps give yourself to that filthy bastard? Irina said, horrified. Any problem? Seraphol said, looking with hatred at Irina, who fell silent upon feeling the Mayu's icy aura. Issei-chan, I promise you that when you return to the underworld, I will make sure to make you happy, and we will live like a true family, as you wished, even if you don't want it. I will do my best to correct that mistake of sending you to be locked up in Tartarus. There's no problem for me, said Yoko, looking at Issei while a blush appeared on her cheeks. That boy has the character to be my husband and he seems very strong. I hope he will be when I have him in my bed, she said with great lust while licking her lips. Okay, then we just have to make an appointment to ask the heir to the crown of Alvretich for an appointment to undertake diplomacy, Sirzechs said, and then he sees the girls Riaz and company. I know you don't like the idea of getting engaged to the bastard of Hyoudou, but in the long run you will have a great reward, since he has shown to have power and more with that unknown sacred gear, if you manage to seduce him and convince him to lend his power to the alliance. You will be amply rewarded with a large offspring, a lot of prestige and above all, have the great fame of being the wives of the great hero who sealed the Trihexa. All his offspring that he manages to forge will be under the hand of this alliance, they will be our spearhead, and all mythologies will want to join us without exception. That left Riaz and the others very thoughtful. They were still hurt by Niles' broad rejection, but seeing Issei's actions and obtaining a terrifying power in Gabriel's eyes, perhaps being something from the brown-haired boy, it wasn't a bad thing at all. But they don't want to talk to us. Yusaka said, a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, I have something that we can force him to negotiate with, said Falbium, while throwing to the meeting table some cards of some girls who came to like Issei Hyoudou. At that, a nasty smile was drawn on the leaders, because they would be a weak point for Issei and in any case for the Dark Kingdom and negotiate. I will go to Edinburgh personally, said Sirzechs. You capture our hostages, it's time to take control of everything again, said Sirzechs, disappearing in a magic circle. At that moment, everyone in the meeting dispersed and headed off to their destinations, unaware that Falbium's plan and the order to capture certain girls who are fond of the brunette could only exacerbate the problems with Issei and the kingdom. Time skip. Edinburgh Airport. Our heroes were in the international arrivals waiting room of said building. Well, today would be the reunion of several people who came from Japan. Issei could be seen listening to music with headphones that he shared with Yura, while Piri leaned her shoulder on the chestnut tree while dozing a little. Issei for his part read a book while drinking some coffee, while Camilla was dedicated to embroidering a scarf. Elise for her part looked at her sister-in-law with joy as she created the embroidery, while Tomo waited patiently while carrying a wooden shinai. Valeria for her part finished her 5th steak sandwich while on a chair, she had another 17 more stacked. While Saizo, Tira and Reina, wearing formal suits in the case of the ninja who had removed his combat mask, watched around them. So today is the day that some of our allies return, said Issei smiling. Finally we will meet again with Sona-sama and her entourage, said a very excited Tomo Meguri, to which Yura smiled radiantly, knowing that her former mistress and her friends from the entourage to which they both belonged would be by her side again. Just like old times, Yura said nostalgically. It's a shame Ashla-chan couldn't join us, Piri said sadly. The same can be said of Asta, Mimosa, Noel and the Valkyrie Rangdras, said Elise, but they had just disembarked from their flight from Rome, and the first thing they do is fight, so they deserve a good rest at the hotel. Ashlet should go rest in the cave where she sleeps, said Issei. The full moon is over, and right now Ashlet has no reason to remain active until the next full moon, when the seal will be visible again in the Irish Sea. So we'll be away from home for a month, Camilla said, sighing while smiling with resignation. Well, as long as I'm always by my side, Issei, said the little girl, giving him a kiss on his cheek. All the more reason we should protect them, my lord and my lady, said Reina. It has been a long time since we left the said kingdom, and knowing that the factions are very resentful for everything we have done, they will not hesitate to continue carrying out a persecution of witches throughout the United Kingdom. Saizo didn't say anything, but he didn't stop watching the nobles of the Dark Kingdom. It was enough for someone to look the ninja in the eyes, and he would run away terrified. But that's what they listened to. The British Airways flight from Prague, Czech Republic, has just arrived. It's Sona-san's flight, Issei said. They had to hide in Prague for a few days because of the issue of the Heroes and Exorcists faction, said Issei. But now we can welcome them back to Scotland, said the brunette, to which a crimson-haired girl with pigtails and the blue-haired girl smiled as much as they could. It only took 5 minutes when they saw the former Citri heiress walking in the airport corridors with her suitcases, followed by her entourage who were also carrying a small suitcase. "Hello," said the youngest of the Citri, greeting with a smile that only reflected a little relief at not having to deal with the nefarious alliance one more day. "Sona-sama." Yura and Tomo shouted, running towards the aforementioned and went to hug her, which Sona kindly reciprocated upon reuniting with her former pieces. "It's good to see you, Yura and Tomo," said Sona, smiling naturally, abandoning her serious expression for a gentle and kind one while wiping away a tear of emotion. "Saji," said the former knight in former tower of Yura, reunited with her entourage. It was a pleasant reunion in full view of everyone at the airport, where hugs, smiles, and tears of joy reigned. "Did you have any problems in your refuge in Prague, Sona?" Ashen said as he stood next to the former Citri heiress. "None, Ashen-sama," said Sona calmly. At least for Saji it was not so pleasant since he complained of eating sausages, eggs and meat every day. In that Sona turned to Issei, in which she planted a kiss on his lips. "You do not know how much I missed kissing you, Issei, you know. Every night I longed for your presence, and every time I saw my mark, I only realized how much I missed you," said Sona without stopping smiling while with her left hand she touched her left gluteus as a sign that Sona was there, said Mark of the Black Western Dragon. Giri and Yura just laughed a little because Issei was caught off guard. "The Japan Airlines flight from Tokyo has just arrived." "Ichika's flight has arrived," Ashen said calmly. "Although I'm glad he arrived safely, I must give him a scolding for the disaster he caused in Tokyo," Camilla said, smiling, something that showed anything but joy. "It seems that Ichika-san will have another week with broken bones." The hairs on the back of the neck of all the inhabitants of Alvretich stood up in pure fear. "I feel so sorry for Ichika-san right now," Sona said nervously. "So what is it now, a battle Greco-Roman wrestling maneuvers?" Ali said, smiling. "Whatever it is, my poor disciple will feel the true pain of my beautiful Camilla," Ashen said, smiling sadly. "I hope she has medical insurance here in this world." 5 minutes passed and they saw Ichika being accompanied by the sorceresses Nyx, Ophelia and by his twin sister, Madoka, but they also saw that they had a new companion, and it is the Valkyrie Regenleaf walking through the corridors of the airport. "Ichika, it's good to see you," said Ashen, greeting him with a handshake. "Sensei, I'm glad you're okay," Ichika said solemnly. "It's good to see you, Ashen-sama," Issei-sama said Ophelia and Nyx with a bow and respect. "By the way, Ichika," Ashen said, pointing at the Valkyrie, to which she takes the initiative to introduce herself. "My name is Regenleaf, I am a renegade Valkyrie from the Nordic faction," said the aforementioned. "Another Valkyrie who deserted the faction," Issei said, surprised, just like Rangru-san. "She's here?" Regenleaf said, surprised. "That means she's already found her Ihinger." "That's right, both she and her Ihinger and their companions are currently taking a rest at the hotel with an ability of Alvretich will be staying this month until the seal of the kingdom appears again at the next full moon," said Ashen. Regenleaf now set his sights on Piri, and upon seeing his aunt, he could only smile at her. "Piri, my niece, you have become a beautiful woman," said Regenleaf, hugging the aforementioned, something that the blue-haired girl reciprocated by hugging her aunt. "Thank you, Regenleaf Onasama," Piri said with a tearful voice. "Those were the same words that Rangers Onasama told me. If Jerihu Onasama were alive, she would be very proud of the great warrior and woman you have become," said Regenleaf, very happy for her niece. Everyone watched the interaction between the two Valkyries, especially Ichika, who saw with tenderness how her Valkyrie had a maternal gift to make whoever she dealt with feel comfortable, but in that boom. The former Orimura felt like someone was squeezing his brains, and he knew whose power it was, and he started to sweat when his eyes fell on a little-haired boy who looked at him with a smile like the ones your mother gave you when she saw your report card and your 0 in conduct. "Oh, and I was just talking about you," Camilla said to a nervous Ichika. "You know we have a rule when it comes to using our powers." "Yes, Camilla-sama," Ichika said very nervously, "but the situation yes warranted it, and besides, no one saw us." "I wouldn't be so sure of your words," Ichika, Camilla said, taking a newspaper that she had on her waiting seat and showed it to him. On the front page was the incident in which he and his two girlfriends participated, where it revealed the number of dead pilots, photos of Ichika fighting against the ex-fiancé of her nefarious sister. Obviously edited in such a way that Ichika was fighting against an as pilot and not against an uncontrollable beast. They were international news, and these images were given to the newspapers by a certain Tabane Shinono. "So when we return to Alvretich, you will choose hit yourself with a warhammer or be my judo dummy," Camilla said without stopping smiling. "Damn perverted rabbit," Ichika said, crying, comically cursing said rabbit, since because of her, she would have another long stay in the hospital. Everyone was laughing at Ichika's fate when Madoka ran towards Issei and immediately "Ooh." Before everyone's eyes, Ichika's twin threw herself into his arms, giving him a passionate kiss that he gladly reciprocated while he spun her around in a scene of true lovers. "I missed you, silly," said Madoka, kissing Issei again. "And I love you," Issei said, smiling naturally. Certain voices interrupted the moment that Issei and Madoka were living and seeing a jealous Yura, Piri and Sona, seeing how their harem sister took over the star bearer of violence. "Wow, we're just arriving and things are already starting to get a little heated," said a voice to which everyone saw. "Ryoma-nai-sama. Effie-ni-chan," shouted Ashen and Elise as they went to greet their sister and sister-in-law respectively. Elise went to hug her second older brother, while Ashen greeted her sister-in-law. "I missed being here so much," said Effie, now greeting Elise, hugging her gently. "It seems that Japan has taken a bit of a liking to you, huh?" Ashen said while looking at his brother's outfit and seeing Ryoma's companions. "What can I say?" Ryoma said, somewhat uncomfortable with his rather modern and somewhat extravagant look, while English society looked at him with curiosity. At that, Ashen sees his brother's companions, who are originally from Seinen. "By the way, who are your companions?" said the older brother curiously. "Oh, I forgot," said Ryoma. "Guys, come introduce yourselves, he's my brother Ashen, who is the heir to the crown of Alvretich." "A pleasure," Ashen said politely. At that moment, a young lady with carmine hair approaches and begins the introductions. "My name is Mikado Ryauko," said the aforementioned with a bow, "and by my side is my assistant, Shizu Murasum." "A pleasure," said Mikado's assistant with some nervousness. "I'm Tirju Lunatique," "a pleasure," said calmly a blonde of similar age to Mikado. "My name is Nemesis," Princess Shen said the aforementioned with her usual malicious look. "At my side are Maya Kurosaki and Kanjiki no Yami." "A pleasure," said both space assassins with a bow. "Saki Tenjuin," "a pleasure," said the aforementioned with her vain tone of voice while she pushed back her hair. "Well, you know who I am," said Nina smiling while she carried Selen in the scarf, who was sleeping peacefully. "It's good to be back home." And now the orange-haired man was approaching while he was held by the hand by a young lady, that Regenleaf and Piri. "Nice to meet you, my name is Rito," Ashen-sama said the orange-haired man with great respect, "and the lady accompanying me is the Valkyrie Look." "Lokoba-chan," Piri shouted, throwing herself at her tiny aunt. "Brat," shouted the Valkyrie as she tried to free herself from the hug of her smiling niece. "I told you thousands of times to just call me Locke. The Honorify makes me feel as decrepit as Beholder." Said that while her sister Regenleaf felt a chill run down her back as she indirectly reminded her of her age, thanks to semi-immortality. "Hi. Lokoba-chan," Puri shouted happier, hugging the tiny Valkyrie more. "Grrr." Locke growled, very irritated by her niece. "You are as stubborn as ever." The loli said in the same way but immediately calmed her bad mood to give a gentle look. "But I'm glad you're okay, Puri," she said, hugging her niece. "You are the spitting image of our sister and your mother." "I'm glad the nobility of Alvretich is gathered," said a last voice, to which everyone turned their gaze to. "Niles." Everyone shouted when they saw the Seikvaira being accompanied by Gondel-san. Shouted those who had recognized Roswis's grandmother. She smiled and greeted her kindly. Piri stopped hugging Locke and went to hug Gondel, who reciprocated the gesture. At that moment, Valeria, seeing her husband, runs out to hug him and kiss him. The werewolf couldn't be happier and more joyful to see the dragon of her dreams back by her side. Although Scottish society ignored the situation, the young nobility of Alvretich, along with the guests and refugees, had finally reunited after so many confrontations, bitter experiences, and the occasional clash, in order to have a clear path. They proceeded to leave the airport in an atmosphere of warmth and friendship. Everyone spoke like a team and a family, regardless of race. Everyone lived together peacefully. Nothing could go wrong tonight. Phew. All the nobles and Valkyries felt a huge increase in energy. "What's going on?" said Ichika. "This is demonic energy," said Gondel. "But it doesn't feel aggressive at all," said Rito. "It's like whoever it is calling our attention," said Saizo. "Issei finds out who it is." "That bastard is here," said the brown-haired man looking at Ashen. The black-haired man understood what his brother-in-arms was saying. "Saizo, Reina, take the people who can't defend themselves. And tell Asta, Noel, Rangdriz and Mimosa, and also you Sona along with your entourage, to protect the security of the hotel," said Ashen seriously, to which the ninja, the paladin and the former heiress of Citri, nodded. "The others follow me," said Ashen, along with Issei, Camilla, Tomo, the current Einhingers with their Valkyries, Yami, Maya, Nemesis, Ryoma, Effie, Ichika, Nyx, Ophelia, Piri, Yura, Madoka and Elise. "Quickly this way." Saizo ordered loudly and immediately the others followed Alvretrich's servants, taking them down another path. The group led by Ashen headed through the streets of Edinburgh. "I feel the power stronger," said Ryoma. "He's taking us to Calton Cemetery," said Elise. "Definitely a good place to have a whiskey on the rocks," Nick said sarcastically. The group entered the historic cemetery, passing by the tombs of some famous Scots, and managed to find the person who emanates this energy, who looked at our heroes with a malicious smile. "Wow, I thought you wouldn't have the balls to come here personally after sending your dogs to die for free." Sirzechs' Gremory, Issei said, looking at the Redeed coldly. Knowing the character's identity, knowing that he is one of those responsible for the unjust confinement, everyone was attentive to any movement of the red-haired Mao. Sirzechs, for his part, was leaning on a grave while curiously drinking a glass of whiskey, while his eyes fell on Issei and then fixed on Shen. "Scotch whiskey is undoubtedly a delight that very few can appreciate," said Sirzechs as a presentation to the nobles of Alvretich. "In truth, Hyoudou, Issei and that boy, Shen, have a very interesting power. They are like opposite poles in the energy they carry, and it seems that they are holding back a lot." "What nonsense are you doing here?" Sirzechs' Gremory, Niles said. "I came to talk to Issei-kun," said Sirzechs, sounding a little friendly. "Oh wow, how do you see this hypocrite calling me in such a friendly way," said Issei, laughing mockingly, "when all the time I've known him he's unfortunately only called me a useless, insignificant human, his pathetic sister and his parents wouldn't let me down with those derogatory references, and now he talks to me as if we were great friends." Sirzechs was getting offended by how someone inferior was addressing him, but he had to keep a cool head to put his plan into action. "It's more than obvious that this supernatural scum wants something by coming to Scottish lands. What's your business, demon?" said Shen. "The thing is, Issei-kun," said Sirzechs, starting to lose his patience. "Anything that has to do with a noble or people from Scotland or Alvretich, you'll have to discuss it with me first," demon said Shen, showing authority and demonstrating why he is the next to wear the crown of the Dark Kingdom by protecting his people. Sirzechs showed a bit of frustration, but he composed himself and spoke. "Well, my reason for being here is to offer an alliance to the kingdom of Alvretich," said Sirzechs, smiling, "and offer benefits by being in our alliance." "I have no reason to ally myself with your miserable alliance of demon factions," Shen said sharply. "If you seek to convince me with that false kind attitude, demon, you are wasting your time. After what you did to Issei, do you think we'll give you and those shitty leaders a vote of confidence?" Ryoma said. Sirzechs' gaze darkened at the prince's response, but a macabre smile appeared on his face. "I think we do have something to discuss," said Sirzechs, looking maliciously at the Prince of Alvretich. He immediately fixed his gaze on Issei. "Issei, Hyoudou, do you recognize these people?" At that, Sirzechs throws a ball of energy in which he revealed the holograms of certain demon girls that horrified Issei and Shen. "Bravo!" Issei shouted as he saw the youngest of the Phoenix with her Victorian-era dress in tatters, certain areas of her body beaten, tied under shackles and anti-magic chains so she couldn't escape, and revealing on her left shoulder the mark of the Black Western Dragon as a sign that she had been marked by Issei. But she wasn't the only one who was in these inhuman conditions. "Seekvaira, Leisha, Iryuka, Kiemlin, Salazan, Ingvald, Roygun," Niles said, terrified when he recognized these women tied up and beaten. In the case of Leisha, Abe and Ingvald, they revealed the marks of the Black Western Dragon on their left breast, abdomen and thigh respectively. All the nobles were now furious with Sirzechs for messing with people important to Issei. "Damn you, what did you do to them?" Issei shouted angrily. "If I were you, I wouldn't raise my voice," Issei-kun, Sirzechs said with great malice, satisfied to see that facet of desperation on Issei's part. "Now let's repeat the previous one. If in case you reject my invitation to form an alliance again, it would be enough for me to call the elders of the Council of Demons and give them free access to return your precious women to incubators to make babies." "Damn wretch," said Shen and Issei as they saw the baseness that the Mao committed, gritting their teeth. "Then the possibility remains open for the honorable alliance of factions to speak with you, the nobles of Alvretich," said Sirzechs without stopping, smiling triumphantly. Shen and Issei look at each other. The brown-haired boy closes his eyes with hurt pride and nods. Then the prince looks at his two brothers. In Ryoma's case, he looks at him stoically, and Elise was very scared, but like the bearer of the stellar dragon of violence, they nod. Sirzechs' Gremory in 10 days, said alliance will be discussed at Stirling Castle, Shen said very sadly at 10 p.m. "Perfect," said the red-haired demon, celebrating. "I hope you are punctual because as an English gentleman, I hate unpunctuality," said Sirzechs, leaving the cemetery in a magic circle in a triumphant manner. Shen was not going to risk the integrity of Issei's friends and partners. She would only hope that this decision would not weigh on her and mark her conscience in the next 10 days by having an alliance with the people that her ancestor fought so hard for to obtain his longed-for freedom. Chapter 18. Sirzechs' Lucifer Castle. The night for the supernatural beings, those who lied to the supernatural society that they were the true heroes who sealed the Trihexa and not Hyoudou Issei as some low-ranking leaders truly knew, this night tasted like total triumph. The castle was in a state of celebration as they were able to convince and subdue the nobles of the Alvretich kingdom to negotiate without any problem. Sirzechs, at the time of giving the great news, the leaders, the Gremory entourage and family, the Hyoudou family, some patriarchs who were in favor of taking away Issei's achievements, warriors of such importance to the alliance, such as Razor Phoenix, Zephyrdoll Glaciolabolas, Dulio Josilato, and some soldiers who are aware of the critical situation in which they were involved, celebrated the great news in a big way. Sirzechs had hired an orchestra while everyone began to celebrate, toast and shout with such euphoria, as if they had won a terrible war. Ha! Finally a victory. Sirzechs shouted with great joy while bringing a glass of cognac, raising it in a toast for this great news and as a consequence, the next fall of the Dark Kingdom. The attendees of the meeting raised the drink they had in their hands, some demons and fallen angels had red wine, others brought champagne, and in the case of the angels, they carried tonic water or juice in their hands. Cheers! Sirzechs shouted. Cheers! They shouted at the party as they took a big gulp of their intoxicating drinks. It is a jubilant atmosphere for the factions. This is great news, son, said Zeodicus Gremory, patting his eldest son on the back. If all goes well, we will not only bring Issei Hyoudou to the underworld, but also have his best warriors at our disposal, said Sirzechs smiling maliciously. Are you thinking, said Azazel smiling in the same way at the intentions of the red-haired leader. That's right, said Sirzechs taking something out of his suit showing an evil pawn piece, but there is nothing better than having the heir to your kingdom be my vital slave, said Sirzechs, while imagining having the bearer of Felgrand in his entourage. Ani Sama, said Riaz excitedly like a child waiting for Santa's gifts at Christmas. If everything goes well, will I be able to have Issei and Niles in my entourage? Said the Redite, excited to know that in the future she will have two very powerful pieces. Of course, Riaz Tan, he said smiling tenderly at his spoiled sister, anything for my cute little sister. Riaz for her part cried out in emotion at her brother's decision. You're the best, said Riaz hugging Sirzechs, going to meet with her friends and allies. Son, do you really think you'll leave that bastard Hyoudou with my daughter? Venelana said very doubtfully. Of course not, said Sirzechs smiling with great evil, my plan is not only to annex Alvretich to the alliance, but to weaken his best men, said Sirzechs. In my case, when Prince Ashen is in my retinue, I will extract that rare sacred gear, I will kill the prince in front of his allies, and obviously I will carry said sacred gear, that way I will have such incredible power that I could reach Ophis and Great Red. And nothing will stop me from exterminating anyone who dares to oppose us supreme beings. Zeodicus and Venelana looked perplexed at the great ambition of their eldest son. And in the case of Niles and Issei Hyoudou, I will brainwash the first one in such a way that he will obey all my orders just like Gondelsan. Not only will he be a perfect soldier at my disposal, but he will also make my little sister happy and give them the grandchildren they deserve, said Zeodicus, while with Issei Hyoudou, he will have the same fate as a Shen Phantom, only that sacred gear will be carried by Riaz Tan. That way the Gremory family will be the most powerful in the underworld and therefore in everything supernatural and in the existential world. Also this will be a revenge for the death of Roswis and Zenobia-chan. The Gremory patriarchs opened their mouths in excitement, knowing the great and evil plans of their son to have dominance of this conflict. In my case, Sirzechs Michael said calmly, I want the Einhingers to be part of my brave saints. For my part, I want a Shen Phantom's brother, said Azazel. I really want to investigate them and above all have in my possession those weapons, Sigurd's sword and Circe's book, that his ancestor used in that battle more than a millennium ago. I would like to see Ludwika Phantom as her weapons that made us feel such painful humiliation are now in our hands, said the cadre mockingly. In my case, I will keep the noble women of Alvretich, and especially the current queen, said the god Zeus lustfully licking his lips as he thought of a certain purple-haired wyvern rider. One in particular is the perfect replacement for my boring wife Hera, and Niles will be the perfect husband for Aphrodite and Athena. With me it will be enough to have Niles by my side, said Yusaka. Drinking a glass of Seikunu will be more than happy to know that a real father will soon be by her side. I'm asking the same as Yusaka, I said to Elmenhold. Valerie will be so happy to see our Niles again. For my part I will only love Piri, said Odin. I will lock her up, but this time where she will have no help from any god, and I have thought this time that her captivity will be in the roots of Yggdrasil where Nidhogg lives. That insane Valkyrie must not be loose or free. Suddenly the door of the main hall opens abruptly and a handful of soldiers of different races approach the leaders and then the captain, who is an Asgardian. Odin Sama, Lucifer Sama, I come with news, said the Asgardian kneeling before his lord and the leader of the demons. What is the point of interrupting this moment of jubilation, said Odin, looking seriously at his warrior. Speak at once. Yes, my lord, it turns out that we found one of the renegade Valkyries, and unfortunately, she has already found her Einhinger, said the Asgardian. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this information. And who is it, said Odin, interested. She is the daughter of Thor Sama of the Valkyrie Prudder, strength or power, said the Asgardian. If there was silence before, now it was so silent that the heartbeat of those present could be heard. And where is it? said Auden while an evil smile appeared on his decrepit face. The Valkyrie Prudra is found. And Mustafu. At the revelation of the Asgard soldier, a euphoria took hold of the father of all. Looking at his allies he shouted. Tomorrow we will leave for that city. Auden shouted euphorically alliance leaders. We can't have a better outlook. If we manage to enslave my granddaughter's Ihinger, we will have at our disposal a weapon that is capable of destroying anything it hits, and atrocious physical power will be at our mercy. The leaders understood the plan of the leader of the factions, approving said idea. The red-haired leader shouted. Well, everyone has already said that they will want the kingdom of Alvretich for the negotiations for the freedom of the hostages and traitorous devils, for the upcoming capture of the renegade Valkyrie and her predestined warrior, the fall of Alvretich, and also of the cursed humanity. All that's left is to toast and celebrate our great victory," shouted Sirzechs triumphantly. Those present at the party chanted, applauded and cheered their leaders with great devotion. The party continued for them. Everything was joy inside the castle, but without them knowing, there were two devils who were at the exit of the castle, heard everything incognito, and could not contain their indignation for what they heard. "I can't believe my lineage has fallen so low," said a young-looking, busty she-devil. "If I had known they would have come to this, or if I had been awakened from my sleep. I am very disappointed with my son and my grandchildren," Rinia's Oba-chan said. Another young lady who looks like a jovial redeed, who had her hair tied in a ponytail with drooping eyes on her face. "If I had known that they would become damn tyrants, I would not have left them part of my heritage to survive. Sniff. Where did the teachings of treating humans and others with respect, equality and love go? Where?" said the aforementioned out loud while tears of frustration fell from her beautiful eyes. "Tyses, I know it hurts you a lot to see your lineage do quite atrocious things against a true hero to whom we owe our lives, and also against that kingdom that defeated father along with the leaders more than a millennium ago," said Rinias, remembering that story forbidden by the demons Ludwika Phantom of Alvretich, that woman who managed to defeat the leaders of the biblical factions, Zeus in his prime, and Auden when he was not the old green tail he is today. "We can no longer stop Sirzech's plans," Chaises said, very distressed. "The faction soldiers will go to that city, and humans have abilities that will barely be able to defend themselves from the faction army." "Don't worry," Rinias said very confidently. "Call someone to help us, and they should arrive right now," Rinias said as she sees a dimensional fissure opening, and from there two gothic lawless come out falling and landing on their feet in front of the founder of the Gremory clan. One of the lawless had the mark of the black western dragon in the central area of her chest. "Now, it's good to see you, Ophis Sama Lilith Sama." Rinia's Gremory and Chis's Gremory Ophis said with her usual indifference. "What is the reason why you summoned me to a place that I hate with all my soul?" Rinias and Chaises tell her what they heard at the meeting about Alvretrich's plans to destroy the planned death of Issei and Ashen, the hostages they have in their power, and above all, the invasion of Mustafu to enslave the Valkyrie Prudra's Einhiger. Ophis transformed her indifference into a grimace of total seriousness, while Lilith for her part showed concern. "Ophis Nasama, I don't want Issei-chan to be killed," said Lilith with great concern, "and I don't want my friends to die either." "And they won't," Ophis said, determined to act while touching her dragon mark. "Those repugnant beings won't kill my little dragon, the one to whom I owe my life for having received Samuel's blood in my place. They won't cause their disasters in Japan. They won't do any more of their stupid things in the human world." "Ophis Sama, then if you would help us," said Chisa smiling hopefully. "Of course," Ophis said, smiling at Ria's grandmother. "We must act immediately. Lilith, report this to Onos and the leaders of Alvretich. You, me and the lazy man in red are the only ones who can enter the kingdom without needing to use the seal of the Irish Sea." "Aye, Onosama," said Lilith, opening a dimensional fissure and entering it to disappear. "I will go for reinforcement so that Mustafu's Einhinger does not fall into the hands of the factions," Ophis said, opening the dimensional fissure. "But Ophis-sama, the only ones who can stand up to these wretches, are now thinking about how to resolve the negotiations," Chaises said worriedly. "If someone from the Alvretich nobles dies, it would complicate things even more." Ophis, at what the Redeed said, just smiles maliciously. "It's true, both my little dragon and Ashen Phantom-san must be focused on the negotiation, so I will call other allies who are great friends of the Phantom Princes and my little dragon. In fact, the day before 4 Valkyries just chose them as their Einhingers," Ophis said without stopping smiling at the Gremory ancestors surprising them. "And you can find out who it is," Rinias said intrigued. Ophis, without stopping looking at the Redeeds, opened her mouth, leaving the devils stunned. Arthur Pendragon, former member of the Hakoryuko team, former prince of the extinct kingdom of Alvarez, who had an end similar to that of Atlantis, noble of Alvretich who resides in Portugal at the moment and is the current fiancé of Princess Elise Phantom, and finally, the Prince of Air, great friend of my little dragon and the Phantom brothers, Ophis said as she headed towards the dimensional fissure, disappearing from there. Change of scene. Hotel. In an environment quite contrary to what was experienced in the underworld, the nobles of Alvretich found themselves in an atmosphere filled with uncertainty, nerves, and frustration. Ashen giving in to the beings they so despise was something not even his ancestor could forgive himself for, but unfortunately, he couldn't risk the sure grape of his best friend's women, since had he refused, the unfortunate Redeed would have given the demonic council the green light to make them his hex toys. All the nobles were in the hotel's penthouse, all silent. Only one was truly furious upon learning of the current situation of the females in his harem. "This can't be happening," said Ashen, very frustrated. Years of fighting against the scum of the supernatural, for them to commit such a dirty and low act. "Those bastards will do anything to win," said Ryoma, very angry. "But we couldn't refuse," said Effie, equally frustrated, "otherwise Issei's girls were going to pay the consequences." At that Ashen's shoulder pads appear. "Not only that, knowing that the females of my brother's carrier are great can cause a rather dangerous and deadly disease for dragons," said Felgrand. "What disease is it?" Ophelia said interestedly. At that Issei's gauntlet appeared. "It's about the fall of the dragon," said Volgaf, "a very lethal disease in which dragons, when they see infidelity on the part of our partners, run the risk of the power they carry becoming a deadly poison that slowly consumes us until we have a painful death. The more partners the dragon has, the faster and more painful our death will be. But, what they would commit would be an act of grape, not infidelity," said Madoka, very worried about her harem sisters. "But the impact of seeing my carrier's females is similar to that of infidelity," said Volgaf. "Whether it is grape or not, seeing your partners being outraged in any way is intended to trigger said fatal destiny." "So Ashen-sama did the most prudent thing for the moment," said Sona, in the same way as Madoka. "And is there any way to cure the disease?" Puri said, worried about her dragon and the girls who are now hostages. "There is one," said Felgrin. "There is a ritual that consists of eliminating feelings for the couples who betrayed him, but the ritual has an equivalent as if the bearer were bathed with Dracoslayer magic, or putting another more practical example with demons, being submerged in a well with holy water. So out of pride, many dragons prefer to die than to undergo the ritual," said Volgaf. "It was the most prudent thing you could have done," Dirish and Camilla said seriously, "but now we must think of a way to solve the problems this has caused." "First of all, you bastards want that for your own benefit," said Ichika. "Easy, Ichika," said Rito, "having experience with my damn ex-father-in-law, those kinds of people only want to have slaves or warriors to do their dirty work for them. And that's not all, there will be people from the supernatural who will see them as hexual toys with which they can satisfy their needs," said Sona, "especially the demons who can practice polygamy, but unlike Ashen-sama and those who have a harem, the demons are more crude and brutal when it comes to wanting to appropriate a young lady. The clear example, Razor Phoenix and Zephyrdol Glaciolabolas," said Yura. "Before leaving the Alliance I saw them in the lowest alleys of Lilith City, fornicating with several succubi, having a disgusting orgy on garbage cans and dead animals." "Dyackk, how disgusting," said Saki Tenjoin, very disgusted, imagining such a grotesque scene. "And not only him, Zeus is another problem for women," said Ashen. "That god is a miserable womanizer who treated the first woman he saw like a sperm receiver. That's why there were many demigods on Earth of Greek descent, this was because of Zeus himself," said Ryoma. "The truth is I don't want to know the trauma and pain they had to suffer, especially his wife Hera-sama, and also Demeter-sama, being treated that way. At least Hestia-sama took vows of chastity in time, before she became another member of his harem," Nick said very dryly. "Without straying from the topic of conversation, then we all have an idea of what those scoundrels are going to want, and it will be slavery towards us," said Ashen. "We must think of a way to make a counter-negotiation with the scum of the supernatural," said Ryoma very thoughtfully. "If there was a way to go to the underworld and save our friends." "That won't be possible, guys," said a voice. But then a very familiar force appeared and a magic circle appeared in the hotel's penthouse, revealing Anno's Voldigold. "I regret to inform you that the underworld, especially the areas where Issei-kun's ladies are being held captive, is being guarded by 100 guards from different factions, especially yoikais and demons who have put up a special barrier that alerts of human presence in the underworld, and the first ones, just by perceiving the human scent, will blow the whistle to notify Sirzechs' Gremory of a rescue attempt so that he can give the order to the council of decrepit old men and hexily take Issei-kun's fiancés," said Anno seriously. "That wretch thought this through," Issei said very furiously. "Don't get upset, Issei-kun," said Anno, sending his aura to calm the brown-haired boy. "I understand how you feel, but throwing a tantrum here won't solve things, and in fact I have to give you some equally bad news," said Anno seriously, looking especially at the Valkyries present. "They located your sister Proud, and the factions will go to attack the city where she is residing tomorrow." "Oh no, Proud Anasama," said Regin Lee, very scared for her sister. "She is strong but not strong enough to attack a large army of factions," Luke said worriedly. "We must go help Anasama's Einhijr," said Rangdriz. "I don't want him to have an end similar to Jericho Anasama." "I think it's not up for discussion," Rangdriz-chan said, Asta holding his Valkyrie's hand. "It's more than obvious that we're going to help your sister." They won't do it, said Anos. The one who informed me of all this was Ophis-chan, and she will be the one who brings those reinforcements to help the Valkyrie and, in the process, avoid an invasion of the place where she resides with her Eihinger. So what will we do? Issei said, very confused. You must prepare for the meeting in 10 days, said Anos dryly. We were just discussing that, Noel said, about possible negotiations. Hey, Anos interrupted her, who said that they had to negotiate with the scum of the supernatural. He said with an evil smile, it's not for nothing that we are allies, guys, so some of us rebel gods will help in this matter of rescuing Issei-kun's females. At that they understood what the king of tyranny was saying. Everyone looked at each other as a sign that not everything was lost. If Anos Voldigold would help in this sense, there was a hope to win this battle. At that Anos snaps his fingers at what he revealed to certain personalities of important pantheons. Hephaestus-sama, said Issei, seeing the blacksmith god of the Olympians with him. Morrigan, goddess of death and destruction of the Celtic pantheon, Camilla said upon recognizing the goddess. Kali, also a goddess of destruction and death but from Hindu mythology, said Issei upon recognizing the goddess. I am impressed that Shiva wants to help us. On the contrary, Hyoudou, Issei said. Kali, the lazy one, doesn't want to move a finger, so I decided of my own free will to help. Hera, wife of Zeus, said Nyx when she saw the goddess with a very angry expression. And finally we have Tyr, the god of justice, war and victory of the Norsemen, said Anos, introducing the last of the gods. They agreed to train them to face a possible invasion of Scotland and above all an imminent war against the scum of the supernatural. In my case, I will maintain and improve their weapons, said Hephaestus. It will be interesting to see the current weapons of those who will teach my father a lesson. Those who carried these weapons did not hesitate a bit and handed them over to the god of the forge and fire, but Piri wanted one more favor from Hephaestus. Hephaestus-sama, I would like you to fuse with my spear, this particular relic that I carried some years ago, said the blue-haired girl with pink locks, taking out something that impressed everyone including Tyr, since he recognized said material to improve Piri's deadly spear. That's it, said Hephaestus, looking at the material. Exactly, it's one of Fenrir-chan's fangs, Piri said, smiling naturally. Everyone thought about the potential of the deadly spear Bloodgidvald with one of Fenrir's fangs. A spear that will be able to match or even surpass a Longinus, said Anos, putting his finger on his chin, looking wickedly at the spear of the former Valkyrie prospect. Piri, he really wants to kill Odin and Loki above all, said Gondel with some nervousness. At that, Hephaestus takes the boy's weapons and proceeds to retreat. In that, the one who takes the floor is Tyr and Kali. Young warriors, those who excel in the use of the sword, fists and weapons that require physical strength, we will be the ones to give you the respective training to improve your skills, said the Norse god. And start getting your heads around the fact that in this 9-day training, there won't be any rest and you'll come out with some broken bones and clavicles on our part, said the goddess Kali, smiling evilly. Remember that in war, a broken bone is part of the war scenario and you'll have to deal with the pain while fighting against the enemy. Now the other two goddesses speak. Those sorceresses and owners of magical energy, both white and dark magic, your servant and Hera-san, we will be the ones to bring out their full potential, said Morrigan determinedly. Those bastards, especially that miserable green tail of my now ex-husband, will know that they will not play fair as long as they see humanity, and especially their kingdom fall, said Hera very seriously and dryly. So young ladies, magicians, sorceresses and bearers of grimoires, it is time to begin the true torment and magical training. We will extract every last drop of magical energy from your bodies so that you will be great bearers of magic. All the nobles, upon hearing the words of the gods, looked at each other and nodded as a sign that they were willing to undergo that training. It will be an honor to be entered by you, said Ryoma Phantom. We will do anything for our beloved kingdom, said Niles Hyoudou. And for our future we can't let the scum of the supernatural do their thing, Valaria said. It's time for those fourth-rate leaders to fall like the flies they've always been, said Sona, remembering with great resentment her nefarious sister, who had been one of the people who ordered the locking up of the owner of her heart. The four gods nodded in agreement. The physical combatants such as the Einhingers with their respective Valkyries, such as Rito with Locke, Ichika with Regenleaf, Niles with Gondel, Asta with Rangdris. Valaria, Ryoma, Camilla, Uritsubasa, Saji Genshiro, Tsubaki Shinra, Maya, Yami, Madoka and Tamamaguri went with the gods Tyr and Kali, while those who handled sorcery such as Noel, Mimosa, Nyx, Ophelia, Sona, Ryakusaka, Momo Hanakai and Elise went with the goddesses Morrigan and Hera. At that Issei, Piri and Ashen were going to meet with Tyr and Kali when I have a special training for you, said Anos, stopping the aforementioned in their tracks. Special? Issei said, in what sense? Brihildr and Vasco Strada are waiting for you at Jotunheim, said Anos. She didn't mention what kind of training will take place, only that Brihildr gave me this message for you, Piri. The aforementioned looked seriously at the king of tyranny, he cleared his throat and said. It's time for you to meet with her once and for all. The blue-haired girl opened her eyes and showed a rather disconcerting gesture for Issei and those around him. It was a gesture of shyness and nervousness. "Dear, are you okay?" Issei said, very worried. "I would lie to you if I did," Piri said very nervously, "but the truth is I am very uneasy, since I don't know how he will react when he sees me." "You say that because of your bloody past, right?" Issei said. "That's right," Piri said very nervously. "I don't know how they'll react when they find out what I became because of Odin, Loki and Thor." "You've waited a long time for this," Issei said, smiling. "Whatever it takes, I'll be here to defend you and advocate for you." The Shen, for his part, put a hand on the shoulder of the blue-haired girl with pink locks, smiling at her in a sign of total support, calming the girl a little. In that, they see the girls who are part of Rito's harem who had no skill whatsoever for combat. "If possible, avoid leaving the hotel," Shen said, looking at Mikado, Tirju, Ashizu and Saki. "If that wretch Sirzechs arrived so easily to Scotland, I have no doubt that he will send his henchmen to watch the surroundings. Saizo and Reina will be watching them in our absence." The ninja and the paladin nodded to their lord in agreement. "Well, it's time to retreat," said Anos, creating a transport circle. "Good luck, and may fate favor you nobles and warriors of Alvretich." The rebel gods also form a magic circle to transport themselves to areas where they could train without any setbacks, and finally, Anos Voldigald moves Issei, Piri and Ashen to one of the circles of Yggdrasil, where the giants of Norse mythology live, and where Vasco Strada and his Valkyrie Brihildr would await the arrival of the bearers of the star dragons and the exterminating blade of Hela, leaving in doubt what kind of training they would take and above all. What Piri had been looking forward to for a long time and makes her practically nervous and uneasy. Chapter 19. Jotunheim. Jotunheim, a frigid and harsh world where ice and rock reign perpetually, where giants dwell, threatening the humans who live in Midgard and Asgard. A light snowfall was hitting the world when a magic circle appeared, from which Anos appeared along with Issei, Piri, and Ashen. "It's been a long time since I've been here," Piri said, smiling as she walked through the snowy landscape. "Hey dear, you really came here before your capture," said Issei, a little scared. "Hi," Piri said, "I came mainly to train my strength, and there is nothing better than provoking and attacking the ice giants." "Odin would most likely turn a blind eye to someone bothering those giants in his land," Ashen said somewhat nervously, "as long as they don't step foot on Midgard or Asgard, that idiot doesn't care about anything." "And you're right," said Anos. "Odin only cares about being a pervert with all the nerve and cynicism, while his son Thor only cared about getting drunk on mead, Loki only cared about bringing disaster and problems to Asgard, while Vidar and Baldur only cared about hitting each other after getting drunk." "But Brihildr and the other Valkyries must have known you were here," said Ashen, looking at Piri. "And they knew every day that they were going to look for me and bring me back home," Piri said without stopping smiling, while the tone of her voice had a tone full of nostalgia. "The first times when I entered Jotunheim, they sent Look Nasama, Heaver Alvitr Nasama, Golchan and sometimes Miss Chan and Regenleaf Nasama to look for me, and they always ended up being chased by the whole horde of giants with which I fought." "Most likely Brihildr-san and the others gave you a lesson every day you ran away," said Issei. "They didn't," Piri said, looking sympathetically at her boyfriend, unaware that a female silhouette was behind her while cracking her knuckles. "Oh no, Piri-chan," said the silhouette with a macabre smile while steam came out of his mouth and a look that shone reddish that only reflected pain soon. Piri, upon feeling this presence, could only put on a face of surprise and fear, slowly turning her head when she saw her aunt, the eldest of the Valkyrie sisters. Gulp. Piri gulped unconsciously upon seeing Brihildr. For Issei and Ashen, it was surprising to see that side of the former Valkyrie when. Plong. IDE. Piri screamed as she received the iron fist in her skull, while making a comical crying gesture, while holding her head in the impact zone, while a bump appeared on her head. "DRRR, remember the times we sent for you," said Brihildr with great anger while rubbing her temples. "Sometimes my sisters and I think that you got the brave and stupid from your father, and that's not all. Proud and wrist motivated you to be strong. I expected you to duel against us guardians, but you think of challenging the giants. For the love of the creator," she said with a tone of voice worthy of a heavy scolding, but it only showed a pout of a punished girl, leaving Anos, Issei and Ashen, a drop of sweat falling on their necks, and in the case of Issei with a nervous laugh, because he never thought to see his girlfriend like this. "But even so," said Brihildr, sweetening her gaze a little while hugging Piri in an affectionate way that made you a great woman, "I'm glad you're happy." Piri immediately hugged her aunt. The eldest of the Valkyrie sisters, through the serious gesture that she carried every day inside, suffered a lot for the death of her sister and swore in memory of her sister to raise her niece, and with the help of her sisters, she was able to achieve it, although her niece learned bad habits or gestures from her other aunts. For example, from Wrist she copied a lot how fickle she is when she changes to her aggressive personality while On the part of proud to be just as strong as her aunt which caused disasters in Jotunheim, from look and Heaver Alviter, she caught the mania of collecting plush bears and sometimes behaving like a spoiled girl. Sometimes she made them remember her age by calling her aunt or worse yet grandmothers to both twins, causing a comical depression in both. But even so, Brillholder did not regret for a moment having raised her as if she were her daughter, or rather as the daughter of all the Valkyrie sisters. After the emotional reunion between Brillholder and Piri, our protagonists continue walking uphill on a snowy mountain until they reach a cave where a campfire was lit by the heat. There they met Vasco Strada who was sitting on a rock while he was accompanied by a beautiful young woman wearing clothes that protected them from the harsh cold that hit the land of the giants. Your Eminence, it's good to see you again, said Issei, squeezing his father's hand. Shen for his part greeted the now heretic and ally with education and respect. The feeling is mutual, young Hyoudou, young Phantom Vasco said gently to both boys, and then his eyes fixed on the king of tyranny, so long since our last meeting Anos Voldegold. To be exact, 65 years, said Anos, squeezing his father's hand. It's good to hear from you, although the last time I saw you, you still had hair and fewer wrinkles on your face, but the same power still flows through your veins. Despite aging, I still have a mission to safeguard humanity, said Strada, so I must not neglect my power and training. You earned my respect for a reason, Strada-san, and apart from you, I also earned a serious injury, leaving me with a permanent scar, said Anos, uncovering part of his chest, shocking those present when they saw the scar, similar to that of a relatively fatal blow, but we stray from the main topic for which we came here to Jotunheim. It's true, said Brillholder seriously, we have detected a proliferation of giants in Jotunheim by a worthy source, but the issue is that they have not decided to attack either Asgard or Midgard, knowing that those beings hate with all their being everything that lives in those two worlds, humans and gods. It's as if they were waiting for an order from someone to attack, said Piri, but as far as I know, the one who commands the giants is King Thrym, but as far as I know, he is an impulsive idiot, and he would have ordered the attack on those worlds of Yggdrasil with his army a long time ago. Are you saying that there is someone else who dominates the giants other than their king? Said Vasco Strada. A good deduction, your excellency, said Ashen, and I feel that a god of Asgard is behind this, discarding our allies. Freya, Hela and Tyr, I doubt it's Loki, that wretch is sealed, Thor, Balder and Vidar, I don't think so, they are more focused on destroying their livers with mead and breaking each other's faces with their bare fists, the only one we have left is. Adenano said very seriously, if the angels dared to use an external force to attack Edinburgh, Aden also began to secretly gather elements for an invasion. Something must have happened to stop a whole horde of giants from attacking Midgard or Asgard, said Issei. But that's why we're here, said Anos, this is part of the training that Prince Phantom will undergo, having the stellar dragon of victory and being a user of the two elements in which one is the sacred light. For me there is no better master of said element than Vasco Strada. And I have an idea of what that training will be, said Ashen. Exactly, Strada said seriously, it will be to reduce the army of giants of Jotunheim, and you will not do it alone, I will be helping you and guiding you in this mission and intensive training. Ashen could not feel more honored to be considered by Vasco Strada to be his disciple. And from me, Ashen Sama, said Brillholder seriously, you will have support from one of my sisters, said the older sister. And that a golden circle with golden runes, a female silhouette appeared from which revealed a blonde-haired young lady wearing a bright green skirt and tights, all under armor that protected her torso, shoulders from the forearm to the hands, as well as from the knees to the feet, all under a green cape with a darker hue appeared before Ashen. So he is my Einhinger, sister, said the Valkyrie calmly, looking into the eyes of the heir to the crown of Alvretich. Brillholder for her part nodded. Prince Ashen, I introduce myself, my name is Sigrun, Rune of Victory, from today on I will watch over your well-being, said the blonde with a smile. The honor is mine, Sigrun-san, Ashen said, smiling at his Valkyrie. Sigrun Onasama. Piri shouted, hugging the blonde, who reciprocated the hug. Long time no see, little Piri, said the blonde with a maternal tone. Ahem. Brillhold interrupted, later we will have time for reunions, today we will spend the night here, since tomorrow that old green tail will take several of his soldiers from Asgard to the invasion of Mustafu, the area where we will go. Your servant is Issei-san, and Piri will be practically unguarded, and it will be a perfect opportunity for a pleasant reunion. Brillholder 1 Sama Sigurd said calmly, please give her my regards. The eldest sister of the Valkyries nodded to her younger sister's request. Well, what Brillholder said made Piri's eyes become crystalline, but a smile appeared on her face. Where will we go? Said Issei. The Valkyrie looked at him carefully and said. At the gates of Valhalla. Change of scenario. The next day. Mustafa, Japan, 2200 hours PM. Dormitory 3A, UA Academy. Another relaxing night at the academy was underway, where our favorite students, aspiring to be professional heroes, were enjoying a well-deserved break after their internships and homework. What a night, said Momoyae Rozu, very tired, fanning herself with her hand. You can't even say it, Chiru said while taking off her boots. My internship with Gang Orca is a real hell. It's a shame we have to complete our internship, said Kirishima. On the other hand, Midoriya is incredibly lucky. Since Proud-chan came into Midoriya-chan's life, his performance as a hero has increased considerably, Ribbit said Froppy drinking orange juice. And at the rate his performance is going, many professional heroes are starting to classify him as a prodigy, said Toru Hagakure excitedly, all thanks to Prodder-san. Also, that woman has such a beastly power, said Kirishima rubbing his forearms. One hit from her was enough to send Tetsu and me flying up to 15 meters, even with our quirks active, and I still remember how much that hit hurt. And with what Toru mentioned, he has received offers from several hero agencies, said Shoto, among them my old man's. There is no doubt that this Prodder-san changed our friend's life in a positive way. A snort of annoyance was heard as they saw Bakugo in his usual bad mood. That nerd has had a lot of luck showered on him, but having that Valkyrie or not, it only motivates me to be stronger, and I will show him that I must be the next hero number one. Somehow, Prodder's arrival and Izuku's resulting change in attitude influenced a positive change in his class. Not only Izuku but also Ichako-san and Little Eri, said Mei Hatsum, who, despite being in the support class, spent a lot of her time in the 3A dorms. Because of that, they have matured quite a bit and have even behaved like a family. I thought I wasn't the only one who noticed it, said Mineta eating some melon sweets. Midoriya and Ichako have behaved like parents to Eri and have tried to provide the best for her education. In my eyes, they have become a family. Everyone in class 3A nodded in agreement with what the scientist had said. The testicle-headed dwarf was about to continue his comment when 5. Someone's loud footsteps could be heard in the building, even some furniture and vases in the bedroom began to wobble from the force of the footsteps. Wow, it seems the consultation with Recovery Girl ended very quickly, said Sentohara happily. And before that the gigantic bedroom doors with several cracks in their outline due to the fact that they were destroyed, opened automatically revealing Izuku Midoriya, along with Ichako Uraraka. Both of them were holding Eri's hand while behind them, 3 was a pink-haired woman with her hair tied to a thick braid of masculine appearance, wearing an intimidating-looking red and black corset. It is worth mentioning that the 4 subjects arrived with a radiant smile. Hello guys, said our broccoli with legs with a happiness that could be noticed in the tone he used. Finally, some doors where I can pass without having to destroy them with my body, said Prodder seeing the arch where he could pass without any difficulty. At least Cemento-sensei managed to create them to your measure, said Izuku when he saw his Valkyrie. I still remember that I was going to have a fit along with Nezu-sensei for the huge mess you made in the dorms when you arrived for the first time. No, don't remind me, Prodder said, somewhat embarrassed. Sometimes my monstrous appearance doesn't help me at all. That's not true, said Eri looking at Prodder. For us you will be the Prodder-san that we love so much, said Eri smiling at the colossal Valkyrie. Seeing such a cute gesture from the white-haired girl, Thor's daughter felt her strength drain away as well as her heart when she saw that gesture from her Ihinger's daughter. At that point all his roommates go towards the green-haired and brown-haired boy. Midoriya, why are you smiling so much? Said Mina Shido. Well, Izuku said, stuttering while scratching his neck, we do have some great news. The truth is, said Ichako as well instinctively putting her hands on her belly. Everyone saw with tenderness that their friends, despite having matured, had things that were not going to change at all in them, but in that, Eri was the one who took the floor. Well, let me tell you that someone is about to come into this world, and above all, I will soon be a big sister, said the little white-haired horn girl with so much emotion. Everyone upon hearing that seemed to have lost their cool for a few seconds. When the first to react were the gossipy Mina and Toru. Seeing their friend Ichako Uraraka with her hands on her belly, they couldn't scream with excitement. Congratulations! Shouted the 2 friends, throwing themselves at the chubby-cheeked brunette. Then little by little the students came out of the trance and went to congratulate both Izuku and Uraraka on their pregnancy. Congratulations Uraraka, Midoriya said Iida smiling while moving his arms like a defective robot. Good for you, said Shoto stoically but with a slight smile. Nerd Bakugo shouted, addressing the green-haired boy like a madman. Izuku, seeing the pale-haired boy face to face, only saw that he put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, you finally became a man, so don't be surprised if in the future I'll be the one who spoils your son and makes him strong. Is it a hint that you want to become our son's godfather? Izuku said very arrogantly. The Muslim hero didn't know what to say and just looked away, but the green-haired man took it well. Okay, Ichako and I agreed, and both you and your girlfriend Kami Utsushimi, if at any time we miss Eri and our son, you will be the ones who watch over his safety and his future. Do you agree, Kaken? The pale-haired boy, under a smile and an arrogant look, responded. Okay, said the explosive hero, bumping fists with his childhood friend. Everyone saw that great gesture from both prospective heroes, with an atmosphere full of joy for Ichako's pregnancy. It was a night worth remembering for Class 3A when. Clap. 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 The sound of applause was heard in the main hall of the dormitory, and at that, the third-year students along with Issei and Prudder turned their attention to the source, and then they saw three people sitting on the couches. One of them is a blue-haired man with short hair and brown skin, and had some tattoos on his hands and part of his body. The other subject who made the applause in a sarcastic way is a white-haired man of 2 meters tall wearing a gakurin covered by Greek armor. He looked at the hero prospects with mockery while having his feet up on a table, revealing his lack of manners, while the last one, a polite-looking blonde, got up from the couch. "Congratulations on such good news, young Izuku-kun," said the blonde, maintaining his friendly smile. The heroes looked grimly at the three visitors who arrived unexpectedly at the dormitory. "Hey, who the hell are you, you bucking feminized guy?" Bakugo shouted. "My name is Hyoudou," said Ria's Gremory's knight, "and those who are with me are Zephyrdal Glaciolabolas, and the last to be introduced is Descendant of the Greek hero, Heracles," said Kiba without leaving kindness aside. The two subjects who belonged to the alliance did not even bother to greet even out of politeness, because they saw the UA students like flies. "We wish to talk something about you, Izuku-kun, and also with that Valkyrie who is behind you." That smile that the blonde man displayed gave a twinge of distrust to everyone present. All the students, including Issei, hardened their gaze. "That to the point," Izuku said, looking at the demon with wide distrust. "What do you want to deal with me?" "Easy," Kiba said kindly. "We ask you to join us and become part of our supernatural alliance," the blonde said, without stopping smiling. "The great Lucifer-sama, along with Odin-sama, Michael-sama and Azazel-sama, will reward you with whatever you wish if you agree to join our ranks of great warriors." Hearing the names Kiba mentioned, especially Odin's, made Izuku's blood boil, but he had to hide it. Izuku knew that Odin and his children had made life miserable for Prudder and her sisters, thanks to the fact that the gigantic Valkyrie told him about the tragedy of her sister Jeruhu. It was more than obvious that he wasn't going to trust that face that pretended to be kind. "And if I refuse?" Izuku said, looking fiercely at him as he clenched his fists. Seeing that gesture, it was Zephyrdal who spoke up. "Simple insignificant human, you and that woman," said the demon with a sickly arrogance pointing at Prudder. "We will take you by force before Lucifer-sama if you do not want to do it the good way," he said with a mocking tone, referring in a contemptuous way to the Valkyrie. Everyone was on alert at what the blue-haired man said. "Iida-san, go to the teacher's room and tell them that we have problems," Izuku shouted. "Roger," Iida shouted as he ran towards the bedroom door when they heard. "I wouldn't go near the door if I were you, you idiot," Heracles shouted. At that moment, the prospective hero was approaching the door when outside he saw several soldiers from the factions at the door, threatening to enter the dormitory. "The entire academy is surrounded by our soldiers and it will only take one order from us for them to start destroying the entire academy." All the students of 3A went to the dormitory windows when the surprise they saw was beyond unpleasant, because they saw that both in the courtyards there were warriors wearing Viking and Greek armor, and also beings that had animal features, while in the skies there were demons and fallen angels, surrounding not only the dormitory, but also the academy in its entirety. But they also saw that the sky had turned a violet color, ignoring the students who were in a pocket dimension. "I won't repeat it, Izuku-kun and Valkyrie Prudder," said Kiba without stopping smiling, but it was already a very disturbing smile. "You are coming with us for peace, or we will not hesitate to attack and kill everyone in this academy, and that includes the innocent people who are there, including that girl," said Kiba pointing at Issei, who immediately Achako protected her with her body instinctively. The green-haired boy and the Valkyrie were between a rock and a hard place. Everything depended on their decision. On the one hand, he didn't want his friends to suffer an attack by beings that he considered the worst, but on the other hand, he didn't want to be a mere slave to those perfect beings who only wanted to play with the destiny of humans. "You have 3 seconds to decide, Izuku-kun," said Kiba, while creating a sacred demonic sword in his hands. The green-haired boy and the Valkyrie remained serious, while a drop of sweat fell from their temples. 3. At that, Zephyrdal begins to create a magic circle ready to launch a magic attack. At that, the students were on guard. -2. Kiba said, and then Heracles entered his balance breaker ready to attack with a smile that only reflected the desire to hurt someone. At that, the girls of 3A came out to protect Achako and Issei by forming a human wall. -1, said Kiba, showing a very unpleasant smile while forming a magic circle in his ear. "Destroy everything," shouted Kiba with wide psychosis to the soldiers, but was interrupted by a pressure that became very familiar to everyone, making the warriors of the alliance nervous. "This power," said Zephyrdal nervously. "It's not possible," said Heracles in the same way as his demon ally. At that moment a voice shouted to Kiba through the communication circle. "Kiba-sama, we have a problem," shouted one of the soldiers. Ophis Ouroboros appeared when. Bam. Clash. Boom. The sounds of fighting began to be heard. Explosions, screams of pain, the sound of flesh and bone being cut. "Kiba-sama, we have intruders," shouted the circle. They appeared through a dimensional crack. "They are beginning to decimate our forces." Ophis, that traitor dragon, said Kiba angrily as he deduced who made the crack. The dragon goddess made her move by coming here. Eliminate them as soon as possible. But then a melody began to play, and everyone looked bewildered by the music that began to play out of nowhere. Suddenly, a circle of communication formed in the blonde's ear. Dibasama shouted the same soldier a girl is starting to dance. That left the blonde Gremory confused, but then the melodious voice began to sing powerfully and was heard by the entire academy. Embrace the dark, you call home. Gaze upon an empty, white throne. The legacy of lies. A familiar disguise. Sing with me a song of conquest and fate. The black pillar cracks beneath its weight. Night breaks thought the day. Hard as a stone. Lost in thoughts all alone. Everyone saw that the environment turned into a blue environment and saw that the supernatural soldiers began to feel suffocation and weakness from the song they heard. Kiba approached one of the windows and saw that a light blue-haired girl wearing a white dress was dancing an Arabic-style dance, but noticed that she was using through dance, singing but above all the necklace she wore, hydrokinesis to neutralize many of the soldiers. What the hell is going on? Kiba said as his strength was diminishing. But then a pair of silhouettes appear behind the three invaders. What's happening is that they will soon pay for all the lies they made, said a voice that Kiba recognized and made the blonde show a gesture that denoted hatred and repulsion. Arthur Pendragon, damn traitor. Kiba shouted, launching himself into an attack, but then another person grabbed Kiba. This female person showed a gesture that denoted a belligerent character. You disgusting shitty demon, don't you dare touch my Einhinger, he said with a tone full of hate, hitting Kiba and throwing him into one of the dormitory walls, surprising his allies who remained static. Wrist. Shouted the colossal Valkyrie upon seeing the second Valkyrie sister next to Arthur. Zephyrdol reacted a little late after the attack on Kiba, deciding to act immediately in a fit of rage. Die, damn lower beings. Screamed the demon with the appearance of a deformed goblin, but in less than a second he had someone in front of him. Destroyed smash. Izuku shouted, launching a charge punch with one for all. 5. Releasing the blow with a bestial force, Zephyrdol is thrown to another of the dormitory walls, with the added bonus that it destroyed him, throwing him into the academy courtyards. We will give you my answer, supernatural scum, said Izuku, while the three warriors reared up at how they were named the same derogatory nickname that the kingdom they hate so much gave to the beings who are in favor of the death and destruction of Issei Hyoudou Prudr-san, and I refuse to be the vile puppets of your pathetic leaders. You made a bad choice, toy hero. Heracles shouted while emanating an orange aura, and immediately all over his body, more specifically, on the shoulders, wrists, ankles and hands, protuberances appeared that were actually missiles, sacred gear variant detonation Uaya. Without saying a word, Heracles launched an attack at random and at fleeting speed he headed towards. The Chaco-Iri girls, be careful. Shoto shouted in horror. The female students could not react in time to protect the white-haired girl, while Heracles, with a smile that reflected how deranged, arrogant and above all a warrior without honor he was, went to explode the missile from his hands in the face of the little white-haired girl, who looked in horror that the descendant of the Greek hero was going to kill her. Now you will see how, because you refuse to be the vile servant of our leaders, your daughter will die before your eyes, ha 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 ha. Heracles shouted triumphantly. Iri, seeing the mercenary of the factions approaching her, just closed her eyes. Otu-san, said the white-haired girl very fearfully, awaiting her imminent end. Boom. The bedroom doors opened and then a shadowy silhouette entered in the middle of the chaos and took the white-haired girl in his arms. You're trying your luck, you faction dog. The silhouette said, revealing a redeed with short locks, and on top of that, you're attempting to take the life of an innocent person, you're denigrating the name of your noble and heroic ancestor. In an agile manner and carrying Iri under his arm, the redeed narrowly avoids the missile that Heracles had in his hand and proceeds to give a whip kick to the face of the last active member of the hero's faction, throwing him over the same wall from which Zephyrdol was thrown. Heracles immediately sat up while holding the jaw where he received the blow. Damn you, shouted the descendant of the Greek hero, rearing up. Who are you, miserable trash? The redeed just takes Iri off his arm, with a gesture indicating that she should leave here, to which the white-haired horned woman nodded and ran scared into Ichako's arms. The new guest to the fight decides to face the remnant of Heracles. My name is Sun Kenichi Uzumaki, Prince of Air and undoubted ally of the kingdom of Alvretich, said the redeed looking fiercely at Heracles. Before that he saw and to think that I would have to fight against the descendant of the noble Hercules, just seeing the bearer of his soul and his descendant. I do not want to think about the torment that this noble hero is going through, who endured and performed great deeds, such as killing the Nemean lion, the stiffest birds. The Lernaean Hydra and kidnapping the Cerberus from Hades himself, to see that his legacy is the vile, dishonorable mercenary of the supernatural factions, who is capable of killing a girl in order to fulfill his vile objectives. Both contenders glared at each other when Kenichi. A shrill voice appeared as a magic circle appeared revealing a young lady with blonde hair, where her hair is tied up in a curly braided bun towards her appearance with her arms crossed, showing a furious yet tender gesture towards the redeed. How many times should I tell you not to jump into battle without a well-planned strategy? She shouted like a spoiled brat. You are the heir to the crown of your kingdom, and you don't think about the consequences if, because of your carelessness you lose your life. Said the guest while walking all furious and throwing a tantrum towards the redeed. Kenichi looked at the lowly with a little tenderness, he smiled at her and stroked her head, something that made the lowly start to blush. Thank you for worrying about me. Advice. A new confrontation was about to break out in Japan. The selfishness of the alliance of factions had invaded hero society to such an extent that they would do anything to enslave Izuku Midoriya and his Valkyrie, Prutter. But the reinforcements Ophis sent to hinder the leader's goal were willing to give their lives to defend and support him in this new threat. Change of scene. Asgard, doors of Valhalla. Before the majestic doors that led to the place where the dead rested with honor and glory for all eternity. Brynhildr, along with Issei and Piri, stood before them. Previously this was guarded by 100 prospectuses to Valkyries and Asgardian warriors, said Brynhildr. Since the murder of Jericho, Odin had ordered the gates of Valhalla to be guarded in such a way that we who bear the title of Valkyrie could not access the sacred enclosure, said Brynhildr approaching the doors. The miserable old green tail prevented us from accessing for a long time until today, that left without any protection the security of the access to Valhalla. Issei and Piri looked at the eldest sister of the Valkyries while she sent a part of her power towards the doors of the sacred enclosure. Open, gates of Valhalla. Brynhildr demanded, and with the sound of a door being forcibly opened, Valhalla opened its doors to the three people under a warm and serene wave that, when Issei and Piri felt it, they immediately felt peace in their hearts and minds, causing the light blue-haired girl with pigtails' nervousness to decrease considerably. Brynhildr looked at the light that Valhalla gave off, suddenly she turned around and looked at both teenagers. Only those who bear the title of Valkyries can freely access Valhalla, he said calmly. I'll be back in a moment, said Brynhildr, entering the precinct of the dead with honor and glory, while Valhalla closed its doors momentarily. Several minutes passed since Brynhildr had entered Valhalla, and on the steps at the foot of the doors were sitting Piri and Issei. Aren't you excited that you're finally going to see her for the first time in your life, dear? Said Issei looking at the light blue-haired girl, but she returned a look full of anguish. What's wrong? Issei, I'm very nervous, said Piri looking nervously at her fiancé. I'm afraid of what he'll say to me. I don't know how he'll react to knowing my nefarious nickname and all my dark past. You know that despite my short life that I've led since I can remember, I've wanted to give a good image, but sometimes life forces you to bring out the worst in you to survive, said Piri, distressed as tears began to threaten to come out. Issei, the moment he heard the words of one of the women he loves, did not hesitate to hug her. The light blue-haired girl felt comfortable as she rested her head on the brown-haired man's shoulder, while her hands they intertwined. Piri, no matter what they think of you, said Issei taking the cheek of the ex-Valkyrie, I will always love you. I do not care if the factions catalogue you as a genocidal, an outcast for the Nordic, someone emotionally unstable, but both me and Alvretich, we do not care about that. Despite the injustices you have endured, you have shown great strength, and you have come forward despite the fact that the old green tail of Odin, Loki and Thor committed many injustices against you, and you have shown that you are a tough nut to chew, and of that, we are all very proud of you. Piri changed her gesture of anguish for one of gratitude towards the brunette, giving him a kiss on his lips. Every day I fall more in love with you, my Issei, said Piri, putting her head on his shoulder. But when she wanted to caress the blue-haired girl's face, the doors of Valhalla opened again. The warm wave was present, giving a pleasant wind to Issei and Piri, while the light blinded both lovers for a moment. Two loose ones appeared. The moment has come, Piri, said Brynhildr, while on her face she kept a smile, and her eyes were somewhat reddened, and part of her mascara had run on her cheeks due to tears. Piri and Issei saw the other silhouette that came accompanying Brynhildr, a beautiful woman with light blue hair that reached her waist with a braid that surrounded her head. On her face a look that reflected tranquility and serenity, she was wearing a beautiful blue dress. She approached calmly to stand next to Brynhildr. Piri, seeing her aunt's companion, something in her began to get excited, her heart began to beat fast with emotion while her eyes that were still in shock shed tears unconsciously. Piri, seeing that woman was killing her with emotion, she had only seen her in her dreams when she was still in the cradle, she heard her in the same ones when she hummed songs to make her fall asleep. It was a privilege to see those amber eyes when the woman in her presence carried her and gave her all that love. Piri, I present to you Jericho, she is your mother, said Brynhildr calmly without stopping smiling. The ex-Valkyrie, knowing who she is, her emotion increased a lot while the tears fell more abundantly while the shock slowly subsided. Mom? Said Piri, walking slowly. Mom? Sniff Mom. Like a little girl who had gotten lost in a forest, the blue-haired girl with pigtails shouted towards the blue-haired girl with wavy hair. She shouted excitedly. Mom, Mom. Mommy. shouted Piri, throwing herself at Jericho. The Valkyrie opened her arms to receive her daughter, and in an act of reunion, mother and daughter hugged each other with much love. Jericho remained serene, but tears also flowed from the emotion. But with Piri, she hugged her beloved mother very tightly, while the young woman slowly fell to her knees due to the emotion of finally seeing her mother. Mom, I finally see you, sniff sniff mom," shouted Piri, letting off steam like a little girl while she hugged with so much emotion and affection. "My little Piri," said Jericho very calmly. Brihildra and Issei cried, excited by such a meeting between them. They could only contemplate said meeting in peace. "I'm happy for you," Piri said Issei and Brihildra mentally. Chapter 20. Asgard, Gates of Valhalla. In front of a semi-abandoned Asgard, at the gates of Valhalla where the souls of the dead with eternal glory and the judgment of the great tree of Yggdrasil came to rest, our protagonists could be seen talking with the spirit of Jericho, Piri's mother and Issei's mother-in-law. Both Brihildra and her son-in-law recounted everything that had happened so far to Jericho, revealing the nonsense she committed to the one she once called her leader and who ordered her and her husband to be killed because of Loki's tantrum. "I see," said Jericho serenely while stroking Piri's head on her lap with a smile that reflected tranquility. "I don't know why it doesn't surprise me that Odin is capable of committing such acts to look good to the people of Asgard. Poor Freyja-sama, having to put up with the stupidity of him, his children, and especially the people he associates with. This proves that idiocy and arrogance, if not treated in time, are worse than cancer," said Issei. "And one of the many reasons why I was created by my father," said Volgif with annoyance. "Now, it is time for us to come to Valhalla," said Brihildra seriously. "As you know, our sisters including me, have already chosen our Ihinger." The light blue-haired girl was already deducing what her older sister wanted to say. "So you come to ask me for the succession of my title of Valkyrie," said Jericho while looking at her daughter, whom she saw as her natural successor. "Now that Valhalla is not being watched by Odin scavengers, I think it's a good time." "But Akasama," Piri said, somewhat uncomfortable, "you should know that by order of that miserable old green tail, I will no longer be able to be a Valkyrie, and more so because of the genocide I committed when the truth was revealed to me," Piri said, very crestfallen, very ashamed of what she did. Usually she gloats over her actions to the point of being very shameless, boasting about them as a school achievement, but in front of her mother, she could not feel more ashamed of everything she had committed. Jericho, seeing her daughter's gesture, hugged her to calm her down for a while. "Piri, even though I didn't like your behavior and everything you've done in life, I can't blame you for how you were going to react when you found out what happened to me and your father, so you shouldn't be ashamed at all," Jericho said at first with a serious face, but in the end, she gave her a rather maternal gesture that made Piri stop feeling uncomfortable. "And I'm really glad you found someone who loves you unconditionally and doesn't care about your bloody past, and for that, Issei-kun. I am eternally grateful," Jericho said, bowing to Issei. "You shouldn't thank Jericho-san," said the brown-haired man, hugging Piri. She felt her man's arms and gave a natural smile, since she felt comfortable when he hugged her. "Please Issei, call me Oka-san," the light blue-haired girl said seriously. "After all, you are my daughter's boyfriend." "Okay Oka-san," said the brown-haired boy, very embarrassed. "Mu Akasama," Piri said like an embarrassed child. Brihildra was just watching this interaction between her sister, her niece and the bearer of the star dragon of violence in a calm way. She even smiled naturally seeing the reactions of these. "Fufu, how good that my daughter has a great boyfriend, but above all a great family like the Great Dark Kingdom," said Jericho happily. Well, both lovebirds were only nervous and blushing, but in that the Valkyrie looks at her daughter, and regarding what you said about not being a Valkyrie, believe me that Odin has no will to decide who carries the title of Valkyrie and who does not. When the title is inherited either by mandate of Yggdrasil or in this case by succession, said Jericho while a golden light began to emanate from the light blue-haired girl's chest. She takes said light with both hands, looking at Piri who knew what her mother was doing. She made a gesture of solemnity. "Are you ready to receive this responsibility, Piri?" Piri could now fulfill one of her dreams. She was going to receive something that many Asgardians fight for, to be an elite warrior. She would receive it in a fair and honest way, something that she thought she was not going to have anymore because of that god who made her life miserable by locking her up in Helheim. Now she would obtain the title of Valkyrie and would be a great support for the conflict against the alliance of factions. "Hi!" Piri shouted determinedly. An intense light covered the surroundings of Valhalla, the green grass where they were bathed in a golden color, as did the flowers and vegetation that stood guard in Valhalla, since below Jericho and Piri, a magic circle was formed where the image of a tree was present beneath them, Valkyrie and successor. Mother and daughter looked at each other seriously until the light blue-haired woman said out loud. "By the power that reside in me, I, Jericho, who bears the title of Valkyrie by order of the sacred tree of Yggdrasil, I confer upon you Piri my title, my powers and the sacred resource of the true Valkyries to support your Ihinger the Volundr." The light that Jericho carried in both hands was thrown towards the light blue-haired girl with pigtails who immediately "Shuum." A pillar of light covered Piri, and she closed her eyes. She felt a warm sensation in her body that made her feel very calm, but at the same time, her strength and magic increased considerably. Piri opened her eyes at the end of the succession ceremony, to the smile of her mother. "Now daughter, you are officially a Valkyrie," said Jehu. "This is something that Odin cannot take away from you, not even by divine command." Piri could not hide her happiness at carrying such a title, tears of happiness appeared in her eyes, clenching her fist she said. "Now I bear the name of War Spear, I swear that I will use my strength to defend the kingdom that gave me a new chance to live, to defend the innocent and just causes, but above all taking Issei by the arm to be the spear that my Ihenger will carry for our future." "And so you are officially our sister," said Brihildr solemnly. "Welcome Piri." But then, a warm wave is felt, and everyone sees that Valhalla opens its doors again as a sign that the now ex-Valkyrie should return to the world of the dead honored with eternal glory. "Well, my time is up for now," said Jehu, also beginning to shine as she begins to float. "Mom?" Piri said, upset. "Don't go." "Don't worry Piri," said Jehu calmly as she slowly went through the doors of the sacred place. "Now that you are a Valkyrie you can cross the gates of Valhalla without any problem whenever you want. Your father and I are ready to welcome you with open arms, and in fact you will be amazed to know what a great woman you have become." Jehu had already crossed the gates and at that moment Valhalla began to slowly close its doors. Brihildr, Issei and the now Valkyrie Piri watched with sadness, but with great relief in the hearts of the ladies, to see their sister and mother again respectively. "Issei, come take care of my daughter and make happy please," shouted the light blue-haired girl, waving energetically with her arm. "Brihildr Onasama, thank you very much for taking care of my daughter, tell my sisters that I love them very much." Brihildr couldn't help but shed a few tears at the words of her sister, who was returning to the world of the dead, but she smiled at the gratitude of the sky blue-haired girl. She proceeded to say goodbye just like her sister, until the doors of Valhalla closed completely. Silence reigned again around Valhalla, our heroes continued to contemplate the entrance with some nostalgia. "When this conflict is over, the next time I come will be with my wedding dress and my harem sisters," Piri said, still looking at the gates of Valhalla, "because I really want them to see me joining my life in holy matrimony with the person I truly love." "And so it will be," said Issei very happily. Everything seemed to be peaceful for the three of them when Bruum. Asgard began to shake, which alarmed our heroes, but they felt a huge increase in energy, which alarmed everyone, especially Issei. "That energy is a Shen," said the brown-haired man when Brihildr shouted a voice to which a magic circle appeared revealing a totally exhausted Vasco Strata. "Things with the giants got a little out of control." "What do you mean?" said the Valkyrie when she saw her Ihenger. "The extermination of the giants' troops was about to conclude when two giantesses came to confront us," said Vasco. "They are the princesses of Jotunheim, Dagr and Not." Brihildr was surprised that the heirs to the crown of the kingdom of the giants went to personally confront two Ihenger. She knew how strong they are, and that means that Ashen was in complete danger. "There is no time to lose, it's time to return to Jotunheim," said Brihildr. Well, in a magic circle, they disappeared along with Vasco, Issei and Piri. UA Academy. Moments before Kiba, Zephyrdal and Heracles stormed Dormitory 3A. UA Teachers Lounge. Under a silent night where the Academy of Japan's next professional heroes were training day and night to carry out peace in the capital of the Nippon country. But while the students were preparing for another day of studies and preparation, the teachers and some heroes were having a very important meeting where the beloved broccoli with legs was the central topic of said meeting because some heroes were not entirely happy with Izuku Midoriya's performance with the collaboration of the Valkyrie. "Brother. We must stop Izuku Midoriya's advance," said Kamui Woods very seriously. "Why so much insistence on stopping Midoriya-kun's work?" Fatgum said with annoyance. "Simple, he's just a hero intern," said now the hero best genist. "Besides having a provisional license as a hero, it has certain restrictions that professional heroes like us can carry out, and the boy is clearly breaking." "Like what? That they're doing a better job of being a hero than you?" said Mirko with his usual arrogance. "Sometimes because of that selfish thought, I don't call you an idiot, and you Kamui, stop distilling envy for a good hero prospect." "Prospect hero?" shouted the hero snipe. "Now he is clearly breaking the laws by doing the work of a professional hero. This child is breaking the rules by usurpating a position he hasn't yet earned. Clearly he is doing that but under someone's supervision clearly, and that is within the legal framework," said Gang Orca, "and I am surprised by your snipe that being a third-year teacher, out of jealousy and impotence of not doing the hero work that the Deku boy can do, you explode like a spoiled brat." "What did you say?" Snipe shouted very furiously. "Shut up." Endeavor shouted now, slamming his hand on the table where they were gathered. "These meetings are a waste of time, even more so if they are held by supposed professionals who, as Mirko says, shout like rude children when they see someone doing the job properly." "But Endeavor, you also said that you despised him," said the hero native in an accusatory manner. Everyone saw the current number 1 hero in a bad light, but he didn't even flinch. Yes, I admit that one day I said that, said Endeavor, but seeing how Midoriya strived to be a hero while he had internships at my agency, seeing that he didn't seek fame or fortune, but to do the right thing and do what a hero should do, made me reconsider my point of view a lot. If he is already very dedicated to his career, the fact that Prutter came into his life, I can say that this kid will soon become a top 5 hero. And he will be a worthy successor to Toshinori-san, said the now professional heroine Najire Hyoudou, although unfortunately he is a Chako-chan's property, said the light blue-haired girl mentally cursing herself for not having confessed before the chubby-cheeked brunette. But even so, without that big gorilla, Izuku would live up to his hero name, he'd be a Deku, said an extra hero very mockingly, something that many heroes who discredit the green-haired boy laughed at. Boom. The same hero who mocked the green-haired boy was launched towards a wall, destroying part of Nezu's furniture, courtesy of Ryukyu, the dragon heroine, while the director of the Bipedal Rat Academy had remained silent and drinking tea for stress, although like Endeavor, he was fed up with every meeting being practically the same, all the professionals asking for Izuku Midoriya to be put on a leash or controlled for doing the work of professionals. Well, you professional gentlemen, you should learn a little from Midoriya-kun's humility on how to speak respectfully to women like Prutter-san, and also, he does your job without asking for anything in return when you, to do your job, need an entire television station to broadcast, and everyone sees your great feats, and you are, at least, taken into account, said the dragon heroine, with such fury that the extra hero cowered when he saw her furious face. But the idiot in his place, said Mount Lady with satisfaction, because she approved the fact that Izuku did the work of a professional, since she had him for a while in her agency for his internships. At that, Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might, who also remained silent in the meeting and who was already more than fed up with these meetings about his successor, decided to speak. These meetings are a waste of time, said Toshinori, when we should be patrolling the city, and about Midoriya Shonen and Prutter-san, said the blonde. All Might, with all the respect I have for you, you should control your successor and in the mind, get rid of that woman who is also a monster, said the hero X-less, but he saw the look All Might was giving him that didn't bode well for said hero. Finish that sentence and you'll get a VIP pass to intensive care from all the women present, said All Might angrily, while the heroines who were present began to emanate a strong aura of intimidation that even Recovery Girl, who was with her cane, threatened to use it on the hero. It's incredible that Midoriya Shonen has gained some popularity in the city and part of Japan. They start discrediting him like that when they can also learn something from him. He made many people change for the better, thanks to him and Prutter-san, thanks to him, the hero society is slowly having a noticeable change for the better throughout Japan, and that is something that I could not do in my days as an active hero, and that is why I am really proud of him, said All Might happily. Everyone looked favorably on the retired blonde hero when. What touching words from someone so pathetic, said a voice that suddenly the heroes saw a magic circle appear in the meeting, and before them appeared a man of robust build, dark and jet black hair, looking seriously and at the same time with arrogance at the meeting of heroes. Seeing the resemblance, they were on guard. You, who are you? Said Endeavor very seriously, since he didn't like the newly arrived guest. My name is Barakiel, your next executioner. Said the newly appeared while spreading his 5 pairs of black wings. All Might, Eraserhead, Nezu and the heroes who had Midoriya in their internships when hearing that name tense up, since they had knowledge of that name, since the knowledge of the supernatural was revealed to them. What is a fallen angel doing in lands that do not belong to him? Said the retired hero seriously. We were given the order to capture Izuku Midoriya along with the Valkyrie Prutter, but since you are considered hindering our mission, I will personally take care of you, said Barakiel, beginning to emanate lightning from his hands. The heroes, seeing the hostile act of the cadre, took an attack position. Be careful, it is a being that can have the same monster strength as Prutter-san, said Izawa. They are going to kidnap Midoriya Shonen. Ed shot, Hussy Cats and Midnight, go to dormitory 3A, Midoriya's safety is priority now, Nezu ordered. Hi! Shouted those appointed by the director, but when leaving the office, looking through the glass of the corridors, they were horrified to see many angels, demons and valkyries, mounted on black Pegasi, surrounding the purple sky of the pocket dimension, and several Yaokais waiting on the ground for someone to come out. If you had any brains, you worthless humans, you wouldn't go out or our soldiers would kill you, said Barakiel smiling mockingly. This entire academy is surrounded by our soldiers, and anyone who dares to step foot in the courtyards will die irremediably. The heroes were furious to see that the enemy had the best hero academy in check. But a brave or foolish person came out to face the cadre. This guy doesn't see himself as a big deal, said Kamui Woods. If I capture you, I'll have a great achievement and I'll be catapulted into the top 10, said the crazy Woods, while in his tone, he saw the great greed in his being. This idiot. Said MT Lady when she saw who was going to be considered her partner. Very well, hero, I will give you the privilege of giving me the first blow, said Barakiel, inviting or rather provoking the hero. "No wait Kamui," shouted All Might, but it was too late. "I'll be famous," shouted Kamui, throwing his branches from his arm, and just when it was going to hit the cadre. Crash. Only the branches of Kamui woods were within 5 centimeters of impact when a beam armor destroys said wood. "How weak," said Barakiel, and in less than 1 second the cadre was already in front of a terrified hero. "My turn," said Barakiel, to only grab Kamui's helmet with his hand when. "Shoot him." "Ugh," was the scream that Kamui Woods shouted when he directly received one of the attacks of that angel, who used to be called the Ray of God. "Kamui." Everyone screamed terrified as they saw how the hero was cruelly electrocuted until after a minute of continuous torture, Barakiel finishes electrocuting him and throws the hero towards his colleagues, only for Recovery Girl to feel some vital signs, but she just sits up and shakes her head. "He's dead," said the veteran heroine resignedly. "Damn you," shouted the hero's native and sniper, launching themselves to attack Barakiel in order to avenge him, but. "Similar to when a mouse wants to attack a lion," said Barakiel, throwing 2 rays at the heroes who attacked him, impacting violently, throwing them to the walls of the meeting room, having the same fate as Kamui Woods. "You humans know your place as the inferior beings before us, perfect beings created by God himself." "Damn vulture," said Mirko, very angry. "Speak to me with respect, disgusting hybrid," Barakiel said to the rabbit heroine. "Now that you know about the supernatural, men will die while women like the students will be perfect incubators for us, the supreme beings, so feel proud to serve us," Barakiel said, looking lasciviously, especially at Najir, who felt disgusted by the cadre. Barakiel began to accumulate his power, ready to attack massively. The heroes, seeing the cadre prepare their attack, all defensively covered themselves with their arms, knowing that Barakiel's strength is far superior in every way. "Die humans!" Barakiel shouted when. Music began to play in the courtyard, which stopped the cadre's attack in its tracks, and he felt his strength diminishing. "What the hell is that song?" Barakiel said when he received a communication circle that appeared in his ear. "Barakiel-sama, Ophis Ouroboros has appeared and is coming with reinforcements," shouted a voice. No, get away, og." The magic circle disappeared from Barakiel's ear, who seemed nervous. "I will finish you quickly," shouted the cadre without hesitation, ready to destroy the heroes when. Choo. The fog began to appear in the meeting. Everyone saw how the heroes of the meeting began to be covered by the same fog, causing Barakiel to lose sight of them. "Where are they?" Barakiel shouted, or rather demanded, as cadre, "I order you to dispense this damn fog." "And if I refuse," plucked Vulture, said a voice that was behind the cadre, making him nervous. He immediately noticed a shadowy silhouette and launched an attack on it, but the moment it received the attack, it dissipated. "Wow, for being called the Thunder of God you're pretty slow." Barakiel sees too many shadowy silhouettes that represented a long-haired man tied up wearing a male yukata, but he noticed that in his hand, he carried a kind of trident, something that Barakiel could not distinguish from his enemy. "Fine, if the supernatural scum doesn't want to attack," said the voice as the silhouettes disappeared into the fog. "I won't waste time." Boom. Barakiel received a kick to the face followed by a sweep, causing the cadre to fall to the ground, and immediately finished him off with a final kick, sending him into a wall. "You're not much be perfect," said the silhouette that was slowly revealing the identity of the aggressor. The cadre noticed a man with long hair, pale skin, wearing traditional Japanese clothing, and in his hand, he carried what looked like an intimidating looking trident, but he saw in his aggressor something that really gave him the chills. His eyes. "Who are you?" Barakiel said, getting up while cleaning his mouth from the wound. "My name is Indra Dragnel, Prince of the extinct kingdom of Alavras and Eihinger of the Valkyrie Mist, Fog, and of course, ally of Izuku Midoriya," he said coldly, leaving the cadre shocked because he did not expect that another Eihinger would appear in the UA, and even less that he would face the Thunder cadre. Helheim, Hela's throne room. In the dark world where the honorless dead dwell, those criminals, liars, scoundrels and perjurers, a very unusual meeting was going to take place. Hela, the goddess in charge of this hostile world, full of loneliness and suffering, had received a message that several personalities from Yggdrasil would meet here. She waited very confused on her throne, while the soul of a feminine silhouette was chained. "This is very strange," said Loki's daughter. "Usually the meetings she holds are directly in her domains in Folkvangr, but why would she want a meeting in Helheim, if it is the last place people from Yggdrasil circles would want to set foot in?" At that the soul that was chained to her side interrupted Loki's daughter. "I assure you that whatever you planned will fail," he shouted with total fury. "When your stupid rebellion fails, Odin-sama will free me, I will return to Issei-kun, and you will be the one chained here." "It seems that the punishment session was not enough," Ross was Hela said without concern. "Do you think that even with my death, Odin will do what his holy will dictates?" I remind you that Yggdrasil, apart from being the tree of life that supports our mythical Padian, is an intelligent and fair being that judges, gives and takes away anything, something that Odin and my stupid uncles practically ignore completely, and so you can see that I was right. You, after being gutted and slaughtered like a pig by Piri, why do you think she fell to the area of the dead without honor? Did you believe that having all the glory stolen by our great hero Hyoudou Issei you would have eternal glory in Valhalla? Did you believe that by divine mandate of my grandfather, you would have access to a place full of eternal glory, when the great tree had a place here, thanks to your soul so corrupted by demons? The silhouette of said soul took the form of Gondal's granddaughter. Roswis showed a gesture that she was not having a good time being the favorite soul to torture of Odin's granddaughter, her body that despite having taken a corporeal and naked form, showed signs of torture with lacerations all over her body. Ella, leaving Ross Island, continues waiting for her guests when a circle appears before her. The aura that emanated from that circle, one could feel a very pleasant and peaceful atmosphere, compared to the hostile and gloomy atmosphere of Helheim. From it came out a tall person wearing somewhat extravagant clothes and whitish hair, being accompanied by a brown-haired young lady wearing very warm-colored clothes, and from her back came out some beautiful wings similar to those of a butterfly. But what most caught the attention of that young lady was that on her right shoulder was the tattoo of a golden dragon. "Welcome, Freyr, leader of the elves and of Alfheim," said Hela, greeting. "And who is the lady accompanying you?" "It is a pleasure to greet you again," Hela said the aforementioned with a serene face while keeping their eyes closed, "and this is Peony, one of my elves, and the reason why Alfheim participated in the defense of humanity, of the true hero who sealed Trahexa, but above all of the heir to the crown of Alvretich," said Freyr, saying that while Peony the aforementioned bows with respect before the daughter of Loki. Roswis is surprised to see the leader of the elves, since Odin was on very bad terms with him, and seeing that one of her elves has the tattoo of the golden dragon, the same one that the violet-haired girl who killed the former successor of the Maid of Orleans had, she could only deduce that the elves are traitors to Asgard. Suddenly a portal appeared before Hela, and suddenly two beings of short stature that did not exceed 1.40 in height entered Helheim. The first, a blue-haired woman who appeared calm and smiling, while on her right arm she showed the tattoo of a golden dragon, and next to her, a boy with Caucasian skin reaching ash gray and an air that demonstrated authority and respect despite his short stature was shown. "It's good to see the current king of the dwarves, Fafnir and Princess Regin," Hela said calmly. "I'm surprised that you are in favor of saving Alvretich and humanity, especially since you are very grumpy with all races." "Don't misunderstand things, Hela Sama," Fafnir said coldly. "For me, I let those bats and the humans destroy each other to pieces, but since my sister is engaged and gave herself," Fafnir said with a noticeable vein on his forehead, while Regin blushed instantly with the heir to the crown of Alvretich, "I'm forced to act." "Naisama, don't say that," said Regin with a slight pout, even with said blush. "I just don't want to see my little sister sad for the loss of the only man who assures me he can make her happy," said Fafnir, admitting sympathy for the Dark Kingdom. "Naisama," said Regin, hugging him gratefully. Ella laughed a little when she saw this scene between the dwarven brothers. "We will not leave Princess Shen and Issei Kun alone, Regin Sama," said Freyr, smiling at the princess, "since my best fairy, Peony, also watches over Shen Sama's safety, and it would break my heart to see her sad anyway if her fiancé falls in battle or in the clutches of the supernatural scum." Suddenly another magic circle appeared where they revealed to certain personalities of the underworld that one was characterized by being a former leader and the other two by their unique reddish hair and belonging to the family of the one who planned to usurp the great achievement of Issei Hyoudou the factions. "So long time no see, ex Mayu Ajuka Astareth," said Hela, seeing the calm super demon and also Chissus Gremory and Runia's Gremory, although I was waiting for the arrival of Anno's Voldigald. At the presentation of Loki's daughter, Roswis is impressed to see that the green-haired Mayu betrayed the alliance, but even more so to see the ancestors of the Gremory family being against the ideals by which their leader and successor wanted to impose on the supernatural. "It was a short break," Ajuka said calmly. "Walking through Belgium and Turkey was so pleasant, but I'm going to enjoy it more when we finish this nonsense that Sirzechs and his sister started." "We come on behalf of Anno Sama," said Chissus Gremory with a bow. "Right now Anno's Chan is planning the rescue of the females of the bearer of the Star Dragon of Violence," said Runia's, "so on behalf of the rebel demons who recognize Issei Hyoudou as the true hero of the factions, the three of us are coming in his place." Roswis, upon hearing that from the demon who founded the clan to which she belonged, decided to intervene. "Runia's Samichis Sama," Roswis shouted, "why do you support the rebels? You should support their successor. He will lead the demons to greatness." Both Gremory ignored the screams of Roswis's deceased soul. "Did you hear something, Chissus-chan?" Runia said. "Just the voice of an annoying magpie," said Ria's grandmother. "Ella-sama, can you silence one of the many nuisances who dishonored my clan?" Runia said with wide hostility. "It will be a pleasure," said Loki's daughter, to which she only raised her hand when. "Shum." Some vines with sharp spikes came out from under the ground where the ex-Valkyrie was and quickly but painfully began to cover Roswis's astral silhouette. Ah, the albino soul screamed in pain as she felt the sharp spikes tear at her soul. It was as if she had her physical body before being killed, but she felt the pain triple, seeing how the Helheim plants covered her entire astral body, covering her up to her mouth, drowning her moan of pain. All those present saw the condemned woman with a look of total indifference, while she reflected total horror in her eyes, while the spikes continued to punish and torture her. Much better, said Runia, sighing with relief, and to think that you ask Issei-kun for forgiveness, and you still have that stupid thought apart from being a thief, a vile liar. It is the least that the dishonor of the Valkyrie body deserves, said Fafnir, the king of the dwarves, in a contemptuous manner to Roswis. I do not want to imagine the shame that the honorable Gondel-san had to go through having such a descendant who would want to steal the credit of someone who earned it with hard work. And that another circle of much larger size appeared in front of Hela and those present, revealing the Seraphim Raphaeline and Raziel, along with the emissaries of Alvretich, the Kitsune Kaden, along with the warrior Soleil and the vampire, former bishop of Ria's Gremory, Gasper. Sorry for the wait, both Seraphims said. Getting rid of my older brother's paranoia is a challenge, Raziel said with total annoyance. Perhaps, said Ajuka, deducing what the angel who guards the secrets of God said. Yes, the leaders of the faction alliance are beginning to doubt their people, said Raphaeline, since Ano-san revealed your memories, Ajuka-san, in the torture of the leaders on Issei-san, and saying that several of their people have said memories began a witch hunt, in question of Michael began a search throughout the sky, searching even in the most insignificant places. And wouldn't they keep an eye on them just in case, said Freyr. We'll take care of that, said Soleil, smiling. They had sent 5 spy angels, but my Gasper and I were able to send them to hell. To be honest, it was pretty easy to get rid of the pesky pigeons, although I did benefit from them by consuming fresh blood just milked from an angel, Gasper said with a sinister tone, but then his gaze fixed on Roswis, who invited an achievement thief here. Oh, I remembered, your new home is here since Puri One Isama sent you with a VIP ticket by slitting your throat like the vile pig you are. Roswis was surprised by the words of her former colleague. Before, she remembered him being so shy that he couldn't put together an idea properly. Now, he had a very arrogant and sinister temperament in his being. Hey, where is the person who organized this meeting? Said the resident Kitsune of Alvretich. I mean, to meet in one of the most hostile places in existence, and with a smell as heavy as Swedish surströmming. Swedish surströmming. An appetizer that smells like rotten fish and garbage left out in the sun for too long. I'm sorry for the delay, said a voice to which a circle appeared in Helheim, revealing Freyja, the goddess who started the discord in Asgard, by not supporting the arrogance of Odin and his sons, by stealing the achievements of Issei Hyoudou, and being the one who convinced Hela to release Puri from Helheim behind Odin's back, and one of the masterminds of the liberation of Issei Hyoudou, before he stepped on Tartarus. She was accompanied by 3 female silhouettes, 2 of them with the same wings as Peony, but their colors were a very dark violet and carmine, wherein the last intense red-heated lady wearing a school uniform carrying a katana on her hip. First, Kaden, Helheim, is a place free of suspicion, since my beloved granddaughter Hela ran to Odin like the vile dog that he is, and with the little sense that he has in his skull, I don't think he is so imbecile to put himself at risk again. I can't argue anything against that logic, said Soleil. And secondly, I went to pick up a great ally of Alvretich, and she is from the human kingdom that is allied to him, said Freyja. Please introduce yourself. My name is Sun Enju Uzumaki, Princess of Air and one of the heirs of the kingdom, said the aforementioned with solemnity, and respected as an honor to meet the allies of Air and Alvretich. The pleasure is ours, said those present. Freyr notices Freyja's companions. Sister, aren't you going to introduce us to your companions? Freyja said calmly. Excuse my rudeness, said the goddess, could you girls introduce yourself? The first, sporting sapphire blue wings, a golden western dragon tattoo on her right leg, and a stoic gaze, appears before the gathering. I am Tiandra, dark elf in service to Freyja-sama and fiancé of a Shen Phantom, said the elf very seriously. The next one, sporting deep crimson wings and a stunning figure, stood next to Tiandra, only on her right hip was the black tattoo of the western dragon. Roswis's spirit felt very insecure about herself upon seeing her, as this elf surpassed even her former mistress Ria's in beauty. I am Plumeria, I am also an elf in the service of Freyja-sama, and I am Issei Hyoudou's fiancé, said the fairy in a flirtatious voice. Hela, having concluded the introductions, rises from her throne. Since we have all introduced ourselves, we begin the meeting that will deal with the fate of humanity and the rebels of the factions against the scum of the supernatural, said Loki's daughter, in the absence of our allies from the Olympic faction, and the only vampire house that is in our favor. An important meeting would take place, and that would decide the fate of the great conflict that was about to break out. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.